dying millennia of Terra's long night, the Age of Strife slowly receded into the shadows of history. The galaxy's worst era of anarchy, famine, and soul-shattering horror had begun to loosen its grip. Once a realm of unparalleled technological majesty, Terra had been reduced to an ashen husk during this dark age. Warp storms and the collapse of interstellar trade had shattered nations, leaving humanity stranded and broken. But by the 30th millennium, a grim sort of order was rising from the ashes. The humans of Terra, though fractured and scarred, began to claw their way back from the brink, forging war bands, strongholds, and kingdoms in their desperate bid for survival. The cradle of humanity remained a crucible of violence. Where once there had been nations, there were now countless warring factions, mad kings in steel towers, blood-drenched warlords reigning over desolate wastes, and techno-barbarian despots wielding remnants of ancient technology. Among this patchwork of rising states, one stood out for its ferocity and resilience: the ash-streaked land of Old Albia. Albia, the land of unyielding grimness and ancestral pride, clung to the shores of the desiccated Atlantic basin. The ocean that had once roared against its cliffs had long since dried, its basin now a sprawling graveyard of forgotten ships and ancient bones. The people of Albia, hardened by millennia of war and privation, were heirs to ancient warlike traditions. Their castrum cities, towering fortress factories scarred by relentless industry, were as much monuments to survival as they were engines of destruction. These cities, looming over the desolate landscape like iron giants, churned day and night, producing weapons of war and the armored shells that their warriors would carry into battle. At the heart of Albia's military might stood the Ironside clans. These fierce clan-based warrior societies were the product of a brutal lineage that valued strength, loyalty, and ingenuity above all else. Their warriors donned powered armor suits, ancient but painstakingly maintained by their iron priests. These suits were adorned with clan heraldry and intricate engravings, each telling a story of victory, loss, or defiance against invaders. The Ironsides marched to war not with reckless fury, but with a cold, methodical discipline honed by centuries of unrelenting conflict. Albia's enemies were many, and the wars were never-ending. From the blackened cliffs of their homelands to the windswept wastes of the Atlantic basin, Albian warriors fought tooth and nail against invaders, scavengers, and rival powers. When towering war machines descended upon their lands, the Ironside clans met them with brutal precision, dragging the shattered remnants of enemy engines back to their forges as spoils. Albia bled for every victory, but they endured. It was said among the clans that survival was their birthright, and they clung to it with unrelenting tenacity. While the clans were fiercely independent, bound by ancient rivalries and pride, they were quick to unite when an external threat loomed. Their combined strength was nothing short of formidable, a fact that became abundantly clear to any who dared invade their lands. It was into this storm of fire and steel that the Emperor turned his gaze. Albia, with its legacy of martial discipline and unbreakable will, was a prize unlike any other. And the Emperor, though a conqueror, was also a visionary. He saw in Albia not merely a people to subjugate, but a potential source of warriors whose traditions of war and fortitude could strengthen the foundations of the Space Marines. It was no accident that several of the Emperor's nascent Space Marine legions would later draw recruits from Old Albia. The martial temper of the Albians left an indelible mark on the Iron Hands, Death Guard, and Night Lord's legions, with each legion absorbing echoes of the clan's unyielding resolve and disciplined brutality. The Iron Hands, in particular, bore the deepest imprint of Albian culture. Their early leaders hailed from Albia's clan lords, and the legion's tactical doctrines reflected the stoic pragmatism of the Ironside clans. Even as Albia fought fiercely against the Emperor's unification efforts, they did so with the same cold precision that would later define the Legion. Albia's warriors, so resistant to tyranny, would come to see in the Emperor not just another despot, but a savior with a vision worthy of their loyalty. But Albia was not a land that would kneel willingly. In the shadows of an ancient fortress known as Blackhearth, a war council was underway. The clan lords of Albia had gathered, their breath misting in the frigid air as they argued beneath a vaulted ceiling of cracked steel. Earl Haldane, the war leader of the Haldic Ironsides, stood at the center of the chamber. His powered armor whined faintly with each movement. the ancient servos as scarred and worn as the man who bore them. His face was an iron mask etched with deep lines, his gray eyes smoldering with controlled fury. Around him were the other clan lords, their armor battered and scorched, bearing the heraldry of the ancient Albian clans. Some wore chainmail over their warplate, others bristled with cybernetic augmentations, relics of a bygone age of technological splendor now kept alive only by the Iron Priest's ceaseless toil. "The Thunder Warriors are no men," Haldane growled, his voice reverberating through the chamber like the grinding of ancient gears. "They are beasts, monsters. They do not bleed as we do. They do not tire. They are death given flesh." "Yet we have bled them," retorted Lady Kinara of the Wernblood clan, her crimson armor flecked with soot. Her gauntleted hand gripped the hilt of her power sword, and her voice, though calm, was edged with steel. "For every village they have razed, we have taken 3 of their giants to the grave. We are not broken." "Not broken yet," muttered another, his voice bitter. It was Thane Calder of the Black Maw, his helm marked with a jagged scar where an enemy's axe had nearly split it in 2. "But how long can this last? We cannot match them blow for blow. Our forges can only do so much. Even the mountain gods cannot spit iron fast enough to arm every boy and girl we throw at their fires." A grim silence fell over the chamber. Each lord, each warrior knew the truth of Calder's words. Albia's forges worked night and day, the smiths and iron priests laboring until their hands were raw. But it was never enough. The Emperor's forces seemed infinite, his thunder warriors like storm clouds rolling endlessly across their horizon. "They will expect us to kneel," said Haldane finally, his voice low but unyielding. "They will demand it, and when we refuse, they will come again, stronger than before." "And we will answer," Kinara said, stepping forward, her blade gleaming in the dim light of the chamber. "We have always answered. For Albia, for our people, for our blood." Her words stirred something in the council. Though none would admit it aloud, fear had crept into their hearts like a thief in the dark. Yet defiance remained stronger. For Albia was no stranger to war. It was no stranger to loss. But it would never bend the knee to a tyrant. From the far side of the chamber, a scout entered, his armor battered and streaked with mud. He knelt before the council, his voice trembling with exhaustion. "The Thunder Warriors are marching again. A full cohort. They cross the Iron Crags." Haldane clenched his fists, the servos in his gauntlets hissing as his grip tightened. He turned to his fellow clan lords, his voice a roar that carried the weight of centuries of defiance. "Then let us show them what it means to set foot on Albion's soil." The chamber erupted into motion. Warlords barked orders to their lieutenants. Weapons were hefted, oaths sworn. The clans of Albia, battered but unbroken, prepared to meet the Emperor's forces once more. For their land, for their honor, for Albia. The acid rain hissed as it fell, pooling in the craters and jagged crevices of the Albian hills. The Iron Crags, as the locals called them, were no towering mountains, but a labyrinth of ridges and hills carved by centuries of erosion and bombardment. Blackened rock jutted from the earth like broken teeth, forming a narrow, winding valley, a perfect place to make a stand. Errol Haldane stood atop a rise, his armor streaked with lines of acidic runoff. He scanned the valley below, where jagged outcroppings and loose boulders made an already treacherous pass even more dangerous. His warriors crouched in the muck, hidden behind rock formations and crude fortifications, their weapons ready. "The demolitions are in place?" Haldane asked, not turning his gaze from the valley. "Aye, Lord," rasped the Iron Priest beside him. His voice filtered through a mask that shielded him from the burning rain. "The charges are buried. When they move into the kill zone, the valley will collapse." "And if it doesn't?" The priest hesitated, his cybernetic eye glowing faintly in the dim light. "Then we fight, as always." Haldane grunted, tightening his grip on the haft of his axe. He looked to the horizon where shadows loomed through the acidic haze. They were coming. Massive figures, moving with unrelenting purpose, their silhouettes growing sharper with each step. The Emperor's Thunder Warriors had arrived. Behind them marched ranks of mortal soldiers, their helmets glinting faintly in the half-light. They carried the banners of the unification effort, though to the Albians those symbols meant nothing but conquest. "Steady," Haldane growled to his warriors. His voice echoed down the line, carried by runners and Vox relays. The Ironsides tensed, Their las rifles and heavy weapons braced against the damp rock. The rain hissed against their armor, but none moved. They would not fire until the giants were in the heart of the valley. From her position further along the ridge, Lady Kinara crouched behind a slab of shattered stone, her red hair tied back under her helm. She peered through a battered rangefinder, counting the advancing giants. 24 thunder warriors at least, she muttered into her vox bead. A full cohort. They'll be in the kill zone in less than a minute. Haldane's reply crackled through. Hold fast. The ground trembled as the giants entered the valley, their steps like thunder. The air seemed to hold its breath as the giants marched deeper into the valley. Their massive armored forms trudged through the slick mud and jagged rocks without hesitation, indifferent to the acid rain that hissed and steamed off their plate. Behind them came the mortal soldiers, their boots sinking into the sludge as they advanced in disciplined ranks. Earl Haldane crouched lower, his axe resting across his knees as he counted their numbers. The Thunder Warriors, hulking monstrosities bred for war, moved like predators, their heads swiveling as they scanned the ridges above. He clenched his jaw. They were alert, more alert than he had hoped. These beasts had learned from earlier ambushes. They would not be caught entirely unaware. Through the vox, Lady Kinara's voice whispered into his ear. They're spreading out, Haldane. They're looking for traps. They'll find them soon enough, he replied grimly. Below, one of the giants paused, raising a hand to halt the column. The mortal soldiers froze behind it, their weapons trained on the ridges. Slowly, the Thunder Warrior turned its head toward a cluster of loose boulders piled along the valley wall. Do they see it? Kinara hissed into the vox. Doesn't matter, Haldane replied. He raised his hand, fingers curling into a fist. Fire the charges. A moment of silence stretched across the valley. Then, the hills erupted. Explosions tore through the ground, sending slabs of rock and chunks of earth raining down into the valley. The piled boulders, rigged with buried charges, shattered and collapsed, creating an avalanche that roared down onto the advancing column. The first ranks of mortal soldiers disappeared beneath the rockslide, their screams cut short as tons of debris crushed them. Even the mighty Thunder Warriors staggered as the ground heaved beneath their feet, some losing their balance and falling into the mud. Now! Haldane roared, leaping to his feet. From the ridges and trenches, Albion warriors sprang into action. Las rifles spat crimson bolts into the chaos below, striking down mortal soldiers and sparking against the armored hides of the giants. Missile launchers and plasma cannons roared to life, their deadly payloads streaking through the rain. The valley became a killing ground, filled with the thunder of gunfire and the screams of the dying. Push them back, Kinara shouted, leading her warriors in a charge down the slope. Her power sword gleamed as she cut through the stunned soldiers scrambling in the mud. The Albions descended like wolves upon their prey. The valley had become a slaughterhouse. Smoke choked the air, mixing with the acidic mist of the rain, and the deafening roar of explosions drowned out all but the screams of the dying. Albion warriors surged down from the ridges in waves, their las rifles blazing as they struck the mortals of the Emperor's army. The narrow terrain worked to their advantage, funneling the enemy into tight spaces where disciplined volleys of fire cut them down in droves. But the Thunder Warriors were undeterred. Even as debris rained from above and volleys of plasma fire struck their armor, they advanced. The giants strode through the chaos like figures out of nightmare, their armor scorched but unbroken. One of them, a hulking brute with a mangled pauldron, swung a massive chain axe, cleaving through a squad of charging Ironsides. The warriors' cries echoed briefly before they were silenced, their shattered bodies falling into the mud. Kinara saw it from her position atop the ridge. Focus fire on the giants, she barked into her vox. The warriors under her command responded instantly, their missile launchers hurling rockets at the advancing Thunder Warriors. Several projectiles struck home, engulfing the giant in flames, but when the smoke cleared, it was still standing, blackened and smoldering, but alive. They don't stop, muttered one of her lieutenants, a hint of fear creeping into his voice. They can die, Kinara snapped. You've seen it. Aim for the weak points, the joints in the armor. She raised her power sword high, the blade sparking to life as she gestured toward the valley below. Hold the line, for Albia. From the other side of the valley, Haldane charged into the fray. His axe crackled as it bit through the carapace armor of a mortal soldier, carving the man in two with a single blow. Around him, his warriors fought with grim determination, outnumbered but relentless. The air was filled with the hum of last fire and the thunder of close combat as the Albians pressed their advantage where they could. Then, the roar of a bolt gun split the air. Haldane turned just in time to see one of his warriors collapse, his chest reduced to a smoking crater. A thunder warrior loomed over the body, its weapon still aimed and braced as it advanced toward Haldane's position. "Keep moving," Haldane shouted, stepping forward to meet the giant. The beast turned its gaze toward him, its helm featureless but menacing. The bolt gun rose again, aiming directly at the Albion leader. Haldane threw himself to the side as the Thunder Warrior's bolt gun barked again. The round smashed into the rock where he had been standing, the explosion spraying shards of stone into the acidic air. He rolled to his feet in a crouch, his axe humming with lethal energy as he circled the giant. The Thunder Warrior followed him with eerie precision, its movements slow but deliberate. Its massive frame made no wasted gestures, and every step it took forward seemed to shake the ground beneath it. Haldane could feel the eyes of his warriors on him, watching, waiting to see if their war leader could do what no mortal man should be able to, bring down one of these monsters. "Come then," Haldane growled under his breath, gripping his axe tightly. The Thunder Warrior seemed to understand the challenge. It lowered its bolt gun, letting it hang from its side, and drew a brutal war blade the size of a man. The blade gleamed even through the rain and smoke, its edge notched from countless battles. The two circled each other briefly, predator and prey, though neither would admit to being the latter. The giant lunged first, its blade cutting through the air with terrifying speed. Haldane sidestepped the blow, the tip of the blade missing him by inches, and swung his axe in a wide arc. The weapon struck the giant's side, the energy field crackling as it connected with the armor. The blow staggered the Thunder Warrior but did not fell it. Haldane's eyes widened slightly as the giant straightened, the gouge in its armor already blackened by acid but showing no signs of structural collapse. The Thunder Warrior roared and swung again, forcing Haldane to dive backward into the mud. Around him, his warriors renewed their attack, emboldened by the sight of their leader engaging the enemy directly. Plasma fire struck the giant's back, staggering it again, but it spun with inhuman speed, bringing its warblade down on the closest Albion soldier. The man screamed as he was bisected, his blood mingling with the rain and pooling in the muck below. "Haldane, fall back!" Kinara's voice cut through the chaos, sharp and commanding. She had seen too many warriors cut down by these monsters, their strength and armor defying even the best efforts of Albia's finest. "Not yet," Haldane growled into his vox as he rose to his feet. He rushed forward, bringing his axe up in a two-handed grip, and aimed for the joint at the Thunder Warrior's knee. The strike hit true. The giant's leg buckled, forcing it down to one knee. For the first time, Haldane felt a flicker of hope as the beast's movements faltered. He raised his axe again, roaring with effort as he aimed for the exposed neck joint. The blade came down. Haldane's axe struck true, its crackling energy field slicing through the vulnerable joint at the Thunder Warrior's neck. The massive figure staggered, sparks and dark fluid spraying from the wound as its hands clawed at the damage. For a moment, it seemed the giant might rise again, but with a groan of metal and a shuddering collapse, it fell forward into the mud. The earth quaked as the massive warrior hit the ground, its bulk sending acidic water splashing across the battlefield. Haldane stood over the fallen foe, gripping his axe tightly as he planted a boot on the armored body and tore the weapon free. Turning toward his warriors, he raised the bloodied blade high into the air. "For Albia!" His voice roared above the din of the battle. A cry of fury and triumph erupted from the Albion warriors. The sight of their leader felling one of the Emperor's giants sent a ripple of renewed defiance through their ranks. Across the trenches and ridges, las bolts blazed in a crimson tide, slamming into the advancing enemy with a ferocity born of desperation. Albion warriors charged from their cover, engaging the remaining mortal soldiers and forcing them back through the chaos of mud and acidic rain. But the Thunder Warriors were unrelenting. The fall of one of their own only seemed to embolden the others. Two giants pushed forward, their armor blackened but intact, their massive weapons cleaving through everything in their path. One swung a colossal maul, shattering rock formations and scattering Ironside warriors who dared to stand against it. Another unleashed a barrage of bolt gun fire, explosive rounds tearing into the Albion positions, forcing warriors to dive for cover. Haldane scanned the battlefield, his eyes narrowing as he saw the left flank faltering. The enemy was pushing hard, threatening to collapse their defenses entirely. "Kinara, status!" he barked into his vox. "The flank is failing." Kinara's voice snapped back, sharp with urgency. "They've broken through the trenches. We can't hold much longer without support." Haldane clenched his jaw. Their ambush had dealt a heavy blow, but the Thunder Warriors' raw power and endurance were wearing them down. If the left flank fell, the entire line would crumble, and the Emperor's forces would pour through the gap. He turned to one of his senior engineers, a grizzled veteran whose armor was scarred from decades of war. The man knelt nearby, recalibrating the firing mechanisms of a plasma launcher. "Send word to the reserves," Haldane ordered, his voice grim. The engineer looked up, his expression heavy. "That's our last line, Lord. If they fail—" "They won't fail," Haldane interrupted, his tone brooking no argument. "Send the order now." The engineer nodded and activated a portable Vox set. Moments later, a distant rumble echoed across the battlefield, rising above the chaos of combat. Albion proto-dreadnoughts, ancient war engines piloted by Ironside warriors, emerged from the acidic haze. Their forms were crude but imposing, their hulking frames cobbled together from relics of old designs and powered by the forges of Albia's smoke-choked cities. A cheer rose from the Albion lines as the proto-dreadnoughts opened fire. Plasma cannons and autocannons roared to life, unleashing volleys of destruction into the enemy ranks. The Thunder Warriors, unshaken, turned to meet the new threat, their movements swift and deliberate. The battlefield erupted in a fresh wave of chaos as the two sides collided, titans against titans. Haldane watched the proto-dreadnoughts lumber forward, his knuckles white around the haft of his axe. This was their final gambit, their last hope to turn the tide of battle. If the reserves failed here, there would be no second chance. The proto-dreadnoughts lumbered forward, their massive forms towering 4 times the height of a normal man. Plasma cannons discharged searing blasts, while auto-cannons spat streams of shells, ripping into the advancing enemy. One of the Emperor's warriors, a Thunder Warrior, massive and heavily armored, staggered as a plasma bolt struck its chest. The explosion sent it sprawling into the mud, motionless. A cheer rose from the Albion trenches. The proto-dreadnoughts were a marvel of ancient ingenuity, salvaged and reforged in the soot-choked forges of Albia. For a moment, hope flickered, but the Thunder Warriors were not so easily undone. Another surged forward, moving with terrifying speed for its size. Its bolt gun barked, explosive rounds hammering into the side of a proto-dreadnought. Armor buckled and ruptured, and the machine faltered. Another giant followed close behind, wielding a powered blade that carved deep into the dreadnought's exposed joint. Sparks and smoke erupted as the war machine groaned and toppled, crashing into the mud. Haldane stood on a ridge, watching the battlefield with narrowed eyes. His axe hung loosely in his hand, the weapon's energy field flickering in the rain. The proto-dreadnoughts had slowed the enemy advance, but they wouldn't hold for long. The Thunder Warriors, taller and far stronger than any mortal man, weren't just brutes. They were precise, relentless, and learning from every mistake. "Kainara, report," he barked into his vox. "The left flank is holding," her reply came, sharp and tense. "But it won't last. Their mortals are regrouping behind the giants, and those monsters are carving through everything we throw at them." Haldane clenched his jaw, turning to a runner crouched nearby, a seasoned Ironside warrior, his armor pitted and streaked with mud. "Signal the southern ridge," Haldane ordered. "Bring forward every missile launcher and plasma weapon we have left. Everything." The runner nodded and sprinted into the chaos, disappearing into the maze of trenches. Haldane turned back to the battlefield, gripping his axe tightly. The proto-dreadnoughts had bought them time, but it wasn't enough. Every moment stretched their forces thinner, pushing Albia closer to the edge. Then a new sound rolled across the battlefield. It began as a low hum, deep and resonant, growing steadily louder. Unlike the clash of war, it was steady, deliberate, and filled the air like the tolling of a bell. Haldane's eyes snapped to the horizon, his breath catching as he scanned the acidic haze for the source, and then he saw it. Emerging from the mist came a figure that dwarfed even the Thunder Warriors. He stood taller than any of his creations, his golden armor gleaming through the smoke and rain like a beacon. Intricate designs covered every inch of the plate, each one seemingly alive with light. His movements were measured and unhurried, and yet he exuded an unmistakable power. Around him marched warriors in perfectly crafted armor, their movements precise and synchronized. Their presence alone was enough to send a ripple of unease through the Albion ranks. Haldane's breath stilled as he realized who this was. The battlefield seemed to quiet, the noise of gunfire and explosions fading as if unwilling to intrude upon his arrival. This was no ordinary commander. This was the architect of the Unification, the man who had conquered Terra's greatest warlords. The Emperor had come. The Emperor's advance was a spectacle of grim inevitability. His golden armor gleamed even through the smoke and rain, and his sheer presence seemed to bend the battlefield to his will. The warriors who marched with him, far smaller, though no less intimidating, spread out with mechanical precision, moving like an extension of his mind. Wherever he passed, the air seemed to shift, and even the Albions who had fought for hours without faltering felt a ripple of unease run through their ranks. Haldane stood frozen on the ridge, his grip tightening on the haft of his axe. For all the battles he had fought, for all the legends he had heard, nothing had prepared him for this. The Emperor was no warlord, no tyrant clad in blood-stained rags and rusted plate. He was something greater, something that defied the very nature of men. Haldane could feel it, an overwhelming sense of purpose, an indomitable will that radiated from him like the heat of a forge. Lord Haldane. Kanara's voice crackled over the vox, sharp enough to snap him back to the present. They're pushing again. One of the dreadnoughts is down. We're losing the left flank. Haldane tore his eyes away from the Emperor's figure and turned to the battlefield below. The Thunder Warriors were advancing once more, their bulk cutting through the mud and fire like walking siege engines. The remaining dreadnoughts struggled to keep them at bay, plasma and autocannon fire smashing into their ranks, but the giants moved with relentless determination, shrugging off damage that would have obliterated mortal men. Behind them, mortal soldiers reformed their lines, covering their advance with last fire and grenades. Kanara, pull your warriors back to the secondary trench. Haldane barked into his vox. Understood, came her clipped reply, though her tone betrayed the mounting pressure she was under. Haldane turned to the southern ridge just as the runner he had sent returned, sliding into the trench and saluting sharply. The heavy weapons are on their way, Lord, the man shouted over the din of battle. Good, Haldane replied, though his gaze lingered on the figures now striding through the battlefield. The Emperor's warriors had joined the fray, their ornate armor flashing as they engaged Albion lines. Unlike the Thunder Warriors, these soldiers moved with elegance, every strike efficient, every maneuver exact. They were terrifying in their precision, and worse, they seemed untouchable, their formations seamless, even amidst the chaos. The Albion warriors who stood against them fought valiantly, but Haldane could see it. Their discipline was faltering. The relentless march of the Emperor's forces, combined with the sheer aura of the man at their center, was pushing them to the brink. The Emperor himself remained at a distance, watching the battle unfold. He did not need to give orders. His presence alone was enough to guide his forces, and it was clear they were executing his will with ruthless efficiency. Signal all units, Haldane said to his Vox operator, his voice steady despite the churn of emotions inside him. We hold the line here. No retreats beyond the ridge. If we break here, we lose everything. The Vox operator nodded and began relaying the orders. Haldane took one last look at the golden figure in the distance before hefting his axe. Let them come, he muttered to himself, stepping down from the ridge and into the trench below. The Albions would not break. The ridge trembled under the weight of battle. Explosions rippled across the trenches as Albion heavy weapons opened fire, their missile launchers and plasma cannons unleashing their deadly payloads into the advancing enemy. The acidic rain hissed against battered armor and cratered ground, mingling with the smoke and fire that choked the air. Yet the Emperor's forces continued their advance, relentless and coordinated. Haldane strode through the trenches, his presence steadying the warriors around him. Ironsides crouched behind makeshift barricades, their armor battered and their hands shaking, but steady on their weapons. They spared only brief glances at their war leader before returning to their positions, unleashing volleys of last fire at the approaching tide. "Hold fast!" Haldane bellowed, his voice cutting through the chaos like steel. "The ridge does not fall today." A nearby explosion sent dirt and shards of rock raining down into the trenches, but the Albians held their ground. Missile teams stationed at fortified emplacements fired round after round, their projectiles streaking through the rain toward the advancing giants. One missile struck true, hitting a Thunder Warrior square in the chest and detonating on impact. The towering figure faltered, its armor cracked before it fell into the mud with a thunderous crash. A brief cheer rose from the Albion line, but it was quickly silenced. Another Thunder Warrior stepped forward, moving with mechanical precision. Its bolt gun fired methodically, the rounds tearing into the trench defenses. Warriors scrambled for cover as the line wavered, but they did not break. Haldane watched grimly as the battle turned, already moving to rally his warriors. The Emperor's forces were pushing closer. His elite warriors had joined the fight, their golden armor gleaming even through the smoke. They moved with an elegance and precision unlike the raw brutality of the Thunder Warriors. Each strike of their blades was calculated, every shot of their bolters purposeful. Haldane saw one of them cut through the defenders with devastating efficiency, their movements almost unnatural in their precision. "Kainara," Haldane called into his vox. "Status on the secondary trench?" "Barely holding," came her reply, her tone unflinching but tight. "We've reinforced, but we can't give ground much longer. These new ones, they're not like the Thunder Warriors. They're faster, smarter." "I see them," Haldane growled, his eyes fixed on the advancing elites. "Tell the warriors to target them. They'll bleed like the rest. Whatever it takes, bring them down." Haldane pressed forward, his axe glowing with energy as he moved to join the thick of the fighting. He could feel the weight of the Emperor's presence pressing down on the battlefield like an invisible tide. Even from a distance, it was suffocating, a force that threatened to crush the resolve of the defenders. But Haldane's defiance burned stronger. He had led Albia through countless battles, and he would not falter now. A hulking Thunder Warrior dropped into the trench ahead of him, its massive frame sending mud and debris flying as it landed. It moved with grim precision, its blades sweeping aside those who stood in its way. Haldane surged forward, roaring a challenge that echoed through the din of war. The giant turned, its gaze locking onto him with eerie calm. Haldane raised his axe, and with a bellow that carried the weight of centuries of resistance, charged into the fray. Haldane braced himself, his axe poised to strike as the Thunder Warrior loomed over him, its blade raised high. The clash of the battlefield roared around them, last bolts, explosions, and the guttural cries of warriors locked in desperate combat. Time seemed to slow as Haldane lunged forward, aiming for the exposed joint at the giant's knee. Then it happened. A horn. It sounded low and deep, cutting through the chaos like a rumble from the earth itself. Haldane faltered mid-stride, the resonance rolling across the battlefield in a way that no mortal sound ever could. The Thunder Warrior froze. For the first time, it hesitated, its blade lowering slightly as it turned its massive head toward the source of the call. A second horn followed, louder this time, its note carrying with it something intangible. A weight, a command that rippled through every warrior on the battlefield. The fighting slowed as the sound settled into the bones of all who heard it. Even the rain seemed quieter, the acidic hiss fading to an eerie silence. The Thunder Warrior before Haldane turned, its massive frame moving with calm purpose. Without sparing him another glance, it trudged out of the trench, its footsteps heavy but deliberate. Around the battlefield, other giants followed suit, their brutal efficiency replaced by an almost ceremonial precision. "What in the name of?" Haldane muttered, lowering his axe as he watched the impossible unfold. The mortals in the Emperor's ranks began to pull back as well, their lasguns lowering as their formations stopped advancing. The air shifted again, tension bleeding away as the sound of gunfire fell into silence. The Albians, battered and bloodied, stood frozen in their trenches, unsure whether to cheer, retreat, or prepare for another attack. "Hold fire!" Haldane barked into his vox, his voice cutting through the stunned quiet. "Something's happening. Do not engage. Repeat. Hold fire." He climbed out of the trench, his boots slipping in the mud as he made for the command post on the ridge. The acidic rains stung his skin, but he barely noticed. His mind raced, trying to make sense of what he was seeing. By the time he reached the crest of the hill, his heart was pounding, but not from exertion. There, across the battlefield, the Emperor walked. Haldane froze, his breath catching in his throat. The golden armor that had marked him moments before was gone. Now he wore flowing robes of pristine white, their edges faintly trimmed in crimson. He was unarmed, no weapon at his side, no shield raised in defense. And yet, his stride was that of a man who had nothing to fear. He moved alone. The Thunder Warriors stood motionless in the distance, their monstrous frames watching like silent sentinels. The Emperor's honor guard remained behind him, their weapons lowered as he crossed the battlefield unaccompanied, his robes billowing faintly in the wind. Haldane had fought countless warlords, faced down every manner of tyrant and despot, but this was no warlord. This was something else, something greater. The air seemed heavier now, though it was not oppressive. It was commanding. The Emperor's very presence radiated authority, not the kind that came from power or violence, but something deeper. Haldane could feel it in his chest, in his bones, as if the land itself bent to the will of this figure. It wasn't fear that rooted him in place. It wasn't awe. It was something far more profound, something impossible to describe. It was as if the weight of every moment, every choice that had brought Albia to this day, now rested entirely in the hands of this one man. Haldane tore his gaze away from the figure and grabbed his vox. "Ceasefire," he said, his voice steadier than he expected. "The enemy has called a ceasefire." He hesitated, his eyes locking once again on the lone figure striding toward him. The Emperor, he's coming. Alone. Unarmed. Kainara, get to my position. Bring the others. We're going to negotiate. There was a pause on the other end of the vox, then Kainara's voice crackled back, sharp but laced with disbelief. "Negotiate? Are you mad? What makes you think?" "Just get here," Haldane interrupted, his tone brooking no argument. "You need to see this for yourself." He lowered the vox and turned his full attention back to the battlefield. The Emperor was still walking, his steps unhurried, as if he were crossing a quiet courtyard rather than the blood-soaked ground of war. Around him, the world seemed to hold its breath. Haldane tightened his grip on the haft of his axe, though he had no intention of raising it. He stood rooted to the spot, waiting. For the first time in years, perhaps decades, he felt something he couldn't quite name. It wasn't hope. Not yet. But it wasn't despair either. Haldane stood at the edge of the ridge, his breath heavy, his axe still gripped in one hand. Below, the battlefield lay silent. The acidic rain fell in a steady hiss, running down shattered barricades and pooling in craters of mud and ash. The warriors of Albia stood frozen in the trenches, their weapons lowered but not forgotten, as if the slightest sound might break the fragile stillness. And there he was. The Emperor walked through the silence, his white robes untouched by the rain, his golden eyes fixed on Haldane. Alone and unarmed, he strode with the calm of a man who had already decided the outcome of this war. The air around him felt heavier now, charged with something Haldane couldn't name, something that pressed against his chest and made it harder to breathe. Behind Haldane, Kainara climbed the ridge, her armor streaked with soot and mud. She glanced at him, her expression a mixture of disbelief and unease. "That's him," she said, her voice low but carrying an edge of awe. "He's alone." "I know," Haldane muttered, his eyes never leaving the approaching figure. "Stay close. I don't trust this." They waited as the Emperor crossed the battlefield, his measured steps unhurried. When he finally stopped, he stood only a dozen paces from Haldane and Kainara, his presence radiating outward like heat from a forge. The white robes billowed faintly in the wind, and his eyes, golden, unyielding, pierced through the tension like blades. "Haldane of Albia," the Emperor said, his voice deep and resonant. It wasn't loud, but it carried effortlessly across the ridge, reaching the ears of every warrior who dared to listen. "You have fought well. Few have resisted me as fiercely as you have." Haldane straightened, his jaw tightening. "We don't kneel to tyrants." "I am no tyrant," the Emperor replied calmly, his tone unwavering. "If I were, I would not be standing here, unarmed before you." Kainara's eyes narrowed. You've brought this war to us, burned our cities, spilled the blood of our people, and now you say you're no tyrant? The Emperor's gaze shifted to her, and for a moment Kainara felt as though the very ground beneath her feet had vanished. There was no anger in his eyes, no malice, only certainty. I do what I must for Terra, he said. Not for myself, not for conquest, but for all of humanity. This world has burned for too long. I will see it reforged. Haldane stepped forward, his knuckles white around the haft of his axe. Reforged? Under whose rule? The Emperor regarded Haldane in silence for a moment, his expression calm and composed. Then, with a measured gesture, he raised his hand and motioned toward the battlefield. Look at your warriors, Haldane. Look at what remains of this land. How many more lives must be spent proving what you already know? Haldane didn't turn. He didn't need to. He could hear it, the low murmur of exhausted voices, the unsteady breaths of warriors too proud to show weakness. These were men and women who had fought with everything they had, and yet they stood on the brink. He tightened his grip on his axe, his pride refusing to yield even as his mind began to waver. We don't surrender, he said through gritted teeth. We are Albia. We endure. The Emperor stepped forward, his movements slow and deliberate. The moment he did, the air seemed to shift, as if his presence alone could still the chaos of the world. Rain slid off his robes, pooling at his feet, yet he stood as though untouched by the storm. When he spoke again, his voice carried not as a command, but as truth. Endurance is not survival. A blade that endures the hammer without being tempered shatters when struck again. Albia's strength is undeniable, but strength without purpose is wasted. He paused, his golden gaze piercing through Haldane's defiance. I do not come to end Albia. I come to give it purpose beyond this soil, this war. A purpose that will outlive you, your warriors, even this world. The words struck like hammer blows, not in their volume, but in their unshakable certainty. Haldane's jaw clenched as he fought to hold on to his pride. He glanced at Kainara, hoping to find strength in her unyielding resolve, but her expression made his chest tighten. Kainara, the warrior who had fought beside him for decades, whose defiance had been as fierce as his own, was silent. Her hand rested on her blade, but her gaze was fixed on the Emperor. Not with hatred, not with suspicion, but with something far more dangerous, understanding. She stepped forward, her voice steady but edged with doubt. And if we join you, what becomes of us? Of Albia? Do we vanish beneath your empire as so many others have? The Emperor turned to her, and though his gaze remained as piercing as ever, his tone softened. You do not vanish, you endure. Your clans, your warriors, your forges, they will not fade into memory. They will become part of something far greater. Albia will not kneel to be forgotten. It will stand as a cornerstone of humanity's rise. Your strength will echo across the stars. Kainara hesitated, her lips parting as if to respond, but no words came. For a moment, the weight of the Emperor's words seemed to press on all of them. Even the warriors in the trenches below stirred uneasily, the silence of the battlefield stretching into something almost unbearable. Haldane swallowed hard, his pride and reason clashing in his mind. He wanted to fight, to resist until the last man, but the truth gnawed at him like a blade cutting into his chest. Albia could not win this war. They could die proud and defiant, or they could live, reborn as something more. You'll speak to the clan lords, Haldane said at last, his voice low and taut. If they agree, we'll kneel, but not as slaves. The Emperor inclined his head slightly, the faintest suggestion of approval in his expression. Never as slaves, he replied, as warriors, as builders, as the foundation of a united humanity. Haldane turned away, his gaze falling to the trenches below. His warriors still stood, battered and bloodied but unbroken, waiting for his command. He could feel the weight of their expectations, their fear, their hope. Slowly he looked to Kainara again. She gave him a nod, reluctant but resolute. Haldane stood at the center of the great hall, its soot-streaked walls heavy with the weight of the war. The clan lords had gathered around a long iron table, their faces lined with fatigue and anger. Some still bore the bandages of their wounds, others clutched weapons out of habit, as though the next battle might come at any moment. The air smelled of ash and iron, and the murmurs of low conversation carried a tense energy, like the moments before a storm. At the far end of the hall stood the Emperor. He was as he had been on the battlefield, calm, unarmed, his white robes untouched by the filth of war. His golden eyes swept across the assembled lords, lingering on each of them for a heartbeat longer than comfort allowed. Haldane had to remind himself to breathe as that piercing gaze turned toward him. It was not cruelty or disdain that he saw there, but something infinitely heavier, expectation. Finally, the Emperor spoke. "The world outside these walls is dying," he said, his voice quiet but resonant like distant thunder. "This war is not the cause of it. The war is a symptom, a final desperate act of fractured kingdoms clinging to what little remains. Albia's strength is undeniable, but strength alone will not save you, not from what is coming." The lords shifted uneasily. One of them, a broad-shouldered man with a mangled ear, slammed a fist onto the table. "What's coming? More of your armies? More of your giants?" His voice was sharp, a man at the edge of his patience. "Speak plainly if you mean to threaten us." The Emperor's gaze turned to him, steady and unwavering. "I do not threaten," he said. "I warn. What you have seen, what you have fought, is nothing compared to what lies beyond Terra. The Xenos, the horrors of the void, the ruinous powers that stir within the warp. Humanity stands at the edge of extinction. Alone, we will fall. Divided, we will be devoured." The murmurs died completely at that. Haldane felt the room grow colder, the reality of those words sinking into the bones of every warrior present. He stepped forward, his axe at his side, his voice hard. "And you would save us? Is that what you're saying? That only you can prevent this doom?" The Emperor inclined his head slightly. "Yes," he said simply, "but not alone. I do not stand here as a savior. I stand here as the beginning of something greater, a unity that will give humanity the strength to endure, to thrive, to reclaim its birthright among the stars. Your people, your clans, can be a part of that, not as servants, not as subjects, but as its architects." One of the younger lords stood, his face tight with anger. "You speak of unity, but you bring it with fire and blood. You speak of survival, but you marched into our lands and tore them apart." The Emperor stepped closer, the soft sound of his boots against the iron floor carrying more weight than the young lord's words. "I do not bring unity with fire. I bring it with resolve. This war was not a choice, it was necessity. But I have come here now, not as a conqueror, but as a builder. Albia's defiance is not a failure. It is a foundation. Your strength is what I need to build what comes next." His words hung in the air, heavy and undeniable. Haldane felt the Lord's eyes on him, waiting for his response. He could feel their doubt, their fear. For so long, they had fought to keep Albia's spirit alive. To kneel now felt like betraying everything they had bled for. But deep inside, a voice whispered to him, a voice he could not silence, no matter how hard he tried. Kainara stepped forward then, her voice cutting through the silence. "If we stand with you," she said, her tone sharp but measured, "what will Albia become? What will our people be in this Imperium of yours?" The Emperor turned to her, and for a moment the weight of his gaze seemed to soften. "Albia will become what it was always meant to be," he said. "A bastion of strength, a forge that shapes the warriors of humanity's future. You will not vanish. Your traditions, your spirit, they will live on, tempered into something greater. But as part of something larger than this land, you will not be forgotten. You will be immortal." The hall fell silent once more. Haldane could feel the lords shifting, their resolve cracking like ice under heat. His own hands tightened on the haft of his axe, his pride screaming at him to reject what he was hearing. But another part of him, a quieter, heavier part, knew the Emperor spoke the truth. He stepped forward, his voice low but firm. "You want our warriors, our forges, our strength. But what do we get in return? What future are you offering us?" The Emperor's gaze locked onto him, and for a moment, Haldane felt the weight of that impossible presence settle fully on his shoulders. "You get a future where Albia does not fall into the mud, forgotten and broken. You get a future where your sons and daughters will carry the legacy of this land into the stars. You get a future where humanity survives, because you chose to stand with it." The words hit Haldane harder than any weapon ever had. Slowly, he turned back to the lords. "We've always fought for Albia, for its people, for its survival." His voice wavered just for a moment. "If we keep fighting, Albia will die. If we kneel, Albia will live." There was a long pause as the lords exchanged glances, their faces torn between anger and exhaustion. Then, one by one, they nodded, reluctant, resigned, resolute. "We'll stand with you," Haldane said finally, his voice low but steady. Albia will join your Imperium, but we do this as equals, not as pawns. The Emperor inclined his head, his golden eyes steady and unyielding. Then stand as equals, and let the strength of Albia become the strength of humanity. Around the hall, the clan lords exchanged uneasy glances, but one by one they nodded, their resistance fading into reluctant resolve. Kinara stepped forward, standing at Haldane's side. Though her expression was calm, there was a spark in her eyes, a flicker of belief that Haldane had never thought he'd see. The decision was made. Albia would endure, not as a relic of the past, but as a foundation for the future. In the forgotten depths of Terra's history, before the Emperor's visions stitched the world into a single banner, there was Merica, a land where steel and blood wove an unending tapestry of war. The Age of Strife had gutted the cradle of humanity, leaving it scarred and savage. Here, hope was a folly whispered in darkness, drowned by the clamor of warlords who craved only conquest. Merica stood as the last vestige of defiance, a fortress of rusted might and relentless ambition. It was a realm where power was carved not from marble, but from the marrow of men. Chief among its rulers was Khan Keldor, the Iron Lord, whose fortress city, Iron Keep, rose like a jagged wound against the sky. Keldor himself was more machine than man, a towering figure whose synthetic voice crackled with the hiss of corrupted circuits. His movements were a symphony of grinding servos and metallic screeches, a testament to his relentless pursuit of strength. The Iron Hounds, his chosen warriors, moved like shadows of war, their faces hidden behind iron masks twisted into grim visages. Each step they took echoed with the sound of old iron, as if the very streets of Iron Keep recoiled from their presence. The air was acrid with the stench of fuel and sweat, a constant reminder of the city's lifeblood, war. Yet Keldor's rule was only one part of Merica's bloody tapestry. To the south, the Temple of Steel cast a different pall over the land, ruled by Lady Varna, the Steel Queen. Her court was a cold bastion of ritual and calculation. She stood serene, half of her face a lattice of silver, glimmering with data-lit veins that traced divine patterns. To her followers, the steel-bound, she was both oracle and mother, the embodiment of their belief that the flesh was weakness waiting to be purged. Their prayers were whispered in the hum of circuits, their faith palpable in the incense-laced air charged with static. The steel-bound moved as extensions of her will, augmented figures that seemed to glide, their movements precise, eyes glowing with an inner light. Each step echoed with the soft hum of artificial life, a contrast to the harsh clamor of Keldor's iron host. Lady Varna's gaze, sharp and calculating, was fixed on more than just her temple's sanctity. She watched Keldor from afar, eyes narrowed, calculating. In Merica, trust was a mirage, and the bonds between warlords were brittle as rusted chains. And far beyond their sight, on the edges of the north where sun-scorched plains met a sky of storm clouds, Marshal Bran led his fire riders southward. In Bran there was no temple, no fortress, only the untamed spirit of a predator. His warband was a torrent of flame and fury, their approach marked by the roar of engines and columns of black smoke. Bran's laughter was said to split the silence before battle, a sound that promised chaos and death in equal measure. But a shadow, larger than any warlord's ambition, began to creep across Merica. Whispers of a conqueror, cloaked in golden light and borne on the wings of thunder, slipped between the cracks of battle-scarred walls. The Emperor! His name moved like a shiver through the hardened hearts of men who knew nothing of fear. His coming would unravel Merica's blood-forged chains and remake its broken rulers in the fires of conquest. The Temple of Steel loomed like an unyielding monument to humanity's twisted faith. Ruins of ancient spires had been reforged into towers that gleamed in the dull light, woven with cables that crackled faintly with power. Inside, Lady Varna, the Steel Queen, presided over a sanctum of order where metal and spirit fused. Her throne was a marvel, half machine, half altar, rising from a dais of polished onyx. To those who beheld her, she was a figure of icy divinity. One side of her face shone with the perfection of augmented silver, while the other held the stern grace of mortality, untouched yet severe. The air within the temple thrummed with a mechanical heartbeat, the low drone of cogitators and whispering servitors. Her followers, the steelbound, were more than soldiers, they were devotees. Each had surrendered pieces of their humanity to the machine, their eyes lit with a cold, unwavering glow. They moved in seamless precision, bodies reinforced by sleek exoskeletons that hissed and clicked with each movement. Varna's gaze swept the vast hall, catching the shimmering movements of data servitors as they recorded sacred decrees onto metallic scrolls. She listened not only to the chants of her priests, but to the song of the circuits, a language that only she and a select few could understand. Her connection to the machine spirits was absolute, and her followers believed that through her they would ascend beyond the frailties of flesh. But outside the temple's walls, Merica seethed. The uneasy pacts that tethered warlord to warlord were straining, splintering under the weight of ambition. Keldor's conquest-hungry gaze had turned southward, and while the Iron Keep's drums of war beat ever louder, Varna knew that his machines and merciless infantry would soon seek to breach her temple's sanctified boundaries. Even so, Lady Varna did not fear Keldor's iron might. She felt a deeper, more insidious tremor in the whispers that reached her scouts. The Emperor, a name that carried with it echoes of an ancient power, a name that had begun to slip into the hymns and murmurs of her own people. This shadow on the horizon was something no warlord had faced. Far beyond the calculated rigidity of the Temple of Steel and the oppressive clangor of the Iron Keep, the northern wastes writhed beneath the rule of Marshal Bran. Here the earth was blackened and cracked, scarred from years of conflict and the passage of Bran's fire riders. They were a tribe as wild and relentless as the flames they worshipped, their approach heralded by columns of smoke that rose to choke the sky. Bran himself was a formidable sight, a man of corded muscle and eyes that glinted with feral cunning. His armor, once a dull iron, had been stained dark by soot and war paint, its jagged edges adorned with trophies of bone and metal. To his followers, he was more than a leader. He was the embodiment of their creed, victory through unrestrained fury. Unlike the structured warriors of Keldor or Varna's faithful, the Fire Riders thrived on chaos, charging into battle with the guttural war cries of those who lived for the slaughter. Their war machines, cobbled together from the remnants of forgotten technology, roared across the plains on wheels wrapped in rusted chains and armor scorched black. Each warrior wielded weapons modified to spray fire or hurl jagged projectiles, designed less for precision and more for devastation. Villages left in their wake were consumed by red ruin, smoldering husks that screamed a warning to any who might stand in their path. Bran's ambition was not tempered by alliances or territory. Where Keldor fortified and Varna schemed, Bran's purpose was as simple as it was fierce, to burn a path through the heart of Merica, etching his legend into the very bones of the earth. Yet even Bran, who scoffed at the whispers of fear that passed through lesser men, paused when the scouts returned, faces pale beneath their war masks. They spoke of figures clad in golden light, warriors unlike any Bran had faced. They moved with the silence of death and struck with the force of storms. One name trembled on their lips, a word foreign yet laced with undeniable dread: the Emperor. Bran felt a thrill of excitement coil beneath his skin, for if the stories were true, the greatest battle of his life was yet to come. The winds of Merica carried whispers that moved faster than any army, slipping through cracks in iron walls and past sentries who stood watch with eyes hardened by years of conflict. Even in the dark depths of Iron Keep, where Khan Keldor brooded on a throne built from welded weapons and rusted steel, the rumors reached his ears. At first, he dismissed them as the mutterings of fearful men. But the stories persisted, growing louder with each retelling. Golden giants, warriors who moved as if lightning coursed through their veins, commanded by a figure whose presence alone could still the hearts of the fiercest warlords. Keldor rose, the sound of grinding metal accompanying his motion. His augmented frame caught the light of flickering braziers, casting monstrous shadows on the cracked stone walls. The warlord's crimson eyes, artificially enhanced and devoid of warmth, narrowed as he considered the threat. The Iron Hounds would need more than brute strength to face an enemy that seemed to defy description. A low, resonant growl escaped him as he summoned his lieutenants, each as scarred and machine-bound as their master. Preparations for war would begin at once. Meanwhile, within the halls of the Temple of Steel, Lady Varna heard the same whispers. Her expression remained composed, yet the data-laced side of her face flashed rapid streams of information, processing reports brought in by her scouts. Tales of warriors in shimmering plate, their eyes cold with the fire of absolute loyalty, set her mind racing. Who were these soldiers who defied classification, these harbingers led by the so-called emperor? The steel beneath her skin hummed with subtle power, as if sensing her unease. The steelbound would need to be tested. Marshal Bran, however, had no such quiet deliberations. He stood amid a ring of his warriors, the scent of smoke clinging to their armor and hair. "So," he roared, eyes gleaming with a savage light, "this emperor comes to take what's mine?" His warriors answered with a guttural shout, fists thundering against their breastplates. To the Fire Riders, war was their birthright, and this new enemy promised a clash unlike any before. Bran felt the call of battle burn through his veins. He welcomed it. Merica was poised on the edge of a knife, the old rivalry simmering, yet held in check by something deeper, a shared anticipation, a tremor of awe and fear. The storm was gathering, and when it broke, it would sweep across the war-scarred land like a tide of fire and fury. Night in Merica was a living thing, shifting under the shadows of fortress towers and the jagged remnants of dead cities. The cold bite of the wind carried the scent of oil and blood, whispering through the battle-scarred plains. The warlords sensed the change, though none could see the figures moving in the dark, silent shapes clad in armor that seemed to shimmer like molten gold under starlight. They were scouts, outriders of a force that did not march with the grinding cacophony of Merica's armies, but with a disciplined silence that spoke of unwavering purpose. In Iron Keep, Con Keldor stood at the highest parapet, his gaze fixed on the dark horizon. The distant sounds of the night, howls of feral creatures, the hiss of wind across rusted metal, were drowned out by the drumbeat of his thoughts. His augmented eyes, embedded with ancient sensors, scanned the distance for signs of movement. Even with all his enhancements, he could not see them. But he felt something. A prickle at the edge of his synthetic awareness, an instinct owned by decades of conquest and bloodshed. He clenched his ironclad fist until it creaked. In the Temple of Steel, Lady Varna sat in her inner sanctum, surrounded by the low hum of cogitators and the rhythmic chanting of her priests. The data streams fed her whispers of a shadow passing through the lands of the lesser warlords, strongholds falling without even a warning shout. She closed her eyes, feeling the pulse of her enhanced heart, the rhythm matching the faint energy currents that wove through the temple like an invisible net. If the Emperor's forces reached her gates, they would face a defense born not only of steel and fire, but of devout, unyielding faith. Marshal Bran, encamped with his fire riders in a circle of battered siege engines, listened as scouts recounted their tales. Eyes gleaming under firelight, his mouth curved into a feral grin. "They move like ghosts," one warrior said, voice low, almost reverent. Bran spat into the dirt. "Then we'll remind them what it means to bleed." His warriors erupted in cheers, slapping their flame-scarred armor, eager for the hunt. But even as the warlords prepared for the storm, the Emperor's gaze was already upon them, watching with eyes as ancient as the stars. The first step had been taken. Soon, Merica would know the might of the Imperium. Merica braced for the coming tide, its warlords prepared with the grim certainty that only decades of ceaseless war could forge. In Iron Keep, Con Keldor assembled his generals beneath the great iron dome, the air choked with the heat of smelters and the acrid tang of molten metal. The iron-throated roar of furnaces below spoke of the weapons being forged in haste, blades, cannons, and mechanized suits built from the remnants of the Dark Age. Keldor's voice, a rasping grind, cut through the noise. "The stories may be cloaked in fear, but steel answers all doubts. We will greet this Emperor's arrival with the taste of iron." His lieutenants nodded, scarred and half-metal themselves, their loyalty as rigid as the war-forged plates on their bodies. Keldor knew no other way. Submission was a concept alien to him. He had not clawed his way to power only to bow to an unseen warlord, no matter the myths surrounding him. Far to the south, Lady Varna prepared in her own way. The steelbound moved through the temple corridors in perfect harmony, the whirring of their implants echoing off steel and marble. Her high priests adorned her in ceremonial robes laced with circuitry, each line pulsing with pale light as she invoked the blessings of the machine spirits. The energy in the air was palpable, a sacred charge before battle. This emperor believes himself the unifier of mankind, she spoke, her voice smooth as polished metal. But the machine spirits will test the worth of his vision, and should he falter, he will be judged. In the north, Marshal Brand made no speeches, offered no prayers. He stood among the blazing braziers with his fire riders, surrounded by the scent of scorched metal and sweat. The warriors checked their weapons, flamers that hissed with anticipation, chain axes eager for the shattering of bone. Bran relished the challenge. He felt alive only in the dance of fire and death. The name of the Emperor, whispered by his scouts with a hint of awe, was nothing but a promise to him, a promise of battle. But unknown to the warlords, the Emperor's approach was already at hand. His thunder warriors moved like a storm front, advancing with silent, deadly purpose. Their armor gleamed under the moonlight, and their faces were masks of unyielding resolve. The first blow fell in the dark of night, with no grand declaration of war, no warning drumbeat echoing across Merica's war-ravaged plains. It came as a shuddering quake that rolled through the ground beneath Iron Keep, rattling the ancient steel foundations and shaking Keldor's throne. The Thunder Warriors had arrived, their assault precise and overwhelming. They struck like shadows wreathed in gold, their massive frames moving with speed that belied their size. Keldor's sentries barely had time to sound the alarm before the gatehouse exploded inward, a maelstrom of shattered metal and flame. The Iron Hounds, conditioned to face any foe with iron discipline, charged into the breach, their war cries swallowed by the roar of bolters and the clang of power mauls. Blood and oil mingled as the first lines were cut down in a storm of violence. The Thunder Warriors, each a monstrous figure clad in polished battleplate, carved through their enemies with a brutal, mechanical efficiency. From his high balcony, Keldor watched as his forces were forced back step by bloody step. He bellowed commands that were lost in the din of combat, frustration simmering beneath his iron-carved features. He had ruled with strength unmatched, his warriors forged in the crucible of countless skirmishes, yet here they faltered before these invincible figures. To the south, Lady Varna felt the tremor of the battle in the flow of her data streams, the ripples carried by distant augur readings. The steel-bound prepared in silence, their minds linked through intricate machine relays, hearts pulsing in unison as her voice whispered commands. "Watch," she said to her inner circle, her eyes narrowed with a mix of curiosity and caution. "Let them bleed each other, and we will know this Emperor's true strength." Marshal Bran, encamped in the ashen fields, stared northward as the sky burned crimson with the fires of war. He could almost feel the battle's heat on his skin, a tantalizing prelude to the fight he longed for. With a smile, he muttered, "Let the storm rage. We'll carve our mark in it soon enough." Within the shattered remains of Iron Keep's outer walls, the battle raged like a living thing, brutal and relentless. The Iron Hounds fought with a desperate ferocity, the air thick with the bite of hot metal and the acrid scent of smoke. Bolts fired by the Thunder Warriors punched through the ancient armor of Keldor's soldiers, scattering sparks and sending echoes of gunfire through the fortress. The relentless advance of the Emperor's chosen cut through the defenders like a blade, each step marked by the rhythmic clash of battleplate and the roar of combat. Keldor himself descended into the fray, towering and formidable, a war engine built for carnage. His iron-armored fists, augmented with seismic knuckles, shattered the ground as he fought, sending shockwaves that cracked stone and knocked lesser warriors off their feet. He engaged one of the Golden Giants, a thunder warrior wielding a power maul that hummed with lethal energy. Their duel was a collision of unstoppable forces, the impact sending tremors across the battlefield. The Thunder Warrior swung with brutal precision, sparks flying as the maul clashed against Keldor's reinforced chest plate. Keldor grunted, the strike denting the metal but failing to breach it. With a roar, he swung back, his fist connecting and staggering the massive warrior. Yet these figures were beyond mortal limits, bred and enhanced for war like no other. The Thunder Warrior recovered with eerie swiftness, the fight resuming in a dance of raw power and honed skill. Meanwhile, in the Temple of Steel, Lady Varna's gaze was fixed on the flickering projections that relayed the battle's progress. Her lips formed a thin line as she absorbed the data. The Thunder Warriors' efficiency, their relentless tactics. She felt the chill of realization seep into her, mingled with a grim sense of resolve. "So," she murmured, "the Emperor's strength is more than legend." She turned to her priests and ordered them to prepare the temple's sacred defenses. Marshal Bran, pacing among his gathered warriors, listened to the distant thrum of war carried by the wind. He felt the fever of anticipation coil in his gut. The coming clash would be unlike any battle he had waged before. This emperor would face the full fury of Merica's tribes, and Bran was ready to meet him with flame and fury. The clash between the Thunder Warriors and the Iron Hounds raged on, a brutal symphony of metal striking metal and cries echoing into the dark. Khan Keldor, bruised but unyielding, roared commands as his warriors dug in. The ground beneath them was slick with the remnants of shattered machines and the fallen. An iron graveyard formed under the relentless advance of the Emperor's troops. High on a rampart, Keldor caught a glimpse of one of the golden giants as it tore through his defenders. The warrior's eyes gleamed with a cold, focused intensity that matched the polished brutality of his strikes. Keldor's jaw clenched. To submit was unthinkable, a stain upon the legend he had carved with fire and steel. He hefted a war axe embedded with disruption fields, its surface crackling as he prepared to throw himself back into the melee. To the south, the battle in Iron Keep echoed through the chambers of the Temple of Steel. Lady Varna stood amidst her priests, watching data streams flicker and dance on holographic displays. The Steelbound were silent, their movements controlled, eyes reflecting the cold glow of machine lights. "The time comes, my children," Varna intoned, the silver side of her face flickering with internal luminescence. "We must be the unbreakable anvil upon which this emperor's might is tested." The temple's inner sanctum pulsed with preparation. A chorus of engineers and priests worked in seamless synchrony, sacred litanies blending with the whir of machines. The Steelbound were ready, their exoskeletons hissing as power cells surged to life. In the heart of the temple, relics from the Dark Age stirred, waking at the touch of hands that knew their secrets. On the distant plains, Marshal Bran and his fire riders awaited their turn in this unfolding storm. He stood beneath the red sky, the scent of scorched earth and fuel thick around him. His eyes never wavered as he stared toward the horizon where the embers of Iron Keep's battle glowed. "Let the giants taste victory," he spat, his grin fierce. "They'll find the fire that follows is worse." The Emperor's forces pressed on, each step taking them closer to the heart of Merica. The warlords prepared for what would come next. War not just against each other, but against a force that promised to challenge everything they had ever known. As dawn's pale light crept over the charred battlements of Iron Keep, the fortress stood, defiant but broken. The relentless assault of the Thunder Warriors had left deep scars across its walls, now marked by gaping wounds of shattered stone and twisted iron. Khan Keldor, battered and bloodied, stood among the remnants of his fallen warriors, eyes blazing with fury. The fight had sapped even his augmented strength, and yet defeat was an affront he refused to accept. He drew breath through the acrid, smoke-filled air, readying himself for the next wave. But the Thunder Warriors had paused. They stood like sentinels, their armor gleaming in the dawn as if impervious to the grime of battle. At their head, a figure unlike any other strode forward. Tall, wrapped in a golden aura that seemed to bend the very air around him. The Emperor had come to witness the final act of defiance himself. His eyes met Keldor's, not with anger or mockery, but with a promise. This was the end. Keldor's heart surged with a final, reckless resolve. He raised his war axe, its disruption fields crackling like lightning, and bellowed a challenge that rattled the broken walls of his keep. The Emperor's gaze never wavered, even as Keldor charged. The clash was over in moments. Where the Iron Lord fought with the fury of desperation, the Emperor moved with calculated grace, every step an unassailable truth. The sound of Keldor's defeat reverberated across the battlefield, leaving a silence deeper than any the keep had known. Far from the crumbling walls, Lady Varna watched the death throes of Keldor's reign from the sanctum of the Temple of Steel. Her augmented eyes traced the movements of the Golden Warriors, cataloging their precision, the gaps in their armor, the way they fell back only to strike again with perfect synchronicity. Her mind raced, assessing her own forces, weighing the unknown against her cold certainty. "If we are to stand, we must be more than ready," she whispered to her high priests. Marshal Brand's scouts brought news of the battle's conclusion as he sat sharpening the edge of his chain axe. He spat to the side, eyes narrowing as he heard of Keldor's fall. "The giant has teeth, but we have fire," he muttered, the anticipation building like a storm in his blood. "Let him come. We'll burn so brightly he'll have to remember us." The Iron Keep lay silent in the aftermath, its once mighty halls now echoing with the groans of strained metal and the faint crackle of dying fires. The Thunder Warriors stood in ranks, their gaze fixed forward as the Emperor moved through the ruins. His eyes, pools of unyielding determination, swept over the fallen defenders, the shattered armor of Keldor's iron hounds glinting in the shifting light. This was not just conquest. This was a statement that Terra itself would bow or break. The Emperor paused near Keldor's broken form, the former warlord's breath now shallow, eyes dimming, yet defiant. No words passed between them. There was no need. The message was clear. Merica's strongest had fallen, their age ending under the weight of something far greater. The Emperor turned and signaled to his forces. The Thunder Warriors moved as one, their steps resonating with a controlled power that sent a chill through the surviving defenders. The conquest of Merica had begun. Within the Temple of Steel, the mood was tense. Lady Varna stood surrounded by her council, the glow of cogitator screens casting a cold light on their faces. Reports streamed in, voices clipped and urgent. "Iron Keep has fallen. Keldor is no more." A murmur ran through the chamber, more mechanical than human. Varna's fingers traced the engraved patterns on her armrest, silver eyes narrowing as she processed the news. "We are next," one of her priests said, breaking the silence. His voice was steady, but the twitch at the corner of his mouth betrayed his fear. Varna nodded, her expression hardening. "Yes," she answered, voice echoing through the chamber like a blade drawn in a dark room. "And we will meet him not with desperation, but with the unity he underestimates." In the northern wastes, Marshal Brand listened as scouts recounted the Emperor's triumph with tight-lipped grimaces. The fire in his eyes flared with something more than anger. It was a hunger for battle. "The Iron Lord is dead," one scout said, barely above a whisper. Brand's grin widened, feral and eager. "Good," he growled. "Let the Emperor know Merica is more than stone and metal. Let him taste the wrath of flame." The stage was set. The storm now swept towards Varna's stronghold and the plains where Brand's warbands waited. Conquest would demand more than strength. It would test the spirit that bound steel, flame, and bone. The fall of Iron Keep reverberated through Merica like the strike of a great bell, sending waves of dread and anticipation through every fortress and camp. Within the Temple of Steel, Lady Varna stood before her gathered host, each warrior clad in polished armor inscribed with sacred circuitry. The steel-bound were the epitome of her vision, a melding of mind and machine, moving with silent coordination as their leader's voice cut through the thrumming air. "Our foes believe strength alone will break us," Varna said, her voice a resonant hum that matched the pulse of the temple's power grid. "But they know nothing of the true bond between spirit and steel. Prepare the sanctified relics. We will show them the power of purpose." A shiver ran through the assembled warriors, their eyes flickering with a synchronized glow. Engineers activated the temple's ancient defensive relics, systems whispered to have been drawn from fragments of the dark age of technology. Coils sparked and sang, powering up weapons that emitted a deep, unsettling hum. The temple, once a place of worship and ritual, transformed into a fortress bristling with the means to defy even the Emperor's golden advance. Far to the north, Marshal Brand set his warband into motion, the fire riders roaring with the clamor of igniting engines and the pounding of battle drums. The sky itself seemed to darken as soot and smoke coiled into the air, marking their passage. Bran reveled in the chaos, shouting commands that echoed above the thrum of activity. "If he comes, let him know the fire that devours even gold." His warriors shouted in return, faces painted with ash and victory scars. Each man and woman was ready to etch their legend in blood and flame. As Brand's war machines rolled southward, scouts reported sightings of the Thunder Warriors advancing in perfect formation, their golden forms catching the dawn's light. The air thickened with tension, each step of their approach an unspoken challenge. In the distance, the Emperor's standard rose above the advancing ranks, an unyielding declaration that the time for submission or annihilation had come. Within the Temple of Steel, Lady Varna took her place at the heart of the sanctum, feeling the rhythm of the machine pulse within her. "Let them come," she whispered, fingers tightening around her staff, embedded with data crystals that glimmered with the stored knowledge of ages. "And let the faithful be tested." The sun crept over the horizon, casting long, crimson shadows across the plains of Merica. The golden ranks of the Thunder Warriors moved with implacable precision, their heavy boots drumming a slow, steady beat as they advanced toward the Temple of Steel. Behind them, the Emperor himself rode in silence, eyes fixed on the glinting structure ahead, a bastion of resistance in a world he would soon claim. Within the temple, Lady Varna watched the horizon burn with the approach of the Emperor's forces. The steelbound stood ready, their augmented limbs trembling with the energy coursing through them. The temple's defensive weapons, forgotten by time and reawakened through her knowledge, hummed to life, their capacitors emitting pulses of deep blue light. This would not be a clash of ordinary armies. This would be a battle where belief met the inevitability of conquest. The chants of the machine priests rose to a fever pitch, a litany of ancient rites echoing through the metallic halls. Varna's voice joined the chant, a harmonic call that synced with the thrum of her warriors' exoskeletons. Today we meet the storm as we were forged to, unbowed and bound by purpose. Her eyes, half of metal and half of fierce resolve, reflected the crackling glow of power relays. The air itself seemed to tighten as the steelbound awaited the command to unleash their wrath. Not far from the temple, Marshal Bran and his fire riders watched from a low rise, their machines idling, exhausts puffing smoke into the sky. Bran's blood surged as he observed the Thunder Warriors' disciplined advance. His warriors, eager and restless, clutched their modified weapons, eyes narrowed with anticipation. "We strike when the metal clashes with gold," Bran declared, voice carrying over the clatter of restless chainswords and revving engines. "They will think us a shadow, only to find we are the flame that consumes all." The Emperor raised a hand, and the advance halted, a moment of silence hanging like a breath held too long. The sound of the wind cut through the stillness, carrying with it the chants from within the Temple of Steel. It was a challenge, a final defiance before the clash that would determine whether Merica would submit or be shattered. With a flick of his fingers, the Emperor gave the order. The golden lines surged forward, a tide of force that bore down on Varna's stronghold. The first assault struck the Temple of Steel like a storm unleashed. The Thunder Warriors surged forward, their golden armor gleaming as they met the temple's defenses. Energy beams lanced out from the battlements, bright as captured lightning, striking their front lines. A few warriors fell, their armor scorched and cracked, but the rest pressed on, their advance unwavering and silent. The steelbound, guided by Varna's commands, fired with mechanical precision. Their voices joined in a liturgy of war, each prayer synchronizing the pulse of their augmented limbs with the charge of their weapons. The ground trembled beneath their coordinated barrage, but still the Thunder Warriors moved like an unbreakable wall. Lady Varna stood at the highest point of the temple, a command throne adorned with ancient data crystals that sparked with readouts of the battle below. She observed the methodical advance, her gaze narrowing as she activated the hidden protocols embedded deep within the temple's core. "Deploy the sanctified relics," she commanded. Priests moved swiftly, activating pylons that emerged from the ground, releasing fields of disruptive energy. The Thunder Warriors felt the disruption slow their approach, their armor vibrating as the energy fields tried to gnaw at the power sources within their warplate. For a heartbeat, the assault paused, the defenders finding hope in the slight recoil of their attackers. But the Emperor's champions adjusted, powering through the interference with sheer strength, their advance never faltering for long. Beyond the chaos, Marshal Bran watched from his perch, eyes alight with the heat of battle. The clash between steel and gold roared through the morning air, and he knew it was time. "Fire riders, with me!" he shouted, the thunder of his voice cutting through the noise. Engines roared to life, and the warband surged down the slope, a torrent of fire and metal aimed to crash into the golden tide. The Emperor himself remained distant, eyes assessing every detail with a strategist's precision. He had not come this far to be denied by metal and zeal. As the fire riders approached, a spark of recognition glimmered in his gaze. This was the true heart of Merica's defiance, and it would be met with all the might of the future Imperium. The fire riders swept into the fray, a wave of roaring engines and fire-belching exhausts, their sudden attack breaking against the flank of the Thunder Warriors. Marshal Bran was at the front, his chain axe revving as he led his warriors into the storm. The ground shuddered with the impact of metal meeting metal, sparks flying as the riders clashed with the disciplined golden line. For a moment, the battlefield was a cacophony of roaring engines, gunfire, and the clash of weapons, a maelstrom of chaos that sent tremors across the plains. The Thunder Warriors turned with lethal efficiency, their movements precise and unyielding. Each strike was measured, calculated to break bones and shatter armor. Bran parried a blow with a snarl, feeling the impact reverberate through his body as he pushed back, his eyes wide with the thrill of battle. The flame decals on his armor glimmered, catching the glint of morning light as he swung, each strike met with a counter from the golden warriors who surrounded him. In the heart of the Temple of Steel, Lady Varna's voice rang out, issuing commands to bolster their defenses and shift fire toward the incoming chaos. The Steelbound adapted, their precision fire catching the edges of Bran's charge. The temple's relic weapons, powered by the rites of ancient knowledge, emitted deep pulses of energy that crackled through the air and struck at the Emperor's warriors. Yet the Emperor himself had not yet moved. He observed from a distance, a figure shrouded in a golden aura that seemed untouched by the carnage. His eyes followed the battle as if it were a game of strategy, noting the moment when Bran's force began to waver under the combined weight of the Thunder Warriors and Varna's focused barrage. Marshal Bran felt the shift, saw his warriors struggling against an enemy that did not tire. The Fire Riders, built for sudden raids and ferocity, found themselves in a contest of endurance. But surrender was a foreign concept. "Push forward," he roared, igniting the fuel lines on his weapon to send a burst of flame into the closest Thunder Warrior. The warrior staggered, but then regained balance, eyes glowing behind the mask as it advanced once more. The battle raged, a symphony of resistance, power, and sacrifice, with the fate of Merica poised in the hands of its defenders and the unyielding will of the Emperor. The battle reached a fever pitch as the Fire Riders met the relentless discipline of the Thunder Warriors. Marshal Bran pushed deeper into the melee, eyes wide with the savage joy of combat. He could feel his warbands straining against the unyielding line of gold and iron, their roars mixing with the screech of clashing metal. Around him, warriors fell, their armor shattered by the sheer might of their opponents. Bran's chain axe whirred through the air, connecting with a resounding crack against a Thunder Warrior's shoulder, only for the behemoth to counter with a punch that nearly drove Bran to his knees. From her vantage, Lady Varna observed with sharp eyes. The battlefield unfolded before her as data streamed in quick pulses across her visual overlays. She whispered a command, and the Steelbound adjusted their fire, targeting strategic points in the enemy's formation. Energy bolts streaked through the morning haze, lighting up the conflict with flashes of blue and white. For a brief moment, it seemed the combined effort of the Steelbound and the Fire Riders might shift the tide. But then, the Thunder Warriors surged with renewed purpose, as if emboldened by an unseen signal. The discipline in their ranks was absolute, their every move synchronized by a greater design. Bran's grin faltered as he realized they were pushing him and his warriors back toward the temple's fortified line. Amidst the chaos, the Emperor finally moved. His presence was like a beacon, a pulse of gold that turned the tide of battle with its sheer command. He walked into the heart of the struggle, untouched by stray shots or the clamor of violence. His gaze locked onto Varna's stronghold, reading its defenses, assessing the defiance that radiated from its steel walls. Varna's augmented eyes fixed on him, feeling the weight of that gaze even across the distance. She whispered a silent prayer to the machine spirits, fingers tightening around her staff. This was not just a test of might, it was a test of conviction. The Emperor's forces advanced, the unbreakable will behind them now unmistakable. The Emperor's advance sent ripples through the battle, an undeniable signal that changed the course of the fight. The Thunder Warriors, emboldened by their master's presence, surged with even greater intensity, their formation tightening as they pushed back the exhausted Fire Riders. Each movement was deliberate, the clash of their armor echoing through the ravaged plain. Marshal Brand struggled against the unrelenting force. His muscles ached, and his chain axe felt heavy in his grip, but he refused to give ground. His gaze darted to the temple, where the steel-bound unleashed coordinated volleys of energy that briefly illuminated the battlefield in pulses of stark light. The sight of Varna's warriors holding the line steeled him. "Hold!" Brand shouted, his voice ragged but fierce. "We bleed today, but we do not break." At the temple's gates, Lady Varna's expression was carved from iron. She had not blinked since the Emperor's golden form had entered the fray, his every step measured, every gesture deliberate. He moved with an air that made the ground seem steadier beneath him, as if the chaos itself bent to his will. Varna raised her staff, the embedded data crystals glowing brighter as she commanded the temple's final layers of defense to activate. The deep, resonant hum of ancient machines filled the halls, making the walls vibrate as weapons locked and fired. The Thunder Warriors pressed forward, deflecting bolts with their gauntlets or absorbing them with armor thick enough to withstand ancient siege engines. Yet, even they faltered when faced with the sudden surge of power unleashed from the temple's innermost sanctum. A barrage of energy surged forth, casting a dazzling wave of light that cut into the enemy's ranks. The line buckled, and for the first time the advance slowed. The Emperor observed this with narrowed eyes. His own forces, bred and tempered for moments such as this, held their ground, waiting for his silent command. And then, with a subtle nod, he gestured forward. The Thunder Warriors resumed their advance, stepping over fallen comrades and shattered steel. The impact resonated through Bran, whose teeth clenched as he watched the unyielding power before him. This was not the desperation of an ordinary conqueror, it was destiny made manifest. The defenses of the Temple of Steel hummed with raw energy, pulsing in waves that lit the battlefield in bursts of white and blue. Lady Varna stood in the heart of the command chamber, surrounded by the rhythmic glow of data feeds and the chant of the machine priests. The temple's walls shivered as ancient cannons unleashed another volley, momentarily halting the golden advance. She could feel the charge in the air, taste the tang of ozone as static crackled around her. It was as if the temple itself was alive, straining to hold against the inevitable. Outside, Marshal Bran and his Fire Riders fought with a fury born of desperation. The clash of battle was deafening, a symphony of grinding metal, shouts, and the rhythmic pounding of heavy boots on blood-streaked earth. Bran's chain axe, its blade dulled by repeated strikes, clashed against a Thunder Warrior's pauldron. Sparks leapt between them as the two locked eyes. Bran's lips curled into a defiant snarl. The Golden Giant pushed forward, driving Bran back a step, but the Marshal twisted away, refusing to be toppled. But the Emperor's warriors were relentless, and the strain began to tell. The Fire Riders' formation splintered, their fervor colliding with the raw might of their opponents. One by one, Bran's warriors fell or were forced back, their fiery advance dimming under the weight of the Thunder Warriors' cold precision. From the temple, Varna's augmented gaze took in the battlefield. Her expression did not waver, even as the outer defenses buckled and cracks formed in the walls that had stood for centuries. "We were forged for this," she whispered, more to herself than to those around her. The steel-bound responded to her silent command, stepping forward with measured precision to fill the breaches. They stood resolute, their bodies braced, weapons humming with the song of power. The Emperor himself moved at the edge of the conflict, his eyes reading the ebb and flow with the detachment of a strategist and the weight of a leader. He watched the battle grind into the final push, where even the strongest would feel the strain. The resistance was formidable, but he saw the moment approaching. The breaking point where the will of Merica would shatter or rise in one last, brilliant defiance. The sun cast its harsh light over Merica's plains, revealing the scale of the battle below. The The Thunder Warriors pushed with unyielding precision, stepping over twisted wrecks and fallen shields, their golden armor now tarnished with the dust of conflict. The temple's defensive fire flickered under the strain, its once resounding power waning as energy cells depleted and sacred machinery stuttered with exhaustion. Lady Varna stood tall despite the tremors beneath her feet. The once perfect cadence of the temple's power grid faltered, echoing with warning tones. She knew this was the edge of the storm, the moment where steel and spirit either fused or shattered. Her eyes met the faces of her steel-bound, unwavering in their devotion. "Hold fast," she said, her voice like tempered iron. They nodded, their mechanical limbs shifting as they braced themselves against the next charge. A cry from outside the gates heralded the final push. The Thunder Warriors advanced with shields interlocked, their unity an indomitable force. Energy bolts deflected or fizzled against their armor, the hiss of dissipating charges filling the air. The Steelbound met them with disciplined fire, the air alive with flashes of light and the thrum of weapons. But the pressure was immense, the might of the Emperor's forces undeniable. Marshal Bran, refusing to yield, fought with a wild ferocity that left scorch marks and dents in the enemy ranks. The battle around him was chaos, yet he thrived in it. Each clash reverberated through his bones, each shout a testament to his warriors' resilience. But the tide was shifting, and Bran's eyes narrowed as he realized their line was fracturing. He signaled a fallback to regroup near the temple's outer wall, a maneuver he'd hoped to avoid but now saw as necessary. The Emperor stepped forward, a figure of calm amidst the storm. He raised one hand, the motion causing a ripple in the Thunder Warriors' advance. They slowed, just enough to allow the temple's defenders a moment to draw breath. The battle paused, suspended in a silence heavy with anticipation. Varna's gaze locked with the Emperor's across the field, a silent recognition of what came next. Will against will, purpose meeting the inevitable. Lady Varna stood at the highest tier of the Temple of Steel, feeling the pulse of her ancient sanctuary struggle against the relentless assault. The pause that had fallen across the battlefield was deceptive, a brief calm before the storm's final surge. The Emperor's presence, commanding and inscrutable, seemed to press against her mind with an almost palpable weight. For a brief, defiant moment, Varna allowed herself an unthinkable thought. Could even the great hive city of New York, with its countless defenses and labyrinthine depths, withstand such a force? She pushed the doubt away, steel-hard resolve reclaiming her mind. "Prepare the sanctum," she ordered, voice sharp as the crack of a bolter. Her priests and engineers scrambled to respond, their faces set with the same intensity that defined the Steelbound. The temple's last reserves of power were redirected to defensive arrays, and the ancient weaponry that hummed with stored energy, relics passed down and maintained for centuries of defiance. The Emperor's gaze shifted from Varna to the field, calculating, reading the battlefield as one might a complex equation. His golden-clad warriors shifted formation, readying for the final push that would end this stand. Around him, the air seemed to tighten, as if Terra itself held its breath for the conclusion. He gave the slightest nod, and the Thunder Warriors surged forward again, their shields catching the sun in blinding flashes. Marshal Bran, his breathing ragged, rallied his warriors as they fell back toward the temple's defenses. His chain axe, scarred from countless blows, hung at his side, still sparking as he pushed forward. "This isn't over," he growled, eyes darting from the relentless advance to the dwindling strength of his warriors. They met the oncoming force with a renewed resolve, the fire of Merica burning in them, even as the odds shifted against their favor. The steel-bound opened fire in disciplined unison, their augmented limbs moving with practiced precision. The impact rattled the air, but the Golden Warriors pressed on, their shields absorbing the punishment with relentless determination. Varna watched with a mixture of awe and cold calculation as the golden tide met the defenders at the threshold. The time had come. Merica's fate would be decided in this final stand. The clash at the Temple of Steel reached its crescendo, each heartbeat pounding in the chests of the defenders as if echoing the dying rhythm of their fortress. The Thunder Warriors pressed forward with the unyielding strength of a rising tide, their steps reverberating against the temple's strained walls. Their advance was no longer just a battle, it was the turning of an age, a test of the Emperor's unrelenting vision. Lady Varna gripped her staff tighter, the glimmering data crystals embedded within pulsing erratically. The temple's machine spirits, long her steadfast allies, now struggled under the demands placed upon them. She could feel the weariness in the circuits, the hum that had once resonated with power, now a strained vibration. "Hold them here," she commanded, voice cutting through the clamorous chant of the priests and the pounding boots of her steel-bound. The steel-bound warriors stood as shields and spears, the mechanical joints of their limbs whirring and clicking as they met the invaders. Each step back was measured, each shot carefully aimed, but the gap between defenders and conquerors narrowed inexorably. One by one, Varna's warriors fell or were pushed aside, their disciplined line cracking under the relentless pressure. Marshal Brand sensed the shift, felt the breaking point approach like a storm. With a snarl, he threw himself back into the fray, chain axe screaming as he brought it down on the nearest golden-clad foe. Sparks exploded, metal bit metal, but the opponent met his strike with an iron-hard parry, eyes blank and unyielding. Brand's resolve wavered, a rare sliver of doubt cutting through the battle madness that fueled him. And then, amidst the storm of battle, the Emperor stepped into the shadow of the temple's great doors. His golden armor glowed with an otherworldly light, undimmed by smoke or blood. The air itself seemed to still, and for a heartbeat, the chaos paused. His voice, clear and commanding, cut through the cacophony. Enough. The Thunder Warriors halted mid-strike, their obedience instantaneous. The temple defenders faltered, their exhaustion meeting a sudden, suffocating silence. Varna met the Emperor's gaze, the silver circuits in her face reflecting his golden light. In that moment, she saw not just a conqueror, but an embodiment of purpose that transcended all she knew. Her knees trembled, not from fatigue, but from the weight of realization. She understood that resistance was futile. The age of the warlords was over. The silence that followed the Emperor's command was as profound as any battle cry. The Thunder Warriors stood like statues, their weapons lowered but ready, their faces concealed behind helms that bore the cold, mechanical imprint of their creation. The air hung heavy with the acrid scent of burnt metal and the whispers of wounded defenders. Lady Varna exhaled slowly, her breath carrying the weight of hard choices. The flickering light from the temple's failing power grid reflected in her eyes as she straightened, lifting her staff in a gesture that commanded attention. Her voice, when it came, was steady despite the tumult inside her. "Stand down," she called out, the words slicing through the uncertainty that had seized her steel-bound warriors. The chant of the machine priests faded, replaced by the tense, electric hum of machinery winding down. The temple defenders exchanged looks of disbelief, but they obeyed. Weapons were lowered, and the last of the defensive energy arrays powered off with a series of clicks and hisses. A wave of exhaustion washed over them, both physical and emotional, as the weight of surrender settled into their bones. The Emperor took a step forward, his eyes scanning the war-weary faces of Varna's soldiers, reading the resignation in their postures. There was no gloating in his expression, no triumph. Only the solemn understanding of what this moment meant for Merica and the future that now stretched before it. His gaze finally met Varna's, acknowledging her as a leader who had chosen to protect what remained rather than lose it to annihilation. Marshal Brand, still catching his breath, stared at the scene in disbelief. The fire in his eyes flickered uncertainly. Surrender was not in his nature. The very idea burned like a wound. But he saw the silent understanding pass between Varna and the Emperor, and in that moment he knew that brute defiance would mean nothing now. Yet a part of him wondered what would come next. The Emperor turned slightly, eyes sharp as a blade's edge, and spoke, his voice low but carrying the force of command. "This is but the first step. Terra must be united or it will fall. From the ashes of war, we forge a future." The battle-scarred plains of Merica fell into a tense stillness. The fires at the Temple of Steel casting long shadows over the battered remnants of the once mighty stronghold. Smoke twisted into the morning sky, carrying the scent of charred iron and broken ambition. The Emperor stood among the remains, his golden armor gleaming beneath the soot-streaked light, eyes already looking beyond this victory to the next conquest. His vision was not bound by this battlefield, but spanned all of Terra. and on the horizon, a new target beckoned, a place that pulsed like a living heart in the southeast. New York, the Hive City. New York was unlike the stark bastions ruled by warlords or the temples devoted to machine spirits. It was a labyrinth, a vertical world teeming with life and industry, where the smoke of manufactorums mingled with the cries of its inhabitants. Towers reached high into the poisoned sky, their spires punctuated by the glint of auger arrays and cannon turrets. Below, layers of habitation, stacked like a fortress of filth and steel, where millions lived, fought, and bartered in the constant churn of hive existence. The city was ruled not by a single warlord, but by a council of syndicates, each vying for dominance, each with secrets that kept the city alive through blood, coin, and power. These syndicates had watched the fall of the Iron Keep and the surrender of the Temple of Steel with wary eyes, knowing the Emperor's path of conquest was not a force that could be ignored. In one of New York's spire chambers, High Arbiter Trazyn, a man wrapped in layers of dark robes and surrounded by augmetic advisors, stood before a viewport overlooking the hive. His eyes, sharp and calculating, scanned the cityscape as murmurs of concern hummed through the chamber. Reports streamed in from the scouts, bearing grim news of the Emperor's triumphs to the north and the growing march of his forces. "This cannot be allowed," Trazyn spoke, his voice smooth but edged with urgency. His fingers drummed a rhythm against the data slate in his hands. "If we fall, the heart of Merica falls. We must prepare to meet this unifier with every resource we possess." In the deep shafts of New York, where the light of day was a myth and power was measured in breaths spared, word of the Emperor's coming seeped like poison. Gangers whispered, the forges roared, and the syndicates sharpened their blades. New York, the hive that had never bent, felt the chill of an unspoken fear. New York was a city of layers, each a world unto itself. In the upper spires, where the powerful held court amid gleaming auger arrays and blackened gun emplacements, there was a wary silence. Below, in the mid-levels where smoke billowed through iron-choked corridors and commerce thrived under flickering lumen strips, whispers raced like sparks through dry tinder. And in the underhive, where the world narrowed to knife fights and the grind of ancient machines, the name of the Emperor reached ears accustomed only to the clash of steel and the screams of the forgotten. The High Arbiter Trazyn turned from the viewport, the lines of his face etched deeper by the weight of his thoughts. His council room was alive with the muted hum of cogitators and the soft whir of servo skulls recording every word. Around him stood the representatives of New York's most powerful syndicates, each more ruthless than the next. They wore sigils of iron and bone, marks of their allegiance to the industries or criminal empires they controlled. "Every victory north of here has been swift," Trazyn said, his voice sharp as the edge of a blade. "The warlords fell, not just because they underestimated the Emperor, but because they believed their walls would hold. New York must be different. We must use the city itself, twist its depths into a weapon." A woman stepped forward, her gaze steely under a fringe of black hair streaked with gray. Syndic Halen, the iron hand behind the city's largest manufactorum guild, spoke with the confident bite of one who'd never known defeat. "Then we call the banners, the gangers, the underhive clans. They live for this. Offer them a chance to fight not for coin, but for the soul of New York, and they will come." The chamber buzzed with agreement, the shadows cast by dim lumen orbs flickering across the walls. The plan was set into motion. Messages flashed through hidden networks, hands exchanged tokens and whispers, and the city shifted as if waking from a long sleep. The great hammers of the forges struck harder, a deep thrum that vibrated through the bones of New York's populace. Meanwhile, in the deepest levels where rust and ruin were kings, Roth the Red, leader of the largest underhive gang, sat on a throne of scrap. His blood-red eyes glinted as the messengers from above brought word of war. A grin split his scarred face. "The Emperor himself, they say? Let him come. We've held this pit with knives and grit. We'll show him how New York greets kings." And so, as the Emperor's banners moved southward, New York readied itself. The Hive City would not be caught unprepared. It would meet the storm with every soul, blade, and bolted door it possessed. New York rumbled with an energy that crackled through its iron bones. The hammers of the manufactorums roared, and the deep, rhythmic thud of power generators vibrated through the stacked levels. The city's readiness was a testament to centuries of hardened survival. Where the northern warlords had faltered, New York vowed to endure. In the upper spires, High Arbiter Trazin paced within the heart of the command chamber, eyes flitting over tactical displays projected by flickering hollow units. Schematics of New York's labyrinthine depths unfolded in blue light, showing the interconnected chambers and kill zones meticulously designed for internal defense. His voice was tight as he addressed his gathered syndics. The Emperor may have conquered warlords, but New York is more than warriors. It is a fortress, a machine of millions. The council members nodded, their resolve steeled by the roar of distant forges and the rumble of armored transports mobilizing in the streets below. Servitors moved like clockwork creatures, carrying ammunition, bolting down barricades, and repairing turrets under the supervision of tech priests clad in robes etched with machine blessings. From balconies and platforms, gangers and militia checked their weapons, eyes narrowing at the horizon that promised the storm of war. Meanwhile, deep in the Underhive, Roth the Red rallied his legion of outcasts. His gang, the Rusted Sons, prepared with a mix of enthusiasm and grim determination. They were clad in armor pieced together from scavenged plates, the paint faded but marked with defiance. Roth's voice boomed over the cacophony of barked orders and the grind of old engines. They say the Emperor brings gods in gold and giants made for war. But here, in New York, we bleed iron and spit fire. Let him try us. The Underhive roared with approval, a sound that surged through tunnels and out into the labyrinth of dark alleys and fortified choke points. It was a declaration that New York, from its gleaming spires to its shadowed depths, would fight with everything it had, old grudges and fierce pride igniting into a collective will to resist. On the horizon, banners of black and gold began to appear, first as dark specks against the sky and then as a sea of disciplined warriors. The Emperor's forces, having pressed south with methodical precision, paused at the sight of the Hive city rising like a jagged titan, crowned in smoke and defiance. The Thunder Warriors, clad in their iconic armor, stood ready, eyes fixed on their prize. In the distance, the Emperor himself observed New York, seeing not just a conquest but a crucible, a test for the strength of the unity he sought to forge. As New York braced itself, a deep silence swept through its districts, broken only by the low hum of power conduits and the whisper of wind carrying the distant rumble of the approaching army. The city of New York stood like a fortress carved from iron and smoke, its silhouette bristling with gun emplacements, towers crowned with augur arrays, and narrow walkways fortified for battle. A tense silence gripped the Hive as the Emperor's forces approached, their formation perfect, a marching storm that heralded the end for those who dared resist. From the spires, High Arbiter Trazin watched through a magnocular, the edges of his jaw tight with strain. His advisors murmured among themselves, exchanging updates as cogitators hummed and the glow of data feeds danced across the chamber's steel walls. "They'll test us first," Trazin muttered, lowering the magnocular. "Let them learn the taste of New York's bite." Moments later, the horizon lit up with the distant glimmer of the Thunder Warriors' initial salvo. Artillery thundered, launching shells that arced through the sky and burst against New York's outer defenses. The impact was immediate, a flash of heat, shrapnel whistling through the air, and the ground shivering underfoot. But the city stood fast, its walls reinforced by layers of plasteel and rockcrete, held against the opening barrage. "Return fire," Trazin ordered, his voice resonant with authority. Along the battlements, militia operators activated long-range cannons and heavy stubbers. The whine of charging weapons filled the air before they spat projectiles back at the approaching tide. From hidden alcoves, missile batteries unleashed volleys that arced with red flares, seeking the ranks of golden warriors below. Roth the Red felt the tremors even in the depths of the Underhive, where every shudder was magnified by the tight, metal-clad confines. He grinned, eyes glinting with excitement as the echoes of battle reached his ears. "It begins," he said, flexing his hands, their knuckles scarred from countless fights. Around him, the Rusted Sons waited, tension vibrating through their ranks like a coiled spring. On the field, the Thunder Warriors advanced through the retaliatory fire, their towering forms shrugging off impacts that would have crippled lesser men. The disciplined line never faltered, their strides steady even as explosions bloomed around them. The first of them reached the foot of New York, glancing up at the metal bastion that loomed over them like a challenge made flesh. The Emperor watched from a rise, eyes reflecting the light of the battle. His mind, calculating and unyielding, absorbed the scene. New York's defenders were fierce, their preparations thorough, but he knew this was only the beginning. The city would not fall easily. It would be torn down, layer by layer, as every fortress and soul within faced the inevitable. The first wave of the Emperor's assault had tested New York's resolve, and the Hive City had met it with iron teeth and gunfire. Smoke coiled above the battlements, carrying the acrid scent of burnt propellant and scorched metal. The defenders knew they had drawn blood, but the storm pressing down on them was far from spent. High Arbiter Trazyn stood motionless as the battle raged, eyes scanning reports that flickered across holoscreens. He could hear the distant cries of the wounded and the thrum of support engines as they ferried munitions to the upper levels. "They come with relentless purpose," he said, half to himself, half to his advisors. "We will match them with defiance." The next wave arrived like a hammer blow. The Thunder Warriors, now reinforced, pushed into the defensive perimeter, their presence a juggernaut of war. New York's cannons thundered, a deep, rolling sound that seemed to shake the very sky. The Golden Warriors moved through the barrage, shields absorbing hits that would have disintegrated lesser troops. When they returned fire, it was with a precision that shattered turrets and silenced defensive lines. The mid-levels of New York roared to life as the syndicates called their banners. Armored transports rumbled through narrow streets, carrying gangers with weapons ready and eyes glinting with battle lust. Syndic Halen directed her manufactorum guards from a high balcony, her voice amplified by voxcasters. "Push them back! The soul of New York is at stake!" The shouts of militia and gang leaders echoed her cry, rallying those around them. Below, in the churning chaos of the Underhive, Roth the Red readied his rusted sons for the fray. The walls shook with each blast from above, dust and grit falling like rain. "Move!" Roth commanded, voice raw with anticipation. His warriors surged forward through winding metal corridors, bound for the industrial elevators that would take them closer to the battle's heart. At the forefront of the charge, the Thunder Warriors breached the first wall. Steel groaned and shattered, creating a path into New York's outer districts. The defenders recoiled, struggling to regroup as the disciplined giants advanced, a sea of gold against the dark, ironclad defenses. From behind, the Emperor's standard-bearers raised their banners high, and the horizon glowed with the promise of relentless conquest. Trazyn watched with clenched teeth as the tide crept inward. He knew that this would not end in a mere skirmish. This was the slow, grinding siege of a city that had never been taken, a fight that would strip New York down to its iron bones. The golden tide of Thunder Warriors advanced, their pace relentless as they broke through the first defensive walls of New York. Cries echoed through the metal-clad alleys as defenders scrambled to fortify new positions. The outer districts, once teeming with the mechanical heartbeat of industry, now roared with the chaos of battle. Fire belched from shattered turrets, and smoke churned like storm clouds caught between the towering spires. High above, High Arbiter Trazyn tightened his grip on the railing as reports streamed in. His eyes, sharp and wary, swept across the shimmering holoscreens. "They pressed too hard," an aide whispered, fear slicing through the clamor of orders. Trazyn's expression darkened, and he turned with a voice like tempered steel. "Then we press harder. Release the second wave." Orders crackled over voxcasters, echoing through every level of the hive. Last rifles flashed from defensive emplacements, their beams searing through the smoke and finding gaps in the Thunder Warriors' formation. The sound of gunfire mixed with the deeper, resonant boom of autocannons as New York's defenders doubled their efforts. Sparks erupted from impact points, and golden armor that had weathered dozens of assaults now bore the marks of this relentless resistance. Far below, in the labyrinthine guts of New York, Roth the Red led his rusted sons through darkened tunnels. The sound of battle above thrummed through the walls, a siren call urging them forward. They emerged in a crisscross of metal walkways, where militia groups struggled to hold a vital choke point. Roth's red eyes caught the glint of golden armor pressing forward. He raised a hand, signaling his warriors. "Up, now! Let's show them why New York never falls." The rusted sons charged, their makeshift armor clanging as they stormed up maintenance ladders and burst onto the streets, adding their fury to the defenders' ranks. They crashed into the flanks of the advancing Thunder Warriors, catching the giants in a sudden crossfire that forced them to slow. The defenders' cries became a chorus of hope, driven by the sight of the Underhive's most feared gang fighting for their city. But the Emperor's forces were unyielding. Though they adjusted, pivoting to meet this new threat, their line held, and with each crushing step, they moved deeper into New York's heart. Trazyn watched the map flicker, red lines blinking where positions were lost and reclaimed. The hive shook as if alive, its defenders locked in a desperate struggle that resonated from the highest spire to the lowest sump. The battle raged through the labyrinthine streets of New York, an eruption of sound and fury that reverberated from its spires to its deepest tunnels. The Thunder Warriors pressed into the heart of the city, their massive forms moving with a mechanical grace that defied their size. Each step was a declaration of conquest, each swing of their weapons a promise kept to the Emperor's vision. High Arbiter Trazyn felt the walls of the command chamber shudder as distant explosions echoed up from the lower levels. His counselors relayed frantic updates, their voices mixing with the static of voxcasters. "They've taken the northern sector," one shouted, sweat beading on his brow. Trazyn's jaw clenched, the taste of copper in his mouth from where he had bitten down too hard. "Initiate the Iron Roar." The command passed through New York's defensive networks like an electric current. Hidden caches sprang open, and the ground shook as massive autoloaders activated, dragging ancient artillery pieces into position. These were relics of forgotten wars, seldom used and always feared. The defenders looked up, wide-eyed, as the Iron Roar awoke with a groan that resonated through the metal skin of the city. The Thunder Warriors paused momentarily as the roar unleashed itself. A wave of concussive blasts and whistling shrapnel battered their lines, knocking even the largest of them off balance. Smoke and debris choked the air, mingling with the cries of defenders who seized the moment to charge back into the fray, las rifles snapping and stubbers rattling. Roth the Red led a flanking push, his rusted sons surging with renewed energy. He swung his chain axe into the side of a towering warrior, sparks flying as the blade found a seam. The moment of impact was fleeting but significant, enough to disrupt the advance and create a window for the defenders to regroup. Roth's grin split wide, teeth bared, but the Emperor's forces did not break. They adjusted with a cold precision, shields interlocking as they braced against the storm. The Emperor himself watched from a high perch outside the immediate conflict, the chaos below reflected in his eyes. He observed as the defenders poured their last reserves into the fight, and he knew this was the true nature of conquest. Not the strength of the strike, but the resilience of those who faced it. The Iron Roar bought New York precious moments, a breath before the plunge. Yet, Trazyn felt the weight of inevitability pressing down. The city had shown its iron will, but how long could it hold against the tide? The Iron Roar had bought New York precious moments, stalling the Thunder Warriors and reigniting the defenders' resolve. Yet those moments were brief, fleeting as sparks against the wind. When the Emperor's forces pressed forward once more, they did so with a precision that silenced any glimmer of hope. Trazyn stood over the central command table, eyes darting from one pulsing red icon to another as they winked out, marking fallen positions. The holoscreens, now smudged with the fingerprints of frantic advisors, glowed dimly in the chamber's harsh light. "We have to hold Sector 7 at all costs," Trazyn barked, turning to Syndic Halen. Her expression was fierce, jaw clenched, eyes reflecting the shifting blues and reds of the tactical display. Halen nodded sharply. "I'll see to it." She relayed the command into the Vox, her voice like iron. Orders rushed out, spreading through the Hive City's tangled pathways and echoing in the ears of defenders who stood waist-deep in the blood and oil-streaked debris of battle. Below, Roth the Red and his rusted sons fought to push back the advancing golden tide. The walls of their narrow choke point rattled with each blast as Roth swung his chain axe into an approaching warrior's shield. The blow left a deep groove, but the warrior's counterstrike forced him to stumble back, gritting his teeth. "Stand fast, sons," Roth roared, voice raw as his gang surged forward again, the clash of steel against ceramite filling the cramped space. The Thunder Warriors did not falter. They absorbed the defenders' fire, moving through bursts of las rifle shots and the shrapnel of makeshift grenades. Each step was a declaration of their inevitability. The Emperor's standard bearers appeared at the rear, raising their banners high. The golden sigil gleamed in the firelight, a symbol that drew gasps from even the hardiest fighters. From his vantage point at the battle's edge, the Emperor stepped forward, each movement exuding an aura of unwavering authority. His eyes, sharp and luminous, swept across New York's battered streets and shattered defenses, absorbing the desperate fight with a detached understanding. The battlefield seemed to pause in recognition, an electric stillness crackling in the air as even the most hardened gangers of the Underhive felt an unfamiliar chill crawl down their spines. In the command chamber, Trazyn watched the scene unfold, the glow of the hollow screens casting long, flickering shadows on his strained features. He exhaled slowly, voice barely more than a murmur. So, this is what it means when a legend takes the field. The rumble of the Emperor's advance rolled through New York, a living, suffocating force pressing into the city's ironclad heart. The command chamber was a symphony of alarms and hushed urgency. Trazyn fixed his gaze on the hollow displays, their shifting lights painting his face in blues and reds. Syndic Halen's voice cut through the clamor. We draw them deeper, make them bleed for every meter. Trazyn nodded. Signal the fallback. The Manufactorum chambers are next. Vox commands swept through New York's steel arteries, and defenders shifted positions, eyes reflecting determination and the metallic gleam of overhead lumen strips. The rumble of the Thunder Warriors' approach made the ground beneath their boots tremble. In the lower districts, Roth the Red led the Rusted Sons into the fray. The gang charged from shadowed alleys, meeting the Golden Warriors with reckless abandon. Roth's chain axe met a shield with a defiant scream of metal. The warrior in front of him did not flinch, eyes cold and unyielding behind his helm. Roth's grin didn't waver. They'll taste New York's iron before this day is done, he shouted, voice strained but resolute. The golden tide advanced, the Emperor's standard casting a gleam that caught every defender's eye. Yet now, the focus shifted from their sheer power to the murmurs that ran through New York's depths, a song of defiance, refusing to be silenced. The Emperor's standard shone like a beacon as the Thunder Warriors pressed deeper into New York, their advance a relentless drumbeat. The air was thick with the tang of smoke and scorched metal, mingled with the echoes of clashing blades and distant shouts. The defenders fought on, shifting their defense to the Manufactorum chambers, where towering machinery ground on, oblivious to the carnage. Trazyn stood at a balcony overlooking one of the massive industrial chambers. Below him, workers in grime-streaked coveralls bolted makeshift barricades in place, while tech priests chanted benedictions to keep the machines obedient. The hiss and rumble of cogitators combined with the rhythmic pound of New York's giant presses created a backdrop of defiance. This was the city's pulse, the iron heart that had never ceased beating. Seal the gates and activate the incendiaries, Trazyn commanded, voice steady even as the chamber shook under the concussive thump of artillery from above. The workers scurried to obey, fear in their eyes but hands steady. This was not the first time New York had stood on the brink, but it was the first time its enemy was a force like this. Above in the mid-level streets, Roth the Red saw the flicker of movement as the Thunder Warriors approached. Their golden armor caught the reflection of the fires, making them seem like titans walking through flames. Roth's laugh, hoarse and defiant, rose above the din. Let them come. They'll find New York's blood runs hotter than their gold. His words spurred the Rusted Sons forward, their makeshift weapons clanging and flashing as they met the oncoming warriors. The defenders lunged from behind machinery and iron pillars, striking where they could, pulling back before the thunderous counterattacks could find them. The Golden Warriors advanced, slower now, impeded by the maze of industrial corridors and the ferocity of New York's defenders. The Emperor watched from a distance, eyes fixed on the glowing interior of the Manufactorum. His expression was unreadable, a study of intent and judgment. The city's spirit had not yet broken, its heart still pulsed with stubborn life. But the Emperor's gaze held the weight of certainty. It was only a matter of time. The Thunder Warriors pushed into the manufactorum chambers, their advance marked by the rhythmic clash of metal and the deep, unyielding hum of New York's colossal machines. The defenders wove between gears taller than men, pipes hissing steam that coiled through the industrial gloom like phantoms. Every corridor was a gauntlet, every step a test of endurance met with las rifle beams, stubber fire, and the defiant shouts of New York's defenders. Trazyn observed from above, his fingers tapping a rapid, unconscious beat on the railing. The chamber was a tempest of noise, roaring engines, the boom of heavy guns, and the shouts of orders passed from level to level. "Flood the secondary chambers," he called, voice hard as iron. Beneath him, workers threw switches, and valves groaned as boiling steam surged through conduits, spraying out in sudden jets that seared golden armor and forced the Thunder Warriors to slow their march. From within the chaos, Roth the Red and his rusted sons struck. Their charge was a whirlwind of jagged metal and raw defiance, attacking from shadows cast by towering presses and conveyor belts slick with oil. Roth's chain axe met the shoulder of a warrior, sparks erupting as he shouted, "New York will not fall to gold alone." The Thunder Warrior turned, shoving him back with a force that rattled his bones, but Roth landed with a grin that spoke of undying defiance. The Golden Warriors adjusted, shifting their formation to compensate for the close quarters and resistance. The press of battle grew tighter, more brutal. The defenders fought with a desperation born not only of loyalty, but of the understanding that beyond these chambers lay the true heart of New York. The generators, the forges, the very lifeblood of the Hive City. Above, Syndicalin rushed into the command chamber, her face glistening with sweat and soot. "We've held them longer than expected, but they're breaching the inner lines," she said, breathless but defiant. Trazyn turned, eyes catching hers with a fierce light. "Then we bleed them in the iron halls. New York's spirit is forged in fire. We will meet them there." The chamber shook as another wave of concussive blasts thundered through the hive. The Emperor's forces pressed on, but the fight was far from over. New York, scarred but unbeaten, drew them deeper into its labyrinth, intent on making each inch a trial by fire. The noise of the manufactorum was a deafening symphony of gears, steam, and the shouts of desperate men and women. The defenders of New York dug in, barricading themselves behind columns of iron and stacks of steel plating. The chambers were alive with heat, a searing wave that shimmered in the air and magnified the glow of forges, casting long shadows across the battle-scarred floor. Trazyn leaned over a console, eyes tracking the advance of the Golden Warriors on a battered screen. Sweat slicked his brow, but his voice held firm. "Hold the line. They must not breach the central generators." Syndicalin stood beside him, hands gripping a last pistol, knuckles white. "If they reach the generators, we lose everything," she said, her tone a mixture of urgency and unspoken fear. In the midst of the chaos, Roth the Red and his rusted sons clashed with the front line of the Thunder Warriors. Roth's chain axe roared as it found purchase, sparks flying when it met ceramite armor. A golden gauntlet lashed out, sending him staggering back into a support pillar, but he pushed forward again with a laugh that echoed defiance. "New York isn't done with you yet," he shouted, eyes burning with resolve. The Thunder Warriors pressed forward, shields bracing against the defenders' fire. Each step was a test, each clash a question to New York's heart. How long could it hold? Trazyn's eyes met Haylen's, and for a moment, amidst the chaos and heat, they shared the silent acknowledgement of what this battle meant. Not just for them, but for the spirit of New York itself. The manufactorum chambers groaned under the weight of battle, a relentless cacophony of screams, the hum of las rifles, and the metallic thunder of machinery grinding on, oblivious to the struggle consuming its halls. New York's defenders fought like cornered animals, eyes wild with exhaustion but gleaming with an ember of defiance that refused to be extinguished. Trazyn moved through the command area, barking orders over the din. "Redirect power to the auxiliary turrets. Let them taste the heat of New York's forge." Sparks leapt from consoles as tech priests muttered frantic litanies, coaxing aged circuits to hold just a little longer. Syndicalin watched as the defenders executed the new orders. The ancient turrets hummed to life, swiveling with a metallic grind to aim at the advancing Thunder Warriors. They spat bursts of plasma that seared the air and left streaks of blue fire in their wake. The air grew thick with smoke and the sharp, acrid tang of burnt metal. For a moment, the Golden Line paused, shields locked as they absorbed the new barrage. Down among the clashing bodies, Roth the Red saw his chance. With a howl that cut through the chaos, he charged the momentarily stalled warriors, his chain axe a blur of motion. He struck, tearing through a jointed elbow and sending the arm of a Thunder warrior crashing to the floor in a shower of sparks. The warrior turned with cold fury, even as its severed limb twitched on the iron ground. Roth dodged back, a feral grin splitting his face, but New York's defenders were being pushed back step by agonizing step. The Golden Warriors adjusted, their advance becoming a disciplined, grinding push that overcame the flames and bolts hurled against them. The turrets sputtered, power flickering as the relentless heat of battle strained the failing generators. Trazyn glanced at the readouts, then at Halen, whose face was now smudged with smoke and streaked with sweat. She met his eyes, unflinching. "We have to draw them back to the final barricade," she said, voice low but resolute. He nodded, the gravity of that statement pulling at him like a lead weight. The last barrier stood between the Emperor's forces and New York's core, the place where the soul of the city pulsed with ancient, thundering machinery. It was the last hope of the hive and the line they could not afford to lose. The heat from New York's manufactorum chambers cast a molten glow over defenders and invaders alike. The last barricade, an uneven line of plasteel, rusted iron, and haphazard barricades, stood as the final bulwark between the Emperor's Thunder Warriors and the city's core. The hum of ancient machinery thrummed through the walls, a constant reminder of New York's heart, still beating defiantly beneath the din of battle. Trazyn and Syndic Halen stood shoulder to shoulder at the lip of the barricade, their eyes locked on the Golden Legion advancing through the haze. "This is it," Trazyn said, voice tight but unyielding. Behind them, tech priests muttered invocations as they strained to funnel the last dregs of power into crackling energy fields and sputtering defenses. The barrier shimmered with unstable light, a fragile wall between the defenders and annihilation. Below, Roth the Red gathered his rusted sons for their final charge. The clang of boots, the rasp of weapons being readied, and the labored breathing of fighters painted a scene of tense anticipation. Roth wiped blood and grime from his brow, eyes glinting like embers. "Sons, today we show them what New York's iron heart is made of." His warriors, scarred and battle-worn, roared back, pounding their makeshift armor with fists and chain axes, the sound echoing as their pledge. The Thunder Warriors moved forward, shields interlocked, their golden armor reflecting the red and orange glow of forges and fires. Each step sent a shiver through the ground, a harbinger of relentless power. The defenders unleashed their barrage, las rifles spitting beams and plasma bolts hissing through the air. The barrier flickered as it took the brunt of counterfire, in arcs of energy crackling and straining. Roth lunged forward, his chain axe biting into the arm of a towering Thunder Warrior, sending a burst of sparks. The giant swung back with a force that drove Roth to one knee, but he pushed up again, shouting defiance into the warrior's blank, emotionless face. Around him, his rusted sons fought like men who had nothing to lose and everything to prove, weaving through the chaos to strike and retreat, refusing to yield. Halen fired her last pistol into the fray, eyes locked on the advancing line. "Trazyn, the barrier won't hold," she shouted, her voice strained over the roar. Trazyn's jaw clenched as he watched the energy shield buckle and spark. "Then we hold," he replied, the finality in his voice matching the weight of the moment. New York's defenders knew that beyond this barricade there was nowhere left to fall. They were the last pulse of the city, and they would stand until that heartbeat was silenced or rose, impossibly, in triumph. The Thunder Warriors advanced, their shields like a gleaming wall that absorbed the brunt of New York's furious last stand. The energy barrier crackled under the relentless assault, bright flashes searing the smoke-filled air. Each impact sent arcs of blue lightning across its surface, the once brilliant defense flickering dangerously, dimming like a dying star. Trazyn's eyes were fixed on the barrier as it struggled to hold, sweat carving trails through the grime on his face. "Reinforce the left flank," he ordered, his voice a lifeline for the scattered defenders clinging to their posts. But his words barely reached their ears. The roar of battle was too overwhelming, the sounds of las rifles, plasma discharges, and the crash of metal filling every space. Roth, The Red felt the shudder of the ground as another Thunder Warrior stepped forward. He drove his chain axe into the warrior's leg joint, snarling as the blade chewed through layers of armor. The giant staggered but did not fall, swinging its shield with an arc that sent Roth sprawling. He hit the ground hard, the taste of iron sharp in his mouth, but his eyes shone with unyielding fire. Around him, the rusted sons fought on, teeth bared and voices raised in a hoarse battle cry. The energy barrier shivered one last time, then shattered with a sound like a thunderclap. Sparks rained down as the defenders reeled, the golden wall of Thunder Warriors surging forward with renewed purpose. Syndic Halen fired until her last pistol whined with an empty charge, then hurled it aside, grabbing a plasma torch from a fallen mechanic. "Push them back!" she screamed, more a prayer than an order. Trazyn felt the weight of inevitability pressing down, but he stepped forward, drawing his own weapon, a relic blade humming with a faint, violet glow. "New York fights as long as one breath remains," he said, eyes meeting Halen's for a heartbeat before the golden tide crashed into their last line. The melee was a storm of close-quarter combat. Blades flashing, fists striking with brutal efficiency, screams drowned out by the pounding of the Manufactorum's machinery. The defenders fought with every ounce of strength, each movement a defiant answer to the Emperor's will. Yet the Golden Warriors pressed on, their discipline and raw might eroding New York's resolve inch by inch. Above the chaos, the Emperor watched, eyes calculating and unwavering. He observed the defenders' fierce resistance, the iron will that drove them even as the line began to break. He knew that this was the spirit he would harness, not just crush. This battle was more than conquest. It was the crucible that would forge Terra's unity. The final line of New York's defenders buckled under the relentless push of the Thunder Warriors, their shields and armor grinding forward with unstoppable precision. Trazyn's relic blade flashed as he met an advancing warrior, sparks dancing where the blade bit into ceramite. The warrior struck back, forcing Trazyn to retreat, feet sliding over the blood-slick floor as the echoes of battle filled the iron-walled chamber. Syndic Halen, now wielding the plasma torch, pressed against the encroaching line with a defiant cry. The bright arc of energy seared through the air, momentarily forcing a warrior to pause as its armor scorched. But the golden soldiers adjusted, their shields absorbing the intense heat, advancing with measured steps that ignored fatigue or hesitation. Roth the Red pushed himself to his feet, chest heaving, eyes locked on a warrior moving to breach their barricade. He roared and surged forward, a wild swing of his chain axe meeting the edge of a shield with a jarring impact. The power of the blow staggered him, but he held his ground. Around him, the rusted sons fought in brutal unison, their loyalty bound to the very foundations of the city they defended. A roar signaled the final breach. The barricade crumbled as the Thunder Warriors pressed through, scattering defenders and tearing into their ranks. Trazyn gritted his teeth, rallying those nearest to him with a shout. "Hold! For New York! For the hive!" But even as he fought, he could see the toll. The faces of men and women who had given everything, their eyes flickering with exhaustion and a sliver of fear. The clash echoed up to the command chambers and beyond, through the forge halls that pulsed with the heavy heartbeat of New York. The hive was more than a fortress. It was a testament to human will and endurance, an iron city that had stood defiant through centuries of war and strife. In the chaos, the Emperor's gaze remained fixed on the breaking defenders. He stepped forward, his presence alone like a silent command that stilled even the roar of the forges for a moment. The room felt smaller, the air tighter. As the realization sank in, New York had reached the moment where defiance met inevitability. The walls of New York's Manufactorum chambers trembled with the pounding of armored boots and the roar of clashing steel. The last defense line was collapsing, the defenders driven back step by step, their shouts mixing with the din of weapons and the hiss of steam escaping from broken pipes. The Iron City that had defied warlords, raiders, and time itself now faced a force that would not stop until it claimed victory. Trazyn stood among the embattled defenders, his relic blade glowing faintly in the smoky air. His breathing was ragged, each intake sharp with exhaustion. Beside him, Syndic Halen, her face streaked with grime and sweat, raised the plasma torch one final time. Her eyes met Trazyn's, and a silent understanding passed between them. New York had fought to its last breath, But this battle was nearing its end. Above the chaos, the Emperor stepped through the breach, the golden glow of his armor reflecting the fires and sparks that filled the room. He did not raise his weapon or shout commands. His presence was command enough. For a fleeting moment, the defenders faltered, eyes drawn to the figure who embodied Terra's future. Roth, the Red, bruised and bloodied, pushed through the throng, his chain axe sputtering sparks. "This is New York," he shouted, voice breaking as he lunged toward the approaching line. The clash met him with the brutal impact of ceramite and iron. The Thunder Warriors, moving as one, repelled the charge, their shields creating a wall that advanced inch by steady inch. The defenders' line fractured, the cries of the wounded mingling with the clash of metal. Yet even in the chaos, there was a moment of silence, a pause as Trazyn dropped his blade to his side, eyes locked on the Emperor. The weight of history bore down on him, heavier than any weapon. New York had given everything. Its defenders had become legends, but legends could not hold back the tide forever. The Emperor's gaze swept over the scene, taking in the broken but unyielding spirit that lay at the heart of New York. His eyes did not hold triumph or scorn, but a solemn acknowledgement of the cost. This was not just the end of a battle. It was the breaking of an era. New York's iron heart, battered and scarred, would now beat under the rule of a new vision, a unified Terra. The noise of battle fell away, leaving only the hollow echo of final footsteps and the crackle of dying fires. The Thunder Warriors stood victorious, their armor dusted with the soot and blood of New York's defenders. In the midst of the shattered manufactorum chambers, steam curled up through jagged cracks in the iron floor, whispering like ghosts. Trazyn sank to one knee, the weight of exhaustion pressing down harder than any blade. His relic weapon slipped from his grip, clattering against the ground with a metallic ring that echoed in the heavy silence. Around him, the remaining defenders, those few who still stood, gazed at the Golden Legion with eyes that were no longer defiant but hollowed by the toll of defeat. Syndic Halen staggered to his side, clutching a wound that bled dark streaks down her arm. She looked at Trazyn, her expression caught between grief and acceptance. "We did all we could," she whispered, voice rough from the strain. The words were a balm and a curse, acknowledging both their valor and their defeat. In the center of the chamber, the Emperor stood like a statue of fate, watching as New York's last resistance unraveled. His gaze, sharp and unyielding, swept over the scene. He raised one hand, signaling the Thunder Warriors to cease their march. The sound of their movement halted, leaving the chamber filled with an eerie quiet broken only by the distant clang of machinery and the low moan of steam vents. Roth the Red, battered and bloodied, but still upright, stared defiantly at the towering figure. His chest heaved, the ember of rebellion still burning in his eyes. But he knew, as all in that room knew, that New York's struggle had reached its end. The Iron City that had never bowed was now on its knees, and there was nothing left to give. The Emperor's voice, deep and resonant, filled the chamber. New York has fought as few have. Your spirit will not be forgotten. The words were not laced with mockery, but carried a weight that made them linger. He was not here just to conquer. He was here to claim and to reshape. The survivors, eyes filled with the hollow understanding of loss, exchanged glances. They knew their city would change, but it would live on, molded by the will of the one who stood before them. The heavy quiet that had descended over the manufactorum was broken only by the crackling of distant fires and the low hum of New York's dying machinery. The Emperor, framed by the shattered remnants of the once defiant city, cast a long, calculating look over the scene. His eyes lingered on the surviving defenders who stood defiantly amid the wreckage, weapons raised even as the reality of defeat settled in. With a measured breath, the Emperor turned, his gaze shifting to a taller figure that stepped forward from the golden ranks, the unmistakable form of Constantine Valdor, clad in ornate, resplendent armor that shimmered as if touched by sunlight. Valdor's presence, more than even the Thunder Warriors, carried an air of finality. His expression was unreadable, but his eyes held the glint of unwavering resolve. The Emperor gave a single nod, a gesture as subtle as it was absolute. Valdor raised his hand, and the Golden Warriors responded, advancing with a precision that spoke of practiced unity. The remaining defenders stiffened, exchanging looks filled with unspoken words. Trazyn, bloodied and exhausted, straightened as much as he could, the relic blade still in his trembling hand. His gaze locked with Highlands, who stood defiantly, her chin lifted in a silent farewell. Roth the Red watched the advancing line, a smirk ghosting across his scarred face. "Let them come," he rasped. His voice carried through the chamber, igniting the final resolve of his rusted sons. The warriors of New York raised their weapons, a ragged line of defiance against the golden tide. The Thunder Warriors moved with an inexorable force, shields raised, steps measured. The clash was swift and merciless, an ending written not in surrender, but in the sparks of blades meeting shields. The final shouts drowned in the roar of collapsing walls. Trazyn met the charge, his relic blade slicing through the heated air before he was driven back by the sheer power of an armored gauntlet. As the final echoes of the battle waned, Valdor stepped forward, surveying the chamber as silence settled like dust over a city whose iron heart had finally ceased to beat. The Manufactorum, once a thunderous symphony of gears and fire, fell into a deep silence, punctuated only by the distant crackle of embers and the hiss of cooling metal. The last defenders of New York lay still or slumped against the remnants of their final stand, their weapons fallen from limp hands. The relentless advance of the Thunder Warriors had turned New York's iron resolve into memory, an echo fading into the dark corners of the hive. Constantin Valdor stood among the Golden Warriors, his eyes scanning the wreckage with a detached scrutiny. His ornate armor bore the scorches and scratches of battle but shone unyieldingly under the flickering light. Behind him, the Thunder Warriors stood, their shields and weapons lowered as the clangor of combat gave way to the hum of victory. Trazyn, leaning against a shattered console, felt the weight of the room pressing down on him. His vision blurred, but he forced his gaze to meet Valdor's. It was not a plea, nor defiance, just an acknowledgement, an unspoken testament to the fight they had waged. Syndic Halen, bloodied and silent, knelt beside him, one hand still clenched around a last pistol, though there were no more shots left to fire. Roth the Red, battered and breathing in shallow gasps, managed to stand with his back pressed to a broken pillar. His eyes, though shadowed by exhaustion, flickered with the last embers of New York's defiance. Valdor's gaze rested on him for a heartbeat, the silence between them carrying more weight than any spoken word. Roth lifted his head, teeth gritted, and whispered, "New York won't be forgotten." Valdor's expression remained unchanged as he turned away, giving the briefest nod to his warriors. The Thunder Warriors began their final sweep, their steps echoing across the metal floor, ensuring that New York's story ended not with surrender, but with the fierce loyalty of its people preserved in their last silent acts of defiance. The Emperor, watching from the breach, took in the scene with a look of solemn acceptance. New York's defiance had shown the spirit he sought to shape into the bedrock of his vision for Terra, a spirit that would one day forge an imperium built on unyielding loyalty and strength. As he turned to lead his forces beyond the fallen city, the smoke that rose from New York mingled with the sky, carrying with it the final testament of a city that refused to bow. As the fires settled into smoldering embers, New York lay transformed from a hive of defiant energy into a landscape of twisted metal and scorched iron. The city's towering structures, once vibrant with the hum of industry and life, now stood as hollow sentinels, their surfaces pockmarked and jagged. The air was thick with smoke, the scent of oil and scorched steel saturating every breath. Constantin Valdor stepped through the chamber with a measured pace, eyes sweeping over the fallen and the ruins. His presence, formidable even in silence, commanded the room. The Thunder Warriors moved with mechanical precision, checking each shadowed alcove and scorched corridor. They were not just warriors, they were the sentinels of victory, ensuring the end was absolute. Trazyn's breathing was shallow as he pressed himself up from the ground. Around him, those who had survived the last stand stood with the weight of defeat carved into their expressions. Syndic Halen's voice, though weak, rose in the quiet. What now? It was a question not meant for Valdor or the Thunder Warriors, but for the city itself. An echo seeking answers in a place where echoes now died. Valdor's gaze lingered on the defiant faces of New York's last defenders. He did not speak, but there was an acknowledgement in the tilt of his head, a brief flicker that hinted at respect before it vanished behind the stoic mask of duty. Roth the Red's eyes caught Valdor's, and for a moment the battered ganger allowed a smirk. The spirit of New York would not leave with them. It was embedded in the iron and dust, a story forged in struggle. The Emperor, watching from a rise, turned away from the conquered hive. His golden form shimmered as he moved, followed by his warriors. In his wake, the city stood silent but not forgotten, its defiance carved into its broken beams and charred walls. New York's fall was complete, but its spirit lingered, a testament to a people who had met conquest with the roar of iron and the silence of finality. The wind swept through the ruined manufactorum, catching on jagged metal and carrying with it the last whispers of resistance. The age of unending night gripped Terra, shrouding its scarred landscapes in tales of ruin and resistance. Across the broken world, whispers of a rising power drifted like smoke, winding through fortress cities, techno-barbarian kingdoms, and the darkened wilds where no law but survival held sway. Some called him the Emperor, a figure as nameless as he was relentless, whose armies swept through the lands like fire through dry fields. It was said he was not merely a man, but something beyond, cloaked in light and death, his purpose drawn from the stars themselves. In Germany, these rumors were met with silence and stoic gazes. Here, in the land of iron and stone, where winters were long and the people's souls even longer, there was little room for fear. Germany was forged of harder things. Its people had survived the collapse of ages, had bent iron to their will, and built walls that rose like mountains. They held to their ancient ways and honored their own gods of metal and blood, knowing nothing beyond those walls could break what had been carved in iron. Among the silent ranks of warriors and iron mystics, there were those whose faces the annals of history would remember. Children of Germany who would one day grow to shape the galaxy itself, for good or ill. One of them, still only a shadow among the halls of Stahlberg, would come to be known as Fabius Bile, though to Germany he was still merely a clever child with a hunger for strange knowledge, eyes too curious for a world on the brink. But even among Germany's people, a change hung in the air. The warriors, with their scarred hands and eyes like smoldering coals, sensed it in the silence before dawn. The Iron Mystics, guardians of the old machines, murmured of visions, of a tide that would come to swallow the mountains and erase even the oldest strongholds of Terra's history. And within the ancient stones of Stahlberg, the last great bastion of Germany, a grim expectancy had settled. There, high upon those unyielding walls, Sturm King Erhard von Stahl watched the skies as he had 1,000 times before. His people's faces were carved into his heart like stone etchings. Proud and fierce, forged from a history of survival against every storm Terra could unleash. He had led them through winters without end, held them together when wars had come crashing against their gates. Yet he felt it too, that sense of something greater. A shadow that loomed not just over his people, but over all of Terra itself. They said the Emperor brought unity. They said he came to end the old night and bring forth a golden dawn. But von Stahl had seen dawns turn to ash, had watched promises made and broken beneath flags as red as blood. His land, his people, they would yield to no man, no dream woven from light, no power that came to strip them of their strength. Germany would stand, as it always had, and if it must fall, then it would fall with a memory carved in iron, a story of defiance etched into Terra's bones. As the cold wind swept down from the mountains and the fires burned low in the halls of Stahlberg, the people of Germany waited. They waited as those who have seen the end of all things and chosen their path, those who would meet the coming storm with heads held high, eyes like steel. For in Germany, there was no fear of what lay beyond those walls. Only the knowledge that they would stand as they always had, against the dark, against the dawn, against the stars themselves if need be. The age of Terra was ending, and in that final chapter, Germany would not be forgotten. In the heart of Stahlberg, the great hall stood quiet and cold. The stone walls seemed to breathe, casting back whispers of battles long past. Iron braziers burned dull red, throwing shadows over the faces of Germany's leaders. Men and women forged by hardship, their features as weathered as the granite around them. At the hall's center, on a raised platform like a bastion, stood Sturm King Erhard von Stahl, his gaze hard as tempered steel. He looked upon his people, and they looked back with fierce reverence. They knew what was coming. Scouts had ridden in hours ago, bringing word like black-winged birds, grim omens against a pale sky. The Emperor's armies had crossed the borders, marching like thunder, shaking the earth itself. Ursh had fallen. The Pan-Pacific Empire lay in ruins. Now it was Germany's turn. Von Stahl's voice was low and steady, but it cut through the heavy silence like a blade. "We are the last," he said, each word carrying the weight of every fallen fortress and comrade. "When our ancestors raised these walls, it was to guard against 1,000 enemies. They stood unyielding. So shall we." Sturmlord Albrecht Krieger, standing beside von Stahl, nodded grimly. A man of iron and muscle, Krieger's eyes were hard, his hands calloused from battle. Around him were the other warlords and iron mystics, cloaked in shadows, faces obscured. Somewhere in that darkness, the young warrior, Galen Tybalt, watched with a mix of pride and doubt, his hands fidgeting with the strap of his belt. Von Stahl's gaze swept the hall, lingering on each face as though he were inscribing them into memory. "They come with strength we've not yet faced," he continued. "Their leader wields forces we can barely understand, with warriors bred for slaughter, giants in armor that make the ground tremble." A heavy silence followed. Some shifted uneasily. Krieger's lip curled, a ghost of a sneer. "Giant or not, he'll bleed like any man," he muttered. A murmur of agreement followed, low and rough. Von Stahl lifted a hand, silencing them, his eyes held in old darkness. "Perhaps," he said, voice softer now, "but he comes not to bleed. He comes to take what has always been ours." His gesture swept over the walls, the ancient banners heavy with dust. This fortress, this land, our bloodlines, he would see them all swallowed, erased. For a long moment, only the crackling of the braziers filled the air. Then, as if some unspoken oath passed between them, each warrior in the hall straightened, hands resting on sword hilts, the cool weight of iron at their sides. There would be no surrender. They would fight, each of them, to their last breath. Dawn broke cold and gray over Stahlberg. Fog hung thick in the valleys, coiling around the fortress walls and towers, muting the morning light. The people of Germany rose early, each one steadying themselves in the quiet hours before the day's first light truly took hold. On the highest battlements they gathered, warriors inspecting power coils, securing armor clasps, muttering low, solemn prayers to themselves. At the center stood Sturm King Erhard von Stahl, his form stark against the pale light. He wore full battle regalia, ancient armor fitted with energy cells that hummed quietly, pulsing a faint, steady glow along the seams. His helmet rested under one arm, its worn visor bearing the etched marks of countless battles, a silent testament to the years he had defended these walls. By his side stood Eliana Stahlhart, one of the Iron Mystics. Her robes were marked with symbols too old for most to read, and her presence brought a faint scent of oil and incense, a blend of ancient ritual and machine. Beneath her dark cloak, strands of circuitry glinted faintly, woven like veins into the fabric. She met von Stahl's gaze, her expression firm yet carrying the weight of the day to come. "The machines are primed," she said softly. "The energy reserves are old, but they'll hold as long as they're needed." Von Stahl nodded, his eyes fixed on the mist-covered valley below. "They'll hold," he replied. He did not look at her, but his gaze stayed sharp, knowing the lives of his people rested on the old machines and on whatever power the Iron Mystics could still wring from them. Eliana hesitated, her voice subdued. "My lord, there may still be a chance. If we send an emissary, perhaps." Von Stahl's expression grew steely. "No, we are not Ursh or the Pan-Pacific cowards. Germany does not bow." His words held the weight of conviction, as unyielding as the fortress walls around them. Behind them, Krieger approached, his armor clanking against the stone floor. He inclined his head respectfully before speaking. "The men are ready. Every warrior is at their post." Von Stahl looked out over his people, faces marked by years of hardship, hands clutching weapons passed down through generations, relics of a proud past. These were not soldiers who would yield. Each one was bound to this place by oath, by memory, and by the knowledge that retreat would mean the end of all they had defended. He raised his voice, calling down to those gathered below. Soldiers and smiths, iron mystics and young fighters, even those who had only just come of age, standing now with a somber readiness in their eyes. "Today," he shouted, "we stand not for victory, but for remembrance. If we are to fall, let it be known we fell with strength and with honor. Germany does not surrender." The warriors answered in a shout that rang against the stone walls, a sound both fierce and resolute, raw with the certainty of those who knew their path. The Emperor's forces would come, bringing a storm like none before. But for the men and women of Stallburg, there would be no retreat, only the fight. In the hours before noon, the last of the fog had lifted and a chill settled over the fortress. From atop the battlements, the soldiers of Germany saw their enemy at last, a vast host moving as one, stretching across the valley floor like a dark sea. Armor glinted in the weak sunlight, and towering figures moved among the ranks. Thunder warriors, each one a monstrous silhouette of power and violence, weapons charged with energies that hadn't been seen on Terra for centuries. Galen Tybalt, standing at his post along the outer wall, felt a shiver run through him. The Emperor's armies were more fearsome than even the scouts had reported. A war machine assembled with precision and brutality, each soldier a cog in a merciless advancing machine. He forced himself to steady his breathing, one hand resting on the cold metal of his plasma rifle, his finger tracing the grooves worn into its surface by generations before him. Beside him, Krieger's gaze was fixed and unblinking as he studied the approaching army. He raised his voice so that the young warriors around him could hear. "Look well," he said, voice as steady as if he were discussing a morning drill. "That is what we face today. They may come with numbers, with strength, but we have something they do not. We know these walls. We are defenders of our home." Galen swallowed hard, nodding as he absorbed Krieger's words. Yet he couldn't deny the chill of doubt creeping into his mind. What chance did they have against warriors who could move mountains, against a force driven by the Emperor himself? But looking at Krieger, the older warrior's quiet confidence anchored him. The young warriors around Galen straightened, hands gripping their weapons with renewed purpose. The Iron Mystics, Eliana among them, moved along the wall, making their final rounds. Each mystic wore the ceremonial robes that distinguished them, carrying the power cells and capacitor rods they'd spent years preserving for this day. Eliana's hands moved with practiced ease, connecting and testing the ancient energy sources embedded in the wall's defensive systems. She stopped beside Galen, looking down at his rifle. "Your aim is true, Tybalt," she asked, a hint of a smile softening her stern features. "Yes," he replied, lifting his chin. "Good," she said. Her gaze traveled briefly over the assembled warriors. "The old ones say our ancestors would offer blood before a battle, a gift to remind themselves of what they fought for." She held his gaze. "Remember that. Hold to your purpose. It will keep you steady when fear comes." Galen nodded, absorbing her words like an unspoken oath. He knew little of the Iron Mystic's ways, but he felt a strange calm settle over him as she spoke. He adjusted his rifle, taking a deep breath, letting the weight of his purpose steel his nerves. Then, suddenly, a sound ripped through the valley, a deep, resonant blast from the Emperor's war horns, shaking the stones beneath their feet. In the distance, the Emperor's army halted, as though the earth itself held its breath. Galen felt the surge of fear rise once more, but he clenched his jaw, steadying himself as he glanced at Krieger and then at Eliana. They were ready. And so, the men and women of Germany stood at the walls, hearts beating in unison as the Emperor's forces began their advance. The Emperor's war horns echoed again, a rolling thunder that seemed to reach into the stones themselves. Galen tightened his grip on his rifle, feeling the weight of history in his hands, as the Emperor's army began its steady, measured advance. The ground shuddered under the march of countless feet, armor gleaming in dull waves as the soldiers closed in, a vast sea of iron and purpose. Krieger's voice broke through the rumble. "Steady yourselves," he called. "They come to break us, but they don't know these walls. They don't know us." Across the battlements, the warriors of Germany braced themselves, each one with their weapon held firm. Many bore plasma rifles and energy pikes, relics meticulously maintained by the Iron Mystics, while others carried close combat weapons forged in the last stronghold forges. Some soldiers muttered old prayers, others merely watched the oncoming horde with a hardened calm. Eliana moved swiftly between positions, making final checks on the defense systems embedded in the walls. Each ancient mechanism thrummed to life under her hands, a glow of pale energy radiating from the power cells. She glanced up at the approaching army, a flicker of something unreadable in her gaze before she focused back on her work, making sure each piece was charged, each connection secure. From his position, Galen could see the first lines of the Emperor's Thunder Warriors, massive figures armored head to toe, each step of theirs shaking the earth. They moved with precision, unstoppable and relentless. He took a deep breath, feeling his pulse quicken, then forced himself to remember Eliana's words. Hold to your purpose. It will keep you steady. A signal flare rose from the Emperor's forces, lighting up the sky in a flash of red, and then the first salvo of fire erupted towards Stahlberg. The Emperor's opening salvo struck the outer defenses of Stahlberg in an explosion of heat and light. Shards of rock and dust rained down as the ancient walls shuddered, absorbing the initial impact. Galen staggered, steadying himself as the air filled with the sharp tang of scorched stone. Hold your ground. Krieger's voice rang out above the din. He moved along the line, urging the warriors to stand firm, his presence like a shield among them. From her position at the wall's defensive console, Eliana activated a series of energy shields. Arcs of faint blue light flickered to life across the battlements, forming a barrier that glowed weakly but held steady. The Iron Mystics had coaxed these shields back into function from half-forgotten blueprints and a trove of rituals passed down like secrets. They might not withstand the full might of the Emperor's weapons, but they would give Germany's warriors a fighting chance. The Thunder Warriors advanced relentlessly, firing in coordinated bursts that sent waves of energy crashing against the shield. Galen's rifle kicked against his shoulder as he fired back, his shots aimed at the towering figures that were now close enough for him to make out their hulking forms, faces hidden behind dark visors, moving like war machines rather than men. Beside him, Krieger struck down an approaching enemy with a well-placed plasma bolt, a grim satisfaction lighting his eyes. "They're not invincible," he muttered, reloading with practiced speed. "Remember that." The soldiers around him shouted in defiance, rallying under the barrage. Plasma and lasfire filled the air, casting strange shadows over the battlements as Germany's defenders held their line. The shield barriers flickered as the Emperor's forces intensified their assault, each hit dimming the protective light until only a faint glow remained. Eliana's fingers flew over the console, recalibrating the power cells to stretch the shield's capacity, her face a mask of concentration. She could feel the strain in the ancient circuitry, the way the old machinery groaned under demands it was never built to sustain. Another blast struck the wall, tearing into the stone just below the battlements. Galen ducked as chunks of rock flew overhead, dust stinging his eyes. He forced himself back up, aiming his rifle at the advancing Thunder Warriors. One of his shots landed on a warrior's armor joint, and the giant staggered, its armored bulk crashing into the soldier behind it. Galen's pulse quickened with a flicker of hope. But they were coming faster now, moving over the fallen without hesitation. There was no break in their formation, no pause, only the steady rhythm of war, a mechanical, unyielding march. Krieger barked orders, directing soldiers to weaker points along the wall. He spotted Galen and gave him a nod. "Keep your fire sharp. Aim where it matters." "Yes, Sturmlord," Galen replied, the words giving him a steadiness he clung to. He lined up another shot, squeezing the trigger and watching as another advancing warrior jolted under his fire. Below, von Stahl watched the unfolding battle with grim intensity. His gaze traveled over his warriors, each one a testament to Germany's strength, each one fighting to preserve the memory of their homeland. As another barrage struck the wall, he murmured under his breath, a vow as ancient as the stones beneath his feet. Germany would not fall quietly. The shield barriers flickered as the Emperor's forces intensified their assault, each hit dimming the protective light until only a faint glow remained. Eliana's fingers flew over the console, recalibrating the power cells to stretch the shield's capacity, her face a mask of concentration. She could feel the strain in the ancient circuitry, the way the old machinery groaned under demands it was never built to sustain. Another blast struck the wall, tearing into the stone just below the battlements. Galen ducked as chunks of rock flew overhead, dust stinging his eyes. He forced himself back up, aiming his rifle at the advancing Thunder Warriors. One of his shots landed on a warrior's armor joint, and the giant staggered, its armored bulk crashing into the soldier behind it. Galen's pulse quickened with a flicker of hope. But they were coming faster now, moving over the fallen without hesitation. There was no break in their formation, no pause, only the steady rhythm of war, a mechanical, unyielding march. Krieger barked orders, directing soldiers to weaker points along the wall. He spotted Galen and gave him a nod. "Keep your fire sharp. Aim where it matters." "Yes, Sturmlord," Galen replied, the words giving him a steadiness he clung to. He lined up another shot, squeezing the trigger and watching as another advancing warrior jolted under his fire. Below, Von Stahl watched the unfolding battle with grim intensity. His gaze traveled over his warriors, each one a testament to Germany's strength, each one fighting to preserve the memory of their homeland. As another barrage struck the wall, he murmured under his breath, a vow as ancient as the stones beneath his feet. Germany would not fall quietly. Another wave surged toward the walls, unbroken by the fall of their kin. The Thunder Warriors advanced without hesitation, stepping over the bodies of the fallen as if they were nothing more than debris. For every one brought down, two more took its place, each a relentless, armored colossus bearing the Emperor's will. Galen steadied his breathing, letting the rhythm of battle settle over him, his hands moving almost instinctively as he reloaded his rifle. He could hear Eliana's voice nearby, issuing orders to the Iron Mystics as they worked to stabilize the shield barriers. The power cells flickered faintly, the light guttering like a candle in a storm. "Hold the line," Krieger shouted, his voice carrying across the battlements. He fired into the advancing horde, each shot precise, striking where the Thunder Warrior's armor was weakest. Those around him took his lead, their coordinated blasts chipping away at the giant's defenses, slowing their advance step by step. A Thunder Warrior reached the base of the wall, planting something heavy against the stone, a breaching charge, ancient and deadly. Galen's heart stuttered as he saw the device flash to life, a red light blinking in rapid succession. He shouted, his voice ragged, "They're planting charges!" Krieger's eyes narrowed as he took in the threat. "Focus fire on them. Don't let them breach." The defenders redirected their shots, targeting the Thunder Warriors attempting to set the charges. Plasma and last fire lit up the battlements in a furious assault, forcing the giants back from the wall, some stumbling, others dropping as the concentrated fire overwhelmed even their heavy armor. Galen fired until his rifle grew hot in his hands, the energy pack nearly depleted. The explosive device remained attached to the wall, its red light a glaring warning. Desperation surged through him, and he turned to Eliana. "Can the barriers hold if they detonate that charge?" Eliana's face was tight with strain, her voice barely above a whisper. "Not for long." As he looked into her eyes, Galen realized that the real battle had only just begun. The breaching charge glowed with a menacing, pulsing light that seemed to quicken, each flash counting down toward the inevitable. Galen clenched his jaw, his gaze fixed on the device. Around him, the defenders were holding back the Thunder Warriors with everything they had, but the relentless tide pressed on, inching closer to the wall. Krieger's voice cut through the noise, a sharp command. "Get that charge off the wall." Galen took a step forward, gripping his rifle, but Eliana seized his arm, her eyes fierce. "You'll never reach it in time." She looked toward the Iron Mystics gathered along the wall. "Bring me the capacitor rod," she called out, her voice steady despite the chaos. One of the mystics handed her a long metal rod, its tip crackling with stored energy. Eliana's expression hardened as she grasped it, and without hesitation she turned to Krieger. "Cover me." Krieger nodded, motioning for the soldiers around him to form a protective barrier, their fire intensifying as they focused on keeping the Thunder Warriors back from the wall. With a deep breath, Eliana sprinted toward the breaching charge, the capacitor rod held firmly in her hands. Galen watched, his heart pounding as she reached the device. Eliana jammed the rod directly against the charge, releasing a surge of energy that crackled and hissed. The capacitor's power clashed with the charge, forcing the device's circuitry into overload. For a tense moment, the light on the charge flickered, and then, with a sputter, it faded, the device shorting out and going dark. A cheer rose from the defenders, a brief spark of victory amidst the onslaught. But the Thunder Warriors continued their advance, undeterred by the failure of their explosives. They pressed forward, the next line already nearing the wall. Eliana stumbled back, the spent capacitor rod falling from her hand. Galen rushed forward to support her, relief and admiration mixing in his gaze. She met his eyes, a weary smile tugging at her lips. "This isn't over, Tybalt. Stay vigilant." Together, they turned to face the next wave, their resolve unbroken, even as the shadows of the Emperor's war machine closed in around them. The Thunder Warriors regrouped, and their assault came with renewed fury. More breaching charges appeared in their hands, heavy and ominous. Behind them, a new line of soldiers advanced, standard troops clad in armor that, while not as imposing as the Thunder Warriors, was still formidable. They moved in perfect coordination, like cogs in a relentless grinding machine. Krieger shouted fresh orders, his voice hoarse but unyielding. "Focus fire on the charges. Don't let them reach the walls." The defenders took aim, their weapons flaring with plasma and lass fire, striking down any enemy who came too close. But the Thunder Warriors adapted, shields raised, absorbing much of the fire as they pushed forward, step by brutal step. Each blow against them seemed only to harden their resolve. One of the breaching charges struck close, fastening to the lower wall with a magnetic lock, and there was no time to defuse it. The red light blinked furiously as a surge of energy burst from it in a concussive blast, shaking the fortress to its core. Galen stumbled as the shockwave sent a ripple through the walls, stone splintering and cracking. A breach opened in the wall, smoke and dust billowing out. Thunder Warriors surged toward it, their hulking forms taking advantage of the newly created gap. Krieger's voice rang out again, pulling the defenders together with a single word: "Hold!" Galen saw the breach and knew what it meant. Without hesitation, he sprinted to the fractured edge, his rifle aimed steady. "They're coming through," he shouted, his voice swallowed by the roar of battle. He fired into the oncoming mass, each shot aimed to slow them, to buy Jermani precious seconds. Warriors rushed to his side, taking up defensive positions to plug the gap. The clash was brutal. Close quarters now, plasma blades meeting metal, the air thick with smoke and sparks. Krieger joined them, wielding his power axe with practiced precision, cutting down any Thunder Warrior who dared approach. His presence was like a wall in itself, fierce and unyielding. "Stand together," he shouted. "This is where we make our stand." With Krieger at their side, Galen and the others pushed back, fighting with a desperation born of loyalty and pride. They fought for every inch of ground, the wall itself a testament to their courage and resolve. The breach filled with smoke and blood, a narrow, brutal battlefield where the warriors of Jermani met the Emperor's forces in a desperate struggle. The confined space became a crucible. Each inch of ground gained or lost paid for with lives. Plasma blades and axes clashed in flashes of searing light, illuminating the hardened faces of defenders and the implacable visors of the Thunder Warriors. Galen fought shoulder to shoulder with Krieger, the older warriors' movements a whirlwind of practiced, deadly precision. Together, they cut down the first wave of Thunder Warriors pushing through the breach, but more surged forward, a tide that seemed endless. Galen's muscles burned, but he forced himself onward, each strike and shot driven by the simple truth that there was nowhere to retreat to, no home left if they faltered. Beside him, Eliana rejoined the fray, her robes scorched and dirt-streaked, her gaze fierce. She wielded a charged staff, an ancient relic from the Iron Mystic's vaults, each strike emitting a pulse of energy that repelled even the heavy armor-clad giants. She moved with a calm purpose, deflecting blows and taking down warriors with a precision that seemed almost otherworldly. Krieger cast a quick glance at her, nodding in approval. "You're a force today, Eliana." Her eyes didn't leave the enemy. For Jermani, there is no other way. Another Thunder Warrior surged through, raising a weapon charged with energy. Galen saw it too late. The warrior swung, and the blast struck the battlements just inches from him, the explosion throwing him backward. He hit the stone floor, dazed, his ears ringing, the world a blur. Through the haze, he saw Krieger reaching down, hauling him back to his feet. "Stay with us, Tybalt. We're not done." Galen nodded, swallowing his pain, regaining his balance. Around him, the defenders closed ranks, forming a new line even as the enemy pressed harder. They were running out of space, but still, they held, refusing to give an inch more than the enemy could take by force. In the chaos, von Stahl's voice thundered from atop the wall, cutting through the battle. "Jermani will not fall. Stand firm, warriors of Stahlberg. Let them know what it costs to challenge us." The words rippled through the defenders, igniting a fierce determination. They locked shields and aimed weapons, drawing strength from each other from the very walls around them, and pushed back with everything they had left. The defenders' renewed strength held the line, a stubborn wall of iron and resolve against the Emperor's relentless tide. Blood and smoke mingled in the air, the acrid stench of battle thick as stone dust filled the breach, coating the skin of every warrior in grime. Still, the soldiers of Germany stood, each one a pillar against the coming storm, their faces hard with defiance. Krieger swung his power axe in wide, lethal arcs, cutting down any Thunder Warrior who dared step through the breach. His breaths were labored, his movements slowing, but his focus was unbroken. The man fought as if every blow could hold back the end itself. Galen matched his stance beside him, his rifle trained on the figures charging toward them, each shot carefully placed to weaken the enemy's advance. From her position along the wall, Eliana struggled to stabilize the defenses, her hands shaking with exhaustion as she adjusted power coils and sealed energy leaks. She could feel the strain in the fortress systems, the very mechanisms themselves beginning to fracture under the relentless onslaught. It wouldn't be long before the energy reserves gave out completely, and when they did, the barriers would collapse, leaving Stahlberg entirely exposed. Another blast from the Emperor's forces struck the upper wall, sending chunks of stone raining down on the defenders. Galen ducked instinctively, shielding his face as dust clouded the air. When he looked up, he saw a new wave approaching. Standard troops mixed with Thunder Warriors, advancing in tight formations, shields locked in a phalanx. "They're closing in," Galen shouted to Krieger. Krieger only grinned, the glint of battle madness in his eyes. "Then we hold until they break, or we do." He raised his axe, preparing to meet the advancing force head-on. Eliana moved to Galen's side, her staff glowing faintly, the last of its charge nearly depleted. "We're almost out of time," she said, her voice steady despite the urgency in her eyes. "When the barriers fall, they'll push us from all sides." Galen felt the weight of her words, the finality of them settling in his chest like a stone. He took a breath, steadying himself. "Then we make sure they remember us," he said, his gaze fierce. As the enemy reached the breach, the defenders braced themselves, each one ready to give everything they had. For Germany, for their brothers and sisters beside them, for the memory of Stahlberg. This, they knew, was where they would be remembered. The Emperor's forces surged forward, filling the breach with bodies, armor, and the clang of weapons. Plasma bolts and energy blasts flared in bursts of blue and red, searing through the thick haze of dust. The walls of Stahlberg shook under the strain, stone crumbling underfoot as the battle intensified, the fortress itself seeming to groan beneath the weight of the clash. Galen fired into the mass, his rifle's energy pack running low, each shot carrying the weight of desperation. He fought like a man possessed, feeling his arms burn as he reloaded and fired again, refusing to relent. A figure beside him staggered, a young warrior barely out of training, his armor splintered from a Thunder Warrior's blow. Galen grabbed his arm, pulling him back into the ranks, nodding reassurance before turning to face the next threat. Von Stahl's voice echoed down from the battlements, strong and unwavering. "For every step they take, make them bleed twice over. Let no foe pass unchallenged." The defenders took up the cry, a fierce, ragged chant rising from their throats as they held their line, refusing to falter. Krieger fought at the forefront, his power axe slicing through enemy after enemy, his face a mask of grim determination. The men around him found courage in his presence, rallying to his side as they repelled wave after wave, their shields and bodies blocking the relentless advance. But then, a low hum filled the air, a new sound cutting through the chaos. Galen glanced over his shoulder, his blood running cold. The Emperor's army had brought siege engines forward, massive war machines that loomed in the distance, their silhouettes emerging from the smoke. These were unlike anything Germany had ever faced. Machines of metal and fire, their weapon ports glowing with lethal energy, ready to rain destruction upon the fortress. Eliana's eyes widened as she saw the siege engines. She whispered, almost to herself, "Those walls won't hold against that kind of firepower." Krieger's face hardened as he caught sight of the approaching engines. "Then we hold them here," he said, his voice low, fierce. If this is our end, we'll make it one they'll never forget. The war machines loomed closer, their hulking forms casting shadows across the battlefield, their weapons trained on Stahlberg's ancient walls. The ground shook beneath their weight, each step a promise of annihilation. The Emperor's siege engines, massive constructs of iron and energy, bristled with heavy weaponry, cannons designed to tear through fortresses, and missile batteries primed to unleash devastation. Galen felt the vibrations through his boots as the machines took position, their weapon ports glowing ominously. He clenched his teeth, glancing at Krieger and Eliana, their expressions mirrors of his own. Fierce, unyielding, but tinged with the heavy knowledge of what was to come. Eliana's voice was tense but steady as she addressed the warriors nearby. If their fire hits the inner wall, it'll collapse. We won't have anything left to defend. She looked at Krieger, her gaze resolute. We need to disable those engines. Krieger nodded, determination hardening his features. Then we take them out before they get close enough. Without another word, he called for a handful of soldiers to join him, volunteers who understood the grim nature of their mission. Galen stepped forward without hesitation, meeting Krieger's gaze. I'll go with you. Krieger nodded, a brief look of pride flickering in his eyes. Stay close, Tybalt. We only get one chance at this. With a few quick words to Eliana, the small group gathered their remaining explosive charges, salvaging what power they could from the fortress's reserves. They would need to get in close, right under the looming siege engines, to have any hope of damaging their armored hulls. As the group descended from the wall, Eliana's hand caught Galen's arm, stopping him. She pressed a small power cell into his hand, her fingers lingering briefly over his. For your rifle, she said, voice low. Make every shot count. He nodded, feeling the weight of her unspoken words. We'll return, he promised, though he wasn't sure if he believed it himself. Together, Krieger, Galen, and the small band of warriors broke from the safety of the walls, moving low and fast across the rubble-strewn battlefield toward the looming forms of the siege engines. Each step took them further from the safety of the fortress, closer to the enemy's heart. And still, Stahlberg stood behind them, a silent witness to their courage as they ran into the shadow of the Emperor's war machines. The small band of warriors moved swiftly across the battered ground, the rumble of the siege engines drowning out the clash of the larger battle behind them. Each step brought them closer to the hulking machines that loomed above, massive and unfeeling, their weapon mounts swiveling toward Stahlberg with mechanical precision. The air was thick with the scent of oil and scorched metal, the heat from the engines radiating like an open furnace. Krieger motioned for them to halt, crouching low behind a jagged fragment of wall. He scanned the terrain, his eyes sharp and calculating. Our charges won't penetrate their outer armor directly, he murmured, keeping his voice low. We'll need to target their weapon joints and power coils. If we're close enough, the blast might cripple their firing mechanisms. Galen glanced at the nearest siege engine, its immense bulk blocking out the sky. The exposed coils along its flank hummed with raw energy, casting an eerie light over the ground. It was a weak point, but reaching it would require them to move through open ground under heavy guard. 3 engines, 3 teams, Krieger continued. We set the charges, then pull back to the fortress. Do not linger. He fixed his gaze on Galen, his voice firm. No heroics, Tybalt. Get in, get out. Understood? Galen nodded, tightening his grip on the rifle, the weight of the power cell Eliana had given him, grounding him. Understood, Sturmlord. Without another word, Krieger signaled for the teams to split. Galen followed his group, moving silently across the open ground, every step in sync with his heartbeat. As they neared the first siege engine, he could make out the hulking shapes of its defenders, Emperor's soldiers, armored and vigilant, guarding the machine's vulnerable points. The group took cover, watching the patrols. One soldier raised his rifle, aiming at the nearest guard. Krieger shook his head, holding up a hand. Quietly, he whispered. We don't bring the rest of them down on us until we have to. They waited for a gap, a breath of vulnerability in the patrol's rhythm. Then, like shadows, they advanced, creeping along the base of the machine. Galen's heart thundered in his chest, each step bringing him closer to the humming coils. He reached the power joint, his fingers quickly fastening the charge, securing it against the armor with a focused precision. But then a voice shouted from above, sharp and urgent. Galen looked up, meeting the gaze of an enemy soldier who had spotted them. There was no more time for stealth. The shout cut through the air, followed by the blare of an alarm. In an instant, the Emperor's soldiers turned toward them, weapons raised, and the brief silence shattered into chaos. Galen pressed down the activator on the charge, feeling it hum to life against the hull of the siege engine. Beside him, Krieger barked orders, his voice steady despite the growing threat. "Charge is set! Fall back to the fortress!" Krieger shouted, swinging his power axe in a wide arc to keep the advancing soldiers at bay. The defenders moved with lethal precision, covering each other as they tried to block Jermani's warriors from reaching their targets. Galen fired into the approaching troops, his shots landing true, but more enemies moved in to take their place, closing the gap. The charge was armed, but they'd need a clean escape to detonate it. "Go! I'll cover you!" Galen yelled to the nearest warrior, who nodded, retreating back toward the fortress wall. Krieger's hand gripped Galen's shoulder briefly, pulling him back. "You're not staying here alone, Tybalt. Move." Together, they fought their way toward cover, weaving between the hulls of the siege engines. The defenders pressed in from all sides, bolts of plasma and last fire filling the air as the teams retreated, each step a hard-won victory. Behind them, one of the charges detonated, a blast that shook the ground, lighting up the battlefield in a flare of heat and fire. The explosion tore through the closest siege engine, splitting metal and rupturing the power coils in a fiery burst. The war machine groaned as it faltered, its firing mechanisms grinding to a halt. Galen stole a glance over his shoulder, watching the giant collapse, but there was no time to celebrate. Two more engines loomed, unharmed, their weapons still trained on Stahlberg. Krieger urged the remaining teams forward, rallying them with a fierce determination. "The other charges! Detonate them now!" In the cover of the smoke and debris, the warriors moved, Galen among them, running back toward the fortress as the ground trembled beneath their feet. He heard the second explosion behind him, a thunderous crack as the second engine fell, flames licking the sky. But the third siege engine still stood, its massive silhouette rising through the smoke like an unbreakable shadow. The third siege engine remained, an iron behemoth rising above the battlefield, its cannons aimed squarely at Stahlberg's walls. The defenders' charges had crippled two of the machines, but this last engine stood unharmed, an implacable symbol of the Emperor's might. Galen's lungs burned as he ran through the haze, glancing back at the fortress, its outer walls cracked and battered, barely holding together after the last assault. Krieger's voice came through the smoke, sharp and commanding. "Who has the last charge?" One of the warriors stepped forward, clutching the explosive device. His face was pale, his eyes wide with fear, but he held the charge steady, a testament to his resolve. Krieger nodded, taking it from him with a steady hand. "We take it in close," Krieger said, turning to Galen. "There's no time for another retreat. We'll have to plant it ourselves." Galen understood immediately, the weight of Krieger's words settling over him. This would be a final push, one that offered no escape. He nodded, meeting Krieger's gaze, seeing the iron resolve in the older man's eyes. "Then let's finish it," Galen replied, his voice firm. Without hesitation, they moved toward the engine, each step a conscious act of defiance. The remaining Emperor's soldiers fired as they advanced, and Galen and Krieger weaved through the onslaught, their every move focused and deliberate. The world shrank to the sound of footsteps and distant echoes, each breath filled with the scent of scorched earth and steel. They reached the base of the siege engine, its massive legs rooted in the ground like iron columns. Krieger motioned to a weak spot in the machine's structure, a cluster of energy conduits that powered its main weapon. He began to set the charge, his hands steady even as enemy fire rained down around them. But before Krieger could complete his work, a shadow fell over them, a thunder warrior, his massive form blocking their path to retreat. His armor bore the insignia of the Emperor, a silent symbol of the might they faced. Galen's heart raced as the Thunder Warrior raised his weapon, his dark visor fixed on them. This was their last moment, their final stand. Without a word, Krieger turned to Galen, his face set in grim determination. "Detonate the charge when I give the signal, and don't look back." Krieger lunged forward, drawing the Thunder Warrior's attention, giving Galen the only chance he needed. Krieger charged at the Thunder Warrior, his power axe swinging in a deadly arc. Sparks flew as it struck armor, carving a jagged line across the massive soldier's plating. The Thunder Warrior staggered but recovered swiftly, turning with an almost mechanical precision, striking Krieger with a blow that sent him reeling. Krieger stumbled, blood trickling down his face, yet he did not fall. His eyes burned with defiance as he struck again, each swing a testament to the years he had dedicated to defending Germany. For a moment, it seemed as if his sheer will alone could match the strength of the towering giant before him. "Go," he shouted to Galen, his voice raw. "Complete the mission. Don't look back." Galen's heart pounded as he pressed down on the charge, feeling the device hum to life beneath his hands. Every instinct urged him to stay, to help, but he knew what Krieger's command meant. They had come here to end this, to cripple the siege engine, even if it meant Krieger's life. With one last look, Galen turned and ran, his fingers trembling as he tightened his grip on the detonator. Behind him, Krieger's voice rang out over the clash of metal, a defiant cry that filled the air like the final roar of a storm. "For Germany!" Galen pressed the detonator. The explosion tore through the siege engine, ripping its structure apart in a blinding burst of light and heat. The Thunder Warrior and Krieger were lost in the blast as the machine collapsed, sending smoke and debris into the sky. The battlefield fell into a stunned silence as the Emperor's forces reeled from the sudden loss, confusion rippling through their ranks. Galen rose from where he'd fallen, staring back at the smoldering wreckage. Krieger was gone, his final stand an echo on the wind. But in that moment, his name became legend. For a mortal soldier, to have faced down the Emperor's Thunder Warriors and held the line so fiercely was a feat few would believe, but none would ever forget. With a heavy heart, Galen turned towards Stahlberg, the battered fortress still standing amid the ruins. The defenders had lost much, but they had defied the odds, if only for a day. Germany had endured, and the memory of Krieger's sacrifice would live on in the heart of every warrior who had fought beside him. Galen staggered back to the fortress walls, his limbs aching and his vision blurred from the smoke and dust that clung to the battlefield. Around him, the defenders of Stahlberg were regrouping, voices quiet as they processed the loss, yet their eyes remained fierce. They had seen Krieger's sacrifice, the cost he had paid to cripple the enemy's siege engines, and it filled them with a defiant pride. Eliana was waiting by the gates, her gaze fixed on the horizon, her face unreadable, but her eyes distant. When she saw Galen approaching, relief flickered across her features, and she stepped forward. "The siege engines? 2 of them are destroyed," he said, voice rough, exhaustion weighing each word. "The last one, Krieger took it down. He gave us everything he had." Eliana lowered her head, a hand pressed over her heart in silent respect. "He held the line," she murmured, "just as he promised." She looked back up at Galen, her expression hardening. "We can't waste the chance he's given us. The Emperor's forces are momentarily scattered, but they'll recover. We need every soldier ready to defend the breaches." Galen nodded, rallying what strength he had left. He looked over the warriors who had survived the initial assault, their armor dented and blood-stained, faces set with grim determination. They were weary, yes, but they still stood, and the memory of Krieger's final act gave them a renewed resolve. "Listen up," Galen called out, his voice echoing off the walls. "We've lost much, but we've given them something to remember. They thought we'd be crushed, yet here we are, still standing. So long as these walls hold, so long as a single one of us breathes, we defend this place." The warriors raised their fists, a unified, defiant response that cut through the silence. Eliana turned to him, a slight nod acknowledging his words. "We'll prepare the remaining defenses. With luck, the worst of their artillery is done for." Together, they moved back to the ramparts, side by side, preparing for whatever the Emperor's forces would throw at them next. For Stahlberg. For Krieger. For Germany. The sky above Stahlberg darkened as storm clouds gathered, blotting out the morning light. The fortress walls were battered, scorched, and riddled with cracks, yet the warriors of Germany stood firm, their gazes fixed on the enemy beyond. The Emperor's forces were regrouping, and it was only a matter of time before the next assault would begin. Galen leaned against the inner wall, catching his breath, his rifle resting against his leg. The weight of Krieger's absence hung heavily over him. The older warrior's final act had bought them precious time, but the price of that sacrifice was one he felt with every heartbeat. Eliana approached him, her face set with quiet resolve. She had cast off her ceremonial robes, now clad in the same scarred armor as the warriors around her staff at her side, its energy cells sparking faintly. "We've done all we can to shore up the defenses," she said, her voice low. "But you know as well as I do that the next wave will likely reach the heart of Stalberg." Galen nodded, wiping grime from his face. "We'll make them fight for every step. If they want these walls, they'll have to pay in blood." He glanced at the remaining soldiers, their faces lined with exhaustion and the weight of what they'd seen, yet still they stood ready. Eliana's gaze softened, a hint of sadness in her eyes. "Galen, we've lost too many. Even our strongest defenses are barely holding. This fortress won't survive another full-scale attack." Galen clenched his jaw, feeling the sting of her words, though he knew she spoke the truth. Still, the thought of surrender left a bitter taste in his mouth. "Germany doesn't surrender, Eliana. We fight to the end. That's what Krieger would have wanted." She nodded slowly, understanding but not entirely agreeing. "Then we'll need to use everything we have left." She gestured to the Iron Mystics gathered nearby, who were working in tense silence, adjusting power coils, rerouting energy, and drawing symbols across the inner walls with chalk and oil. Eliana met Galen's gaze, a glint of finality in her eyes. "There are older devices, forbidden technologies. They're volatile, but they may give us the strength we need." Galen hesitated, understanding the risks, but knowing they had few choices left. "Whatever it takes," he said, his voice steady. "We use every tool, every weapon, for Stalberg." Together, they turned toward the fortress's heart, where Germany's last line of defense would be prepared. Inside Stalberg's inner sanctum, a hidden chamber lay beneath layers of stone and iron, a place rarely entered even by the Iron Mystics. It was filled with relics from a forgotten age, devices encased in dust and shadows, each one a fragment of a time when Terra had been a place of innovation and light. Now these relics were all that stood between Stalberg and annihilation. Eliana led Galen into the chamber, her movements cautious, reverent. The Iron Mystics had guarded these devices for centuries, forbidden by ancient decrees from tampering with them, devices that had once been seen as sacred, yet dangerously unpredictable. She stopped before a large cylindrical object, its surface etched with runes and sigils worn down by time. Its core thrummed faintly, as though even dormant, it was aware of their presence. "This is an energy disruptor," Eliana murmured, almost to herself. "It was designed to send out a pulse that scrambles all nearby technology, even armor and weaponry. If we activate it, it may disable the Emperor's forces long enough for us to strike, but..." She hesitated, glancing at Galen. "There's no guarantee it will leave us unaffected." Galen regarded the device, feeling a thrill of fear and awe. It was a weapon that could level the field in an instant or bring about their ruin. He could feel Krieger's absence keenly in this moment. His old mentor's steady resolve would have been a comfort in a decision like this, but he had seen what they were up against. He had seen the strength and relentlessness of the Thunder Warriors, the war engines, and the Emperor's soldiers. If Stalberg had any hope left, it was here, within these walls and these ancient machines. "We use it," he said, his voice firm. "Whatever happens, we owe it to those who fell defending these walls." Eliana nodded, though her expression was conflicted. "I'll need time to power it up and adjust the output. If it overloads, it could detonate everything within the inner walls." "Do it," Galen replied, a fierce determination in his eyes. "Krieger gave his life so we could stand here now. If we're to join him, we do it fighting." Eliana placed her hands on the disruptor, her fingers moving over the controls, coaxing the device to life. Its core pulsed brighter, casting an eerie glow across the chamber, a light both beautiful and ominous. "Prepare the warriors," Eliana said, her voice calm but edged with urgency. "When this activates, it will only be a matter of moments before the Emperor's forces regroup." Galen nodded, turning to leave the chamber, his heart pounding with purpose. Outside, the defenders were gathering, readying their weapons, waiting for his word. He took a deep breath, knowing that this would be their final stand. "Warriors of Stalberg," he called out, his voice carrying through the stone corridors. "Today we fight with the strength of our ancestors, with the fury of those who have fallen. We are the last line, the last hope. Let our stand here echo through the ages, so they know that Germany did not fall quietly." A roar rose up from the assembled warriors, a sound that reverberated through the ancient walls, filling every stone and shadow. The roar of the warriors faded into a tense silence as they took their positions, each one bracing for the inevitable onslaught. The air was thick with anticipation, every soldier gripping their weapon, eyes locked on the outer walls where the Emperor's forces gathered in formation. An unyielding line of armored bodies and siege equipment ready to breach Stallberg's last defenses. Galen returned to the inner wall, standing shoulder to shoulder with those who had survived the earlier attacks. The exhaustion was visible in their eyes, but so was something stronger, a fierce, unbroken will. These were warriors who had seen their comrades fall, who had fought through blood and fire, and who stood now with nothing left to lose. He looked across the battlements and caught Eliana's eye, her face lit by the eerie glow of the energy disruptor she had coaxed back to life. The device pulsed steadily, casting a cold light across the defenders and filling the air with a low hum. She gave him a slight nod, signaling that everything was ready. All that remained was the signal. Then, with a suddenness that made Galen's blood freeze, the Emperor's forces began their advance. The ground trembled under the weight of the Thunder Warriors and their armored battalions, a relentless wave of iron and fire. Lass fire and plasma bolts arced toward the walls, lighting up the stone in bursts of color and heat. The defenders fired back, their shots picking off the smaller troops, even as the Thunder Warriors pressed forward, their massive forms indifferent to the hail of gunfire. "Hold steady," Galen shouted, his voice cutting through the chaos. "Let them come in close." His words grounded the defenders, their focus sharpening as they waited. The Emperor's forces were nearly at the breach now, pushing through with unstoppable momentum, their dark visors and polished armor gleaming with a cruel intensity. The fortress walls shuddered with every impact, stones splintering under the relentless barrage. Just as the first Thunder Warrior reached the breach, Eliana threw the final lever, activating the energy disruptor. The device released a pulse, a flash of blinding light accompanied by a deep, resonant hum that rippled out from the heart of the fortress. In an instant, the Emperor's soldiers faltered. Weapons flickered, armor systems stuttered, and the relentless march of the Thunder Warriors slowed as the pulse washed over them, scrambling their circuits and shorting out their power sources. "Now!" Galen roared, and the defenders surged forward, striking at the stunned soldiers, their weapons aimed at vulnerable joints and weakened armor. The tide of battle shifted as Germany's warriors pressed their advantage, each blow fueled by desperation and fury, a final act of defiance. For a brief, shining moment, it seemed as though Stallberg could withstand the Emperor's wrath. The defenders surged, striking hard and fast, their weapons finding weak spots in the stuttering armor of the Emperor's forces. Thunder Warriors, momentarily paralyzed by the disruptor pulse, staggered as they attempted to reactivate their systems, their towering forms now vulnerable. The air filled with the clash of metal, the crack of lass fire, and the shouts of warriors seizing their fleeting chance. Galen moved among the defenders, his rifle blazing as he aimed for the exposed joints of a Thunder Warrior's armor. Each shot landed with deadly precision, his hands steady as he took down one of the giants that had terrorized them for so long. Around him, soldiers shouted in defiant triumph, rallying as they struck at the disoriented invaders. It was a sight none of them had thought they'd live to see, the mighty Thunder Warriors stumbling, struggling as Germany's defenders struck back. But the disruptor's effect was short-lived. Just as the defenders began to push the Emperor's troops back, the power in the pulse weakened. The faint glow around the disruptor flickered, its hum stuttering, signaling that its charge was nearly spent. Galen glanced at Eliana, who was frantically adjusting the controls, her face tight with concentration. She met his gaze, and in her eyes he saw a grim acknowledgement of the inevitable. "It's running out," she called, her voice barely audible above the sounds of battle. "The power cells can't hold it any longer." The Emperor's soldiers began to recover, their systems reactivating, the hum of their war machines growing louder as they regained control. Thunder Warriors rose to their full height, their movements smoother and more assured with each passing second. One by one, they reoriented, their visors locking onto the defenders with renewed malice. The brief moment of advantage slipped through Galen's fingers like sand. He shouted to his warriors, "Fall back to the inner walls. Regroup. We're not finished yet." The defenders scrambled, their brief surge turning into a desperate retreat as the Emperor's soldiers advanced with renewed strength. The disruptor's final hum died out, leaving only silence in its wake, a silence soon filled with the heavy footfalls of thunder warriors and the rumble of siege engines powering up once more. Galen and the others fell back, regrouping behind the battered inner wall, a last line of defense that now bore the scars of every assault. He raised his rifle, his gaze steady, his heart pounding, but his spirit unbroken. They would hold here, in this final line, for as long as they could. The defenders took their positions behind the inner wall, shoulders pressed against the cold stone, each of them breathing heavily, but unwilling to show the fear simmering beneath their battle-hardened exteriors. The Emperor's forces had regrouped, their lines reformed, and the rumble of siege engines was growing louder, inching closer, like the slow turning of a blade toward the heart of Stahlberg. Galen glanced around him, meeting the eyes of his fellow warriors. Their faces were smeared with blood and dust, exhaustion etched into every line, yet each pair of eyes glinted with the same fierce resolve. They all knew what this last stand meant. There was no need for words. For Germany, for each other, they would hold. Eliana joined him at the front, her once pristine armor battered, the faint glow of the disruptor's final burst fading from her robes. She cast a quick look at Galen, her face set in a mask of calm, though he could see the weight of the battle pressing down on her. "There's nothing left to give," she said, her voice low. "Every power cell is drained, every last reserve has been used." Galen nodded, tightening his grip on his rifle. "Then we fight with what we have." He lifted his voice to address the warriors along the line. "We stand here, for each other, for our fallen. Every inch they take will cost them." As the Emperor's forces drew near, a deafening roar split the air, a signal from the Emperor's own war horns. The final assault had begun. Thunder warriors led the charge, their massive forms striding through the rubble, weapons raised and gleaming in the dim light. Behind them, rank upon rank of the Emperor's soldiers marched with unbreakable unity, a wave of iron and fury aimed at the fortress's last line. The defenders met the charge with a hail of gunfire. Plasma bolts streaked through the air, last fire cracked against armor, and even the ancient cannons mounted on the walls fired until their barrels glowed red with heat. The first lines of the Emperor's troops staggered as the defenders' fire found its mark, but the assault did not falter. Thunder warriors took the lead, absorbing the brunt of the damage, their armor scarred but unbroken. One of the giants reached the wall, and with a single brutal strike, it splintered a section of the stone. Galen fired, his shot striking the warrior in the exposed neck joint. The Thunder warrior reeled but did not fall, swinging back with lethal force. The air filled with smoke and the screams of the wounded as the assault grew closer, each second more desperate than the last. Eliana was beside him, her staff raised, deflecting strikes with practiced skill. "We will give them a memory to haunt them," she whispered, voice fierce, her gaze unwavering. The defenders pressed on, each knowing that this was the end, but determined that if they were to fall, they would make Stahlberg's last stand a legend. The clash at the inner wall intensified as the Emperor's forces pressed forward, a relentless tide that refused to break. The defenders of Stahlberg fought with everything they had, their weapons flashing in arcs of light against the darkened stone. Each blast of last fire, each swing of an axe, was driven by the shared understanding that this was their last stand. There would be no retreat, no fallback plan. Only the line they held and the memory they would leave behind. Galen fired until his rifle ran hot, his every movement fueled by a fierce determination to honor Krieger's sacrifice. Beside him, Eliana fought with unwavering resolve, her staff glowing faintly as she struck down enemy after enemy, her expression focused, almost serene. Together they anchored the last defense, holding the line as Thunder warriors and the Emperor's soldiers pressed in from all sides. A massive impact struck the wall behind them, sending cracks through the stone, and several defenders staggered back, clutching their weapons as rubble fell around them. The Thunder warriors moved forward, their towering forms casting long shadows over the battlements as they breached the inner defenses, closing in like predators sensing the end of a hunt. "Brace yourselves," Galen shouted, rallying those who remained. Hold the line for as long as it takes. The warriors formed a close ring, shields raised, weapons ready, facing the advancing enemies with the grim acceptance of those who know the odds but refuse to yield. They fought shoulder to shoulder, each one covering the other's weakness, a final act of unity that would make their stand legendary. Plasma bolts and last fire lit up the stone, casting strange, ghostly shadows as they struck down one enemy, only for another to take its place. Eliana's voice rose above the clash. "If this is the end," she called, her voice fierce, "let it be one that echoes through history. Let them know that Jermani never bowed." A cheer rippled through the defenders, a fierce, guttural cry that filled the air, as if the very stones of Stalberg bore witness to their resolve. And in that moment, as the enemy closed in, the defenders fought like legends, refusing to give even an inch. The Emperor's forces surged into the breach, and the inner sanctum became a brutal, chaotic melee. Stalberg's defenders were outnumbered, yet they fought with a ferocity that belied their dwindling ranks. Galen swung his rifle like a cudgel, its power cell exhausted, the weapon now a blunt instrument in a fight where every strike mattered. A Thunder Warrior bore down on him, armored bulk, blotting out the light as it raised its weapon. Galen ducked under the swing, slamming his rifle into the giant's knee joint. The warrior stumbled, giving Galen just enough time to drive his knife into the exposed wiring beneath the armor's plating. The Thunder Warrior fell with a crash, and Galen staggered back, breathless but alive. Around him, the defenders were holding their own, each one striking with precision honed by years of war. Eliana fought nearby, her movements swift and controlled, her staff a blur as she deflected blows and landed counterstrikes against their enemies. Her face was streaked with blood, her robes torn, yet her gaze was calm, almost otherworldly. A sudden impact rocked the chamber, and Galen looked up to see another wave of Thunder Warriors advancing. Their hulking forms moved methodically, relentless even in the face of Stalberg's desperate defense. Galen's heart sank as he saw the sheer number of them, each one an unstoppable force, their dark visors gleaming with cold intent. "We're losing ground," Eliana shouted, her voice cutting through the din. "Fall back to the heart of the sanctum." The defenders, those who still stood, withdrew deeper into the inner chamber, their ranks thin but unbroken. They regrouped, forming a tighter circle around the innermost part of the fortress, a last redoubt, a place untouched by any invader for centuries. The ancient banners of Jermani hung on the walls, worn and faded, yet they seemed to pulse with life, a reminder of all they fought for. Galen took his place at the front, his gaze sweeping over the warriors around him, each one battered and bloodied but resolute. "This is it," he said, his voice carrying the weight of finality. "We hold this ground, no matter the cost." The Emperor's forces closed in, filling the sanctum with their towering forms, and as the final clash began, the defenders of Stalberg stood like the walls themselves, unyielding, prepared to give all they had for the memory of Jermani. Through the thick haze of battle, a new figure emerged, moving with an elegance that felt almost surreal amid the brutal carnage within Stalberg's walls. Tall and resplendent in golden armor that gleamed with an inner light, he walked with a calm, deliberate stride, his every step echoing with a quiet authority that parted the chaos around him. A single exquisitely crafted spear rested in his grip, its blade glinting with an otherworldly sharpness. The defender's breath caught. This was no Thunder Warrior or faceless soldier. This was something else, something rarer and far deadlier. A custodian, one of the Emperor's personal guardians. The custodian's movements seemed almost languid as he advanced, his spear weaving in a slow, graceful arc. He strode into the defender's ranks with an air of quiet confidence, and in one fluid motion he struck. His spear darted forward, slicing through the air with impossible precision, as if performing a dance practiced over countless lifetimes. A defender fell, his weapon scattering from his grasp. Another lunged, but the custodian spun, sidestepping effortlessly, a faint smile playing at the edge of his lips. To the defenders of Jermani, he appeared as something otherworldly, a being who seemed almost to be savoring the fight as he flowed through their ranks. Where other warriors would strike with brute force, this custodian moved like an artist, each thrust of his spear precise and almost delicate. Galen watched in a mixture of awe and horror as the custodian dispatched his comrades, his expression serene, as though he were simply refining his craft. One of the defenders, a young warrior whose face was hardened by battle, charged the custodian with a defiant shout, swinging a heavy axe. The custodian pivoted, his spear carving a graceful arc through the air, deflecting the attack as if it were a mere formality. With a swift thrust, he pierced the warrior's armor, the blade of his spear emerging clean on the other side. The custodian barely broke his stride, his eyes gleaming with an unsettling joy, as if he were finding beauty in every movement, every strike. Galen took a step back, clutching his weapon tightly, feeling the raw power and precision of the custodian with every movement. This was not a soldier. It was a force beyond anything they could comprehend, something that moved with the certainty of fate itself. And as he watched, Galen realized that, in the face of such a being, they were not fighting to survive, but simply to endure for as long as they could. The Golden Warrior moved through the ranks with an elegance that defied the brutality of the battle around him. Adorned in armor that gleamed like molten light, he wielded his spear with a skill that was almost hypnotic. He was not like the Thunder Warriors nor any soldier they had faced. He was something else entirely, something far more refined and terrifying. The defenders stared, transfixed by the sight of this lone figure cutting through their ranks. His spear wove through the air with an otherworldly precision, each strike placed perfectly, each movement smooth and unhurried. For him, the fight seemed more like an art, a practiced form of expression rather than a brutal act of war. Galen could only watch as the Golden Warrior struck down his comrades with an almost playful grace, his spear leaving arcs of light in its wake. What is he? One of the defenders murmured, eyes wide with horror and awe. They had no name for this being, only the unsettling feeling that he was something far beyond them, a creature from myth, a force sent to cleanse. Eliana stood beside Galen, her staff raised, her face set in grim determination as she whispered, "We were never meant to face something like this." Galen tightened his grip on his weapon. "Whatever he is will give him something to remember. For Stahlberg. For Jermani." Together, they gathered the last few defenders, forming a tight circle around the inner sanctum. The Golden Warrior paused, his head tilted slightly as he observed them, as though amused by the gathering storm of defiance. Then, with a fluid shift of his stance, he moved in, his spear poised, his golden armor a beacon amid the shadows. Galen raised his weapon, meeting the warrior's gaze with unflinching resolve. They would not survive, but they would leave a mark that even this creature would remember. And with that, the final stand began. The custodian struck with an elegance that bordered on the surreal, his spear a blur as it moved from one defender to the next, each motion efficient, each strike measured. The defenders fell in silence, their resistance meeting the unwavering force of an opponent who seemed as much a force of nature as a warrior. Yet with each step he took, they held their ground, each defender buying precious moments for those who remained. Galen braced himself as the custodian turned to him, spear poised. For an instant, time seemed to slow, and he saw something in the Golden Warrior's eyes, a flicker of acknowledgement, perhaps even respect. Then the custodian moved, his spear finding its mark with the same perfect precision that had felled all the others. As Galen fell, the last of Stahlberg's defenders stood their ground, refusing to yield until the very end. When the silence finally settled, the Golden Warrior strode through the aftermath, his steps calm and unhurried. The fortress lay quiet, its defenders' last stand etched into the stone and shadows, a testament to their fierce resolve. His gaze swept the chamber until he noticed movement at the edge of the sanctum. From the darkness, a group of civilians emerged, women, children, and the elderly who had hidden in fear. They looked upon the custodian with awe and dread, their faces pale, unsure of whether to flee or bow. The custodian regarded them for a moment, his expression unreadable. He spoke, his voice steady and absolute. "People of Jermani," he announced, each word carrying the weight of imperial decree, "your leadership has been removed by order of the Emperor. You will now join the Imperium. If you wish to choose one among you to guide this transition, then step forward and name them. If not, I shall choose for you." The civilians exchanged hesitant glances, fear and uncertainty filling their faces. Then, with a steadying breath, an elder stepped forward. His posture was upright, his gaze steady as he met the custodian's eye. "What is your name?" the custodian asked, his tone less a question than a formality. Cassian Bile, the man replied, his voice firm despite the tension in the room. The custodian inclined his head slightly. Cassian Bile, by order of the Emperor, you shall serve as imperial commander of this region. You will oversee its people as they enter the Imperium's fold, carrying out its laws and maintaining its order. Cassian held the custodian's gaze, a quiet understanding passing between them. I accept this duty, he replied, his tone resolute. The custodian nodded, his golden form retreating from the hall, his mission complete. And as the people of Germany gathered around their new leader, the legacy of Stahlberg's final defenders lingered, not as defiance, but as an enduring spirit that would shape their future within the Imperium. The custodian's footsteps faded into the distance, leaving the hall in an uneasy silence. The civilians clustered around Cassian Bile, each one casting uncertain glances at the elder who had been named their new commander. His eyes remained fixed on the empty doorway where the custodian had vanished, his expression solemn and unreadable. The weight of the custodian's mandate hung over him like a cloak, heavy with the unspoken responsibility of guiding Germany's survivors into a future they could not yet imagine. One of the civilians, a woman with soot-streaked cheeks, spoke up, her voice barely a whisper. What will become of us now, Commander? Cassian turned to face them, the title feeling strange, almost foreign. For generations, his family had lived and fought in Germany's lands, guided by a pride and loyalty that ran as deep as its mountains. But this was something different, something that would require a strength of a different kind. He looked into their expectant faces, each one reflecting the fear and resilience that had carried them through the siege. We will survive, Cassian said, his voice calm yet firm. The Emperor has declared this land a part of his Imperium, and so we will live under his rule. But remember this, the spirit of Germany does not vanish because our walls have fallen. His gaze swept over the room, meeting the eyes of each survivor. We carry it with us, here, he said, pressing a hand to his heart. So long as we remember those who fell, we remain true to what we were. The survivors nodded, some straightening, finding a new purpose in his words. They knew they could never rebuild Stahlberg as it had been, nor erase the memory of the golden warrior who had walked through their defenses like a wraith. But Cassian's words kindled something within them, a sense that they could honor what they had lost, even as they began anew. As dawn broke over the ruined walls of Stahlberg, the people of Germany gathered in the shadow of what remained of their fortress. Under Cassian's guidance, they began the arduous task of preparing for the future, the memory of their fallen defenders, and the final stand they had made woven into the foundation of what would come next. And in the quiet hours of that morning, they laid to rest the weapons of their fallen, a silent tribute to those who had given everything. In that moment, Germany was reborn, not as a fortress, but as a memory, an indomitable spirit that would endure, carried forward by those who survived. Under Cassian Bile's leadership, the survivors of Germany gathered their strength, preparing for the new life that awaited them within the Imperium's fold. In the days that followed, they took to the old rituals one last time, marking the stones of Stahlberg with the symbols of their heritage before abandoning the ruins. Cassian led them away, carrying with him the weight of Germany's legacy, a torch passed down from the defenders who had held the line. As the people journeyed toward a future shaped by the Emperor's rule, word spread of what had happened at Stahlberg. Stories emerged, a golden warrior who fought with an elegance beyond mortal means, the fierce defiance of Germany's last stand, and the spirit of a people who refused to yield, even in the face of the impossible. Whispers traveled far and wide, reaching the ears of those who might one day be Germany's allies or enemies. And on the eastern horizon, another power was stirring. The Empire of Ursh, the largest and fiercest of Terra's factions, watched the Emperor's expansion with wary eyes. Their warlords were powerful and cunning, ruling over a land of conquest and domination. If Germany had fallen, then Ursh knew its own fate would not be far behind. The Emperor's vision was growing clearer, and the world would soon realize that his dream of unity would come at a price that only the strongest could pay. If you want to see how Ursh, Terra's largest and most feared empire, will respond to the Emperor's march, stay tuned for the next chapter. Subscribe and join us as we delve into the battles, intrigues, and power struggles that await in the heart of Ursh's war-torn lands. The sky over the steppes of Ursh churned with ash and smoke, the remnants of 1,000 burning pyres. The air reeked of scorched flesh, ozone, and the metallic tang of unending war. Here, in this desolate expanse of Central Asia, where the bones of countless civilizations lay shattered beneath a pall of radioactive dust, the Age of Strife clung tenaciously to its dying embers. The land was unforgiving, the people even more so. They called it the Caucus Wastes now, though it had once been a cradle of humanity. Now it was a furnace of conquest, where despots ruled with iron fists, and ambition often drowned in blood before it could blossom into legacy. Ursh, the great and terrible empire that spanned these cursed lands, was the largest of the techno-barbarian states. Its borders stretched across the Siberian tundra, down through the shattered remnants of old Russia and into the blackened skeletons of long-dead cities. At its heart stood Caligan, Lord of Ursh, a man who had risen above the anarchic ruin of old night to forge a kingdom out of madness and chaos. To his followers, he was a living god, adorned in the armor of pearl, his visage terrible to behold. To his enemies, he was a tyrant, a sorcerer, and a monster, an unholy vessel for the powers that whispered in the warp. Ursh's armies were a nightmare given form. Billions of soldiers, armed with the detritus of a forgotten age, marched beneath a forest of black banners and gilded standards. Psychers, their minds burned raw by their connection to the Imperium, unleashed cyclopean storms of unearthly power that left entire armies writhing in blood and horror. And then there were the machines. Half-forgotten horrors dredged from the ruins of the dark age of technology, ancient automata whose unfeeling claws and plasma-ridden maws obliterated all that stood before them. The ground trembled when the legions of Ursh marched, a sound like the heartbeat of the world itself. But for all its might, Ursh was not unassailable. The Emperor had come. He had been a shadow, a whispered name, a figure glimpsed in the chaos of the Unification Wars. But now, he was a reality, his armies tearing through the techno-barbarian states like wildfire through dry brush. And Ursh, for all its psychic might and brutal strength, would not be spared. Caligan had heard of the Emperor's advance long before he reached Ursh's borders. Reports filtered in like the cries of distant thunder. The Nord Afrik conclaves shattered, Hy Brasil subjugated, the Pan-Pacific Empire gutted. The so-called Thunder Warriors, the Emperor's gene-forged giants, were said to be unstoppable, their bronze armor impervious to even the deadliest of weapons. Yet Caligan did not fear. His generals, Lurtuos, Shenkal, and Qualodon, assured him that the might of Ursh could not be broken. They spoke of unholy pacts and rituals yet to be performed, of storms that would flay the Emperor's armies to the bone. Caligan himself, it was said, had consulted with the dark powers, his throne room lit by the baleful glow of unearthly fire. Even so, the shadow of the Emperor loomed ever larger. Scouts reported that his forces were massing at the southernmost edge of Ursh's territories, near the ruins of what had once been the Aral Sea. Caligan ordered his armies to prepare. The skies darkened, and the wind carried the sound of drums, a deep, primal beat that echoed across the steppes. War was coming. The southernmost border of Ursh was a desolate expanse of cracked earth and jagged rock where the bones of ancient civilizations had long since turned to dust. It was here, among the ruins of the Aral Sea, that the Emperor's armies prepared to strike. The Thunder Warriors stood like monolithic statues, their immense forms glinting faintly beneath a shrouded sky. Their bronze armor bore the scars of countless battles, each gouge and dent a testament to their violent purpose. They were not men, at least not anymore. They were something else, something crafted for war. Their purpose was singular, to destroy, to kill, and to conquer. Yet their creation had not been without flaws. These beings, unmatched in their ferocity and power, occasionally turned on their own in uncontrollable fits of rage, a grim reminder that even the Emperor's mightiest tools were imperfect. Some among the Thunder Warriors displayed traits that, by modern understanding, would be called psychopathy. These were the warriors who seemed to revel in slaughter, their brutality more than a matter of duty. It was a grim pleasure. They found joy in the rending of flesh, in the breaking of bone, their laughter a chilling counterpoint to the screams of their victims. To most, these soldiers were monsters, barely distinguishable from the enemies they faced. The Emperor tolerated these flaws for now, knowing they were a byproduct of the desperate need for quick victories. But he also understood that such instability would one day doom his vision. These were lessons he would carry into the creation of his future legions of warriors, whose gene seed would be crafted not only to perfect the strength of the Thunder Warriors, but to excise, for the most part, these darker tendencies. The Emperor himself surveyed the battlefield from a rise of blackened stone, his form wreathed in a golden mantle of psychic light that cut through the ashen gloom. His presence was overwhelming, a storm contained within flesh. His eyes, like twin stars, burned with an intensity that cowed even the mightiest of his warriors. His voice, when it came, was both a whisper and a command, resonating across the gathering legions. "They will come for us in great numbers," he said, his tone calm, measured. "But numbers are no shield against inevitability. The age of Ursh ends here." Beside the Emperor stood Ushotan, a towering figure clad in dented and battle-worn bronze armor, streaked with the dried blood of countless campaigns. Ushotan was no mortal general, but one of the highest-ranking Thunder Warriors, a battlefield leader who had earned his place through ferocity and triumph. His presence was formidable even among his transhuman kin, his every movement radiating the sheer physical dominance of a being designed for war. His helm, marked with a black, jagged crest, loomed above even the Emperor's otherworldly custodian guard, though his fierce gaze betrayed an unsettling intensity, equal parts ambition and fury. "The scouts report movement, my lord," Ushotan said, pointing toward the horizon where the faint shimmer of Ursh's banners could be seen, barely visible through the haze of smoke and ash. "Caligan sends his vanguard. They'll test our lines before committing their full force." The Emperor regarded him for a moment, his expression calm but inscrutable. Though he valued Ushotan's strength and battlefield acumen, the Thunder Warrior's temperament was always a concern. Like many of his kind, Ushotan was both an unstoppable force and a flawed creation, unpredictable, volatile, and far too dangerous to have a place in the Emperor's long-term plans. For now, however, such tools were necessary. "Let them come," the Emperor said simply, his tone measured and unwavering. "They will find only death." Below the rise, the rest of the army prepared for battle. The mortal auxiliaries, conscripts pulled from conquered states, formed a trembling line, their scavenged weapons and makeshift armor pitiful beside the hulking forms of the Thunder Warriors. Behind them stood ancient war engines, colossal constructs of steel and forgotten technology, their origins stretching back to the shattered remnants of the Dark Age of technology. Their sheer size and destructive power gave them an air of dominance, and the grinding of their treads across the battlefield was a promise of annihilation. The Thunder Warriors, for their part, moved with a grim focus. Among their number, there were murmurs, low, distorted voices echoing from helm to helm, but no hesitation. For all their flaws, for all the stories of berserk rages and bloodlust, the Thunder Warriors were unmatched in their terrible purpose. When the moment came, they would break Ursh as they had broken every other empire. As the sun dipped lower, the horizon became a shifting, roiling mass of movement. Ursh's vanguard emerged from the haze like a tide of blackened steel and flesh. The banners of a million standards whipped in the wind, adorned with jagged runes and sigils of long-forgotten meaning. The soldiers of Ursh marched in perfect unison, their discipline born not of training but of fear. Fear of the man who ruled them, fear of the sorcery that bound their wills to his own. Among them strode the Psykers, their forms twisted and warped by the powers they wielded. They chanted as they walked, their voices a discordant cacophony that seemed to make the very air writhe. Ushotan's gauntleted hand gripped the hilt of his massive blade, a weapon etched with crude but deadly efficiency. "It begins," he said. The Emperor raised a hand, and silence fell over his forces. The Thunder Warriors shifted, their heavy boots grinding against the stone, their weapons raised and ready. The air was thick with anticipation, the kind of silence that only existed in the moments before slaughter. And then the Emperor spoke a single word. "Advance." The vanguard of Ursh surged forward, a black tide of steel and flesh that consumed the landscape. Their banners whipped and cracked in the atomic winds, emblazoned with jagged runes that seemed to pulse with unnatural energy. The soldiers moved as one, a mindless machine driven by terror and domination. Each soldier bore the marks of a techno-barbarian's life, Scarred faces, augmented limbs, and ancient weapons, crude but devastatingly effective. Behind them, their psychers raised their hands, threads of sickly green and black light twisting from their fingers into the sky, their incantations fueling the terrible momentum of the charge. But as the forces of Ursh neared the Emperor's line, the psychers faltered. Their chanting stuttered, then cracked, as if some invisible force had stifled the breath in their lungs. The air itself seemed to push back against them, thickening with an oppressive, invisible weight. Where their sorcery had once flowed freely, it now withered and dissipated. One psyker, a gaunt figure with hollow eyes, collapsed, his strength and connection to the warp severed. It was then that the warriors of Ursh saw him. The Emperor stepped forward. Bathed in a light that burned away the pall of the battlefield, he descended the rise where he had stood. Every step carried with it the presence of inevitability, as though the world itself bent around him. In his hand, he carried a sword, no mere weapon, but a blade wreathed in psychic fire. Its flames licked the air with unnatural life, radiating a fierce golden light. This was no ordinary steel. It was an extension of his will, a manifestation of his mastery over the warp. Even the Thunder Warriors paused for a fraction of a second as their creator moved to the front. They knew he would lead. A wave of psychic might rolled out from the Emperor, unseen but deeply felt. The psychers of Ursh staggered, clutching their heads as the weight of his power bore down upon them. The soldiers behind them hesitated, their once cohesive charge faltering as fear spread through their ranks like a contagion. Their commanders shouted for them to press on, but the spell of terror had already begun to take hold. Now, the Emperor said, his voice as calm as a whisper but carrying the weight of thunder. The Thunder Warriors charged. They moved like an avalanche, bronze-clad titans descending the battlefield with unrelenting fury. Their massive strides devoured the distance between the two armies in moments, their strength crushing all in their path. The warriors of Ursh braced for the impact, but their courage, born of fear and tyranny, cracked like glass beneath the weight of the Thunder Warriors' onslaught. The clash was catastrophic. The first rank of Ursh's vanguard broke apart as the Thunder Warriors smashed into them, their weapons cleaving through lines of soldiers. Shields splintered, and formations collapsed under the sheer force of the assault. Ushotan himself was at the forefront, his blade cutting a brutal path through the chaos. Each swing of his weapon tore through the enemy's defenses, driving deeper into the heart of their formation. The Custodian Guard followed in the wake of the Thunder Warriors, their golden armor gleaming like distant stars in the haze of battle. Where the Thunder Warriors were a storm, raw and unchecked, the Custodians were precision incarnate. They moved with the grace of artisans, each strike perfectly measured, their guardian spears finding their marks with lethal efficiency. To witness them fight was to see mastery honed to perfection. But the battle was far from over. From the rear of the Ursh formation came a great roar, and with it, their war machines appeared. Hulking constructs of rusted iron and scavenged technologies bellowing black smoke and unleashing devastation. Cannons roared, shredding the air with projectiles that detonated in blinding flashes of light and fire. The advance of the Emperor's forces slowed as the war engines unleashed their payloads, sending arcs of plasma and explosives into the charging Thunder Warriors. Still, they did not stop. The Thunder Warriors pressed forward, their armor scorched and battered, their movements fueled by unrelenting momentum. And at their head, the Emperor stood unflinching, the psychic flames of his sword undimmed by the fire and destruction. His voice echoed across the battlefield, carrying a single, resolute command. Destroy them. The war engines of Ursh rumbled forward, belching fire and smoke as they unleashed their arsenal upon the advancing Thunder Warriors. Massive rotary cannons spat streams of jagged, rusted rounds, cutting swaths through the battlefield. Plasma projectors flared in violent bursts, leaving scorched craters where moments earlier there had been bronze-clad giants or hapless auxiliaries. The battlefield became a maelstrom of destruction, a deafening symphony of explosions and grinding metal. Yet still, the Emperor's forces pressed on. The Thunder Warriors waded through the firestorm, their resilience and brute strength making them unstoppable. Though their armor was scorched and their flesh torn, they were relentless. One, His helm shattered, and an eye lost, tore through the treads of a war engine with his bare hands, the machine collapsing in a heap of shrieking metal. Another drove his blade through the iron hull of a tank, pulling the pilot from its interior and silencing the machine in an eruption of sparks and twisted steel. At the Emperor's side, Ushotan moved like a living tempest. His blade carved through the soldiers who swarmed to meet him, their weapons shattering against his overwhelming strength. "Cowards!" he snarled, his voice carrying across the chaos. Bloodstained and furious, he surged toward a towering war engine, its rusted cannons swiveling to aim at the advancing custodian guard. The custodians, disciplined and precise, flanked the war engines with their lethal efficiency. Where the Thunder Warriors tore through the battlefield with unchecked ferocity, the custodians were calm and methodical. Their guardian spears struck exposed joints and machinery with flawless accuracy, each strike crippling or destroying their targets. One custodian leapt onto the hull of a war machine, driving his spear into its core. The machine exploded in a pillar of flame, and the custodian landed amidst the wreckage, already moving toward his next foe. The Emperor strode forward with measured purpose. Where the Thunder Warriors were fury and the custodians precision, he was inevitability. His sword burned like a beacon, each strike an execution of his will. With a single sweep, he cleaved through a war engine that had dared to target him, its molten remains collapsing at his feet. Soldiers and psychers alike fell before him, their courage evaporating under his presence. But Caligan's forces were not without their own strengths. From the heart of the Urshian line came a sudden eruption of unholy energy, a sorcerous storm that tore through the battlefield. The air itself seemed to scream as the unnatural forces of the warp were unleashed, a maelstrom of blackened lightning and psychic power that coiled like serpents through the sky. The storm battered the Emperor's forces, tearing apart mortal soldiers and even staggering the indomitable Thunder Warriors. Psychers from Ursh, frail in body but blazing with warp-born energy, raised their arms as the storm intensified. Each was a conduit for Caligan's will, their powers feeding the storm that threatened to consume the Emperor's army. Around the Psychers, shadows writhed unnaturally, forming impossible shapes. Harsh whispers filled the air, echoing from nowhere and everywhere at once. It was sorcery of the foulest kind, and it radiated malice as thick as the smoke above the battlefield. Ushotan, standing amid the bronze ranks of the Thunder Warriors, roared his defiance. Without waiting for orders, he charged, his massive form cleaving through the battlefield like a battering ram. Thunder Warriors followed in his wake, their bellows cutting through the mounting fear as they surged toward the Psychers. The Emperor, standing tall amidst the chaos, turned his gaze toward the storm. His golden form seemed to burn brighter, the psychic flames of his sword roaring to life as he raised the blade high. The lightning of the storm lashed toward him, but shattered harmlessly against his psychic aura, scattering into harmless sparks. "Ushotan," the Emperor called, his voice calm but commanding. "Strike their heart. I will end the storm." Ushotan didn't hesitate. He surged forward, leading the Thunder Warriors with a roar that rose above the chaos of the battlefield. His massive blade, forged with brutal simplicity, rose and fell in punishing arcs, scattering Urshian soldiers like brittle kindling. Behind him, the Thunder Warriors charged as one, their bronze-clad forms crashing into the enemy lines with devastating force. Where they passed, the enemy ranks crumbled, shields splintered, formations collapsed, and the resistance of Caligan's soldiers melted away under the onslaught. Ahead, the Psychers of Ursh chanted faster, their voices rising to a frantic pitch as the Thunder Warriors closed the distance. The storm above them writhed in response, bolts of unnatural energy lashing out at the advancing line. Some Thunder Warriors fell, their armor blackened by the crackling energy, but their brothers pressed on without hesitation. They were relentless, driven by the singular purpose for which they had been made. Ushotan reached the Psychers first. They stood in a circle of shimmering green light, their gaunt forms hunched and trembling as they poured their energies into the storm. The air around them shimmered with warp-tainted energy, unnatural shapes flickering at the edge of perception. One of the Psychers turned, his face twisted with fury, and unleashed a surge of psychic fire toward Ushotan. The flames struck him full in the chest, but the massive warrior advanced through the inferno, his armor scorched but unyielding. With a fierce swing, his blade struck the psyker down, the sorcerer's death unraveling the tendrils of energy that had tethered the storm. The other psykers faltered, their chanting breaking into cries of panic as Ushotan and the Thunder Warriors tore into their circle. The storm overhead began to weaken, its flickering tendrils dissipating as one by one, the sorcerers fell. Ushotan's strikes were swift and merciless, each blow silencing another source of warp-born power. Around him, his warriors overran the remaining defenders, their momentum carrying them deeper into the heart of the enemy formation. At the center of the battlefield, the Emperor raised his blazing sword toward the heavens. With a single, deliberate motion, he swept it downward, and the remnants of the storm shattered. The blackened skies split open, the unnatural clouds dissolving into nothingness as sunlight pierced through for the first time in hours. The oppressive weight that had hung over the battlefield lifted, and for a brief moment, the carnage gave way to silence. But the battle was not yet won. Even as the psykers fell and the storm dissipated, Caligan's forces regrouped, their war engines forming an iron wall as soldiers reassembled behind them. From the distance, horns blared, a deep, resonant sound that echoed across the field. It was a rallying cry. The ground trembled as reinforcements emerged over the horizon, ranks of fresh Urshian troops marching into view. Their numbers were vast, their banners rippling in the smoke-choked air like a tide of shadow. Ushotan turned back toward the Emperor, his chest heaving from exertion, his blade glinting in the broken sunlight. "They do not relent," he growled, his voice steady but brimming with anticipation. "What is your command, my lord?" The Emperor strode toward him, his expression calm but unyielding. The psychic fire of his sword burned brighter, casting an ethereal light that seemed to push back the encroaching darkness. He surveyed the battlefield, his golden armor shining amidst the ash and ruin, and spoke with the quiet certainty of one who shaped destiny itself. "They fight because they still believe their master protects them," the Emperor said. "We will show them the truth." He raised his sword, its flames flaring to life as he pointed toward the distant heart of the enemy army. "Caligan awaits. We will bring this to an end." The battlefield was a wasteland of shattered terrain and drifting smoke. Caligan's reinforcements marched forward, their banners rippling like dark waves across the horizon. Leading them were his elite troops, towering figures encased in crude, patchworked armor, their weapons humming with unstable energy. Their march was steady, and their numbers seemed endless, a grim reminder of the resources Caligan had brought to bear. At the Emperor's front lines, Ushotan stood ready, his massive blade resting on his shoulder. The Thunder Warriors around him, their bronze armor bearing the scars of countless engagements, waited silently. For them, battle was not an ordeal but a purpose. "They send their champions now," Ushotan remarked, his voice calm, almost eager. "Let them see what true strength is." The Emperor stepped forward, his golden form radiant even in the ash-laden air. Beside him, a custodian guard captain surveyed the advancing enemy, his voice steady and assured. "Caligan sends his best to stop us, my lord. They will fail." "They will," the Emperor said, raising his blazing sword. Its golden light flared, cutting through the shadows as he gestured toward the enemy. "Advance. Show them the price of resistance." The Thunder Warriors charged, their cries echoing across the battlefield as they crashed into the enemy ranks. Behind them, the custodian guard advanced with calm precision, their guardian spears raised and ready. Mortal auxiliaries followed, their resolve strengthened by the sight of the Emperor walking at the forefront, his presence a beacon in the chaos. The clash was immediate and fierce. Caligan's elite troops, armed with stolen technology and foul enchantments, fought with brutal efficiency. Energy weapons crackled as they fired into the oncoming warriors, and the ground shook under the weight of the conflict. Several Thunder Warriors fell under the opening volleys, their massive forms crashing to the ground, but their brothers pressed on without hesitation, their charge unbroken. Ushotan met one of the enemy champions in single combat. The towering foe, encased in jagged black armor etched with glowing runes, swung a massive weapon toward him. Sparks flew as the blades collided, the force of the impact rippling through the air. "You think brute strength will save you?" the champion sneered, his voice distorted by the vox grill of his helm. Ushotan answered with a low growl, his grip tightening on his blade. "No, but it will end you. With a surge of force, Ushatan drove his weapon forward, breaking through the champion's guard and striking his armor with a resounding blow. The duel raged on, each strike echoing through the battlefield, until Ushatan found his opening. A decisive swing shattered the champion's defenses, and the enemy fell, his weapon broken, and his form collapsing to the ground. Elsewhere, the Custodian Guard advanced with disciplined precision. Their golden armor gleamed against the dim battlefield as they moved with unerring purpose. Where the Thunder Warriors relied on overwhelming force, the Custodians were deliberate, each strike perfectly placed to disable and destroy. One Custodian confronted a pair of enemy champions, their augmented weapons glowing with unstable power. He sidestepped their attacks with practiced grace, his spear finding its mark and ending the fight swiftly. At the heart of the battlefield, the Emperor moved forward, his sword blazing with psychic fire. The light of his blade cut through the enemy ranks, scattering soldiers and forcing even the hardened champions of Ursh to falter. None who stood before him could hold their ground for long. With every step, he pushed deeper into the enemy lines, his golden form unyielding amidst the chaos. In the distance, fresh shapes emerged, colossal constructs of iron and sorcery, their forms towering over the battlefield. Their weapons glowed with a baleful light, and their arrival sent tremors through the ground. These war machines, greater and more fearsome than those that had come before, loomed over the horizon, symbols of Caligan's desperation. Ushotan regrouped with the Thunder Warriors, his armor dented and blade raised. The colossal war machines of Ursh loomed larger as they approached, their towering forms casting long shadows over the battlefield. Each was a grotesque fusion of ancient technology and foul sorcery, their frames bristling with weapons that hummed with unstable energy. Cannons spat beams of searing light, carving trenches into the earth, while spiked limbs crushed anything in their path. These were not mere constructs. They moved with an unnatural awareness, as if guided by something malevolent. At the heart of the formation, surrounded by these monstrosities, sat Caligan himself. The Lord of Ursh commanded from a towering command platform of blackened steel, his throne encased in shifting shadows that writhed like living things. The armor of pearl adorned his hulking frame, gleaming faintly even beneath the smoke-filled sky. In his hand, he held a staff crowned with an unearthly crystal that pulsed with green light. Around him stood his generals, Lurtuos, Shenkal, and Qualadon, each clad in armor warped by sorcery, their presence unsettling the very air around them. Caligan's voice boomed across the battlefield. "Do you see now, Emperor?" he roared, his tone thick with mockery. "You are not a god, you are a man. You will drown beneath the tide of my dominion." The Emperor stood amidst the chaos, his blazing sword casting steady light in the gloom. His golden armor was streaked with ash and blood, yet his expression was unreadable, unshaken. Around him, the Thunder Warriors regrouped, their bronze forms battered but unyielding, while the Custodian Guard formed a disciplined cordon, their spears gleaming as they awaited his command. Ushotan approached, his armor dented and blade resting on his shoulder. "Caligan hides behind machines and magic," he growled. "Let me cut through them. I will drag him from his throne." The Emperor's gaze did not shift. His voice was low, calm, yet absolute. "No." Ushotan scowled, his hand tightening on his blade. "Why not? He is nothing without his sorcery." The Emperor turned toward him, his words measured, precise. "He is not a man. He is a conduit, and what flows through him will not let go easily." Ushotan exhaled sharply but stepped back. He turned to the Thunder Warriors and raised his blade. "Form up. We take the line." The Emperor raised his sword high, its psychic flames flaring brighter. He pointed toward the heart of the enemy formation. "The machines, break them." At his command, the Thunder Warriors charged. They struck the enemy like a bronze tide, crashing into Caligan's forces with raw, unrelenting fury. Their massive weapons struck against the towering war machines, sparks flying as steel met iron. The constructs retaliated, beams of light and jagged limbs striking out. Yet for every Thunder Warrior who fell, another drove forward, hacking and tearing at the machines with grim resolve. The Custodian Guard moved behind them, their advance precise and disciplined. While the Thunder Warriors attacked with brute force, the Custodians targeted weak points with flawless accuracy. One Custodian leapt onto a war machine, his spear piercing a vital joint, and the construct collapsed under its own weight. Around him, others dismantled the enemy with the same methodical precision, their golden armor glinting amid the wreckage. Above the fray, Caligan watched, his expression twisted with satisfaction. "Is this all you have, Emperor?" he called, his voice carrying across the battlefield. "Your tools are crude, your warriors are flawed, you are already defeated." The Emperor stepped forward, his blazing sword cleaving through a war machine that turned its weapons on him. The construct crumbled, collapsing into a heap of molten slag, and the ground trembled beneath its fall. The Emperor lowered his sword, standing amid the destruction, his voice calm, devoid of emotion. "Caligan." The Lord of Ursh rose from his throne, shadows coiling around him as the crystal atop his staff pulsed with warp energy. The air thickened as the power of the Imperium seeped into the battlefield. His generals stepped forward, their weapons glowing with sorcery, their forms twisting and warping in unnatural ways. "This is only the beginning," Caligan said, his tone dripping with malice. He spread his arms as if inviting the Emperor forward. "Come, Emperor, come and see the gods you cannot defy." The Emperor said nothing. His blazing sword flared once more, and he strode toward the rising storm. The battlefield trembled as Caligan's generals descended from the blackened platform, their hulking forms radiating power that warped the air around them. Lurtois, clad in jagged crimson-etched armor, advanced with terrifying speed, his serrated claws carving the air. Shenkal followed, wielding a double-headed glaive that crackled with green energy, each sweep leaving faint distortions in its wake. Behind them strode Qualadon, a grotesque figure fused with machinery, his clawed hands glowing with volatile warp fire that made the air twist unnaturally. The three generals fanned out, each marching toward a different section of the battlefield as Caligan watched from above. "My generals will do what your tools cannot, Emperor," Caligan called, his voice sharp and mocking. "They are death-given form." The Emperor did not answer. His sword flared brighter as he raised it, signaling the advance. The Custodian Guard moved first, splitting into smaller units and converging on the generals. Each step was deliberate, their spears raised and ready, their movements in perfect synchronization. Thunder Warriors roared as they surged forward, Ushotan leading the charge toward the lumbering war machines that continued to stalk across the battlefield. The Emperor's forces pressed inward like a blade, cutting into the heart of Caligan's defenses. Lurtois met his challengers with terrifying speed, his armored bulk moving far faster than seemed possible. His claws tore through the earth and sent warriors sprawling with each strike. A custodian lunged at him, the blade of his spear aimed at the glowing sigils carved into the general's chest. Lurtois twisted aside, his clawed gauntlet slamming into the warrior's armor and sending him flying. Another custodian attacked from the flank, but Lurtois spun, catching the spear mid-thrust and snapping it in two before raking his claws across the warrior's helm. The remaining custodians adjusted their formation, circling him with practiced efficiency. Their strikes came in unison, their spears flashing in the dim light as they targeted the weak points in Lurtois' armor. One spear found its mark, driving into the sigils on his chest. Lurtois bellowed as cracks spread across his armor, the glowing runes fading. The custodians pressed their attack, their coordinated precision overwhelming even his monstrous speed and strength. On the opposite flank, Shenkal waded into the ranks of the Thunder Warriors, his glaive carving arcs of green energy that disintegrated anything it touched. Each sweep of the weapon left broken bodies and scorched earth in its wake. Ushotan roared as he charged toward the general, his massive blade raised high. Shenkal turned to face him, his expression unreadable beneath his twisted helm. "Come then," he said, his voice a low, unnatural growl. "Show me what strength is." The two giants clashed, Ushotan's massive blade meeting the crackling glaive in an explosion of sparks and energy. The ground split beneath their feet as they traded blow after blow, neither yielding. Shenkal's weapon was faster, its green fire burning through the air with every swing, but Ushotan's relentless strength forced him to step back with each strike. "You are nothing but brute force," Shenkal sneered, his glaive catching Ushotan's blade and throwing it aside. "And force alone is not enough." Ushotan snarled and slammed his shoulder into the general, driving him off balance. With a roar, he swung his blade in a wide arc, its edge finding Shenkal's arm. The glaive tumbled from the general's grasp as his arm twisted unnaturally, green light spilling from the wound like molten fire. Shenkal roared, his confidence faltering as Ushotan pressed the attack, his blade forcing him back step by step. Near the center of the battlefield, Qualodon strode toward the Emperor, his clawed hands trailing tendrils of warp energy that lashed out at anything near. Mortal soldiers caught in his path screamed as the energy consumed them, their forms collapsing into ash. Even the Thunder Warriors hesitated, their usual ferocity tempered by the oppressive aura radiating from the general. The Emperor stepped forward alone, his blazing sword held low at his side. Qualodon paused, tilting his head as though studying him. "You cannot stop what is coming," the general hissed, his voice echoing with strange, otherworldly tones. "The gods have willed it. You are but a fleeting spark before the inferno." The Emperor said nothing. He advanced with measured steps, his presence calm and implacable. Qualodon snarled and unleashed a torrent of warp fire, the searing energy tearing through the air toward him. The Emperor raised his sword and cut through the flames with a single motion, the psychic fire of his blade parting the attack as though it were smoke. Qualodon recoiled, his confidence visibly shaken. He gathered more energy, the warp around him boiling with raw power, but the Emperor did not stop. With each step, his golden light burned brighter, his sword humming with unleashed fury. Qualodon lashed out again and again, but the Emperor was relentless. When he reached the general, he struck once. The psychic fire of his blade consumed Qualodon utterly, leaving nothing but silence and ash. As Qualodon fell, Caligan stood above it all, his throne surrounded by coiling shadows, his smile faltered for the first time. The battlefield was silent now, save for the distant groans of collapsing war machines and the retreating cries of broken soldiers. At the heart of it all, the Emperor stood, his blazing sword casting long shadows on the blackened steps leading to Caligan's platform. Above him, the Lord of Ursh loomed like a monument to arrogance, his throne framed by coiling shadows and the pulsing green light of his staff. The armor of pearl clung tightly to Caligan's massive frame, its pristine surface gleaming faintly despite the corruption flowing through its wearer. A relic of the dark age of technology, the Emperor mused, and perhaps worth preserving. "Do you see them, Emperor?" Caligan roared, raising his staff as tendrils of energy coiled through the air around him. "The power eternal, the force that reshapes worlds and bends men to its will. It has made me its prophet, and through me its dominion will reign unbroken." His voice was a jagged crescendo of triumph and madness, amplified by the warp-tainted power coursing through him. The Emperor began to ascend the steps, his golden armor streaked with ash but gleaming with an inner light. His sword hung low at his side, its psychic fire subdued but ready. Caligan's ranting echoed around him, but the Emperor's thoughts were elsewhere. He could have destroyed this man in an instant. Caligan's power was not his own, merely borrowed corruption from the warp, and the Emperor was its master. A flicker of his will would have been enough to extinguish it. But this moment was not about simplicity. It was about what would follow. Caligan's empire thrived on fanaticism, and its people worshipped him as a god incarnate. To destroy him here, in full view of the crumbling remnants of his forces, would shatter that illusion. The collapse of Caligan's myth would ripple through Ursh, spreading doubt, fear, and submission in its wake, a tool the Emperor could wield. And the armor. The armor of pearl was remarkable, a prize worth studying. It had endured unblemished by time and even by the corruption of the man inside it. To destroy it here would be a waste, and the Emperor rarely wasted anything of value. Caligan's laughter cut through his musings. "You are silent, Emperor. Is it fear? Is it doubt? Does your truth waver before what cannot be denied?" He raised his staff high, the coiling energy around him snapping outward in waves. The air cracked and trembled as tendrils of the warp lashed out, splitting the stone beneath the Emperor's feet. The Emperor reached the top of the steps and stopped. He studied Caligan for a moment, his expression unreadable. The shadows coiled tighter, the air thick with the stink of corruption, but the Emperor did not falter. "You are a puppet," the Emperor said at last, his voice calm and cutting, "and now your strings are cut." Caligan bellowed in fury, raising his staff to unleash a torrent of energy, A wave of green and black power surged toward the Emperor, its force bending the air and shrieking as it tore through reality itself. The Emperor moved with effortless precision, raising his free hand. The warp-born energy stopped midair, writhing like a trapped animal, and with a flick of his will, it collapsed into nothing. Golden light erupted from the Emperor, rolling outward in a wave of psychic power. The shadows around Caligan dissolved instantly, the coiling tendrils of energy unraveling like threads. The staff in Caligan's hand splintered, the crystal at its tip shattering in a burst of sparks. Caligan staggered, his towering presence crumbling under the weight of the Emperor's unrelenting will. Caligan's defiance turned to terror. He stumbled back, his body writhing within the armor as the corruption sustaining him turned inward. The taint that had empowered him now consumed him, burning him from within. His screams rose above the battlefield, desperate and inhuman, as the Emperor's psychic fire seared away all that remained of his strength. The armor of pearl, untouched by the fire, gleamed faintly as Caligan's body withered to dust within it. When his screams ceased, silence fell. Below, the battlefield stilled. The war machines ground to a halt, their controllers broken. Caligan's remaining forces, their supposed prophet destroyed, scattered in disarray. The sky, once choked with ash and the taint of the warp, began to clear as sunlight broke through. The Emperor lowered his sword, its flames dimming. He stepped forward and placed a hand on the armor of pearl, its smooth surface cool beneath his gauntlet. For a moment, he studied it, then turned away as Ushotan approached. The Thunder Warrior's battered form bore the marks of relentless combat, his blade streaked with blood and ash. He glanced from the lifeless armor to the Emperor. The battlefield remained quiet, the echoes of war fading into the distance as Ursh's armies fled in scattered disarray. The sunlight breaking through the soot-choked sky cast the ruins in a harsh, pale light, illuminating the wreckage of war machines and the broken banners of Caligan's empire. The Emperor stood at the foot of the blackened platform, his golden form still and commanding amidst the devastation. He turned his gaze toward Ushotan, who waited nearby, his armor battered and streaked with grime, but his posture steady, unshaken, even after the ferocity of the battle. Without looking at the lifeless remains of Caligan, the Emperor gestured toward the armor of pearl, which still gleamed atop the platform. "Have the armor collected," the Emperor said, his voice calm but absolute. "It is to be sent to Malkador immediately. He will know what to do with it." Ushotan inclined his head slightly, his heavy blade resting on one bloodied pauldron. "And the men?" he asked, glancing across the battlefield at the survivors. The Thunder Warriors who remained standing, their bronze forms bent under the weight of their own violence, and the mortal soldiers who clustered in loose, ragged groups, clutching their weapons like talismans against the horrors they had witnessed. The Emperor regarded them for a moment, his gaze sweeping over the remnants of his army. "The Thunder Warriors and the auxiliaries are to prepare camps. Let them rest and recover what strength they can tonight. At first light, we begin sweeping the hive cities for holdouts, corrupted relics, and anything that rebellion might use to survive." Ushotan nodded, already moving toward the Thunder Warriors. He barked orders with a commanding voice that carried across the battlefield, directing soldiers to form work parties and begin clearing wreckage. Mortal soldiers, pale and shaken, fell into line as the battered giants of the Thunder Legion strode among them, their presence as terrifying to their allies as to their foes. Above it all, the Emperor remained motionless for a time, his gaze lingering on the distant horizon where Ursh's fleeing armies vanished into the haze. It was not triumph that filled his expression, nor satisfaction. There was only purpose, the unyielding drive that pushed him forward. One tyrant had fallen, but the world was still fractured, its people clinging to old hatreds, old lies, old chains. His work had only begun. The morning brought no respite to the battered lands of Ursh. The skies remained clouded with ash, the air carrying the acrid tang of scorched metal and blood. Yet the battlefield was no longer a place of chaos. It had become one of methodical purpose. The Emperor's forces moved with cold precision, sweeping through the ruins of hive cities that sprawled like ancient carcasses across the blackened terrain. The Thunder Warriors, their massive forms imposing even in the dim light, cleared streets and subjugated whatever remained of Ursh's resistance. Mortals followed behind, cataloging relics, disarming traps, and rooting out the few fanatics still clinging to Caligan's shattered legacy. The Emperor walked among them, his golden armor glinting faintly in the smog-filled dawn. He said little, but his presence drove the work forward with an almost unnatural efficiency. The mortals averted their eyes as he passed, not out of fear, but reverence. The Thunder Warriors, despite their crude demeanor, offered him respectful salutes when he drew near. Even Ushotan, towering and bloodied from the previous day's battle, stood a little straighter when the Emperor approached. The ruins of the Hive cities were a labyrinth of collapsed towers, ash-clogged streets, and shadowy depths where survivors might still linger. The Emperor's army pushed methodically through these ruins, rooting out enemies and sweeping for hidden dangers. The Thunder Warriors led the charge, their bronze forms moving with brutal efficiency as they destroyed barricades and cut down the last futile pockets of resistance. Behind them, mortal auxiliaries advanced carefully, dragging scavenged relics and materials from the wreckage. But as they pressed deeper into the heart of the Hive, the Emperor began to feel it. At first, it was faint, an ebbing and flowing presence beneath the surface of the earth, almost imperceptible against the noise of the ruined city. But with every step, the sensation grew stronger. It was ancient, rhythmic, like a pulse, its flow resonating in ways no mortal could comprehend. By the time they reached the shattered remnants of a central plaza, the presence had become unmistakable. The Emperor halted abruptly, his blazing eyes scanning the ruined expanse around him. The plaza had once been a hub of activity, but now it was a cratered wasteland, ringed by collapsed buildings and twisted machinery. Yet beneath the layers of stone and rubble, he could feel it, something vast and powerful, waiting patiently beneath the earth. Ushotan, the Emperor said suddenly, his voice cutting through the noise of the operation. The Thunder Warrior turned to him. My lord? There is something here, the Emperor said. He gestured to the ground beneath them, his tone calm but commanding. Something ancient. I will need earth-moving equipment. Have it brought here immediately. Ushotan hesitated for only a moment before bowing his head. As you command. He strode off, issuing orders to the mortal workers, who immediately began relaying the Emperor's request through the chain of command. The machinery was far from the Hive cities, scattered across supply depots and outposts that had yet to catch up with the campaign. It would take time. While they waited, the mortals set to work with hand tools and sheer determination. Armed only with shovels, pickaxes, and buckets scavenged from the ruins, they dug into the hard-packed earth and rubble. The crater deepened hour by hour under the relentless efforts of men and women eager to please the great unifier. Their exhaustion was clear, but none faltered under the Emperor's watchful presence. By late in the night, the crater had reached nearly 35 feet, its edges ringed by piles of dirt and debris. The workers' hands were raw and bleeding, but their expressions were resolute. The Thunder Warriors, meanwhile, continued their sweeps through the Hive's ruins, clearing resistance and guarding against ambushes or treachery. Their heavy steps echoed through the hollowed streets, their bronze forms silhouetted against the fires of work camps as they secured the area for the growing Imperium. The Emperor stood at the edge of the excavation, his gaze fixed on the labor below. Ushotan approached, his armor dimly reflecting the orange glow of torches. The digging continues, he said. The machines will arrive soon. They have done well, the Emperor said, his voice quiet but firm. But their tools will not reach what lies below. Let the equipment finish what their hands have begun. Late in the night, the earth movers finally arrived. Massive and hulking, their treads churned through the debris as they were brought into place. The workers cheered faintly, their exhaustion giving way to a flicker of hope as the machines rumbled to life. The mortals resumed their efforts, this time under the watchful eyes of overseers, ensuring efficiency as the ancient ground was torn open with powerful mechanical force. By the first light of dawn, the work had uncovered something extraordinary. A faint gleam of gold appeared through the dust and dirt, shining faintly against the rubble. As the workers cleared away the last layers of debris, a structure began to take shape beneath the crater. It was a pyramid, its edges sharp and precise, rising nearly 2 stories high. Its surface was covered in intricate patterns of gold and ancient script that seemed to shimmer faintly in the morning light. At its apex, a throne sat, carved from the same golden material, its lines impossibly smooth and perfect. Faint sounds emanated from the structure, mechanical hums, barely audible clicks, and the rhythmic vibrations of something alive with purpose. Despite its apparent age, the pyramid showed no signs of decay or wear. It was pristine, untouched by the chaos that had consumed the world above. Even the dirt that clung to its surface seemed to slide away, as though rejected by the artifact itself. The Emperor stepped forward, his golden armor catching the first rays of sunlight as he approached the pyramid. He raised a hand, and the workers retreated, their murmurs silenced as he ascended the edge of the crater. The hums grew louder as he neared, a steady, almost musical tone that resonated through the air. There was a power here, one unlike anything he had encountered before, neither purely human nor purely mechanical. It was something greater, something that had endured the rise and fall of civilizations without faltering. "Clear the rest of it," the Emperor said, his voice cutting through the silence. "I will examine it further when it is fully unearthed." The workers obeyed, their movements quick and deliberate as they resumed their excavation. Ushotan stood nearby, his gaze flicking uneasily between the Emperor and the strange structure. "What is it?" Ushotan asked, his voice low. The Emperor did not answer immediately. He stood before the golden pyramid, his hand brushing lightly against its surface. For a moment, he seemed almost distant, as though listening to something only he could hear. Then, without looking at Ushotan, he spoke. "An artifact," the Emperor said. The cavernous hangar in the heart of the Himalaya Mountains stretched wide and deep, its walls reinforced with gleaming adamantium and layers of ancient stonework. The golden pyramid now stood in its center, its polished surface radiating a faint warmth under the overhead lights. The hum of its mechanisms persisted, faint but rhythmic, filling the vast chamber with an almost soothing vibration. The Emperor and Malcador stood before it, their forms dwarfed by the towering pyramid. The throne at its apex gleamed in the sterile light, its impossibly smooth lines and precise construction defying even the closest scrutiny. The slight mechanical sounds emanating from beneath its surface seemed to pulse faintly in time with something unseen, a rhythm that neither of them fully understood. Malcador, clad in his simple but elegant robes, broke the silence. His piercing gaze drifted from the pyramid to the Emperor, a glimmer of humor flickering in his ancient eyes. "Well," he said, his tone light but carrying the weight of their long friendship, "you do need a throne. Try it. You are immortal. What's the worst that could happen?" The Emperor, standing tall in his golden armor, allowed the faintest trace of a grin to touch his lips. His expression was still stoic, but Malcador knew him well enough to see the faint glint of amusement in his blazing eyes. "Death isn't the worst fate I could imagine," the Emperor replied, his voice calm and measured. He gazed up at the throne, his expression contemplative. "But you may be right. It does seem an obvious part of its purpose." Malcador arched a brow, tilting his head as he considered the towering structure. "Do you truly think it's a throne? Perhaps it's something else, a symbol of authority, or..." He tapped a finger against his chin. "Possibly a communication device?" The Emperor nodded slowly, his golden armor catching the light as he stepped closer to the pyramid's base. "Maybe," he said, his tone thoughtful. "But it does not seem to be of human origin, which raises even more questions." Malcador frowned slightly, his gaze narrowing. "Not of human origin? You're certain?" The Emperor placed a gauntleted hand on the smooth surface of the pyramid, his touch light, but deliberate. The hum beneath his hand seemed to respond, the rhythm shifting subtly before settling back into its steady pulse. He did not answer immediately. Instead, he stood there for a moment, his blazing eyes fixed on the throne above. "I am certain," the Emperor said finally. "Its construction is beyond anything humanity has built. Even during the dark age of technology, this precision would have been unprecedented. There is an intelligence to it, a logic that feels foreign. And yet, its purpose aligns with the needs of the moment. To amplify power," Malcador said, his tone contemplative. "Your power." "Perhaps," the Emperor replied. "If it is an amplifier, it could be a tool to reach beyond what we can currently achieve, or perhaps to maintain something beyond the limits of the flesh, a machine that sustains, a machine that bridges." Malcador chuckled softly, though there was a note of unease beneath his amusement. and yet you speak as if you've already decided to use it. The Emperor turned to his old friend, his expression calm but resolute. I have not decided, he said. Not yet, but I can feel it calling, Malcador. Its purpose is not passive. It was built to be used. To sit upon it is not merely to rest, it is to activate it. A week of study had revealed little about the Golden Pyramid. Its surface resisted every attempt to understand its composition, the intricate gold patterns and alien script yielding no secrets. Malcador had spent hours examining the artifact alongside the Emperor, yet even his sharp mind could discern only vague guesses. The Emperor had spent much of that time in silent contemplation, his blazing eyes fixed on the throne, as though waiting for it to reveal its purpose. Yet, deep within, he already suspected what it was meant to do. It is no ordinary relic, the Emperor said at last, his voice cutting through the quiet hum of the chamber. He stood at the base of the pyramid, his hand resting on its smooth surface. This pulse. It is not just a machine, Malcador. It resonates with the immaterium. Malcador stood nearby, his robes brushing the stone floor. If it interacts with the warp, my lord, then it must be approached with caution. Its creators, whoever they were, may not have intended it as a gift. The Emperor inclined his head slightly. Perhaps not, but it is no crude device of sorcery. This is precision, purpose. It is not tainted, it is something else entirely. Malcador frowned, but did not press further. He knew better than to doubt the Emperor's instincts. Instead, he gestured toward the throne atop the pyramid. And what of its seat? You have said it is meant to be activated, but how? By sitting upon it, the Emperor said plainly, ascending the first steps of the pyramid. His golden armor caught the chamber's light, his every step calm and deliberate. It is designed to interface with something, perhaps a mind, perhaps more. Malcador crossed his arms, watching as his old friend climbed higher. You mean to test it, then? Yes, the Emperor replied, his tone leaving no room for debate. If this device holds the potential I suspect, it will be instrumental in our efforts to unify humanity. Perhaps it is even key to something greater. Reaching the apex, the Emperor paused. The golden throne loomed before him, its smooth surface gleaming, its intricate design mesmerizing in its perfection. For a moment he studied it, his mind brushing against the hum of power that emanated from it. It pulsed faintly like a heartbeat, its rhythm steady and unyielding. Without hesitation, he lowered himself onto the throne. The moment the Emperor's form settled into the seat, the chamber seemed to shift. The hum of the pyramid rose in pitch, growing louder and deeper until it filled the vast space with a resonant vibration. Malcador stumbled back slightly, steadying himself against the wall, as the air thickened with psychic energy. Golden light erupted from the throne, flooding the chamber in a brilliant radiance that burned away shadows and danced across the walls. The Emperor sat motionless, his hands resting on the throne's arms, his eyes blazing with light that rivaled the sun. The golden pyramid began to pulse, each wave of light synchronized with the Emperor's psychic aura, amplifying it, magnifying it. And then, in an instant, the Emperor's mind was no longer in the chamber. He found himself in a vast expanse of shifting light and energy, a web of impossible complexity stretching across an infinite void. The strands of the web shimmered with colors beyond human comprehension, each thread a pathway, each intersection a gateway. He understood immediately what he was seeing. This was no ordinary vision. It was the webway, a labyrinthine network of paths and portals that spanned the galaxy. The Emperor moved through the webway, not with his body, but with his will. The threads responded to his presence, their light bending and flowing around him like a river parting for a stone. He sensed their purpose, their ancient design, and the minds that had created them. They were not human minds. They were older, colder, and incomprehensible. But the Emperor's power pressed through their remnants like a knife cutting through cloth. Here, in this place, he felt something he had not known in centuries: wonder. The webway was a construct of pure mastery, a tool that could unite the stars without ever touching the dangers of the warp. With this, humanity could break free of its reliance on the immaterium. No more would ships travel blind through the tides of chaos, at the mercy of daemons and storm-racked currents. The webway offered safety, speed, and control. But the longer he lingered, the more he noticed something else. The edges of the webway flickered, their light dimming in places, like a fire struggling to hold against an encroaching darkness. At these edges, he saw the warp clawing against the structure, its chaotic tendrils seeking purchase. The webway was ancient, but it was not indestructible. The Emperor extended his will, testing the pathways. To his amazement, they responded. Where the warp pressed hardest, he focused his power, stabilizing the flickering strands. The energy of the throne amplified his psychic strength, making what would have been impossible into something attainable. He could see it now. This device was more than an amplifier. It was a gateway, a control system. With it, he could master the webway. The chamber returned in a rush. The Emperor rose from the throne, his movements deliberate. His golden armor gleamed as he descended the steps, his expression unreadable. When he spoke, his voice was calm but heavy with certainty. "It is the webway, Malcador," he said. "The device is a gateway and a tool to control it." Malcador's brows knit together. "The webway? The Eldar's labyrinth?" The Emperor nodded. "Yes, but it is fractured. It decays under the pressure of the warp. With this, we could repair it, stabilize it, perhaps even claim it." Malcador was silent for a moment, his sharp mind already calculating the implications. A system of pathways throughout the galaxy, stable, controlled, if it could be done. "It must be done," the Emperor said. "This is no longer a question of potential. This device will be the foundation for a new future. A future where humanity is free from the warp." The Emperor stood in silence at the base of the Golden Pyramid, his gaze distant. The echoes of his brief journey into the webway lingered in his mind. A lattice of light and energy, ancient and immense, teetering on the edge of ruin yet brimming with untapped potential. It was a construct meant for something far greater than the fractured galaxy of old night, and now it was his to claim, to repurpose, to wield. Malcador, ever watchful, stepped beside him. "This endeavor, my lord," he said carefully, "will require everything. Resources, strength, and above all, faith from those who follow you." The Emperor inclined his head slightly, his expression unreadable. "Faith is not required, old friend. Humanity needs only direction, purpose, and unity. With this," he gestured toward the pyramid, "we will achieve what the warp seeks to deny us, an empire that does not bend to chaos." Malcador nodded, though a shadow of unease crossed his features. "And if the warp fights back, this device may stabilize the webway, but it will not silence the immaterium. The darker forces will not yield so easily." "They will not need to yield," the Emperor said, his voice like granite. "They will be driven back, contained. The webway is the key. With it, humanity will no longer cower before the warp, but surpass it entirely. No more blind jumps through the immaterium. No more daemons lurking in the shadows. No more stagnation. The stars will belong to us again." "And the risks?" Malcador asked, his tone measured. "Even the smallest misstep could bring disaster." The Emperor turned, his golden form blazing faintly under the chamber's harsh lights. "There is always risk, but without action, humanity is doomed to be consumed by the darkness. Every path forward carries peril. This path carries the promise of salvation." For a moment, neither of them spoke. The hum of the pyramid filled the silence, a quiet reminder of its immense alien power. Finally, Malcador allowed himself a rare smile. "You always did prefer the bold approach." The Emperor's lips twitched, almost imperceptibly. "It is the only approach." The two turned to face the artifact once more, the weight of its implications settling around them. The Golden Throne and its pyramid would be studied further, refined, and prepared for the great project ahead. Humanity stood at the edge of a new dawn, its fate tied to the hands of its immortal leader. The Emperor's voice broke the silence, soft but resolute. "It begins here. Terra will be unified. And then, the galaxy." Terra groaned under the weight of its scars. Warlords and techno-barbarian kings ruled with iron fists, carving their dominions from the planet's broken carcass. Among them, Hy Brasil was one of the greatest, a sprawling realm in Merica ruled by the fierce and unyielding Dalmoth kin. From the hive city of Sao Paulo, surrounded by the frozen expanse of the winter fields, Kin commanded a proud and savage domain. His elite warriors, the Dracos clad in green-scaled armor, were legends of ferocity, their names spoken in awe and dread across the continent. But Terra's chaos had awakened something greater. The Emperor, master of conquest, sought to unite the fractured planet beneath his banner. His armies had broken countless kingdoms, and now his gaze turned southward. Hy Brasil, jewel of Merica, would be the next to fall. This is their story. The Planalto rumbled with life, its towering hive spires piercing the polluted skies. Plasma reactors deep beneath the city churned ceaselessly, their heat exchange processes coating the winter fields in thick layers of frost. For the citizens of Sao Paulo, this was a day like any other. Workers trudged to their shifts in the industrial depths, their faces gaunt with exhaustion. Merchants filled the mid-hive marketplaces, hawking goods made from salvaged tech and crude materials. And high above, in the glittering citadel at the hive summit, Dalmoth Kin prepared for war. In the throne room of the Citadel of Scales, named for the coiled serpentine motif that adorned its steel walls, Kin stood before a hololithic map of Merica. His emerald-scaled cloak hung heavily across his broad shoulders, matching the ornate armor he wore, a gift forged by his artificers, said to be as unyielding as the man who ruled from within it. Kin's eyes, sharp and relentless, scanned the flickering image before him. Red markers indicated the Emperor's advancing forces. They moved like a tide, sweeping away the lesser cantons of the south. Already, neighboring warlords had fallen or bent the knee to the unifier from the north. "Their pace quickens," murmured a voice at Kin's side. Ferram Sikar, Kin's nephew and most trusted advisor, stood cloaked in dark green robes embroidered with sigils of the old Hy Brasil dynasties. "The tribes of the Amazonie and the Yucatan have been broken. Soon they will reach our borders." "Let them come," Kin growled, his voice low and rough. He turned to face Sikar, the steel glint of his gauntlets catching the light. "Hy Brasil is no crumbling canton. We are not the Yucatan, trading old relics for survival. We are the apex of Merica, forged in war and blood. Let this emperor see what becomes of those who challenge the Dracos." Sikar's expression shifted slightly, caught somewhere between agreement and doubt. "They say his soldiers are unlike any others, my lord. Gene-forged warriors, armored giants. And we have plasma cannons, artillery, and warriors who know these lands as they know their own veins," Kin snapped, his patience thinning. "The Emperor may march on Hy Brasil, but he will not leave it whole." Kin's words echoed in the chamber, a proclamation as heavy as the silence that followed. Yet within the ruler's mind, a shadow of unease lingered. The Emperor was not like the petty kings of Terra, squabbling over scraps. He was something else, something relentless. And now, the storm was coming to Hy Brasil. The skies above Merica were choked with ash as the Emperor's forces gathered at the borders of Hy Brasil. From the shattered jungle cantons to the ravaged highlands, the war machine of unification had swept southward, dismantling lesser kingdoms in its relentless advance. Now only the Planalto remained, its towers rising above the frozen winter fields like spears thrust toward the heavens. The vanguard was led by the Thunder Warriors. Behind them came the Auxilia, their disciplined ranks bristling with banners bearing the Emperor's sigil. Overhead, dropships screamed across the sky, deploying heavy armor and siege engines onto the cracked earth. This was no skirmish or probing raid, it was conquest incarnate. At the forefront of this colossal host stood the Emperor, his golden battle plate radiant even under Terra's polluted sky. He gazed at the distant hive spires of Sao Paulo. Beside him stood Malcador, the Sigillite, his dark robes stirring faintly in the wind. The Sigillite's keen eyes studied the horizon, where Hy Brasil's banners fluttered in the biting air. "Dalmoth Kin will not yield," Malcador murmured. "He has made that clear with every missive we sent. His pride will drag this to blood." The Emperor's silence was answer enough. He did not turn from the city. His mind was already calculating, analyzing the resistance to come. "Preparations are complete, Lord," a general reported, stepping forward. He gestured toward the ridges where artillery was being positioned and siege engines readied. "Their plasma reactors and the winter fields will complicate the advance, but it is manageable. The Dracos are assembling to meet us." The Emperor's gaze remained fixed on the distant spires. "Begin." The order rippled through the chain of command, and the vast war host stirred to life. Siege engines ground forward, artillery began its deafening cadence, and the disciplined ranks of the Auxilia advanced in perfect formation. Beyond the front lines, the Thunder Warriors moved like an avalanche, the first to meet the enemy head-on. Hy Brasil would not be taken easily, but it would be taken. The Emperor had judged the canton and its ruler, and their time had come to an end. Within the citadel of Scales, the war horns of Hy Brasil bellowed their call to arms, echoing across the towering hive spires of Sao Paulo. The sound was ancient and primal, a reverberation meant to shake the hearts of enemies and ignite the resolve of its people. In the shadow of the winter fields, the Dracos assembled. The warriors of Hy Brasil were a sight to behold, a blend of savagery and discipline honed by centuries of survival in Terra's most unforgiving age. They marched in serried ranks, their green-scaled armor catching the dim light as if forged from the hide of some ancient predator. Their helmets, styled like reptilian skulls, hid faces hardened by endless war. Plasma rifles, chain blades, and exotic weaponry scavenged from the ruins of the dark age of technology were in their hands, each soldier a testament to the brutal ingenuity of the realm they served. At their head stood Dalmoth Kin himself, a titan of a man, clad in his signature emerald battle plate, its surface engraved with glyphs of Hy Brasil's ancient dynasties. His scaled cloak draped over one shoulder, his ornate plasma halberd resting easily in his grasp. Kin's presence alone seemed to radiate an indomitable will, a force that demanded loyalty from those who followed him. "To your positions," Kin bellowed, his voice amplified by Vox speakers mounted across the battlegrounds. The Dracos moved swiftly, deploying along the icy expanse of the winter fields and the elevated ridges surrounding the hive cluster. Siege cannons were locked into place, their barrels aimed at the advancing tide of the Emperor's forces. Plasma turrets hummed to life, their charged cores glowing ominously in the frostbitten air. Faram Sikar approached from the rear lines, his dark green cloak trailing behind him. Unlike Kin, Sikar had a leaner build, more suited to the cunning of politics and strategy than the raw brutality of war. Yet, he was no less devoted to the defense of Hy Brasil. He spoke quickly, his tone sharp. "The Emperor's artillery is already in position. They've begun to shell the ridges, my lord. Their forward line is advancing in lockstep, Thunder Warriors at the vanguard." Kin grunted, his eyes narrowing. "They'll try to break our lines through sheer force, the way they've done to every canton before us, but Hy Brasil is not like the others. They'll pay for every meter they take. We must not underestimate them," Sikar pressed, lowering his voice. "This is no warlord's rabble. This is a machine. Precision, strategy, strength beyond human limits. If we make a mistake..." "There will be no mistakes," Kin interrupted, his tone final. "Hy Brasil stands. The Emperor may have his Thunder Warriors, but we are the Dracos, forged in fire and steel. He will learn that we do not break." Sikar hesitated, then nodded, retreating to oversee the artillery crews. As the final preparations were made, Kin took his place at the front of the line, his halberd gleaming in the frost-laden air. Before him stretched the frozen expanse of the winter fields, the horizon marked by the distant movement of the Emperor's forces, a tide of gold, bronze, and steel, rolling forward with relentless purpose. The first shots of the siege rang out, and the ground trembled as the battle for Hy Brasil began. The frozen expanse of the winter fields erupted in chaos as the Emperor's forces began their assault. The distant rumble of siege artillery shook the air, and shells streaked overhead, slamming into the ridges where the Dracos had fortified their defenses. Explosions sent geysers of ice and shattered stone into the sky. But the warriors of Hy Brasil stood firm, their green-scaled armor glinting amidst the frost and smoke. The first wave of the Emperor's auxilia advanced in perfect formation, their movements methodical, their lines unwavering. They carried shields and las rifles, a wall of disciplined soldiers surging forward under the cover of their own artillery. Among them strode the towering forms of the Thunder Warriors, armored behemoths whose every step churned the frozen ground into mud. From the ridges, the Dracos unleashed their response. Plasma cannons hummed and spat their glowing payloads into the advancing lines, carving through ranks of auxilia with devastating precision. Volley after volley of rifle fire rained down from the defenders, while siege guns roared, targeting the lumbering forms of the Thunder Warriors. Several of the gene-forged giants fell, their armor split by concentrated plasma fire, but still they pressed on, unrelenting in their march. Dalmoth Kin stood at the heart of the Draco lines, his plasma halberd at his side as he watched the battle unfold from a command post carved into the icy ridges. Around him, Vox operators scrambled to relay orders, their voices drowned out by the barrage of artillery fire that shook the earth. His green-scaled cloak billowed in the bitter wind, but Kin remained motionless, his gaze locked on the battlefield below. "They're pressing harder," Ferrum Sikar said as he approached, his voice clipped. He gestured to the hololithic display nearby, where red markers surged against the defensive positions of the Dracos. "The Thunder Warriors are breaking through the left flank. Our plasma turrets have slowed them, but they're regrouping. If they push again, that line won't hold." Kin's jaw tightened. "Send the reserves to reinforce the flank and bring up the mobile batteries. The reactors must remain secure. If they breach the hive's heart, this battle is lost." Sikar nodded and stepped away, barking commands into his Voxlink. Kin turned his attention back to the battlefield, where the first lines of the Auxilia had begun to falter under withering fire. Even as they fell, the Thunder Warriors surged forward, closing the distance to the Draco barricades. The monstrous warriors slammed into the defenders like a hammer, tearing through scaled armor and steel with terrifying efficiency. Kin did not move from his position. He was no reckless warlord to throw himself into the fray for glory or bloodlust. He was the ruler of Hy Brasil, and his role was not to fight but to ensure the Dracos fought as one. Yet even he felt the weight of the Emperor's forces bearing down upon them. Through the smoke and chaos, Kin caught a glimpse of the enemy leader, an immense figure clad in gold, standing far from the front lines. The Emperor. Kin had read the reports, heard the whispers. He knew this was no ordinary conqueror, no mere man. But seeing him now, even at a distance, Kin felt the enormity of the force that had come to destroy his kingdom. The battle raged on, the frozen field turning red with blood and fire as the Emperor's forces pressed ever closer. The Dracos held their ground, but Kin knew the tide was shifting. The war for Hy Brasil had truly begun, and it would be decided in the crucible of the hive itself. Smoke hung thick over the winter fields, mingling with the frozen air as the Emperor's siege ground forward. The ridges that once bristled with Hy Brasil's plasma turrets now bore the scars of relentless bombardment, their defenders forced to retreat closer to the hive spires. Each Draco that fell was replaced by another, but their numbers dwindled as the Emperor's forces pushed forward, step by bloody step. The Emperor's artillery shifted its fire toward the hive itself, targeting the defensive bastions built into Sao Paulo's outer districts. Massive shells struck the hive's lower reaches, collapsing entire sections and sending plumes of debris into the already polluted sky. The Emperor's forces advanced behind this relentless barrage, their formations closing in around the hive like a tightening noose. At a command center deep within Sao Paulo, Dalmoth Kin paced before a hololithic map of the city. The sprawling conurbation was illuminated in harsh green light, its defensive perimeters marked with blinking sigils. Kin's armored boots echoed sharply in the chamber as Ferrum Sikar relayed updates from the front. "They've breached the third defensive line," Sikar said, his voice grim. "Their siege engines have cleared the way for the Thunder Warriors to reach the lower spires. We've collapsed several corridors to slow their advance, but they'll break through unless we commit more forces to the inner levels." Kin stopped pacing and leaned over the hololith, his gauntleted hands gripping its edges. "How much longer until the reactor shields are fully reinforced?" 1 hour, maybe 2, Sikar replied. "If the Emperor's forces reach the reactor district before then, they won't." Kin's voice cut through the air like a blade. He straightened, his plasma halberd resting against his shoulder. "Divert what forces we can spare to the lower spires. Every street, every corridor must become a killing ground. The hive itself will fight for us, our choke points, our barricades, our traps. Make them bleed for every floor they take." Sikar hesitated, his expression cautious. "And what of the Emperor? He's yet to enter the hive, but the moment he does..." Kin's face hardened. "If the Emperor himself steps onto the battlefield, it means he believes this war is already won. We'll show him otherwise." The chamber fell silent for a moment, the distant thrum of the hive's plasma reactors vibrating through the walls. Kin's commanders exchanged uneasy glances but said nothing. They knew the stakes, and they knew their leader's resolve. Outside, the siege raged on. The auxilia moved methodically through the lower levels of the hive, their las rifles firing in coordinated volleys. The Thunder Warriors were the spearhead, smashing through barricades and tearing apart defenders with raw strength. The Dracos fought back with tenacity, using the hive's labyrinthine layout to ambush and outmaneuver their larger foes. Explosions tore through corridors as plasma charges detonated, collapsing pathways and burying invaders under tons of rubble. But for every victory, the Dracos paid dearly. Their warriors were exhausted, their numbers thinning. The Emperor's forces were relentless, their advance a grinding inevitability. Above the chaos, the spires of Sao Paulo stood shrouded in smoke and fire, their silvered steel surfaces battered but unbroken. For now. Kin's gaze turned upward, toward the peaks of his city where the Parliament House still stood, untouched by the war raging below. It was a symbol of Hy Brasil's pride, but even as he looked, he felt the weight of inevitability pressing down on him. The Emperor's forces were like a tide, and even the mightiest fortress could only withstand the ocean for so long. "Send the signal," Kin said quietly to Sikar, his voice like distant stone grinding together. "Recall the Dracos from the outer defenses. We make our stand within the heart of the hive." Sikar nodded, the faintest shadow of regret in his eyes. It will be done. As the Vox relayed Kin's final orders, the city prepared for its last stand. Every remaining Draco, every weapon, and every ounce of resistance would be brought to bear. The Emperor had come for Hy Brasil, and Kin would see the hive burn before he gave it up without a fight. Sao Paulo was a city transformed by war. Its lower spires, once teeming with workers and merchants, had become charred ruins, corridors packed with rubble and the bodies of the fallen. The winter fields outside the hive now resembled a smoldering graveyard, littered with wreckage and broken banners. Within the heart of the hive, the echoes of battle reverberated through every level as the Dracos fell back to their final defensive positions. Dalmoth Kin stood atop the reactor district's central control tower, surveying the labyrinthine layout of the hive's inner sanctum. Beneath him stretched a network of barricades, choke points, and fortified bunkers. Every street and corridor leading to this point had been turned into a killing ground. The Dracos, those still able to fight, were entrenched here, their scaled cloaks flaring as they moved between positions. Faram Sikar approached, his expression etched with fatigue. "The outer levels have fallen," he reported. "The auxilia are advancing through the lower sectors, and the Thunder Warriors are with them. We've delayed them, but their pace is accelerating. The Parliament House and the upper spires are secure, for now, but they've breached the reactor district's outer perimeter." Kin nodded, his face carved from stone. He had expected this. The Emperor's forces were a machine, grinding forward no matter the cost. "The reactors are our lifeblood. If they take this district, the hive will fall, and so will Hy Brasil. We hold here, Sikar." "Whatever it takes, we hold." Sikar hesitated for a moment before speaking. "And if they breach this level? If the Emperor himself enters the fray?" Kin's gaze darkened as he turned to face his nephew. "Then we make him regret it." Below, the first wave of the Emperor's forces reached the barricades. Auxilia squads advanced cautiously, their las rifles sweeping the area as they moved. The Dracos, hidden among the frost-caked structures of the reactor district, opened fire. Plasma bolts streaked through the gloom, tearing into the tightly packed ranks of the auxilia. Explosions erupted as concealed charges detonated, collapsing walkways and crushing soldiers beneath tons of debris. But the Thunder Warriors were there, their towering forms unfazed by the chaos around them. They charged forward with terrifying speed, their immense bulk smashing through barricades and scattering defenders like leaves in a gale. The Dracos fought back with everything they had, plasma rifles, flamers, and grenades. But for every Thunder Warrior that fell, two more pressed forward. Kin watched the carnage from the tower, his plasma halberd in hand. His commanders relayed updates from the front, each report more dire than the last. Still, he did not move. He was a ruler, not a soldier, and his place was here, directing the defense. But as the Thunder Warriors broke through another barricade, cutting down a squad of Dracos with horrifying ease, Kin felt the weight of the battle pressing down on him. "Their momentum is unstoppable," Sikar said grimly, his voice barely audible over the roar of combat. "We're running out of fighters. The traps are buying time, but time is all they're buying." Kin exhaled slowly, his eyes fixed on the advancing enemy. Then we give them nothing. Not an inch of this hive. Not a single reactor. If they want this city, they will have to bury us with it. As the Emperor's forces pressed deeper into the hive, the last defenders of Hy Brasil prepared for the final confrontation. The once mighty city, Jewel of Sud Merica, was now a battlefield, a labyrinth of fire, ice, and steel. And at its heart, Dalmoth Kin stood unyielding, ready to face whatever came next. Far above, the golden figure of the Emperor moved through the ranks of his soldiers, silent and deliberate. The time was coming, and soon the fate of Hy Brasil would be decided. The reactor district was a furnace of destruction. The hive trembled with every explosion, every salvo of plasma fire that scorched the air. The Dracos had drawn their lines deep within the maze of towering reactor stacks and frost-covered conduits, turning the labyrinth into a killing ground. But the Emperor's forces advanced all the same, relentless and methodical, their losses mounting, but their formation unbroken. The Auxilia moved in squads, las rifles lighting the gloom as they probed the Dracos' defensive lines. Each advance was met with ambushes, plasma fire from hidden emplacements, explosives triggered by concealed tripwires, even improvised barricades collapsing to crush entire platoons. The Dracos, fighting with the desperation of the doomed, exploited every inch of terrain to slow the invaders. But the Thunder Warriors could not be stopped so easily. The gene-forged giants drove forward with brutal efficiency, their massive frames shrugging off small arms fire and even glancing plasma shots. They smashed through barricades with their bare hands, dragged defenders from their positions, and left carnage in their wake. Slowly, inevitably, they began to overwhelm the Dracos' last line of defense. Dalmoth Kin watched the battle from the command tower, his green-scaled cloak rippling in the cold wind. Below him, the maze of the reactor district was a vision of chaos, fire, smoke, and the dying screams of warriors. His gauntleted hands gripped the railing tightly as reports flooded in through the Vox. "They're through the western conduit," one voice crackled. "We can't hold them any longer, falling back to secondary positions." "Primary barricade Alpha 12 has been breached," another reported. Panic evident even through the distortion of static. Thunder warriors in the sector were losing ground. Kin turned to Ferram Sikar, who stood hunched over a hololithic display, his face pale but composed. "Status?" Kin demanded. Sikar's voice was steady, though grim. "The reactors are still shielded, but the Thunder Warriors are closing in on the control nodes. Once they secure them, it's only a matter of time before they disable the containment fields. If that happens," Kin's eyes narrowed, "we know what happens." For a moment, the room was silent, save for the distant roar of explosions. The tension was palpable. Then, Kin straightened, his voice cold and measured. "Pull back all surviving Dracos to the central complex. Consolidate our forces. If we can hold the main reactor chambers, we still have a chance to drive them out." Sikar hesitated. "And if we fail?" Kin's gaze hardened. "Then Hy Brasil dies with us." The final order was relayed, and the Dracos fell back, retreating from their shattered positions to the heart of the reactor district. There, in the shadow of the hive's colossal plasma cores, they made their stand. The towering generators loomed above them like ancient gods, their power thrumming through the air and filling the chamber with an eerie, otherworldly light. The Emperor's forces surged forward, their golden banners visible now even through the haze of smoke. Thunder Warriors led the charge, their massive frames illuminated by the pulsing glow of the reactors. Behind them came the Auxilia, moving with precise, mechanical discipline, their las rifles trained on every possible ambush point. Kin stood at the center of the defensive line, his plasma halberd finally drawn and humming with lethal energy. He did not plan to fight yet. His place was still with his commanders directing the flow of battle, but the weapon in his hands felt heavier than ever before. Around him, the last remnants of the Dracos assembled, their green-scaled armor battered and bloodied, but their resolve unbroken. "This is it," Kin said, his voice carrying across the chamber. "We fight here for Hy Brasil, for the Planalto, for the people who built this hive and kept it alive. If we fall, let it be as warriors, not as prey." The Dracos roared their agreement, raising their weapons in defiance. But even as they prepared for the final clash, the sound of footsteps echoed through the chamber, heavy, deliberate, and impossibly calm. Kin turned toward the source of the sound, his blood running cold as he saw the figure stepping into view. The Emperor had arrived. The sound of the Emperor's footsteps echoed sharply in the reactor chamber. Even with the clash of battle still raging beyond, the air felt weighted, the very space around him charged with an unnatural tension. He emerged from the smoke and shadows like a figure from myth, his golden armor reflecting the eerie glow of the plasma reactors. In his hand, he carried a great sword wreathed in flame, the blade casting flickering light across the chamber as if daring the shadows to defy him. At his side strode two custodians, their golden armor a match for the Emperor's radiance. Each was a towering figure of perfection, their weapons gleaming with lethal promise. One held a guardian spear, the other a sentinel blade and shield. They moved with the calm, unshakable precision of living demigods, their presence alone enough to cow any resistance. Behind them walked Malcador the Sigillite, his dark robes stark against the custodian's brilliance. His gaunt face was unreadable, though his eyes burned with the weight of millennia of knowledge. He carried no weapon, yet there was something about him, an unspoken authority that matched the warriors at his side. The contrast between him and the golden figures only emphasized the role he played, a voice of wisdom and subtle power amidst the storm of conquest. Dalmoth Kin stood atop the defensive line, plasma halberd in hand. He did not flinch, though his eyes narrowed as he studied the man who had brought Terra's most powerful rulers to ruin. This was no conqueror driven by greed or desperation. This was something more, something far beyond Kin's own ambitions. Behind him, the Dracos stood ready, their weapons held tightly. Even Faram Sikar, always composed, cast a wary glance toward the Emperor and his companions as they stepped closer. "This is the man who calls himself the savior of Terra," Kin said, his voice cutting across the silence. He didn't shout. He didn't need to. Every word carried weight, as if he spoke for his people, for the hive itself. The one who burns cities to the ground and calls it salvation. "What do you want, Emperor? To take this place and call it yours? To shatter what we've built and call it progress?" The Emperor came to a halt, his golden helm tilting slightly, as if weighing Kin's words. When he finally spoke, his voice was calm and steady, but it carried an undeniable authority that made the chamber itself seem smaller. "Hy Brasil is no common kingdom," the Emperor said, his tone neither cruel nor kind. "You are not the rabble I have swept aside on my path here. Among the ruins of Terra, your hive stands as a testament to what humanity can achieve, even in an age of chaos, a parliament, order, systems of governance that echo what once was." Kin's expression hardened, his fingers tightening on his halberd. The praise felt like poison. The Emperor continued, taking another step forward. "You are among the most civilized of the barbarian states, and for that I offer you this, one last chance. Surrender, Dalmoth Kin. Accept unification. Your hive and its people will live, and they will become part of something greater than themselves. There is no need for more death." The room fell into a heavy silence. Even the Dracos seemed stunned by the offer. Sikar's head tilted, and he glanced briefly at Kin. "And what would we become under your rule?" Kin said finally, his voice sharp. "Pawns in your empire? What would you take from us, Emperor? Our identity? Our culture? What would Hy Brasil be if it surrendered its soul?" The Emperor studied him for a moment, his hand resting lightly on the hilt of his flaming sword. "Hy Brasil would become a part of humanity's future," he said evenly. "But if you refuse, then it will become nothing at all. The choice is yours." Kin's laugh was bitter. "You think I would kneel to you after all this? After the lives you've taken, the blood you've spilled? Never. You can raise these walls, slaughter my warriors, and turn my hive to ash, but you will not have my submission." The Emperor inclined his head slightly, as if Kin's answer had been expected. "So be it," he said softly. He turned slightly, his gaze falling on Faram Sikar, who had stood silently at his uncle's side. Malcador, who had remained quiet until now, shifted forward slightly, his voice low and deliberate. "Sikar," Malcador said, his words careful, "are you so willing to gamble the fate of your people? Is their annihilation preferable to a future under the banner of unity? I have seen leaders like your uncle before, those who would see their people bleed rather than let go of power. Ask yourself this: who do you serve? Him or the hive?" Kin turned sharply to Sikar, his voice snapping like a whip. Don't listen to him, Faram. He will break this place. He will break us. Sikar's expression was unreadable, his gaze flicking between Kin, the Emperor, and Malkador. Finally, he spoke, his voice low but steady. I want what's best for Hy Brasil. He turned fully to the Emperor. If I accept your offer, the city is spared? The people are spared? The Emperor nodded. Hy Brasil will endure, and you will guide it through its transformation. The winter fields, the reactors, the Dracos, they will all serve the greater Imperium. Your people will live Sikar, but only if you take this step. Kin's face twisted in fury. You would betray me, Faram? Betray your own blood? I would save them, Sikar said quietly. You think this is pride, Uncle, but it's not. You've fought long enough. The Emperor is right. This is the only way forward. The Emperor gestured to the custodians, who stepped forward to Kin's position. The Dracos raised their weapons, but Kin's hand shot up, halting them. No, Kin said, his voice low but resolute. He threw his halberd to the ground, the weapon clattering loudly on the steel floor. I will not grovel. Not to him. Not to anyone. The custodians seized Kin, their immense hands locking around his arms as he was escorted away. Even now he stood tall, his head held high despite his defeat. Sikar stepped forward, his face a mask of grim determination. I will oversee Hy Brasil's assimilation, he said, his voice directed at the Emperor. But I will do so my way, with my people's best interests at heart. The Emperor inclined his head, approving. Then it is done. Kin, still held by the custodians, turned one last time to Sikar. You think you've saved them, but you've handed our legacy to him. He will shape it into something you won't recognize. Sikar said nothing, and the chamber grew quiet once more as Kin was escorted away. The Emperor turned to his forces, his voice calm yet commanding. Secure the city, search it for relics, begin the transition. The battle for Hy Brasil was over. The chamber was vast, its walls humming with the ceaseless energy of the plasma reactors that stretched upward like titanic monuments to human ingenuity. The air buzzed faintly with the raw power coursing through conduits and coolant lines, illuminating the space in an eerie, oscillating glow. These reactors had kept Hy Brasil alive for centuries, their energy feeding the hive's insatiable hunger for industry and survival. Now, they stood silent witnesses to the Emperor's victory. The Emperor stood at the edge of a steel balcony overlooking the massive plasma cores. Their pulsing heat reflected off his golden armor as he gazed down into the heart of the reactors. At his side, Malkador stood in quiet contemplation, his dark robes a stark contrast to the gleaming surroundings. Behind them, custodians stood at attention, their watchful eyes scanning the chamber for any threat, their sentinel blades held steady. The output is extraordinary, Malkador remarked, his voice calm but tinged with awe. Even in its current configuration, these reactors generate enough power to sustain multiple hive cities the size of this one. With proper refinement, they could be used for far more. The Emperor inclined his head slightly, his gaze still fixed on the reactors. Hy Brasil is no longer merely a kingdom, he said, his voice resonant in the cavernous space. It is a resource, a foundation. These reactors will fuel not just the survival of this hive, but the transformation of Terra itself. Malkador's sharp eyes flicked upward to meet the Emperor's profile. You intend to integrate them into the reconstruction efforts? The Emperor nodded slowly. Their energy will feed manufactorums, orbital defense platforms, and the hives that will rise to replace those ruined by war. This is no longer a world of isolated cities and warring tribes. It will become a world united, built on strength and purpose. He gestured faintly to the pulsing plasma cores. These machines will help to rebuild Terra, brick by brick, city by city. No longer will they serve one hive or one lord. They will serve humanity. Malkador's lips curved slightly in what might have been a faint smile. It is fitting, then, that the mightiest of the old kingdoms provides the foundation for the new. But what of the people? Not all will accept this transformation as easily as Faram Sikar. Hy Brasil may be part of the Imperium now, but there will be those who resent what it has become. The Emperor turned his gaze toward Malkador. I have accounted for that. There will be resistance, as there always is when change comes. The integration will not be easy, but it will be done. These reactors will be guarded at all times by a permanent military garrison. The Dracos who survive will be reorganized, placed under new command, and stationed here to maintain order. If any of the Hive's citizens wish to sabotage these efforts, they will find no opportunity to do so. Malcador inclined his head. A wise precaution. A military presence will discourage rebellion, though it may also foster resentment. The Emperor's tone grew colder. Let them resent, let them struggle. Resentment and struggle are fleeting. The unification of Terra is not. These reactors, this hive, will be protected at all costs. Malcador studied him for a long moment before nodding. And what of Dalmoth Kin? His imprisonment may not be enough to quell the whispers of rebellion. To some, he will remain a symbol, a rallying point for those who still dream of Hy Brasil as it was. Kin is no longer their ruler, the Emperor said simply, his voice resolute. He is a relic of the past, a remnant of an age that has ended. Let him remain alive. His presence is of greater use as a reminder of what happens to those who resist unity than as a martyr for their cause. Malcador folded his hands into his robes, considering the Emperor's words. Faram Sikar will need guidance. He may have accepted unification, but his people's loyalty will take time to secure. If left to his own devices, he may falter. The Emperor turned back toward the reactors, the rhythmic pulses of energy reflecting in the polished surfaces of his armor. He will not falter. I will ensure he remains steadfast in his purpose. Sikar is intelligent enough to understand that there is no path forward except the one I have laid before him. He will learn what it means to lead in the name of the Imperium. Malcador nodded, his gaze following the Emperor's back as the golden figure stepped closer to the edge of the balcony. Then Hy Brasil will not just endure, it will thrive, Malcador said, his tone carrying both certainty and the faintest hint of caution. The Emperor did not respond immediately, his eyes fixed on the immense plasma cores below. When he finally spoke, his voice was soft, yet it carried the full weight of his unyielding will. Hy Brasil's purpose has changed. It will no longer be a city of isolation and pride. It will become part of something greater than it ever could have been alone. The work begins now. Behind them, the custodians stood unmoving as the Imperium's future unfolded in the glow of the reactors. Faram Sikar stood on the steps of the Parliament House, his green cloak catching the warm glow of Sao Paulo's battered skyline. The towering spires of the hive still stood, though they were scarred by the recent siege. Below, the city churned with activity. Labor crews directed by the Emperor's logisticians worked tirelessly to clear debris from the winter fields and rebuild the hive's shattered outer levels. Auxilia patrols moved through the streets in formation, their presence a reminder that the Imperium's authority now extended here. Hy Brasil had changed in ways Sikar could scarcely process. Its people, though subdued by the Emperor's conquest, moved with a mixture of unease and hope, their expressions ranging from weary resignation to quiet determination. The hive no longer belonged to itself. It belonged to Terra, to the Imperium. Sikar's thoughts were interrupted as the Emperor approached. Behind him, Malcador walked in silence, his dark robes trailing across the steps as two custodians followed at a respectful distance. Even here, in a city as vast as Sao Paulo, the Emperor's presence was overpowering. Workers stopped what they were doing to watch him ascend the steps, their gazes flicking nervously between their new ruler and Sikar. The Emperor paused beside Sikar, looking out over the bustling hive below. For a moment, neither man spoke. Then, the Emperor broke the silence. The Parliament House will remain, he said, his voice calm yet resolute. It will no longer serve the petty ambitions of lords and tyrants, but it will have its place in the new order. The people of Hy Brasil will learn to serve not themselves, but humanity as a whole. Sikar looked out over the hive, his hands clasped behind his back. You've left me to explain that to them, he said quietly, to make them understand why their sacrifices matter, to convince them that everything they've lost was worth it. The Emperor turned to him, his expression impossible to read. It was never a question of whether it was worth it, Sikar. It was necessary. Unity always comes at a price. But now, your people have a future that extends beyond the walls of this hive, beyond the borders of Hy Brasil. They will see it in time. Sikar's jaw tightened, but he nodded. You've placed a heavy burden on me, my lord. I will carry it, as I promised, but not all will accept this new future so easily. That is why you are here, the Emperor replied. You know this hive better than anyone. You know its strengths and its weaknesses. Use that knowledge to guide it into the Imperium. And if the people resist, remind them that this was the only path. Behind them, Malcador stepped forward, his voice measured. We've begun assembling the military garrison as you commanded. The surviving Dracos are being restructured and retrained under Auxilia command. Those who remain loyal will keep watch over the reactors and maintain order in the hive. Those who do not, he let the sentence hang, his meaning clear. Sakaar exhaled. The Dracos were proud. Some will refuse to fight under the Imperium's banner. Malcador's gaze sharpened. Pride is a luxury they can no longer afford. If they refuse to adapt, they will become a threat, and threats must be dealt with. The Emperor inclined his head, his tone steady. There will be no rebellion here, Sakaar. Not from the Dracos, not from the people. Make no mistake, Hy Brasil is now a part of something far greater than itself. If there are those who cannot accept that, then they will not be allowed to endanger what we are building. Sakaar said nothing for a long moment. The sounds of labor crews echoed below, the hum of plasma machinery blending with the shouts of foremen and the rhythmic march of Auxilia patrols. Finally, he spoke. I will do what must be done, he said, but the people of this hive will not be ruled through fear alone. They will need hope if they're to accept this new order. The Emperor regarded him for a moment before nodding. Hope will come, Sakaar, but not yet. For now, you will give them stability, order. The rest will follow. Sakaar turned back to the hive, his expression distant. He had won the Emperor's favor, had secured the survival of his people. But at what cost? The Parliament House loomed behind him, its steel and stone untouched by the battle, yet it felt hollow now, like an artifact of a world that no longer existed. The Emperor stepped past him, descending the steps toward the hive below. The custodians followed silently, their golden forms gleaming in the fading light. Malcador lingered for a moment, his sharp gaze fixed on Sakaar. You have a rare opportunity, Ferrum Sakaar, Malcador said, his tone low but pointed. Do not squander it. Sakaar didn't respond as Malcador turned and followed the Emperor down the steps. He remained where he stood, watching as the hive continued its transformation. Hy Brasil had survived, but it would never be the same. Thank you for joining me on this journey through the fall and transformation of Hy Brasil. Please like and subscribe if you haven't already. Until next time. The northern lands of Europa were bitterly cold, shrouded in permanent frost and guarded by warriors as fierce as the winter itself. Here lay the realm of Nordyc, one of the last and most resilient techno-barbarian states on Terra. Ruled by the enigmatic priest-king of Malin Sen, Nordyc was more than a loose alliance of tribes. It was a hardened confederation bound by genetic alteration, ancient rituals, and unshakable loyalty to the priest-king. For centuries, Nordyc had stood unchallenged, its warriors defending their frozen lands from outsiders with unwavering ferocity. The Emperor of Mankind prepared his forces to face this formidable foe. The priest-king's followers were no mere band of savages. They were enhanced soldiers, their bodies twisted by genetic modifications that gave them strength, resilience, and endurance beyond normal human limits. Among them were witch-marked zealots, strange mystics who had sworn themselves to the dark powers that lingered in the cold, unforgiving lands. The people of Nordyc saw their priest-king as a divine figure, a prophet who communed with forces beyond mortal understanding. At the edges of Nordic's frozen borders, the Emperor gathered his forces. His army included a contingent of thunder warriors, massive, gene-forged soldiers of immense strength and fury designed specifically for the brutal task of unifying Terra. Alongside them stood 30 custodians, the Emperor's personal guard, clad in shining augment armor and bearing guardian spears that crackled with power. The Emperor himself would lead the campaign, recognizing that Nordyc required the full measure of his presence and authority. The air was cold and still as the Emperor addressed his warriors. His voice was steady, his gaze as piercing as the winds that swept across the icy plains. The priest-king believes his land is untouchable, he said, his tone measured yet filled with resolve. He has made himself a god in the eyes of his people, but that belief will not save him. We march north, and we do not stop until the land of Nordyc is brought into compliance. The Thunder Warriors, each a mountain of muscle and augmented flesh, stood in disciplined silence, their eyes reflecting the Emperor's unbreakable will. The custodians, golden and imposing, watched with calm determination. They understood the significance of this campaign. Nordyc was one of the last great strongholds of Terra's fractured past, and its fall would mark a turning point in the Emperor's quest to bring unity to humanity. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a pale light over the frozen landscape, the Emperor gave the order to advance. Wrapped in the biting cold, his army began its march into the heart of the Nordic lands, their footsteps echoing across the ice like the first rumblings of an oncoming storm. The march into Nordyc was brutal and relentless. The Emperor's forces advanced through icy winds and snowstorms that bit into exposed flesh and seeped through the seams of their armor. The land itself seemed to reject them, a barren expanse of jagged mountains, endless plains of snow, and twisted remnants of ancient infrastructure. Rusted towers, half buried in ice, loomed on the horizon like the bones of a forgotten civilization, remnants of a golden age long since fallen into decay. Broken roads stretched out in fractured lines, disappearing into the blizzard, and derelict machines lay scattered across the wasteland, silent witnesses to a time when Terra had known a different kind of power. As they pressed deeper, signs of Nordic resistance began to emerge. Scouts reported fortified positions nestled among the ruins, each defended by soldiers of the Priest King, hulking warriors clad in mismatched armor, stitched together from salvaged metal plates and animal hides. The defenders had decorated the ruins with crude symbols carved into the walls of broken structures, ancient sigils and runes painted in blood and ash. These markings were more than mere warnings. They were signs of the dark, esoteric rituals that bound the people of Nordyc to their priest king in absolute loyalty. The Emperor ordered a halt as they approached the first of these fortifications. It was a crumbling tower, a relic from Terra's past, now repurposed as a Nordic stronghold. Trenches had been dug into the frozen ground around it, filled with warriors armed with a mix of primitive weapons and scavenged relics from the dark age of technology. Their faces were marked with war paint, their expressions fierce with the zeal of those who believed themselves chosen to defend sacred ground. The Emperor's gaze was impassive as he observed the enemy's preparations. With a single, deliberate motion, he signaled the Thunder Warriors to advance. These massive warriors, genetically enhanced and bred for conquest, moved forward like an unstoppable wave. The defenders shouted war cries that echoed across the desolate landscape, but the Emperor's forces were relentless. Heavy bolters roared to life, sending bursts of explosive fire into the trenches, and power swords crackled as they tore through armor and flesh alike. From atop the hill, the Emperor watched as his Thunder Warriors dismantled the fortification. Though the Nordic soldiers fought with desperate ferocity, their crude weapons and scavenged armor were no match for the precision and power of the Emperor's legion. The clash was brief but bloody, and soon the crumbling tower lay in ruins, its defenders scattered across the snow. As the last echoes of battle faded, the Emperor turned to one of his custodians, who approached silently, his guardian spear held at the ready. The Emperor gestured toward the wreckage. "This is only the beginning," he said, his tone as cold as the wind that swept across the plains. "The Priest King has much to answer for, and we will find him." The custodian nodded, understanding the weight of the task that lay ahead. This was but the first of many battles. The Nordic heartlands awaited, filled with soldiers who would fight to the death for their leader. Each ruin, each stronghold would have to be conquered one by one if they were to bring Nordyc into compliance. Without further delay, the Emperor led his army onward, leaving the smoking ruin behind them. They moved deeper into the wastes, toward the heart of the Priest King's domain, where the true battle awaited. The Emperor's forces pressed on through the frozen wastelands, marching ever deeper into Nordic territory. The landscape was bleak, filled with shattered remnants of ancient machines and twisted metal structures half buried in snow, the silent relics of a bygone age. The ruins stood like broken monuments to humanity's lost grandeur, a reminder of the world that had once been and the world the Emperor sought to restore. As they advanced, resistance grew fiercer. Nordic warriors lay in ambush among the wreckage, emerging suddenly from behind rusted machinery or from hidden tunnels carved into the ice. These warriors were unlike any the Thunder Warriors had faced before. Hulking, genetically modified men whose eyes gleamed with fanatical devotion. Their bodies bore signs of crude augmentation, their muscles grotesquely enhanced, and their skin marked with ritualistic scars. Some wielded primitive weapons made from salvaged metal, while others carried scavenged energy weapons, likely salvaged from the ruins that littered their homeland. The Emperor signaled his forces to split into smaller contingents, each led by a Thunder Warrior captain, to root out and destroy the Nordic ambushes scattered across the terrain. The custodians remained close to the Emperor, a ring of golden-clad protectors whose presence alone struck fear into the hearts of those they encountered. Thane, one of the Emperor's most trusted Thunder Warriors, led a squad of his brothers through the jagged remains of an ancient highway, a road that had once connected Terra's distant cities in the Golden Age. He moved with ruthless efficiency, dispatching Nordic warriors who lunged at them from the shadows. The Nordic soldiers fought with fanatical zeal, their war cries echoing through the ruins. But for all their fury, they were no match for the gene-forged might of the Thunder Warriors. At one point, Thane's squad stumbled upon a disturbing sight, a group of Nordic zealots, painted in strange symbols, kneeling in a circle around an altar crafted from the bones of their fallen enemies. As Thane and his squad approached, the zealots did not flee or fight. Instead, they continued chanting, their voices rising in a fevered pitch as if invoking some dark force. Thane, scowling in disgust, gave a quick gesture to his men, and within moments, the zealots were silenced, their ritual brought to a brutal end. Word of these strange rituals and the fanatical resistance reached the Emperor. He knew that the closer they drew to the heart of Nordic territory, the more deeply entrenched the Priest King's influence would be. Nordic was not just a land of warriors. It was a cult, a twisted society bound by ancient oaths and dark rites. And each step deeper into this frozen wasteland meant facing a people who saw death in battle as the highest honor. The Emperor himself led the vanguard as they approached the next stronghold, an ancient complex built into the side of a mountain, its once sleek architecture now twisted and reinforced with scavenged metal and ice-encrusted barricades. This fortress, known to the Nordic people as Gjalhul, was one of the main bastions of the Priest King's confederacy. Here, the most loyal and fanatical of his warriors awaited, prepared to give their lives in defense of their ruler. The Emperor raised his hand, and his forces halted. He surveyed the fortress, his expression unreadable, calculating. This battle would not be won by brute strength alone. The fortress was heavily fortified, and its defenders were prepared to fight to the last. After a moment, he spoke, his voice quiet but filled with a weight that carried across the ranks. "Prepare the Thunder Legion. This will be a swift assault. No mercy, no delay. We will break them here, and the path to the Priest King will be clear." The Thunder Warriors readied their weapons, their faces set in grim determination. This was the kind of battle they were made for. Direct, brutal, and unyielding. And as the Emperor's forces surged forward, the icy winds carrying their battle cries, they knew that victory lay within their grasp. As the Emperor's main force advanced on the fortress, Thane and his squad moved in the shadows, following a separate but crucial objective. They had been tasked with cutting off the Priest King's escape route, a contingency planned by the Emperor himself. The Priest King was known to be cunning, and if he saw the battle turning against him, it was likely he would attempt to flee into the vast network of subterranean tunnels that lay beneath Nordic's mountains. These ancient passageways, remnants of Terra's lost golden age, wound through the crust of the planet, stretching for hundreds of miles. A perfect escape route, unless blocked. Thane's squad moved through the ruins at the edge of the battlefield, slipping past Nordic patrols as they made their way to a hidden tunnel entrance marked on their devices. Thane held a small device, a tracker from the dark age of technology, an ancient relic from humanity's peak, which the Emperor had personally entrusted to him. It displayed a faint, flickering map of the labyrinthine tunnels, helping them navigate toward the point where these passages ran directly beneath the Priest King's seat of power. As they approached the entrance, half buried in snow and rubble, Thane gestured for his squad to halt. The ancient metal door leading to the tunnels was barely recognizable, overgrown with rust and ice, a relic of a lost era. Thane motioned to his men, and two of them moved forward to clear the entrance, their weapons at the ready. Once inside, they were greeted by darkness and the stale, cold air of the subterranean depths. The walls were lined with remnants of ancient wiring and corroded conduits, hints of the once magnificent civilization that had built this place. The only light came from the dim glow of their helmets and the ancient tracker in Thane's hand. The map flickered, showing a tangled web of tunnels, shafts, and dead ends, all stretching out below the Nordic fortress. "Stay close and watch for ambushes," Thane murmured, his voice low but firm. He knew that even though the tunnels had been abandoned for millennia, they might not be empty. If the Priest King had hidden forces down here, or if the Nordic warriors were aware of these routes, they would be ready to defend their lord's escape path. As they began the long, winding journey through the tunnels, Thane's thoughts turned to the Emperor's strategic brilliance. While the main assault raged above, his squad would be waiting in the depths, closing off any chance of escape for the Priest King. Every part of the Emperor's plan was precise, every force placed with a purpose. Thane felt a fierce pride in being chosen for this task, his squad's role woven into the larger vision. With each step, they descended deeper into Terra's crust, moving ever closer to the heart of the Nordic stronghold. It would take time to navigate this maze, but Thane was patient. They had been given a mission, and they would be ready when the moment came to intercept the Priest King, trapping him with nowhere left to run. Above, the Emperor's main force had begun its assault on one of the key Nordic fortresses with relentless intensity. The Thunder Warriors surged forward, smashing through barricades and breaching the outer defenses with brutal efficiency. The Nordic warriors met them head-on, wielding crude but powerful weapons forged from salvaged metal and ancient technologies. They fought with wild ferocity, each one willing to die in defense of the Priest King. But even their fierce loyalty could not hold against the sheer might of the Emperor's army. The Emperor himself advanced at the front of the vanguard, his golden armor shining like a beacon amid the darkened battlefield. Each movement was precise, almost effortless, as he cut down any foe who dared approach. His custodians, positioned close behind him, cleared a path in his wake and ensured that no threat could reach him from the flanks or rear. Together, they drove forward as a spearhead into the fortress, their presence like a storm sweeping through Nordic's defenses. This fortress was one of several strongholds guarding the approach to the Priest King's true seat of power, and it had been reinforced by generations of Nordic warlords who had ruled the land before. Now, it shook under the weight of the Emperor's assault. Bolter fire tore through its defenses, and the booming detonations of breaching charges echoed across the frozen landscape as the Thunder Warriors pushed further inside. The Emperor's mind, however, was already calculating beyond the walls and barricades, his thoughts focused on the true objective, the Priest King himself. He understood that this campaign was not only about breaking individual fortresses or scattering defenders. The eventual fall of the Priest King would send a powerful message, a crushing blow to the spirit of Nordic resistance. Every stage of the Emperor's plan was meticulously crafted to lead them closer to that final confrontation. As the Thunder Warriors advanced, the Nordic defenders began to falter. The relentless assault left them with nowhere to retreat, no safe haven to regroup. Nordic soldiers chanted the name of their Priest King, invoking his protection against the fear growing in their hearts. But their chants faded, one by one, as they realized the strength of their leader's promises was no match for the Emperor's relentless will. The Emperor paused briefly, surveying the battle from within the fortress walls, watching his warriors as they cut down the last remnants of resistance in the outer chambers. With a subtle nod to the custodians at his side, he signaled them forward. The custodians moved with practiced efficiency, securing each corridor and clearing the path ahead, their golden armor unmarred by the chaos around them. The Emperor walked among the fallen with an unshakable calm, each step bringing him closer to the Nordic heartlands. This stronghold was a crucial link in the Priest King's defenses. one of the last bastions standing between the Emperor and the ruler's true seat of power. Its fall would send tremors through the Nordic ranks, weakening the priest-king's hold over his people. The Emperor's objective was not merely to capture strongholds, but to dismantle the very structure of belief that bound the Nordic people to their leader. He continued forward, his presence filling the narrow halls of the fortress, his expression unreadable. He knew Thane's squad was making their way through the tunnels below, positioned to intercept any attempt at escape. There would be no retreat, no sanctuary for the priest-king when the final assault came. The assault on the fortress had been swift and brutal, but as the Thunder Warriors advanced deeper into its halls, they encountered a sudden resistance, different from the desperate fanaticism they'd faced up until now. A small band of Nordic warriors, no more than a dozen, blocked the passage forward, and these men fought with a precision and skill that none of the Emperor's forces had anticipated. They were disciplined, coordinated, their strikes powerful yet calculated. Unlike the rest of the Nordic defenders who hurled themselves into battle with blind zeal, these men seemed to be true warriors in spirit, each movement betraying a deep understanding of combat. Thunder Warriors fell as the Nordic warriors exploited gaps in their armor, anticipating their moves with uncanny speed and agility. Bolters roared and power swords clashed, yet the resistance held, buying precious moments as they cut down several of the Emperor's best. Slowly, the Thunder Warriors began to overpower them, the relentless gene-forged strength proving too much even for these skilled defenders, but it was not without cost. When the dust settled, only one man remained standing, a towering figure with golden hair and fierce, bright eyes that seemed to burn with a pride undiminished by the sight of his fallen brothers. The Emperor arrived on the scene, his gaze sweeping over the bodies of his fallen Thunder Warriors, and then fixing on the lone survivor of the Nordic warriors. The man's armor was battered and dented, blood streaking down his arms and face, but he stood tall, his eyes meeting the Emperor's without a trace of fear. The Emperor's custodians, ever alert, flanked their master, watching the Nordic warrior with a mixture of caution and respect. One of the custodians stepped forward, his voice calm and measured. "My lord," he said, inclining his head slightly toward the Emperor, "may I grant him a warrior's death?" The Emperor regarded the scene for a moment, his expression unreadable, yet the respect he held for true warriors was known to all who served him. He gave a single, slow nod. The custodian turned to the Thunder Warriors and raised a hand, commanding them to halt. The soldiers, bloodied and breathing heavily, obeyed without question, stepping back to form a circle around the lone Nordic warrior. The custodian began to unfasten the golden plates of his armor, piece by piece, laying them aside until he stood clad only in the brown linen beneath. He entered the circle unarmed, his powerful frame radiating a calm intensity. Another custodian, understanding the ritual, picked up a crude, iron-forged sword from one of the fallen Nordic soldiers and tossed it to him. The custodian caught the weapon with a steady hand, feeling its weight, then fixed his gaze on the Nordic warrior. The duel began in silence. The Nordic warrior lunged forward, his strikes fierce and unrestrained, but the custodian moved with fluid grace, sidestepping each blow, reading every movement as though it were a passage from a familiar text. The custodian was not merely a soldier, he was an artist of battle, each motion precise and deliberate, his movements guided by years of training and an almost reverent respect for the craft of war. He parried each attack with ease, his expression serene, eyes never leaving his opponent. For a time, he allowed the Nordic warrior to press the attack, respecting the man's spirit and skill. But as the duel wore on, it became clear that the custodian was merely toying with him, testing the limits of the warrior's abilities. The Thunder Warriors watched in awe, silent as the two men clashed in a deadly dance, their breath misting in the cold air. Finally, in a swift, decisive movement, the custodian sidestepped a wild strike and delivered a single powerful blow that sent the Nordic warrior staggering back. The warrior dropped to his knees, his strength finally failing. Yet even in defeat, he remained upright, his gaze fierce as he looked into the custodian's eyes, unbroken in spirit. The custodian nodded, a silent mark of respect, before stepping back. The Nordic warrior's spirit was finally at rest, his body slumping forward as the circle of Thunder Warriors looked on in silence. The Emperor stepped forward, observing the fallen man with an appraising eye. "Preserve his body," the Emperor commanded, his tone as calm as ever. "He will be added to the gene stocks." The Thunder Warriors moved to carry out the order, understanding the significance of the Emperor's words. This warrior, though an enemy, had proven himself worthy in the Emperor's eyes, a man whose spirit and strength would now contribute to the Emperor's grand vision for humanity. With the fortress secured and the last of the Nordic warriors defeated, the Emperor ordered his forces to press deeper into enemy territory. Every battle won and every fortress captured brought them closer to their ultimate objective, the Priest King himself. According to reports from his scouts, the Priest King's seat of power lay far to the north, nestled within a mountainous region, fortified by ancient defenses and surrounded by some of the harshest terrain on Terra. The Emperor moved through the ruins with his custodians flanking him, their silent presence a testament to his authority. Behind them, the Thunder Warriors gathered in disciplined ranks, bloodied but unbowed. They were weary, yet the intensity in their eyes remained undiminished. Each warrior felt the force of the Emperor's will driving them onward, and with each step northward, their sense of purpose only grew stronger. After overseeing the final preparations, the Emperor addressed his assembled forces. His words were few, as always, yet they resonated like the deep toll of a bell. "Ahead lies the Priest King's sanctuary," he said, his voice cutting through the frigid air. "A relic of a broken age clinging to the old ways. We will bring it down. When we are done, there will be no shadows left in this land." The Thunder Warriors responded with a roar, a battle cry that echoed through the ruins and seemed to shake the very ground. The custodians, ever disciplined, inclined their heads, their weapons ready, understanding the magnitude of the task before them. They were not merely taking down another fortress, they were breaking the will of one of Terra's last great warlords, and with him, the hold that old powers had over this land. As the sun dipped below the horizon, they advanced like an unstoppable tide, driven by the Emperor's vision, a world unified under one banner, where the warlords of old would be nothing more than dust in history's forgotten pages. The march continued through the biting cold, each step taking them closer to the heart of Nordic territory, toward the throne of the Priest King, and the final confrontation that awaited. The Emperor's forces pressed northward, a river of gold and steel winding through the snowy wastelands. With each step, the terrain grew harsher, the icy winds biting through armor and clawing at exposed skin. Yet, the Emperor's presence was a flame against the cold, inspiring his army to press forward, unyielding. As they entered the mountains, the landscape became a maze of jagged peaks and treacherous passes dotted with ancient ruins, half-buried spires and broken arches from a lost age. Somewhere within these peaks lay the Priest King's sanctuary, hidden deep in a fortress carved into the mountain itself. Scouts moved ahead, marking paths through the snow and reporting back on the resistance that grew thicker with each mile. Small bands of Nordic warriors launched ambushes from hidden vantage points, fierce but fleeting attacks meant to slow their advance. The Nordic fighters melted back into the shadows after each clash, only for another group to strike from a different direction. Finally, they reached the outer walls of the Priest King's citadel, a towering fortress embedded in the mountainside. It loomed above them, carved from raw stone and reinforced with ancient steel, lit by fires along the battlements. Nordic defenders stood ready, armed and armored, each one bearing the weight of absolute loyalty to their ruler. The Emperor halted his forces at the base of the citadel, his gaze sharp as he studied the fortress. With a signal, he ordered the assault to begin. The Thunder Warriors raised their weapons, the custodians forming a line at the front. As one, they advanced toward the citadel's gates, ready to tear down the last sanctuary of the Priest King. The air erupted with the roar of bolters as the Thunder Warriors unleashed a storm of fire on the citadel's walls. Explosive rounds struck stone and metal, sending shards flying as the fortress shook under the assault. The Nordic defenders fought back fiercely, their weapons shifting from crude, scavenged relics to more sophisticated armaments. The closer the Emperor's forces drew to the stronghold, the more they encountered weapons that appeared newly manufactured, crafted for war, not simply salvaged from Terra's lost past. From the battlements, Nordic soldiers fired with precision, using energy weapons that glowed with a dangerous hum. They rained projectiles down upon the advancing force, determined to hold their ground with a discipline rarely seen among other warlord factions. Each defender fought with a grim resolve, their loyalty to the priest-king written in the fierce intensity of their attacks. At the head of the charge, the custodians moved like golden phantoms, deflecting fire with their guardian spears and cutting down any who dared to challenge them. Behind them, the Thunder Warriors advanced with brutal strength, smashing through barricades and tearing apart obstacles in their path. Each step forward was a testament to the Emperor's relentless will. As he strode forward, the Emperor's presence radiated calm amid the chaos. His soldiers drew strength from his unyielding gaze, pressing harder in their assault. This was one more step in a grand campaign, another fortress to break, as they carved a path toward the heart of the priest-king's domain. With relentless pressure, the Emperor's forces pushed onward, and the ancient walls of the citadel began to tremble and crack under the unrelenting assault. As the walls of the citadel began to crumble under the relentless assault, a deep horn blast echoed from within the fortress, its low, resonant tone vibrating through stone and ice. The sound seemed to invigorate the Nordic defenders, who rallied with renewed ferocity. Emerging from side gates and hidden alcoves, more of the Priest-King's elite warriors joined the battle, each one clad in newly forged armor that gleamed with cold efficiency. These were no mere fanatics. They were disciplined soldiers, drilled and prepared for this very moment. The Emperor's forces slowed, momentarily taken aback by the sheer intensity of the renewed defense. The Nordic warriors fought with a coordination that was rare among Terra's fractured warlords, holding formation and countering each Thunder Warrior's advance with skill and precision. They wielded weapons that hummed with unfamiliar energy, blades that crackled with power fields, and firearms that released streams of bright plasma. The air filled with the sounds of brutal, close combat, the clash of advanced weaponry against the raw might of the Emperor's army. The custodians responded with a calm and lethal precision, weaving through the chaos with practiced movements, each guardian spear flashing as it struck down another defender. The Emperor watched as his forces pressed onward, the discipline of his custodians and the unstoppable might of the Thunder Warriors slowly overwhelming the defenders. The citadel's gates had been breached, but the path forward remained steeped in blood. The Emperor's gaze swept over the scene, assessing, calculating. This was a crucial step, one of many, in dismantling the power structure that had held the Nordic people in thrall for generations. With a steady, unbreakable focus, he raised his hand, signaling for the final push toward the inner sanctum. Deep within the tunnels beneath the mountain, Thane and his squad pressed forward, their path lit only by the dim glow of their helmets and the flickering display of their ancient mapping device. The narrow, claustrophobic passageways twisted and turned, branching off into dark corridors and abandoned chambers. The weight of centuries hung heavy in the air, and the silence was broken only by the sound of the Thunder Warriors' heavy footsteps echoing through the stone. As they advanced, the sound of movement stirred ahead, a low murmur, the scrape of metal on stone. Thane raised his fist, signaling his squad to halt. They braced themselves, forming a line within the confined space, weapons at the ready. Moments later, the passageway ahead erupted with hostile figures as Nordic defenders appeared from the shadows. These warriors were hardened and disciplined, wielding weapons designed for close combat, their armor reflecting the cold, calculated efficiency of the Priest-King's elite. The tunnel narrowed, funneling the Nordic warriors into a choke point that prevented them from swarming the Thunder Warriors. Yet, this also meant that only a few Thunder Warriors could engage at once, forcing Thane's squad to rely on skill and precision rather than brute force. The Nordic defenders pressed forward with relentless determination, their bodies filling the passageway, their sheer numbers forming a seemingly impenetrable wall. But Thane's warriors held their ground. The Thunder Warriors, though fewer in number, fought with a discipline and precision that only gene-forged strength and rigorous training could produce. Each movement was calculated, each strike deliberate. Thane stood at the forefront, leading his squad with unyielding focus as they confronted each wave of Nordic defenders. The narrow tunnel worked in their favor, limiting how many opponents could engage them at once. The Thunder Warriors became an unbreakable wall, holding firm and steadily pushing forward. The Nordic defenders fought with desperation, but Thane's squad advanced with relentless control, their experience and training prevailing in the tight quarters. In the end, Thane's squad emerged victorious, their armor battered and their breathing heavy, but their resolve unbroken. Thane surveyed the scene for a moment before giving the signal to continue deeper into the tunnels. The path was clear, and their mission pressed onward. As Thane's squad pushed deeper into the tunnels, the atmosphere grew colder, the air thick with the weight of stone pressing down from above. Shadows clung to the walls, and the ancient twisting passageways seemed to close in around them. Every footstep echoed ominously, and even the hardened Thunder Warriors felt the silent intensity of the place, as if the mountain itself was watching them. Up above, the main assault continued to press toward the heart of the Priest King's fortress. The Emperor's forces were methodically dismantling the stronghold's defenses, driving the Nordic defenders back inch by inch. The walls of the citadel shook under the relentless bombardment as the Thunder Warriors and Custodians advanced, step by determined step. Meanwhile, the Emperor moved with calm purpose, observing every detail of the battle, his mind ever focused on the greater vision. Each stronghold taken, each wall breached, brought him closer to his ultimate goal. He knew that the fall of this stronghold would weaken the Priest King's power, unraveling the structure that had held these people in thrall for generations. The Emperor's gaze turned northward, his thoughts reaching beyond the immediate clash to the future he was forging. The campaign was far from over, but he could feel the momentum building. Soon, the old powers of Terra would be nothing more than a memory, and a new age of unity would dawn under his rule. As the Emperor's forces drove deeper into the fortress, the resistance intensified. The Nordic defenders fought with a tenacity that bordered on desperation, launching counterattacks from fortified positions and hidden corridors. The stone halls echoed with the clash of weapons, the roar of bolters, and the shouts of soldiers locked in close combat. Amid the chaos, the Custodians advanced with their typical grace and precision, sweeping aside defenders who dared to stand in their path. Each Custodian moved as if they were part of a single coordinated mind, their golden armor glinting even in the dim torchlight of the fortress interior. Behind them, the Thunder Warriors pushed forward like a tide, smashing through barricades and breaking defensive lines with sheer, overwhelming force. Yet, the Emperor himself remained a point of calm focus in the heart of the battle. He moved purposefully through the conflict, his presence alone inspiring those around him to fight with even greater determination. He could sense the fear beginning to spread among the Nordic defenders, their confidence waning as they realized the relentless force arrayed against them. The Emperor paused as they approached a large set of doors, intricately carved with symbols and runes from an age-long past. This, he knew, was one of the final barriers between his forces and the inner sanctum of the Priest King. The defenders had made their stand here, pouring every last reserve into holding this line. But the Emperor was resolute. This door, like the others before it, would fall. He raised his hand, signaling his warriors to prepare for the breach. With a deafening explosion, the ancient doors burst inward, blasted apart by the Thunder Warriors' breaching charges. Shards of stone and metal flew in all directions, filling the air with dust and smoke. Without hesitation, the Emperor's forces advanced, stepping over the shattered remnants of the door and into the inner sanctum of the Priest King's fortress. The chamber beyond was vast and dimly lit, its vaulted ceilings adorned with strange, shifting symbols carved in a language from a forgotten age. Statues of old pagan gods lined the walls, their hollow eyes watching as if bearing witness to the final confrontation. At the far end of the room, surrounded by his most elite warriors, stood the Priest King of Malland Sen. The Priest King was an imposing figure, draped in robes adorned with symbols of his ancient rule. Strange talismans and charms hung from his neck and arms, relics that pulsed with an unnatural energy. Though he did not understand the true nature of the forces he wielded, the Priest King had tapped into dark, dangerous powers. The air around him shimmered with a malevolent energy, warping the very light in the chamber. His eyes glowed with a fierce, unnatural intensity, and he raised his hand, chanting in a forgotten tongue that seemed to make the very stone tremble. With a single command, the Priest King unleashed his warriors. His elite guards surged forward, each one clad in finely crafted armor and wielding weapons of rare, dark metal. These were not mere defenders. They were his most loyal, his most devoted, men willing to give their lives to defend their lord. Their eyes glinted with a fanaticism born of years of service and indoctrination. The Emperor's custodians stepped forward, forming a solid wall in front of him as the clash erupted in the chamber. The Priest King's Guard fought with a discipline and skill that was unmatched by the other Nordic defenders, wielding their weapons with deadly precision. But the custodians, clad in their golden armor, met each attack with equal strength, their guardian spears flashing as they countered and struck down their foes. Behind the custodians, the Thunder Warriors added their own relentless force to the fray. Their brutal power crashed against the Priest King's Guard, driving them back with sheer, overwhelming strength. The inner sanctum became a maelstrom of combat, filled with the roar of weapons, the clash of metal, and the shouts of warriors locked in battle. Amid the chaos, the Emperor advanced, his presence unshaken, his gaze fixed on the Priest King himself. He could see the dark energies swirling around his opponent, an unholy power that threatened the stability of Terra itself. In this moment, the Emperor understood that this was more than just a battle for territory. It was a battle for the soul of Terra, to rid it of the warlords who wielded forces they did not comprehend. The Emperor's forces pressed forward, their discipline and unbreakable will slowly overwhelming the defenders. The final confrontation was at hand. The Emperor's forces surged forward, carving a path through the last of the Priest King's elite guard. The chamber was choked with the sounds of clashing metal and desperate cries as the Thunder Warriors and Custodians pressed deeper into the inner sanctum, each step bringing them closer to the towering figure at the center. The Priest King watched his warriors fall, yet he remained unmoved, his expression one of absolute defiance. Dark energies pulsed around him, crackling in the air like a gathering storm. Though he did not understand the true nature of the warp, he had stumbled upon its power, channeling it through ancient rituals and forbidden relics. The very ground beneath him seemed to pulse in response to his presence, vibrating with a malevolent energy that made the air feel thick and oppressive. Seeing his forces approaching, the Priest King raised his arms and began to chant in a low, guttural tone, calling upon the same powers that had protected his realm for decades. Shadows twisted and writhed, forming shapes that flickered at the edges of perception, and an eerie light illuminated his eyes, filling them with an unnatural glow. The Emperor halted, his gaze fixed on the Priest King, fully aware of the danger that dark power posed, not only to his forces but to Terra itself. He could sense the taint of the warp, a force that, if left unchecked, would sow corruption and chaos across the world. For the Emperor, this was more than the conquest of a kingdom. It was a step toward purging Terra of the unnatural, of the powers that threatened to drag humanity into darkness. With a calm, commanding gesture, the Emperor signaled his custodians to fall back. This was a task he intended to face personally. As the custodians and Thunder Warriors formed a perimeter, the Emperor stepped forward, his golden armor gleaming, his presence radiating authority and purpose. The Priest King's chanting faltered, his eyes narrowing as he beheld the figure approaching him. An embodiment of power and control, a force of nature beyond anything the Priest King had ever known. The room grew silent, the chaotic clash of battle fading into an almost reverent hush as the Emperor and the Priest King faced each other. It was a duel of ideologies as much as strength, a confrontation between the twisted remnants of Terra's past and the unyielding vision of its future. The Emperor advanced, his steps steady and deliberate, his eyes locked on the Priest King. Silence settled over the chamber as the two leaders faced each other, the weight of their opposing wills filling the room. Dark energies coiled around the Priest King, crackling in the air like a gathering storm. Though he had little understanding of the warp's true nature, he had tapped into forbidden powers through rituals and relics, drawing on forces that twisted his body and mind. Beside the Emperor, Valdor, Captain General of the Custodians, moved into position, his golden armor gleaming in the torchlight. Valdor's eyes were sharp, taking in the layout of the chamber and the arrangement of the Priest King's remaining guards. He knew that they were close to ending this battle, but capturing the Priest King would require precision and coordination. The Emperor's mind, Valdor knew, was already several steps ahead, anticipating every move their opponent might make. The Priest King, surrounded by his elite warriors, met the Emperor's gaze with a defiant snarl. His voice echoed through the chamber, a mixture of pride and desperation. "You think yourself master of Terra, Emperor? But you are nothing but a usurper. This world is not yours to take." The Emperor's expression remained calm, his gaze unyielding. He gestured to Valdor with a slight nod, and the Captain General understood immediately. They would advance together, pressuring the Priest King from both sides, driving him into a corner. This was a tactic they had employed countless times during the Unification Wars, a method that left no path of escape for those who tried to resist. With a single command from the Priest King, his elite guard surged forward, forming a defensive line to shield their ruler from the Emperor's advance. Valdor stepped in to meet them, his guardian spear flashing as he dispatched the defenders with swift, lethal efficiency. The custodians and thunder warriors pressed forward, closing in on the last of the Nordic warriors who still stood between the Emperor and his prey. The Priest King took a step back, his confidence beginning to falter as he watched his guard cut down with ruthless precision. In a final, desperate attempt, he raised his hands, a surge of dark energy that filled the room with an unnatural chill. Shadows writhed around him, casting eerie shapes across the walls as he chanted in a language older than Terra's recorded history. But the Emperor and Valdor advanced steadily, undeterred. The Emperor raised his hand, meeting the warp-tainted energy with his own indomitable will, his presence cutting through the darkness like a blade. The Priest King's face twisted with panic as he realized he was outmatched, his dark powers unable to halt the inevitable. With a final, frantic glance around the chamber, the Priest King turned and fled, activating a hidden mechanism on the floor beneath him. A section of stone slid open, revealing a narrow passage into the depths of the mountain. Before the Emperor or Valdor could reach him, the trapdoor sealed itself, locking the Priest King out of sight. Valdor turned to the Emperor, his expression one of controlled urgency. "Shall we pursue, my lord?" The Emperor's gaze was fixed on the closed passage, a faint glint of determination in his eyes. "We will not allow him to escape," he replied, his voice calm yet resolute. He signaled his custodians to begin preparing charges to breach the trapdoor. As the charges were set, the sounds of battle still raged around them. The defenders of Malinsen continued to resist in the surrounding halls, desperately trying to hold off the Emperor's forces. But this fortress was already a lost cause. The Emperor knew that once the trapdoor was breached, he would follow the Priest King himself into the darkness below, where Thane's squad lay in wait to close off any remaining routes of escape. The Emperor and Valdor stood together, each poised with a readiness honed through countless battles. Soon the passage would be open, and the final confrontation with the Priest King would begin. The charges detonated with a controlled blast, sending a plume of dust and fragments into the air as the trapdoor blew open, revealing the dark passage below. Without a word, the Emperor strode forward, descending into the depths with Valdor and a squad of custodians close behind. The tunnel was narrow and dim, winding ever downward, carved from the ancient rock of the mountain itself. It was cold and silent, the air thick with the weight of centuries. As they descended, the distant sounds of battle above began to fade, leaving only the soft, rhythmic echoes of their footsteps. The Emperor's face remained impassive, but his mind was focused, keenly aware that the Priest King's desperation would only make him more dangerous. This was no longer about reclaiming territory. It was about purging a threat that, if left unchecked, could fester and spread. The custodians moved with silent efficiency, their senses heightened as they scanned the darkness ahead. They knew that the Priest King, armed with his twisted powers and driven by fear, could be lying in ambush anywhere within these tunnels. Valdor stayed close to the Emperor, his eyes sharp, his guardian spear ready. The passage twisted again, opening into a larger cavern lined with stalactites and remnants of ancient carvings. Here, the Emperor paused, sensing that they were drawing closer. The faint echo of footsteps came from further within, retreating deeper into the mountain's heart. The Emperor's expression hardened as he continued his pursuit, his steps unyielding. He knew that ahead lay Thane and his squad, positioned to cut off the Priest King's escape and ensure there would be no way out. Deeper within the labyrinth of tunnels, Thane and his squad waited, weapons at the ready. They had advanced through the subterranean passages, following the flickering map on their tracking device until they reached a point where several tunnels converged, a natural choke point. Here, they could intercept anyone trying to escape the Emperor's forces above. The Thunder Warriors stood in tense silence, each of them fully aware of the importance of their position. The darkness around them was thick, almost oppressive, and the only sound was the distant rumble of the ongoing battle in the fortress above. Thane's grip on his weapon was steady, his gaze fixed on the shadows stretching out before them. He knew that the Emperor would drive the Priest King down into the depths, leaving no path of escape. A faint noise echoed from the tunnel ahead, the scuff of hurried footsteps. Thane motioned for his squad to ready themselves. Moments later, the twisted figure of the Priest King emerged from the darkness, his robes torn, his face marked by both fear and fury. He stumbled as he came into view, but his eyes still held that unnatural gleam, a trace of the dark energies he had summoned in his desperate last stand. The Priest King stopped abruptly, his gaze sweeping over Thane and his warriors. For a brief moment, he seemed ready to turn and flee again, but there was nowhere left to run. His hands clenched as he looked upon the Thunder Warriors, a final wall of steel and muscle standing between him and freedom. Without hesitation, Thane stepped forward, his voice echoing through the cavern. "There's no escape for you here," he said, his tone steady and unyielding. "Your reign ends now." The Priest King snarled, drawing on the last vestiges of his strength and power. With a furious cry, he surged forward, his form flickering as he called upon the forbidden energies that had sustained him. But the Thunder Warriors stood firm, their eyes cold and their weapons raised. The Emperor would arrive soon. The Priest King's eyes burned with a fierce, desperate intensity as he raised his hands, dark energies crackling around him. He gathered the warp-tainted power he had harnessed, the shadows around him twisting into forms that seemed alive. With a guttural cry, he unleashed a wave of energy that surged through the cavern, striking the Thunder Warriors with a force like a hammer. One of Thane's warriors was hit directly, the dark energy piercing his armor and searing his flesh beneath. The Thunder Warrior staggered back, his body convulsing as tendrils of warp energy pulsed through him, warping the metal around the impact and leaving smoking burns. Even with his gene-forged resilience, the warrior fell to one knee, gasping in pain, his armor scorched and twisted by the unnatural assault. Thane's face hardened as he took in the sight. This was no ordinary warlord. This was a creature who wielded a power that defied the natural order, a power that had no place on Terra. Without hesitation, Thane raised his fist and barked an order to his squad. "Heavy fire! Force him back!" The Thunder Warriors moved in unison, their bolters roaring to life as they unleashed a hail of rounds on the Priest King. The cavern filled with the thunderous echo of gunfire, each shot aimed with deadly precision. The rounds hurtled toward the Priest King, who instinctively threw up his hands, summoning a barrier of dark energy to shield himself. The impact of each bolt round against the barrier sent ripples of distortion through the air as the Priest King strained to hold back the relentless onslaught. Thane knew that forcing him to defend was buying them precious seconds. The more the Priest King relied on his dark powers, the weaker he would become. It was only a matter of time before the Emperor arrived, and Thane intended to hold the line until then. As the barrage continued, he signaled his men to press forward, closing the distance inch by inch, their weapons blazing, pushing the Priest King further into the corner. The Priest King's barrier flickered under the unending assault, his expression twisted with effort and rage. But Thane held his ground, knowing that the Emperor's judgment was closing in, and that this display of dark power would soon come to an end. The Priest King's defenses faltered, his dark energy barrier flickering and thinning under the relentless hail of bolter fire. Each impact chipped away at the shield, the strain of maintaining it etched across his face. His breath came in ragged gasps as he staggered back, the twisted remnants of his power waning. Seeing the weakness, Thane pushed his squad forward. "Advance!" he barked, his voice like iron. The Thunder Warriors moved as one, stepping over rocky debris and closing the distance, bolters still trained on the Priest King. They knew that his powers, unnatural as they were, could be exhausted, forced into submission through sheer pressure. But the Priest King wasn't finished yet. With a defiant snarl, he dropped his failing barrier and thrust his hands forward, unleashing a concentrated blast of dark energy that struck two of the Thunder Warriors directly. The force was immense, sending both warriors stumbling back. Their armor cracked and scorched. One of them fell, his body twitching as warp-tainted energy coursed through him. The other braced himself, teeth gritted against the pain, struggling to hold his ground despite the damage. Thane clenched his jaw, watching as his warriors were battered by the Priest King's final desperate strikes. He knew they couldn't withstand another blast like that. With quick precision, he gave a hand signal, ordering his squad to take cover behind the jagged rocks scattered throughout the cavern. As the Thunder Warriors spread out, Thane called out to his men, "Pin him down, force him to burn through his last reserves." The Thunder Warriors adjusted their positions, laying down focused, controlled bursts of fire from all angles. Each shot kept the Priest King on the defensive, forcing him to divert what remained of his strength into shielding himself rather than attacking. Bit by bit, his movements grew slower, his expression more frantic as he realized his powers were draining away. Thane's strategy was working. They were wearing him down, stripping him of his final defenses. All that was left was to hold out until the Emperor arrived, to deliver the judgment that would end this reign of twisted power once and for all. The Priest King staggered, his breaths labored, his once commanding presence reduced to a figure of desperation and exhaustion. The dark energies that had once shielded him now flickered weakly, barely holding up against the unrelenting fire from Thane's squad. His hands shook, the remnants of his power slipping through his grasp like sand. Thane watched with cold, calculated focus. He could see the fear creeping into the Priest King's eyes, the dawning realization that he was truly cornered. The warped ruler glanced around the cavern, searching for any possible escape route, but there was none. His power was failing him, and he was surrounded by relentless warriors who would not stop until he was brought down. Just then, a heavy silence fell over the cavern. The echo of bolter fire ceased as the Thunder Warriors lowered their weapons, sensing the arrival of a greater presence. From the shadows of the tunnel, the Emperor emerged, his golden armor gleaming even in the dim light, his gaze fixed upon the Priest King. Behind him, Valdor and several custodians flanked his approach, their expressions as steady and implacable as ever. The Priest King's eyes widened as he looked upon the Emperor, a mixture of fear and defiance twisting his face. Despite his exhaustion, he raised his hands one final time, summoning the last dregs of his strength. Dark energy coiled around him, crackling with a sickly green glow, as he prepared to unleash one last desperate attack. But the Emperor simply raised a hand, and with a gesture, an invisible force pressed down upon the Priest King, pinning him in place. The dark energy dissipated, slipping from the Priest King's grasp as he fell to his knees, powerless under the Emperor's will. His hands trembled, his head bowed, and for the first time he looked utterly defeated. The Emperor took a step forward, his expression one of calm authority. His gaze was unyielding as he looked down upon the fallen ruler. "Your reign of corruption ends here," he said, his voice steady, carrying a weight of finality that echoed through the chamber. The Priest King looked up, his eyes filled with hatred and fear, but he was helpless, stripped of the dark power that had once sustained him. Thane and his squad watched in silent respect, understanding that this moment, the Emperor's judgment, was the true end to this twisted ruler's rule. The Emperor regarded the defeated Priest King in silence, his gaze sharp and unyielding. The chamber was utterly still, the weight of the moment pressing down on all who watched. Thane, Valdor, and the assembled Thunder Warriors and custodians stood back, bearing witness to what would be the final judgment. This was not merely the end of a ruler. It was the end of a relic from Terra's dark, fractured past. The Priest King, on his knees and breathing heavily, managed to raise his head one last time to meet the Emperor's gaze. His face was twisted with exhaustion and fury, yet there was still a glimmer of defiance in his eyes. The dark powers he had wielded, the forbidden rituals he had clung to, had failed him utterly in the face of the Emperor's vision. The Emperor took a step forward, each movement calm and deliberate. Without a word, he drew his blade, a gleaming weapon crafted to reflect the strength and purity of his purpose. The priest king flinched, but he did not look away. If there was fear in his eyes, it was hidden beneath a layer of bitter pride. Standing over the broken ruler, the emperor spoke, his voice low but clear. For your corruption and the stain you have left on humanity, there is only one end. The priest king snarled, his voice filled with venom. You may kill me, but others will rise. The power I wield is eternal. The emperor's expression remained unchanged. He raised his blade and with a single swift stroke brought it down, severing the last vestige of the priest king's reign. The execution was as swift as it was final, a clean end to a twisted legacy. The emperor held the severed head aloft, turning to face his warriors. Every custodian, thunder warrior, and soldier in the chamber watched with a fierce, silent respect. This act was more than just the end of a warlord. It was a symbol, a reminder that no ruler who clung to dark powers or corrupted humanity's essence would stand against the emperor's vision for Terra. Thane and his squad looked on, understanding the message as clearly as anyone present. The fall of the Priest King was a warning to every other warlord and techno-barbarian on Terra. Defiance was futile. The Emperor lowered the head, his gaze settling on Thane and Valdor. We move forward, he said, his voice carrying the weight of destiny. Terra will be unified, no matter the cost. And with that, the Emperor turned, leading his forces back toward the light. The fall of Malin Sen had ended, but the Unification Wars would continue, and with each step, Terra would draw closer to a new unified future. Emerging from the depths of the mountain, the Emperor and his forces stepped into the cold, pale light of Terra's surface. The fortress of Malin Sen lay in ruins behind them. Its last ruler struck down, his twisted powers extinguished. The message was clear. Terra's fractured kingdoms would fall, one by one, until only unity remained. The Emperor paused, his gaze sweeping across the snowy landscape. Beside him stood Valdor, Thane, and the custodians, their armor marked with the scars of battle, but their resolve unshaken. This was only the beginning. The path to a united Terra, and ultimately to the stars, would be long and hard-fought. Yet with each victory, the Emperor's vision grew closer to reality. As he looked to the horizon, one could almost sense the future he envisioned, an Imperium of Man, forged on Terra and destined to span the stars. If you enjoyed this journey through the lore of Warhammer 40k, please consider leaving a like and subscribing for more explorations of the Emperor's conquests and the unification of Terra. Many battles remain, and the path to unity is far from over. The storm over the Caucus Wastes was not born of nature. It howled like the cries of the damned, blackened clouds churning as though the earth itself rebelled against what lay beneath. Lightning forked and flickered across the jagged peaks, casting fleeting shadows over a land that had forgotten the sun. Below the mountains, beneath kilometers of bedrock and toxic soil, a nightmare festered. It was a kingdom of ash and fire, of machines too ancient to comprehend and men twisted beyond recognition. It was the domain of the Ethnarchy, and now the Emperor had come to claim it. For decades, the Ethnarchy had defied him. Its armies, mutant, gene-forged warriors, enslaved psychers, and machines of unholy provenance, had slaughtered every force sent against them. Thousands of Thunder Warriors had been reduced to mangled corpses in the labyrinthine mountains, and nearly 1 million human auxiliaries had perished alongside them. The Ethnarch's strongholds, carved into the bones of the earth itself, had repelled every siege. The devastation was so absolute that even the Emperor, in his wisdom, had chosen not to try again. Not yet. But patience was not surrender. Years had passed, and the armies of the Unification Wars had grown stronger. The Thunder Warriors were no more, replaced by the Astartes, true transhuman warriors forged from the Emperor's own design. The fledgling 18th Legion, its ranks freshly swollen, now marched under the banner of the Raptor Imperialis. The Emperor's wrath had returned to the Caucus Wastes, and this time nothing would be left to chance. The air inside the lander reeked of machine oil and burning incense. Brother Sergeant Dren adjusted the seal of his power armor as the compartment shuddered under the strain of descent. Around him, the warriors of the 18th Legion sat in silence, their sulfur yellow and sable armor catching the dim, flickering lumen strips overhead. The colors chosen for the volcanic rockscapes of the wastes felt strange to Dren. They were not the deep green of their earliest drills, nor the silver of their first deployment. But here, in the storm-choked shadow of the Caucasus Mountains, the mission dictated everything, even identity. Second seal checks, Dren ordered, his voice crackling through the vox. The warriors moved instantly, their bolters, flamers, and power blades coming to life with the smooth hiss of machine spirits awakening. There was no margin for error, not here. The 18th Legion was still young, its name and legacy not yet forged in fire. Some within the War Council whispered doubts about their readiness. A fledgling force sent into the jaws of the most dangerous holdout on Terra. A fool's errand, some claimed. A suicide mission. But Dren understood the truth. The Emperor did not make gambles, he made choices. And his choices were absolute. "They think we'll break," said Gannon, seated to Dren's left. His voice came through the vox, calm yet sharp. "The others, those who don't know us, they expect the wastes to chew us up like the Thunder Warriors." "Let them think it," Dren said, his tone iron. "We're not here to earn their approval." Gannon leaned back slightly, his helm catching the dim light as he adjusted the plasma coils of his flamer. "But do you think they're right? This place killed 1 million men before us. It killed the best the Emperor had. What makes us different?" Dren turned to him sharply. "Discipline," he said, "and the Emperor's will." The words hung heavy in the air, and Gannon said no more. 2 minutes to surface came the curt announcement of the custodian pilot over the vox. Dren rose, gripping the overhead rail, as the lander jolted again, descending rapidly through the toxic skies. "Weapons ready," he barked. Across the compartment, bolters hummed to life. Chainswords growled as they powered up, and melta-charges clicked into place on harnesses. The warriors of the 18th Legion moved as one, their training flawless, their precision absolute. The lander's ramp began to descend, and the storm outside howled in rage. Bitter winds, heavy with ash and the tang of ozone, roared into the cabin. The wastes sprawled before them like a vision of hell. The ground was a barren expanse of blackened rock and ash, split by glowing fissures that bled luminous green vapors into the air. Far ahead, jagged mountains loomed, their peaks crowned with swirling storm clouds and lances of green lightning. Between them, silhouetted against the poisoned sky, stood the Ethnarchy's towers, dark monoliths that pierced the horizon like spears. Dren descended first, boots sinking into the ashen soil. Behind him, the warriors of the 18th Legion disembarked in perfect silence, their movements a stark contrast to the chaos of the storm. His helmet's visor lit with radiation warnings, but he paid them no mind. They were not here to survive, they were here to kill. "Form up," Dren growled, his voice cold and steady. The warriors spread out in combat formation, bolters raised, their sulfur and black armor blending with the shadows of the wastes. "The towers are ahead," said Gannon, stepping up beside him, his flamer ready. "They'll see us coming." "They'll try to stop us," Dren replied, turning his gaze to the horizon where the Ethnarchy's strongholds loomed. "And they'll fail." The storm roared again, but the warriors pressed forward, their figures swallowed by the poisoned air and the shadow of the mountains. The wastes swallowed sound as completely as they did light. Every step of the 18th Legion felt muted, their boots sinking into ash that clung and pulled like wet sand. Dren moved at the head of the formation, his bolter held ready, visor scanning the horizon. The Ethnarchy was known for its cruelty, but more than that, for its cunning. Every step taken in their territory was under watch. Every moment was a potential trap. Movement to the south came the low murmur of Brother Torin over the vox. His voice was calm, unshaken. "Small, could be local wildlife. Or a lure," Gannon muttered from Dren's left, his grip firm on the flamer resting across his armored chest. "Hold formation," Dren ordered, raising a clenched fist. The column halted, their armor blending into the ash-choked wasteland. He adjusted his visor, scanning the location Torin had marked. There, beyond the ridge of broken rock, the air seemed wrong. The ash swirled too tightly in localized spirals, as though disturbed by something moving beneath it. A faint shimmer caught his eye. momentary and fleeting, like sunlight glinting off metal. "Steady," Dren growled, his voice firm. "Torin, keep watch. No movement unless confirmed." "Understood," Torin replied, his bolter held high as he scanned the ridge. The warriors resumed their advance, slow and deliberate. The air grew heavier the further they pressed into the wastes. Here, the land was fractured and unstable, the ground split by ancient seismic activity. Around them, crumbling towers jutted from the rock, half buried in ash and pockmarked with age. Some bore the scars of the Thunder Warriors' failed assault, their surfaces cratered and burned. Others were pristine, untouched, and eerily silent. Dren paused by one such structure, a broken pillar half buried in the ash. Its surface was carved with geometric patterns, faintly glowing in the stormlight. He felt a faint hum emanating from it, so low it seemed to vibrate in his bones. "Relic of old night?" Ganon asked, stepping up beside him. "Perhaps," Dren muttered. The artifact's presence felt wrong, heavy with the weight of forgotten things. He turned away and motioned for the column to move. "But it's not our concern." They pressed on, the wastes pulling at their senses. The storm wind's masked sound, the ash obscured vision, and beneath it all, the faint hum of power fields throbbed like a heartbeat, resonating deep within the earth. Somewhere far below, the Ethnarchy's war machines churned, their power bleeding into the poisoned air. It was Torin who spoke first. "Contact." Dren froze, raising a clenched fist. His visor locked onto the ridge ahead, where the ash began to swirl unnaturally. At first, it seemed like wind, but the movement was too deliberate, too calculated. The shapes came moments later, figures emerging from the haze, crouched low and moving with predatory grace. Dren counted at least a dozen. "Cassis," Ganon muttered, his voice tense. Dren studied the figures, their forms hunched and distorted. As they came closer, his visor began to pick out details. Twisted limbs, warped musculature, and armor that seemed fused into their flesh. Their faces were hidden behind crude masks of iron and bone, and their eyes glowed faintly, like embers in the dark. "Hold fire," Dren ordered. "Wait for the signal." The Cassis moved in silence, spreading out like a pack of hunting predators. Their movements were too coordinated, too intelligent for simple beasts. They stalked the Astartes, testing their formation, waiting for an opening. The first Cassis broke into a sprint, its clawed feet digging into the ash as it charged the line. Behind it, the others followed, their forms a blur of motion. "Fire," Dren commanded. The roar of bolters shattered the silence. Explosive rounds tore into the charging figures, ripping through flesh and armor. The first wave fell, their bodies crumpling into the ash, but more surged forward, undeterred. Ganon stepped forward, unleashing a wave of fire that consumed the front line of attackers, their warped bodies thrashing as they burned. "They're flanking," Torin shouted. Dren turned to see more Cassis emerging from the fissures to their right, moving with unnerving speed. "Ganon, right side!" Dren barked, turning his bolter on the new threat. Ganon pivoted, his flamer spitting a torrent of fire that forced the attackers back, but Dren knew this was only the beginning. The Cassis were relentless, and this was just their vanguard. Far ahead, the black towers of the Ethnarchy loomed, and Dren felt the weight what lay beyond. This would not be a simple war, it would be a crucible. The valley exhaled death. Ash and vapor swirled around the advancing warriors of the 18th Legion, clinging to their armor and muffling their steps. Dren moved at the head of the column, his bolter ready, eyes scanning the wreckage ahead. Tanks and artillery pieces from some forgotten war lay half buried in the soil, their rusted hulks twisted and broken. Among the debris were bones, human and otherwise, scattered like discarded fragments of history. "This is where they broke the Thunder Warriors," Ganon muttered, his voice low. "The Ethnarch's work." Dren didn't reply. He'd heard the stories. He didn't need reminding of what had come before them. His visor locked onto the jagged outlines of the Ethnarchy's towers far ahead, barely visible through the toxic haze. The air carried a faint hum, low, persistent, and unnerving. "Keep moving," he ordered, his voice calm over the vox. "No gaps in the formation." The column descended further into the valley, the ground shifting uneasily beneath their boots. The storm above flickered with green lightning, casting fleeting shadows over the wreckage. Somewhere far below, the Ethnarchy's machines churned, their presence felt in every tremor of the earth. "Contact," Torin said suddenly. His voice was sharp, cutting through the static on the vox. North ridge, motion. Dren raised a fist to halt the line, his visor locked onto the ridge, scanning for movement. At first, the ash seemed to swirl on its own, but then the shapes emerged. Hulking, insectile constructs of ancient metal, their segmented legs scraping against the rock. Their glowing eyes pulsed faintly, like dying stars in the mist. Automata, Dren said coldly. The lead construct shifted, its limbs grinding audibly as it turned toward the Astartes. Then it lunged. Fire! Dren roared. The valley erupted with bolter fire, explosive rounds ripping into the construct's corroded frame. It staggered under the assault, sparks flying from its joints, but still it pushed forward. Ganon stepped into position, a torrent of flame roaring from his weapon and engulfing the construct in fire. The machine collapsed, its glowing eyes fading as its body melted into slag. More emerged from the mist, their weapons flaring to life. Green energy lanced through the air, cutting into the ground and hurling ash skyward. "They're flanking!" Torin shouted. "Hold the line!" Dren barked. He fired into another construct, its head shattering under the force of a bolter round. But for every machine that fell, more seemed to rise from the depths of the valley, their hulking forms relentless in their advance. "Push through," Dren growled, his voice hard over the vox. "We don't falter. Not here." The constructs came like shadows given form, their segmented legs scraping over rock and ash with an unnerving, rhythmic precision. Dren's bolter barked with controlled fury, each shot aimed to disable rather than destroy outright. The automata were old, their movements sluggish in places, their bodies pitted and warped by time, but they were no less dangerous. One of them closed the distance too quickly, its energy lance firing in rapid bursts. A bolt round caught it in the chest, but it only staggered, swinging a jagged limb toward Dren's head. He ducked low, pivoting as the claw swiped over him, then fired point-blank into the machine's head. Sparks erupted as its glowing eyes dimmed and the automaton collapsed, its limbs twitching in death spasms. "Left flank!" Ganon's shout cut through the vox. Dren turned, catching sight of another machine bounding toward their position, faster than the rest. It scuttled over the wreckage like an animal, a curved blade extending from its forelimb. Before it could strike, Ganon's flamer roared to life, consuming it in a flood of searing fire. The automaton shrieked, its metallic body buckling and collapsing under the heat. "Their numbers are thinning," Torin called from his vantage point. "For now," Dren replied, his voice grim. "They're testing us, not committing." The column tightened its formation, moving steadily toward the far ridge. The valley still hummed with unseen power, and the air carried a bitter, electric taste. Every step closer to the Ethnarchy's strongholds felt heavier, the storm above growing louder, as though the wastes themselves sought to push them back. Ahead, the ground began to shift. The ash rippled unnaturally, vibrating in sync with the low hum that pulsed through the air. "Something's coming," Torin warned, his voice tight. "Prepare for anything," Dren ordered, raising his bolter. From the ash, the ground erupted. A massive construct, far larger than the others, tore itself free from the earth. Its form was monstrous. Half buried in cables, its frame bristling with weaponry and blackened plates. Unlike the smaller automata, this one moved with intent, its glowing eyes locking onto the Astartes as its energy weapons charged with an audible whine. "Target priority," Dren snapped. "Bring it down." The warriors opened fire as one, bolter rounds hammering the machine's armor. Explosions sparked across its surface, but the construct barely slowed. It advanced steadily, its weapons spitting green fire that sliced through the ash and sent rock fragments flying. One of the shots clipped an Astartes to Dren's right, sending him sprawling to the ground with a deep gouge in his armor. "Focus fire on the joints," Dren shouted, shifting his aim. He unleashed a volley of shots at the machine's legs, targeting the exposed servos and hydraulic supports. Ganon moved to his side, flames surging toward the beast, but its thick plating deflected much of the heat. The construct lashed out with a massive clawed arm, swiping through the ash and carving deep furrows into the ground. The Astartes scattered, moving with precision to avoid its strikes while maintaining fire. Another burst of concentrated bolter fire hit its right leg, and the machine faltered, its movement slowing. "Press it," Dren roared. The Legion advanced, their firepower relentless. The construct shuddered as more rounds tore into its vulnerable joints. Finally, with a groan of overstressed metal, it collapsed, its bulk crashing into the ground with a thunderous impact. Its weapons flickered once, then went dark. Silence fell over the valley, broken only by the crackling of flames and the distant howl of the storm. "Status?" Dren asked, turning to survey his squad. "Minor wounds," Gannon reported. "We're intact." Dren nodded, lowering his bolter but not relaxing. The valley felt quieter now, but it wasn't peace. It was the stillness before the next blow. He stared ahead at the ridge where the path climbed higher toward the black towers of the Ethnarchy. "This was a warning," Dren muttered. "They wanted us to see what's waiting for us." "Then we keep going," Gannon said, his tone as steady as ever. "We've seen worse." Dren didn't reply, but his gaze lingered on the towers ahead. The Ethnarch was watching. Of that, he was certain. The climb toward the ridge was slow and methodical, each step stirring loose stone and ash that slid soundlessly into the void below. Dren kept his bolter raised, his eyes fixed on the sharp horizon. The stillness here was unnatural. The hum that had pressed against their senses in the valley was gone, replaced by a silence so complete it felt as though the world itself was holding its breath. "They're waiting," Torrens said over the vox, his voice tight. "Feels like an ambush." "Everything here is," Dren replied. "Stay alert." The ridge loomed ahead, a jagged wall of black rock scored with ancient fractures. Beyond it, the faint silhouettes of the Ethnarchy's towers pierced the haze, their angular forms stark and menacing. The air felt heavier the closer they drew, like stepping into the gravitational pull of some unseen force. Dren could feel it thrumming faintly through his armor. A sensation, not a sound. "Summit in sight," Gannon reported, his flamer humming faintly as the cooling system cycled from the last engagement. "Nothing moving yet." "They'll be there," Dren said. He raised a fist, halting the column. "Torren, scout ahead. Find our path." Torren moved quickly, his boots gripping the unstable ground as he ascended the last stretch of the ridge. He disappeared over the crest, his form blending into the rock and shadow, leaving the rest of the column to fan out below. The ash swirled less fiercely here, the air thinner at altitude, but the oppressive weight of the Ethnarchy's presence pressed down like a shadow. A moment later, Torren's voice came over the vox. "Summit clear, but structures ahead. Active. There's movement." "Enemy forces?" Dren asked. "Humanoids," Torren replied, his voice measured. "Not automata. Moving strangely. Controlled." Dren gestured for the column to follow. "We'll see for ourselves. Advance." The warriors climbed steadily, their armor clinking softly against the loose rock as they scaled the ridge. At the summit, the landscape spread out before them, a plateau fractured by deep fissures and webbed with thin, spindly structures. The towers gleamed faintly in the stormlight, their sharp edges seeming to cut against the ash-choked horizon. Conduits, too perfect and angular to be of human design, snaked across the ground, their surfaces glowing with a faint green luminescence. "It's alive!" Gannon muttered. He gestured toward the towers, his voice tense. "The ground, the machines, it's all one thing." Dren studied the scene, his visor tagging the energy signatures pulsing through the conduits. The faint tremors underfoot were rhythmic, synchronized with the lights traveling along the cables. The entire plateau seemed to be part of a single system, a breathing, functional relic from a past too old to understand. "They're not from this time," Dren said, his voice quiet. "The Ethnarchy didn't build this, they're using it." "Contact," Torren interrupted, marking a waypoint on the Astartes' HUDs. Dren followed the marker, his visor locking onto movement between the towers. Figures emerged, stepping awkwardly into the open. At first glance, they resembled the Ursh, twisted humanoid forms, their bodies warped by genetic manipulation. But something was wrong. Their movements were jerky, stuttering as though each step was commanded by something external. Their eyes burned with the same green light as the conduits, and their mouths hung slack as though stripped of all will. "They're being controlled," Gannon said, disgust creeping into his voice. "Not alive, not fully," Torren added. "They're puppets." Dren raised his bolter. "Take them out." The first volley cut through the figures with ease. Bolter fire punched into flesh and shattered bone, and the bodies collapsed like broken marionettes. There were no screams, no cries of pain, only the wet thud of meat hitting the ash. But for every one that fell, more emerged from the shadows of the towers, moving in uneven waves. "Delay tactics," Dren said as he fired another precise shot, dropping a puppet mid-step. "They're stalling us." "For what?" Ganon asked, his flamer spitting fire into another cluster of bodies. The green light in their eyes dimmed as they collapsed, ichor pooling at their feet. The towers, Dren replied, his voice grim. He scanned the energy signatures again, tracking the pulses as they quickened. They're feeding something. The Ethnarch's getting ready. The air on the plateau felt heavier with every step, pressing against the warriors of the 18th Legion like an invisible weight. Dren advanced cautiously, his bolter raised. Around him, the controlled figures continued to stumble forward in uneven waves, their glowing eyes dim and lifeless. Each fell quickly, their jerking movements no match for disciplined bolter fire. They're sending more, Torrhen said, his voice steady over the vox. Slow, scattered, no threat. They're not supposed to be, Dren replied, stepping over the remains of one of the puppets. His gaze remained fixed on the tallest tower at the plateau's edge. This isn't a fight, it's a signal. Signal to what? Ganon asked, sending a burst of flame into another group of advancing figures. They collapsed silently, their bodies burning to ash. Dren didn't answer immediately. The hum beneath the plateau was growing stronger, a low vibration he could feel in his armor. The conduits, pulsing with green light, twisted across the ground like veins feeding power to the towering structures above. Whatever the Ethnarch was preparing, it was already in motion. Something's waking up, Dren said, and we're walking into it. The column moved toward a central point where the conduits converged. The structure at the nexus was circular, its surface engraved with sharp alien patterns that glowed faintly. The ground around it trembled slightly, the air shimmering with distorted light. Torrhen, Dren said, his voice cutting through the static. Scan it. Look for weaknesses. Torrhen crouched by the nexus, his visor flickering as he ran diagnostics. The power is unstable, building faster than it can vent. If it goes critical, a deafening crack split the air, the ground shaking violently. From the base of the largest tower, something began to rise. Hostiles! Torrhen snapped. Multiple signatures. A massive figure emerged from the shadows. Towering and grotesque, it was a hybrid of flesh and machinery, its body reinforced with thick plating bolted into warped muscle. Glowing green light radiated from its core, mirroring the conduits. It moved with deadly precision, unlike the shambling puppets that had come before. Urkasis, Ganon muttered, tightening his grip on the flamer. More figures stepped into view, each one a monstrous, weaponized version of the Ethnarch's gene-forged warriors. Their movements were deliberate, coordinated. These were not drones or distractions. These were killers. Form up, Dren barked. The Astartes shifted instantly into formation, their bolters aimed and ready. Target the joints and expose systems. Do not let them close. The first Urkasis charged, its heavy footfalls shaking the ground. Bolter fire hammered into its armor, cracking and denting its plates, but it didn't slow. Dren aimed for its exposed spine, firing a burst that sent sparks flying. It staggered, just long enough for Ganon's flamer to wash over it, reducing it to a smoldering ruin. They're protecting the Nexus, Dren growled as more of the warriors advanced, their energy weapons flaring with sickly green light. We take it out now. Ganon reached for a melta charge at his belt. Blow it? Do it, Dren ordered, his voice hard as the ground shook again. We end this here. The plateau erupted with motion. The three Urkasis advanced in unison, their heavy footfalls cracking the conduit-lined ground. They moved with a precision that set them apart from the mindless puppets, their hulking forms bristling with weaponized limbs and reinforced armor. Dren fired, his bolter rounds punching into one of the creature's shoulders. Sparks flew as the plating cracked, but the monster pressed forward, its glowing weapon arm beginning to charge with green light. They're not retreating, Torrhen warned, his voice sharp over the vox. They're holding the line. They're buying time, Dren growled, stepping forward to unload another burst of fire into the lead Urkasis. We're breaking through. Focus fire! One of the creatures raised its lance-like weapon, unleashing a searing green beam that lanced through the ash-choked air. The blast struck the ground just short of the Astartes line, the resulting explosion sending chunks of rock and molten debris flying. Dren ducked low, shielded by his armor as the heat wave rippled past him. The distraction, however, gave another Urkasis the opening it needed. It charged, its clawed limb arcing toward Ganon, who stepped into the blow with calculated precision. His flamer roared, bathing the monster in fire. The creature staggered, its armor melting into bubbling slag, but it lashed out wildly, clipping Ganon's shoulder guard and sending him back a step. Torrhen's bolter cracked sharply, 2 shots punching into the Urkasi's exposed neck cables. The creature let out a mechanical groan as it collapsed, green sparks sputtering from its wounds. "Advance," Dren barked. The Astartes surged forward, their bolters barking as the second Urkasi's fell, its core ruptured by concentrated fire. The third was slower, its left leg crippled by Ganon's flamer, and it collapsed to its knees before Dren placed a clean shot through its glowing core. The ground beneath their boots shuddered violently. Dren turned toward the Nexus in time to see a massive surge of energy erupt from its center, a wave of blinding green light radiating outward. His visor flickered as static crackled in his ears and proximity warnings flared across his HUD. "Energy spike!" Torrhen called out, his voice cutting through the interference. "The whole structure is destabilizing." Dren's eyes locked on the tallest tower, now glowing so brightly that it cast jagged shadows across the plateau. The tower was feeding the Nexus, conduits pouring raw power into the central structure. Whatever the Ethnarch was planning, it was happening now. If they didn't act, the entire plateau could erupt, and take them with it. "Set charges," Dren barked. "We're blowing it now!" Ganon was already moving toward the Nexus, his steps sure despite the unstable terrain. The conduits pulsed faster as he approached, the green light intensifying with every second. More movement stirred at the edges of Dren's vision. Shapes detached from the shadows of the towers, new figures smaller and faster than the Urkasi's. They skittered over the rock on clawed limbs, moving with unnatural speed. "Torrhen, suppressive fire!" Dren ordered, raising his bolter to target the oncoming swarm. "Ganon, make it quick!" Torrhen shifted to higher ground, his bolter firing in disciplined bursts. The smaller creatures fell easily under the Astartes' fire, but their speed made them hard to track. Dren's shots slammed into one of the attackers, shattering its malformed head. 2 more darted past the line of fire, closing the gap between the swarm and Ganon. Dren didn't hesitate. He surged forward, firing point blank into the nearest skittering form. Its twisted body exploded under the impact, but another lunged at him from the side. He pivoted, raising his bolter just in time to fire into its center mass, sending it sprawling. "Charges set!" Ganon's voice cut through the chaos. "Detonator primed!" "Fall back!" Dren shouted, his bolter firing as he covered Ganon's retreat. The smaller creatures were relentless, hissing and clicking as they closed in. Torrhen's fire cut a swath through the swarm, but more poured out from behind the towers, their numbers growing with every second. Ganon reached Dren's position, his flamer sweeping in wide arcs to hold back the tide. Dren slammed his fist against Ganon's pauldron, signaling the retreat. The Astartes began pulling back, their movements disciplined even as the plateau quaked violently beneath their boots. The Nexus pulsed again, its light now blinding, the air around it rippling with raw energy. "Detonate it!" Dren barked. Ganon didn't hesitate. The plateau lit up as the charges detonated, a massive explosion ripping through the Nexus. Conduits snapped and burst, sending streams of green light arcing into the air. The ground cracked and split beneath the shockwave, and the nearest tower collapsed, its structure crumbling into the churning ash. The smaller creatures screamed, a high-pitched, unnatural sound as they were caught in the blast, their forms disintegrating under the force. The Astartes regrouped on the ridge, watching as the destruction spread across the plateau. The Nexus collapsed in on itself, the green light fading into nothingness. For a brief moment, there was silence. Then the tallest tower flared to life, its peak glowing with an intensity that dwarfed the Nexus. The tremors beneath their feet grew stronger, and Dren felt a sharp, electric charge run through his armor. "This isn't over," he muttered, his voice grim. The storm above the plateau deepened, ash swirling into a thick, suffocating cloud as the tallest tower surged with violent energy. The green glow that had pulsed steadily moments before now flickered erratically, casting jagged shadows across the fractured terrain. Dren felt the vibrations intensify beneath his boots, sharper and more chaotic than before. This wasn't just instability. This was collapse. "Movement, upper levels," Torrhen called out, his bolter snapping toward the tower. The squad's HUDs lit up with multiple targets. Figures began to emerge from the tower's surface, crawling along the black, angular spines like predators descending a carcass. Unlike the skittering creatures from before, these were sleek, spider-like constructs with segmented limbs that clung to the vertical surfaces effortlessly. Their glowing cores pulsed in sync with the tower's energy, their bodies humming with barely restrained power. "New pattern," Torin muttered. "They're faster." "They're coming straight for us," Ganon said, his flamer already humming in anticipation. "Hold position," Dren barked. He raised his bolter, tracking the nearest construct as it leapt from the tower's surface, hurtling toward the squad with unnerving speed. His first shot caught it midair, the explosive round punching through its center. The creature exploded in a burst of green light, its fragments raining down like molten shards. Two more constructs darted forward, their jagged legs slicing through the ash as they charged. Torin dropped one with a clean shot to its core, while the second lunged at Ganon, its limbs crackling with energy. Ganon stepped into the strike, flames roaring as he bathed the construct in fire. It shrieked, a high-pitched mechanical scream before collapsing into a melted heap. "They're using the tower's energy to reinforce themselves," Dren said, his voice grim. His visor tracked the remaining constructs, which had begun to spread out, circling the squad like a pack of predators. "They're protecting something." His eyes flicked to the tower's peak. The glow had become blinding now, the green light stabbing into the storm clouds above. Energy arced across its surface in erratic bursts, and the air around it shimmered with distortion. Something was building within it, something far greater than the nexus they had destroyed. "This tower is the key," Dren muttered. "Torin, I want targeting data on that peak. Ganon, keep those things off us." "Copy," Torin replied, his visor flickering as he scanned the structure. Ganon pivoted, unleashing another wave of fire as two more constructs rushed their position. One fell, its body crumpling in the flames, but the other dodged with unnatural speed, leaping toward Dren. The creature's clawed limb raked across his pauldron, sparks flying as it tore a shallow gouge in the armor. Dren retaliated instantly, his bolter firing point-blank into its core. The shot blew the construct apart, its fragments scattering across the cracked ground. "They're adapting," Torin said, firing into another that had begun to climb the ridge. "Faster movement, tighter attack patterns. They're not just defending, they're trying to drive us back." "They're failing," Dren growled. He stepped forward, raising his bolter to fire into the legs of a construct attempting to flank their position. Its limbs shattered under the impact, and it collapsed, twitching. Torin's voice cut in sharply. "Got it. The tower's energy is concentrated at the apex. Whatever's inside, it's not stable. If we hit it hard enough, it'll cascade through the entire structure." "Good," Dren said. "What about the base? Can we collapse it?" Torin hesitated, his visor flashing with calculations. "Possible, but not guaranteed. The apex is the safer target." "Safer isn't in our orders," Dren replied. He turned toward Ganon, who was already pulling a melt-a-charge from his belt. "We take the base." The ground beneath them shuddered violently, almost throwing Dren off balance. A deafening roar echoed from the tower as another surge of energy erupted from its core, green lightning arcing outward in jagged streaks. One bolt struck the ground near the squad, hurling ash and molten rock into the air. Static screamed through their vox channels, and for a brief moment, Dren's visor flickered with interference. "Move now," he shouted, gesturing for Ganon to break toward the tower. The Astartes moved as one, bolters firing in overlapping bursts as the remaining constructs swarmed to intercept them. Ganon reached the base first, his movements swift and deliberate as he set the melt-a-charge against one of the tower's massive supports. The structure groaned, its surface rippling with energy as the charge locked into place. 30 seconds, Ganon called out, retreating toward the squad. The constructs, sensing the threat, surged forward in a desperate assault. Dren stepped into their path, firing controlled bursts that shattered limbs and ruptured glowing cores. Torin covered their flank, his bolter precise as ever, but the swarm was relentless. One of the constructs leapt past their line, its claws extended toward Ganon. Dren intercepted it with a burst of fire, the explosive rounds ripping through its midsection. The construct crumpled, but another replaced it almost immediately, its limbs striking like scythes. This time, Ganon met it with his flamer, the creature's body engulfed in fire as it collapsed. "Fall back," Dren ordered, his voice cutting through the chaos. The The squad pulled away from the tower, their movements swift and disciplined, even as the ground beneath them fractured further. The tower groaned again, its structure trembling under the strain of its own energy. 10 seconds! Ganon shouted, his voice steady despite the rising intensity of the battle. The squad cleared the immediate area just as the melt-a-charge detonated. The explosion ripped through the tower's support, molten debris spraying in all directions. The entire structure swayed, its upper levels cracking and collapsing in slow, agonizing motion. The green light at its apex flared one final time before winking out, the tower crumbling into the ash below. Silence descended, broken only by the distant rumble of the storm. Dren stared at the ruins, his visor scanning for any remaining energy signatures. The tremors beneath their feet had stopped, but the ash still hung heavy in the air. He turned to Tauren. "Report," he said. Tauren scanned the rubble, his voice grim. "No movement, for now." Dren nodded, his gaze turning to the horizon. The storm still churned, and in the distance, the silhouettes of the other towers remained, their dark forms untouched by the destruction. "This is just the beginning," he muttered. The silence after the tower's collapse felt wrong, heavy with anticipation. Dren scanned the ruins, his bolter raised, as ash swirled faintly in the air. The green light was gone, but the storm above churned darkly, lightning flickering in the distance. The squad formed up, weapons ready, but the battlefield was unnervingly quiet. "Report," Dren ordered. "No hostiles detected," Tauren replied. "Energy readings are... Wait, something's building below." Dren turned sharply as the rubble near the tower's base began to shift. The ground beneath it trembled, heavier and deeper than before. A faint red glow began to seep from the cracks, spilling out like blood into the ash. The air vibrated, and the sensation clawed at the edges of Dren's senses, unnatural and oppressive. "Tauren," Dren said, his voice hard. "What's down there?" Tauren's visor flickered as he scanned the disturbance. "It's a vault, or something like it. Pre-strife tech. The explosion must have cracked it open." Before Dren could respond, the fissure erupted. A shockwave of red light tore through the air, hurling debris and ash outward. Dren braced as the ground collapsed inward, revealing a massive, mechanical form rising from the depths. It was a towering fusion of jagged armor and pulsating organic light, its spindly limbs tipped with claws that sparked with energy. Its core glowed with swirling red light, radiating power. "Target identified," Tauren said. "That thing's a walking reactor." The machine turned its glowing eyes toward them, moving with terrifying speed. Its claws slammed into the ground, sending a ripple of force through the rubble. "Engage!" Dren roared. Bolter fire erupted, slamming into the creature's armor, but the impacts barely slowed it. The machine lunged, its claws arcing toward Ganon, who countered with a surge of flame. The creature faltered briefly, its core dimming, but then straightened, its body glowing red-hot as if absorbing the heat. "It's feeding on energy!" Tauren shouted. Dren fired into an exposed conduit along its side, sparks flying as the creature staggered. "Hit the weak points," he ordered, raising his bolter for another shot. The red glow in its core pulsed faster, the hum deepening. This fight was far from over. The creature's core flared violently, casting the battlefield in flickering shades of red. Each pulse seemed to thrum through the ground, shaking loose rubble and ash as it advanced. Dren moved in sync with the squad, bolter aimed at the exposed conduits snaking along its armored torso. His shots hit true, sparks bursting as metal shattered, but the machine adjusted, shifting its stance to protect its damaged side. "It's adapting," Tauren called out, firing into the joints of one of its legs. The construct stumbled briefly before stabilizing, its movements growing sharper, more deliberate. "Conduits are vulnerable," Dren growled. "Stay coordinated." Ganon flanked left, his flamer unleashing another torrent of fire. The creature recoiled, its limbs jerking unnaturally, but its core flared again, absorbing the heat and converting it into a new surge of energy. A crackling beam erupted from its outstretched claw, narrowly missing Ganon as it seared across the ground, leaving molten trails in its wake. "It's using what we throw at it," Ganon shouted, retreating toward cover. "Keep the pressure on!" Dren snapped. He advanced toward the creature's side, firing at its cracked armor. Bolter fire punched through another conduit, causing the red light to flicker erratically. The machine staggered, its core dimming for a moment, but it recovered, turning its glowing eyes toward Dren. The creature lunged, its clawed limbs slamming down in an arc that cracked the ground where Dren had stood. He dove aside, rolling back to his feet and firing point blank into its exposed joint. The explosion ripped through its limb, severing it at the elbow. The machine reeled, letting out a mechanical screech, but the glow of its core only intensified. "Dren, it's overloading!" Torrin shouted, his voice taut. "Energy readings are spiking. If it detonates, we're dead if it does." Dren snapped. "Focus fire on the core." The squad regrouped, their bolters firing in coordinated bursts. Explosive rounds hammered into the construct's center mass, each impact sending ripples of energy through its glowing core. The red light began to pulse erratically, flashes of heat and light spilling outward with every hit. The machine lashed out in desperation, its remaining claws swiping wildly as it tried to close the distance. Ganon stepped forward, his flamer roaring to life as he bathed its torso in fire. The creature staggered under the assault, its armor melting and splitting open to reveal the glowing core beneath. "Now!" Dren barked. He fired a precise burst into the exposed core. The round struck home, and for a brief moment the construct froze, its limbs twitching as sparks erupted from its body. Then, with a final blinding pulse of red light, the core detonated. The explosion hurled the squad backward, a wave of heat and debris engulfing the battlefield. Dren hit the ground hard, his armor absorbing most of the impact. Static filled his visor as the blast subsided, leaving only the faint rumble of collapsing rubble and the distant howl of the storm. "Status," Dren coughed, forcing himself upright. "Alive," Ganon replied, his voice strained. He staggered to his feet, smoke rising from the scorch marks on his armor. "Torrin?" Dren asked. "I'm here," Torrin said, pulling himself from the rubble. His bolter was still in hand, though its barrel was dented. The machine's down, energy signatures are gone. Dren stood, surveying the remains of the construct. Its limbs lay scattered across the ground, charred and lifeless, while its core was nothing more than a smoldering crater. The air was thick with the stench of burnt metal and ash, but the oppressive hum that had filled the battlefield was gone. "This wasn't random," Dren said after a moment, his tone grim. "The Ethnarch knew we'd come here. This thing, it wasn't just a weapon, it was a message." Torrin stepped beside him, scanning the horizon. The other towers remained, dark and foreboding, their silhouettes barely visible through the swirling storm. "If that was a message," he said, "I don't think we've heard the whole thing." Dren nodded, his gaze fixed on the horizon. The storm raged on, and somewhere beyond the remaining towers, the Ethnarch was waiting. "Regroup," he ordered. "We're not done yet." The squad moved cautiously toward the fissure, where the faint pulse of red light glowed like a wound in the earth. Dren scanned the jagged opening, bolter raised, as heat rolled upward with a faint metallic tang that clung to the air. The collapse had revealed something vast and ancient, its metallic structures barely visible in the depths. "Energy signatures below," Torrin reported, his visor flickering. "Movement's faint, but it's there. Something's waking up." "Another stronghold?" Ganon asked, his flamer held ready. "Or worse," Dren muttered. He stared into the chasm, its edges sharp and unnatural, as though carved by precision far beyond human means. The air here pressed against them, faint vibrations rippling through the ground beneath their boots. The hum began to rise, steady and rhythmic, like the heartbeat of a vast machine buried deep below. Then, just as suddenly, it stopped. The silence that followed was suffocating, the squad instinctively tensing as the stillness stretched on. Without warning, the fissure erupted. A burst of red light shot upward, blinding and searing. The ground trembled violently, cracks radiating outward as ash and debris rained down. From the depths, a massive shape began to rise, its jagged form outlined in the crimson glow. "What is that?" Ganon muttered, his voice low. The machine emerged fully, its body a labyrinth of interlocking plates etched with glowing runes. A single, massive crimson eye burned in the center of its head, flaring as it turned its gaze toward the squad. The hum returned, deeper now, vibrating through the rubble. "Command node," Torrin said tightly. "If it's active, everything else might be." The machine moved with deliberate, fluid precision, its limbs cracking the ground with each step. The crimson eye flared, sending a pulse of energy outward that tore into the earth and hurled debris into the air. "Move," Dren shouted, diving for cover as the machine advanced. The machine's steps shook the ground as it advanced, each one deliberate and unyielding. Dren pressed against a jagged slab of rubble, bolter raised, his visor tracking the flickering heat radiating from its massive limbs. The crimson eye burned brighter, a growing intensity that seemed to pulse in time with the vibrations beneath their boots. "Target the legs," Dren ordered. "Slow it down." Torrin fired first, his bolter rounds slamming into the joint of the nearest limb. Sparks erupted as the plating cracked, but the machine didn't falter. Ganon followed, sweeping his flamer across the exposed mechanisms. The intense heat warped the metal, forcing the construct to stagger back, its movements momentarily unsteady. "It's recalibrating," Torrin called out. "It's compensating for the damage." "Keep hitting it," Dren growled. He stepped out from cover, firing into the exposed conduits along the machine's side. His shots struck true, the red light in its eye flickering briefly before intensifying again. The machine pivoted, its massive clawed arm swinging toward Dren. He dove to the side as the limb smashed into the ground, sending shards of rock skittering across the battlefield. Rising quickly, he fired another burst into the damaged joint, his rounds punching through and tearing cables free. The construct staggered again, its movements growing uneven. "It's not just protecting itself," Torrin said, his voice tight. "It's pushing us back. It's keeping us away from the fissure." "Then we push through," Dren snapped, shifting his aim toward the crimson eye. "Torrin, cover fire. Ganon, focus on the joints. We break this thing here." The squad moved with precision, their weapons roaring as they coordinated their assault. The machine lashed out, its remaining strength focused on scattering their formation. But as its armor buckled and its limbs began to seize, the Astartes closed in, relentless. Dren's bolter fired one last precise shot into the glowing core of its eye. The machine froze, its towering frame trembling. For a moment, silence reigned. Then the crimson light dimmed and the machine collapsed, its body crashing to the ground with a deafening roar. Dren didn't wait. Move to the fissure, now. The fissure yawned below, its jagged edges glowing faintly with pulses of red light. Dren peered into the depths where the faint outlines of metallic structures were visible, vast and unnatural. The hum, rising from below, felt heavier now, pressing against the senses like a tangible weight. "Movement," Torrin said, his voice low. "Faint heat signatures, fast." "Ambush," Dren muttered. "Torrin, take point. Ganon, secure the rear. Move." The squad descended the narrow path, spiraling downward toward the depths. The air grew hotter, the vibrations in the rock intensifying with every step. Suddenly, a spindly construct leapt from the shadows below, limbs glinting in the crimson light. Torrin fired instantly, the creature exploding in midair, shards scattering across the path. "They're swarming," Ganon shouted. Two more scuttled up the walls behind them, but a wave of fire from his flamer consumed them, their remains tumbling into the abyss. "Keep moving," Dren barked, his bolter snapping toward another attacker. The squad pressed on, their formation tightening as more constructs emerged from the darkness. The path opened into a wide platform carved into the rock. The glow of runes marked its surface, and the constructs surged forward from all sides, faster and more coordinated than before. "Torrin's suppressive fire on the left," Dren ordered. "Ganon, burn the right." The Astartes fought as one, holding the line against the swarm. Bolter fire and flame cut through the constructs, scattering their fragmented remains across the platform. But the attacks didn't stop. "They're testing us," Torrin muttered, firing another precise burst. Dren gritted his teeth. "Then we show them what failure looks like." The last construct collapsed in a heap of twisted metal, its glowing core sputtering before fading into darkness. The platform fell silent, save for the faint hum emanating from the depths below. The squad remained in formation, their weapons raised, scanning the shadows for any sign of movement. "Clear," Torrin reported, though his voice held no relief. "No active signatures." Dren's eyes stayed fixed on the pathway ahead. The faint red glow pulsing from deeper within the fissure had grown brighter, more erratic, and the vibrations in the air felt sharper now, almost cutting. He stepped forward cautiously, the edge of the platform trembling slightly beneath his boots. "We're close," he said. "Whatever's down there, it's not waiting idly." Ganon moved to his side, his flamer hissing faintly in the oppressive heat. "We've bled them at every turn," he said, his voice gruff. "This has to be the core." "Or the next layer," Dren replied, his tone flat. He turned back to the squad. "Regroup and rearm. We move in 30 seconds. Torrin, keep scanning." As the Astartes adjusted their weapons and ammunition, Torrin crouched near the edge of the next pathway, his visor flickering with data streams. "I'm reading a massive energy concentration ahead," he said after a moment. "It's centralized, definitely powering the defenses we've faced, but it's fluctuating, like it's unstable." "Which means it's vulnerable," Dren said, reloading his bolter. He glanced toward the crimson-lit corridor ahead. "And guarded. Titan formation. We move now." The squad stepped onto the narrow path that led deeper into the fissure. The air grew hotter still, carrying with it the faint scent of scorched metal and something acrid, almost chemical. The hum from below was no longer a constant. It pulsed unevenly, accompanied by faint mechanical clicks that echoed off the walls. Dren felt the weight of the mission pressing heavier with every step. This wasn't just a battle. It was something older, something far more dangerous than they had anticipated, and they were walking straight into its heart. The pathway narrowed as they descended, its walls closing in with jagged, unnatural angles. The red glow ahead grew stronger, casting eerie patterns across their armor. The sound of the machinery deep below grew louder, mechanical clicks and rhythmic grinding that seemed to echo with purpose. "Something's shifting," Torrin said, his visor flickering as he scanned the darkness ahead. "Structures are moving. It's reconfiguring itself." "It knows we're here," Dren replied, his bolter raised. "Keep moving. Stay sharp." The corridor opened abruptly into a cavernous chamber, its scale dwarfing anything they had seen above. Massive pillars of metal stretched from the floor to the unseen ceiling, each one inscribed with glowing runes that pulsed like a heartbeat. In the center of the room stood a massive circular structure, an altar-like platform surrounded by concentric rings of machinery. At its core floated a sphere of pulsating red light, its surface crackling with arcs of energy. "It's a nexus," Torrin said, his voice barely above a whisper. "A control node for the entire network. If we destroy it, we break the Ethnarch's hold on this system," Dren finished. He advanced cautiously, his eyes fixed on the glowing sphere. "But it's not going to let us do that easily." As if on cue, the chamber rumbled, and from the shadows between the pillars, shapes began to emerge. They were massive constructs, larger than any the squad had faced so far. Their forms were angular and brutal, their limbs reinforced with jagged plating. Their cores glowed with the same red light as the Nexus, and their movements were deliberate, purposeful. "Hostiles, 6 o'clock, Torrin shouted. "Form up," Dren barked. "Suppressive fire! Ganon, keep them off the node." The first construct charged, its claws striking the ground with thunderous force. Bolter fire erupted, explosive rounds slamming into its armor. Sparks flew as its plating cracked, but it kept advancing, its glowing core pulsing faster. Torrin fired again, his shots targeting the exposed joints of its legs, and the creature stumbled, crashing to the floor in a heap of shrapnel. 2 more constructs closed in, their limbs swinging in wide arcs. Ganon met them head-on, his flamer unleashing a torrent of fire that engulfed the closest one. The construct shrieked as its armor melted, but the second lunged past the flames, its clawed arm striking toward Dren. Dren sidestepped the blow, firing into the construct's exposed side. The explosive rounds tore through its core, and it collapsed in a burst of red light. He turned to the squad, his voice sharp over the vox. "Focus fire. We hold this position until the node is exposed." The squad advanced cautiously toward the Nexus, their boots crunching on the uneven metallic floor of the chamber. The massive crimson sphere pulsed erratically, arcs of energy snapping across the concentric machinery that surrounded it. The hum in the air was sharper now, a rhythmic grinding that rattled through their armor. Dren tightened his grip on his bolter, his eyes scanning for movement among the towering metal pillars. Then it came. A sudden, high-pitched screech that echoed through the cavern. From the shadows of the machinery, a massive construct dropped into view. Its body was segmented and insect-like, each joint reinforced with jagged plates. Its limbs ended in serrated blades, and its glowing core pulsed in perfect sync with the Nexus. "Hostile!" Torrin shouted, firing the first shot. His bolter rounds slammed into the construct's armor, sparks flying, but it didn't slow. The machine darted forward with terrifying speed, its limbs cutting into the ground as it lunged at the squad. Dren sidestepped the attack and fired into its flank. The explosive rounds tore through one of its legs, causing it to stumble, but the machine pivoted with unnatural grace, its bladed limb swinging in a wide arc. The blow caught Torrin across the chest. The Astartes was thrown back, his armor sparking as he crashed into the ground. His bolter skittered across the chamber, and for a moment he didn't move. "Tauren's down!" Ganon shouted, stepping forward to unleash a torrent of flame at the construct. The fire engulfed its upper body, melting through its plating, but it continued its assault, slamming one of its serrated limbs into the floor with enough force to crack the ground. Dren rushed to Tauren, dragging him behind a fallen section of machinery. His armor was scorched where the blade had struck, the ceramite cracked and leaking blood. Beneath the helmet, Tauren coughed, his voice tight with pain. "Chest plates breached," he muttered. "Lungs punctured. Doesn't matter. Just hold them off." "Stay still," Dren ordered. His tone was sharp, but his movements were precise as he pulled a stim pack from his belt. He jabbed it into the joint of Tauren's armor, the device hissing as it injected its contents into his bloodstream. The effect was immediate. Tauren's breathing steadied, and his blood stopped flowing as his enhanced physiology took over. The Laraman cells within him began their work, clotting the wound and regenerating damaged tissue with unnatural speed. He clenched his fist experimentally, testing his range of movement. "It's healing," Tauren said, his voice steadier now. "Still hurts like hell." "You're not done yet," Dren said, handing him his bolter. "We need you upright." Another screech tore through the chamber. The construct had shifted its attention to Ganon, who ducked under one of its bladed limbs and fired a burst of flame into its exposed joints. The machine spasmed, its movements erratic as its molten plating began to buckle. "Hit the joints!" Dren ordered, standing to rejoin the fight. Tauren, now back on his feet, raised his bolter and fired into the machine's rear leg. The shots found their mark, shattering the exposed servos and forcing the construct to collapse. Seizing the moment, Dren sprinted forward, firing into its core. The red light flickered violently as his rounds tore into its exposed mechanisms. The construct let out one final, guttural screech before collapsing, its body twitching once before going still. The chamber fell silent again, save for the relentless hum of the Nexus. Dren turned to Tauren, who was standing but leaning slightly on his bolter. "You good to move?" Dren asked. Tauren nodded. "Good enough." Dren glanced at Ganon, who was already advancing toward the Nexus. "This thing isn't done yet," Ganon muttered, his flamer still alight. "What's our play?" "We end it," Dren said. He gestured toward the glowing sphere at the center of the machinery. "We destroy the Nexus and take this whole system down." The squad closed in on the Nexus, the pulsating red sphere looming above them. Arcs of energy lashed outward, striking the surrounding machinery and leaving scorch marks across the floor. The air grew hotter with every step, thick with static that made their armor servos whine in protest. "This thing's destabilizing," Tauren said, his voice still tight from the pain of his injury. "It's not just powering the defenses, it's holding the entire structure together." "Then we make sure it falls apart," Dren replied. He scanned the machinery, his visor highlighting the tangle of conduits feeding into the glowing sphere. "Those lines, cut them and it'll collapse." Ganon moved first, his flamer sweeping across one of the massive conduits. The metal hissed and warped under the intense heat, sparks bursting from its surface as the line ruptured. The red light of the Nexus dimmed briefly, but the sphere pulsed again, brighter than before, as if reacting to the attack. "Keep going," Dren ordered. "It's compensating, but it can't sustain itself for long." Tauren raised his bolter, firing precise bursts into another conduit. Each shot sent a spray of molten shards flying as the line began to fracture. The hum in the chamber grew louder, a low, resonant tone that reverberated through the floor. The machinery around the Nexus started to tremble, the runes etched into its surface, flickering erratically. "It's overloading!" Tauren shouted. "We need to move fast!" As if in response, the chamber shook violently, a deep groan echoing from the walls. Sections of the floor began to crack, glowing fissures spreading outward from the Nexus. From above, debris rained down, forcing the squad to scatter as chunks of metallic stone crashed around them. Dren ducked behind a pillar, his eyes locked on the sphere. The energy arcs were growing more frequent now, wild and uncontrolled, lashing out in all directions. One struck the ground near Ganon, sending him sprawling. "Ganon, report," Dren called. "I'm fine," Ganon growled, already back on his feet. He aimed his flamer at another conduit and unleashed a torrent of fire, the line rupturing in a spray of sparks and molten metal. The sphere flickered violently, its light stuttering as the machinery around it began to collapse. But instead of dimming, the Nexus pulsed one final time, its red glow surging outward in a wave that rippled through the chamber. Dren felt the impact hit him like a physical force, static crackling through his vox as his visor flickered. "Brace yourselves!" he shouted, steadying himself against the trembling ground. With a deafening roar, the central machinery gave way, collapsing inward as the sphere's energy erupted in a final blinding flash. The blinding flash consumed the chamber, and for a moment all Dren could hear was the roar of collapsing machinery and the static scream of his vox. The force of the eruption hurled him backwards, slamming him into the ground. His armor absorbed the brunt of the impact, but the sharp sting of heat and shrapnel pierced through his body like needles. The world blurred, red light flashing in his peripheral vision. "Dren, respond!" Torrin's voice cut through the static, urgent but faint. "I'm here," Dren growled, forcing himself upright. His visor flickered as it recalibrated, faint warning runes dancing across his display. Around him, the chamber was in chaos. Massive pillars had collapsed into jagged ruins, the once pulsing red glow of the Nexus reduced to a dull, sputtering flicker. Steam hissed from ruptured conduits, and the acrid stench of burnt metal filled the air. "Status?" Dren barked, his voice hoarse. "Still alive," Ganon replied, emerging from a cloud of smoke, his flamer sputtering but operational. His armor was streaked with scorch marks, but he moved steadily, his eyes fixed on the shattered remains of the Nexus. "Torrin?" Dren turned, his gaze sweeping through the haze. He found Torrin leaning against a collapsed pillar, one hand pressed to his side where his armor was cracked and leaking. Despite his injuries, Torrin held his bolter steady, his breathing measured. "Functional," Torrin said, his tone clipped. "But this place won't hold much longer." Dren followed Torrin's gaze. The ground beneath the Nexus was collapsing, sections of the floor falling away to reveal a vast, bottomless chasm. The remaining machinery groaned as it strained against its own weight, the entire structure buckling under the damage they had inflicted. "We need to move," Dren said. He gestured toward the only visible exit, a narrow passage on the far side of the chamber, its edges illuminated by the faint glow of emergency lighting. "Ganon, take point. Torrin, stay with me." As they moved, the floor continued to quake, pieces of debris crashing into the chasm below. Dren felt the heat intensify, waves of it rolling upward like the breath of a slumbering giant. The destruction of the Nexus had destabilized more than just the chamber, it had awoken something deeper. Ahead, Ganon stopped suddenly, raising a hand to signal. "Contacts," he said, his voice low but steady. Dren's visor locked onto the faint outlines of movement within the corridor. Emerging from the smoke and shadows were constructs, sleeker and smaller than the ones before, their forms more humanoid. Their limbs crackled with residual energy, and their glowing eyes burned with focused intent. "They're not slowing us down this time," Dren muttered. "They're here to finish us." The first construct darted forward, faster than any they'd faced. Dren fired, his bolter barking as his rounds struck its chest. The construct staggered but didn't fall, its glowing core flaring as it lunged again. Dren sidestepped and fired a second burst, the explosive rounds punching through its head and dropping it instantly. "Ganon, burn the flanks," Dren shouted, pivoting to track another construct. Ganon's flamer roared to life, a wave of fire sweeping across the advancing enemies. Two of them collapsed under the heat, their armor melting into slag, but the others pressed forward, their movements eerily coordinated. "They're faster than before," Torrin called out, his bolter cutting down one that had leapt onto the wall. "These aren't just drones, they're combat models." Dren fired into the nearest construct, his rounds shattering its arm as it lashed out toward him. The squad pressed forward, their formation tight as they carved through the opposition. The passage narrowed further, forcing the constructs into tighter clusters that made them easier targets, but their speed and coordination made every second a battle. Finally, the last construct fell, its broken body crumpling against the corridor wall. The squad didn't stop to catch their breath. Dren gestured forward, his voice sharp. "Keep moving. Whatever's waiting for us, we meet it head-on." The corridor twisted sharply, the metallic walls narrowing around them like the throat of a beast. Every step brought them closer to the unseen heart of the Ethnarch's stronghold, but the air itself seemed to resist their progress. It was heavy, oppressive, as though the structure were alive and straining to push them back. The hum of distant machinery had shifted, no longer steady but uneven like a failing heartbeat. "We're heading straight into a trap," Torin muttered, his bolter sweeping the darkened passage. His breathing was audible over the vox, the strain of his earlier injuries still evident despite his transhuman physiology working to mend him. "Doesn't matter," Dren replied. His voice was calm but cold, the weight of the mission tightening around him. "We push forward. There's no turning back." Ahead, Ganon stopped abruptly, raising a fist to signal. "Something's wrong," he said, his voice low. "No movement. It's too quiet." Dren stepped forward, his visor scanning the corridor. The faint glow of emergency lighting cast long, flickering shadows, but nothing stirred. The constructs they had fought so viciously moments before were gone. The passage stretched empty before them, narrowing into darkness. "Torin, anything on Auspex?" Dren asked. Torin adjusted the scanner embedded in his gauntlet, his visor flickering as streams of data scrolled across his display. "Readings are distorted," he said. "Interference is increasing. It's deliberate. It's trying to blind us," Dren muttered, his grip tightening on his bolter. "Stay together. Watch for anything." They moved cautiously, their formation tightening as the passage sloped downward. The air grew hotter with every step, the vibrations beneath their boots becoming erratic sharper. Then, without warning, the walls on either side began to shift. The metallic plating groaned, sliding inward in jagged, mechanical motions. Panels rose from the floor, cutting across the corridor like teeth, forcing the squad into a tighter and tighter space. "It's closing us in," Ganon growled, stepping back as one of the panels scraped close to his arm. "Torin, find us a path!" Dren barked. He fired a bolt round into one of the shifting plates, but the shot ricocheted harmlessly, the surface absorbing the impact like a dull echo. Torin's scanner flared, his voice clipped. "There's a chamber ahead, 20 meters. We can reach it if we..." Before he could finish, the floor beneath them jolted violently. A section of the passage collapsed, splitting apart with a deafening roar. Dren felt himself lose footing as the ground fell away, and suddenly he was sliding downward, the steep angle pulling him into darkness. Dren's fall ended abruptly as he slammed into an unforgiving metallic surface. His armor absorbed most of the impact, but the force still jarred him, leaving him momentarily disoriented. He pushed himself upright, bolter in hand, as his visor recalibrated. Around him, the dim red glow of machinery pulsed faintly, casting jagged shadows across the chamber he now found himself in. "Report!" he barked, his voice echoing in the enclosed space. "Here!" Ganon called from a few meters away, already rising to his feet. His flamer was intact, though a streak of ash covered the lens of his helmet. "Torin?" A groan came from nearby, and Dren turned to see Torin struggling to sit up against a shattered column of machinery. His armor bore fresh cracks from the fall, but he waved off Dren's approach. "I'm functional," he said through gritted teeth. "Barely." Dren scanned the chamber. They were in a massive, circular room lined with ancient machines, their surfaces covered in angular runes that pulsed faintly like dying embers. The walls stretched upward, disappearing into darkness. In the center of the chamber stood a massive pillar-like structure, its surface glowing faintly with red light that bled into the floor like veins. "This wasn't an accident," Torin muttered, pulling himself to his feet. He gestured toward the pillar. "It's guiding us, drawing us deeper." Dren didn't respond immediately. He stepped closer to the central structure, his visor scanning its surface. The glow emanating from the pillar was uneven, flickering like a failing star. There was a strange, rhythmic clicking coming from within, almost organic despite its mechanical source. "This is the core of the system," Dren said finally, his voice grim. "The nexus we destroyed, this is what it was feeding." "Great," Ganon muttered, readying his flamer. "So what's next? This thing gonna wake up and try to kill us too?" As if in answer, the room shook violently. The pillar flared, its glow surging outward in bright, blinding pulses. Dren staggered back, his bolter snapping into position as the floor beneath the pillar began to shift. Panels slid apart, and from the depths rose something immense. It was humanoid in form, but grotesque in its construction. Its towering frame was encased in jagged plating, etched with the same runes that covered the chamber. Cables and conduits snaked across its body, feeding into a glowing core embedded in its chest. Its head was featureless except for a singular vertical slit that burned with crimson light. "It's waking up," Torin said, his voice tight. "No," Dren replied, raising his bolter. "It's been waiting." The chamber trembled with a low, resonant hum as the massive humanoid construct fully emerged from the depths of the pillar. It was colossal, standing twice the height of an Astartes, its jagged armor lined with glowing runes that pulsed in sync with the crimson slit of its single burning eye. Its movements were slow but deliberate, as if assessing the squad, its presence dominating the room like a silent executioner. "It's watching us," Torin said through gritted teeth, his bolter locked on the towering figure. "It's different." "This one's not just a drone," Dren replied, his voice low. "It's thinking." The construct moved suddenly, its motions far faster than its bulk suggested. A clawed hand slammed into the floor near Ganon, sending a shockwave that threw him off balance. He rolled clear, his flamer sputtering but intact, and unleashed a wave of fire that washed over the construct's armor. The flames licked across its jagged surface, but the Guardian barely reacted, its glowing core flaring brighter in response. "Armor's too thick," Ganon shouted, backing toward cover. "Torin, look for vulnerabilities," Dren ordered, firing his bolter into the construct's exposed joints. The explosive rounds struck, sending shards of plating scattering, but the damage was superficial. The machine shifted, raising one massive arm. Its crimson eye burned brighter, and a searing beam of light erupted from the slit, cutting across the room. "Scatter!" Dren roared. The squad dove in separate directions as the beam carved through the ground, leaving a molten scar in its wake. Torin landed hard behind a collapsed pillar, his voice strained. "That beam, it's overloading its systems when it fires. I saw it flicker." Dren's mind raced. "It leaves itself open." He turned toward Ganon. "Force it to fire again. Keep its attention on you." Ganon gave a grim nod, rising from his cover and unleashing another torrent of fire toward the machine's chest. The Guardian shifted toward him, its crimson eye flaring as energy built within the slit. The searing beam erupted once more, but Ganon had already moved, the attack barely missing him as it carved into the far wall. "There! The core flickered!" Torin called out, his bolter firing into the now exposed center of the construct's chest. The shots hit true, sparks erupting as the glow dimmed slightly. Dren didn't hesitate. He sprinted forward, weaving past the Guardian's claws as they slammed into the floor around him. Closing the gap, he aimed directly at the weakened core and fired. The rounds struck deep, and the machine recoiled, its movements faltering. "Press the attack!" Dren shouted, falling back to regroup as the Guardian's core pulsed erratically. The machine staggered, but its crimson eye burned brighter, a low, guttural hum emanating from its frame. "It's not done yet," Torin muttered, reloading his bolter. The ground beneath their feet began to tremble again, the machinery lining the chamber walls lighting up with flickering red and green hues. Dren raised his bolter, locking eyes with the towering construct. "Then we finish it." The construct let out a deep, mechanical roar, its guttural hum reverberating through the chamber as its movements grew erratic yet more aggressive. The damaged core in its chest pulsed violently, sending arcs of crimson energy lashing out across the room. One struck a nearby column, shattering it into molten fragments that rained down dangerously close to Ganon. "It's destabilizing," Torin shouted, his voice strained as he ducked behind cover, bolter reloaded. "If that core goes critical, we're all dead. Then we take it down before it can," Dren replied, his voice calm but resolute. "Torin, keep hitting the weak spots. Ganon, burn those joints. I'll move in close and finish it." Ganon grimaced but didn't hesitate, stepping out of cover with his flamer roaring to life. The stream of fire engulfed the construct's left leg, the intense heat warping the armor plating and melting exposed servos. The machine faltered, its movements uneven, but it retaliated instantly. One massive clawed arm swept toward Ganon, striking the ground with enough force to send him sprawling. Dren saw his chance. While the Guardian's attention was fixed on Ganon, he sprinted forward, weaving through the debris and closing the distance. The heat from the construct's energy field seared against his armor, his visor flickering as static interference clawed at his display. The construct's glowing eye flared again, a deadly beam slicing toward Dren. He dove low, the searing light narrowly missing him and cutting a deep gash into the chamber floor. Rising quickly, he aimed his bolter at the exposed core, firing a precise burst of rounds. Each shot struck home, the pulsing light within the construct's chest dimming and sputtering as the machine let out another roar. "It's staggering!" Torin called out, bolter rounds hammering into its arm joints. Sparks flew as one of the Guardian's claws collapsed, useless, to its side. The construct lashed out wildly with its remaining arm, smashing into a pillar and sending chunks of metal and stone cascading to the floor. "Dren, now!" Ganon yelled, flames still pouring onto the construct's legs, keeping it immobilized. Dren closed the final gap, charging toward the towering machine. He leapt onto a piece of fallen machinery, using it as a platform to vault upward. His combat knife was already in his hand, its edge glinting with the faint glow of energy. He landed on the construct's chest, directly over its damaged core, and drove the blade deep into the exposed mechanisms. The reaction was immediate. The machine convulsed violently, its core flaring and sputtering as Dren twisted the blade. Crimson light erupted around him, and arcs of energy lashed outward, one striking his shoulder and nearly throwing him off balance. "Pull back!" Torin shouted, his voice frantic. "It's collapsing!" Dren yanked the blade free and leapt clear just as the construct let out a final, ear-splitting roar. Its frame buckled inward, the damaged core imploding in a burst of crimson energy. The force of the explosion hurled Dren across the chamber, his armor sparking as he slammed into the ground. For a moment there was silence. The massive construct lay crumpled in the center of the chamber, its glowing core extinguished. The faint hum that had filled the room since their arrival was gone, replaced by a deep, unnatural stillness. "Dren, report!" Ganon's voice cut through the ringing in Dren's ears. "I'm alive," Dren replied, forcing himself to his feet. His armor was scorched, his shoulder plate cracked, but he was functional. He glanced at the fallen Guardian, smoke rising from its shattered body. "Is it dead?" Torin scanned the wreckage with his auspex, his visor flickering. "No readings, it's gone." Ganon stepped forward, his flamer lowered but still alight. "That thing nearly took us all with it. If there's another one of those down here..." "There isn't," Dren interrupted, his tone firm. He turned toward the faint glow still emanating from the central pillar, the machinery around it flickering weakly. This was the last line of defense. The Ethnarch isn't hiding behind more constructs, he's ahead. The faint glow of the central pillar pulsed weakly, the once dominant hum of the Ethnarch's systems reduced to a fading whimper. The air around the chamber was thick with the acrid stench of molten metal and charred circuitry. Dren motioned the squad forward, his bolter raised, every step deliberate. Whatever lay ahead, he knew it wouldn't rely on the brute force of constructs anymore. The Ethnarch was waiting. "This whole place is dying," Torin muttered, his voice rough. He limped slightly, but kept his bolter steady, his visor flickering with intermittent static. "The energy grid's collapsing. Whatever's powering this, whatever he's using, it's burning itself out." "Good," Dren said, his tone cold. "It means we're close." Ganon stepped up to the jagged remains of the pillar, flames still dancing faintly at the nozzle of his flamer. "You think he'll face us himself, or is he hiding behind more tricks?" "He's here," Dren said firmly. He pointed to the far end of the chamber where a narrow passage cut deeper into the rock. Unlike the other corridors they'd traversed, this one was smooth and clean, as if recently carved. Faint green light bled from its edges, spilling onto the floor in sharp, unnatural patterns. "No constructs, no guards," Torin noted, his tone wary. "It's too clean." "He knows we're coming," Dren replied. "Stay sharp." The squad moved into the passage, its oppressive silence weighing on them more than the chaos of battle ever had. The green light grew stronger as they descended, casting strange, flickering patterns across their armor. The walls here were marked with intricate carvings, alien and angular, their sharp lines twisting into shapes that made the eye linger too long. Dren forced himself to look away, his instincts screaming that these designs were meant to distract, to disorient. "It's like the walls are alive," Ganon muttered, his voice hushed. "They might be," Torin replied. He adjusted his auspex, but his visor displayed only static. No readings, no heat signatures, no movement, just interference. The passage opened suddenly into a vast circular chamber. At its center was a raised platform, surrounded by machinery that pulsed faintly with green and red light. Standing on the platform, bathed in the unholy glow, was a figure both monstrous and regal. a tyrant of flesh and machine, watching them with unflinching malice. He was tall, far taller than a human, but his grotesque form bore the undeniable mark of Terran origin, twisted and augmented beyond recognition. Jagged metal jutted from flesh stretched taut, and cables snaked from his spine into the surrounding machinery, pulsing faintly as if feeding him power. The once human figure's face was a hollow mockery of life, a pallid mask interrupted by angular implants and a pair of eyes glowing green with cruel intelligence. "You've come far," the figure said, his voice hollow yet commanding, reverberating as though the chamber itself spoke for him. "Farther than most, but you are fools if you think you've already won." Dren stepped forward, his bolter leveled at the abomination. "Your machines are broken. Your armies are gone. This ends now." The figure's lips twisted into a faint, hollow smile. "Broken? Gone? Astartes, you've destroyed nothing. What stands before you is but a fragment of the work, an echo of what I will become. I am the future. And you." He gestured with one jagged claw, and the surrounding machinery surged to life, spilling blinding red and green light. "Are relics of a dying age." The platform trembled, and the walls seemed to shift. From concealed alcoves in the chamber, things began to emerge. They weren't constructs, not entirely. These were warped horrors, sickening fusions of flesh and machine. Their limbs jutted at unnatural angles, skin stretched tightly over exposed servos and wiring. Their movements were jerky and twitching, as if their bodies rebelled against their existence, but their glowing, soulless eyes burned with purpose. "The last of my creations," the figure said, his voice mocking. "Perfection born of humanity's failures, and you will fall to them as all others have." Dren didn't hesitate. "Ganon, burn them. Torin, cover the flanks. Push forward." The corrupted horrors surged forward, screeching as they moved. Ganon's flamer roared, its fire sweeping across the first wave. The abomination's skin blackened and blistered, melting into the mechanical components beneath, but they still stumbled forward, relentless even in their agony. Torin fired in tight bursts, dropping two that lunged at their flanks, but more swarmed from the alcoves, their sheer numbers threatening to overwhelm. Dren's bolter barked as he advanced, each shot precise and controlled. The platform loomed above, and the creature that had once been the Ethnarch stood watching, cables pulsing with energy. The figure raised his clawed hands, arcs of energy crackling between them as he gathered power. "You'll die here," the figure snarled, his voice rising to a furious crescendo, "and your Emperor's dream will die with you." The creatures advanced with deliberate, jerking motions, their forms a strange fusion of machine and flesh. One broke away, darting toward Torin with surprising speed. Its claw scraped across his armor, forcing him to stumble. Torin fired a quick burst from his bolter, hitting the creature's midsection. It dropped instantly, collapsing into stillness. "They just keep coming," Torin said, steadying himself as he reloaded. "They're defending something," Dren replied, his tone calm but urgent. His bolter tracked a second creature moving along the wall, and a precise shot brought it down. More emerged from the shadows, moving with an eerie synchronicity. "They're not going to let us through without a fight." Ganon stepped forward, his flamer igniting with a dull roar. The flame washed across the advancing creatures, forcing the nearest ones to fall back. "They don't like that much," he said, a hard edge to his voice. One staggered through the flames toward him, its movements sluggish, and Ganon stepped aside, directing another burst of fire to halt its advance. "Status?" Dren called as he advanced carefully, scanning for new threats. "Still functional," Ganon said, planting his feet and watching the line for any gaps. "They're slowing, but they're not done." Torin took down another as it tried to lunge from the side, his bolter precise. "We don't have much time to waste," he said, the strain in his voice tempered by determination. "Whatever's powering this, it's ahead." Above them, the figure on the platform extended an arm, and a ripple of energy coursed outward. The machinery around it flared to life, spilling pulses of light into the chamber. The floor trembled as the cables attached to the figure pulsed faintly, their purpose unclear but ominous. "You are persistent," the figure said, its voice deep and resonant, echoing through the chamber. "But persistence alone will not save you." Dren kept his bolter raised, his attention locked on the towering figure. "Torin, hold position. Ganon, cover the flanks." His voice remained steady, cutting through the tension. "I'll deal with it." Bolter fire echoed through the chamber as Dren advanced, stepping carefully past fallen debris and broken mechanisms. The figure on the platform turned to face him directly, its movements deliberate and unnervingly smooth. Its gaze steady and unblinking seemed to pierce through the shadows. "Come forward, warrior," it said, its tone both calm and challenging. "Let us see if you understand the price of your choices." The chamber trembled as Dren advanced, his bolter firing precise, measured bursts to clear the path ahead. Behind him, Torin and Ganon held the flanks, their weapons roaring as they kept the tide of corrupted creatures at bay. Despite the chaos, Dren's focus remained locked on the figure above, the twisted remnant of the Ethnarch standing on the glowing platform. Cables pulsed like veins, feeding energy into his augmented frame as he loomed over the battle, his glowing eyes tracking Dren's every move. "All squads, report," Dren barked into the Vox as he moved. Static crackled in his helmet, followed by broken fragments of speech. "Eastern units report heavy resistance but are advancing," came one distorted reply. "Construct reinforcements at multiple fronts," said another. "The breaches are holding, but no contact from one sector," a third voice added before cutting out. Dren growled under his breath. The interference was worsening. Whatever power the Ethnarch was channeling into this place was disrupting communications across the battlefield. He needed answers. "Command, this is Squad Dren. We are engaging the core threat. What's the status of surface operations?" There was a pause before the reply came through, faint and fragmented. "Construct forces are collapsing across the outer defenses. Resistance is now concentrated near your position. The Ethnarch systems are destabilizing." Good. That meant the wider battle was turning in their favor, but it also meant that whatever was happening here was the Ethnarch's final stand. Dren adjusted his grip on his bolter and quickened his pace. "Ganon, Torin, stay close," he called back. "The other squads are holding. This is on us now." The Ethnarch tilted his head slightly, as if hearing Dren's every thought despite the chaos of the chamber. His voice echoed through the room, amplified by the surrounding machinery. "So the Emperor sends you, his most obedient creations, to end what you cannot understand. Tell me, Astartes, do you ever question why you fight?" Dren ignored him, advancing steadily. His bolter barked as he dropped another charging hybrid, its malformed body crumpling to the floor. He vaulted over a shattered pillar, his boots striking the uneven ground with a sharp thud. "Do you believe in his vision?" The Ethnarch continued, his tone calm yet dripping with scorn. "Do you truly think your Emperor's dream will bring anything but ruin? Your kind was made to kill, not to rule." Ganon let out a sharp laugh, stepping through the haze of smoke as he unleashed another burst of fire toward the encroaching creatures. "You're wasting your breath," he growled. "We didn't come to listen to speeches." The Ethnarch's expression twisted, the faintest trace of amusement curling the corners of his ruined mouth. "Ah, the soldier's defiance," he said mockingly. "Tell me, do you feel it even now? The strain in your limbs, the weight of this endless war, how much of you is still human, and how much have you already surrendered to your chains?" "Torin, status," Dren barked, cutting off the Ethnarch's monologue. "Flanks are holding," Torin replied, his voice tight but determined. "More incoming, but they're slowing, like they're losing cohesion." Dren gritted his teeth. The hybrids weren't faltering because of the squad's firepower alone. They were tied to the Ethnarch's systems, feeding off his power. If Dren could sever that link, the entire defensive network would collapse. He adjusted his approach, angling directly toward the platform where the Ethnarch loomed. The towering figure raised a clawed hand, and the chamber groaned in response. The machinery around him surged with energy, beams of red and green light shooting outward in wild arcs. One struck a broken column, shattering it into fragments that scattered across the chamber floor. "Keep moving!" Dren shouted, breaking into a sprint. The air around him crackled with static as the energy beams intensified, carving molten lines into the ground. Another beam streaked past him, narrowly missing as it scorched the floor behind him, but he pressed forward. The Ethnarch extended both arms, his cables pulling taut as sparks erupted from the machinery tethered to his frame. The glow around him intensified, a blinding swirl of red and green light. "Do you see, Astartes?" he roared. "This is what your Emperor fears. The power of those who refuse his chains. The strength to forge our own destiny." Dren leapt onto the base of the platform, his bolter raised and ready. He fired 3 quick shots, striking the Ethnarch's shoulder and forcing him to stagger back. Sparks erupted from the impact, fragments of metal falling away to reveal the pale, scarred flesh beneath. The Ethnarch's glowing eyes narrowed, his voice rising in fury. "You dare challenge me?" The platform beneath Dren's boots vibrated with unstable energy, each pulse radiating through the chamber like the fading heartbeat of a dying beast. The Ethnarch steadied himself, his clawed hands flexing as sparks flew from the damaged shoulder. His glowing eyes burned brighter, locking onto Dren with an intensity that seemed almost alive. "You think yourself righteous," the Ethnarch spat, his voice venomous. "You kill in the name of a man who calls himself a god, yet you understand nothing of the power that lies beyond his reach." Dren advanced, bolter raised, his focus unwavering. "Save your sermons. They won't save you." The Ethnarch raised his arms, and the cables connected to his body snapped taut. The entire chamber responded, the machinery around them roaring to life. Panels along the walls began to shift, exposing intricate conduits that glowed with volatile light. The air grew thicker, charged with a suffocating tension that clawed at Dren's senses. "You speak of saving," the Ethnarch continued, his voice amplified by the machinery. "But all I see is destruction. You are no savior. You are a weapon, mindless and unthinking, wielded by a tyrant too afraid to confront the truths of the past." Before Dren could respond, a sudden tremor rippled through the platform. From below, a surge of red energy erupted, lancing upward and forcing him to step back. The Ethnarch's form became shrouded in the light, his silhouette twisting as the machinery surrounding him groaned under the strain. "Ganon, suppress the systems!" Dren shouted into the Vox. He fired into the glowing conduits nearest him, the explosive rounds rupturing their surface and releasing bursts of searing heat. The chamber shuddered as the damage spread, cracks splintering along the platform's surface. "I'm on it!" Ganon replied, his flamer roaring as he turned it on a cluster of exposed cables feeding energy into the platform. The flames engulfed the connections, melting them into slag. Sparks erupted in all directions, and the Ethnarch staggered as his supports began to falter. "You cannot destroy me," the Ethnarch roared, his voice blending with the rising wail of overloading systems. "I am the future of humanity. I am its salvation." Dren didn't slow. He advanced through the chaos, his bolter aimed directly at the Ethnarch's core. "You're nothing but a relic of failure," he said coldly. He pulled the trigger. The Ethnarch twisted sharply, dodging the bolter rounds as they struck the cables behind him, sending another burst of sparks across the platform. The light surrounding him flickered violently, the once steady hum of the machinery devolving into erratic surges. Dren adjusted his aim and stepped closer, his every movement deliberate, controlled. "You're persistent," the Ethnarch hissed, his voice uneven now, laced with strain. "But you fight for a cause already lost. Your Emperor's empire will crumble, as all empires do." Dren didn't answer. He advanced steadily, firing into the exposed conduits at the Ethnarch's feet. The platform shook as more of the machinery ruptured, spilling glowing fluid that hissed and evaporated into the air. The acrid fumes stung at the edge of his senses, but he pressed on. Torrn's voice cut through the Vox. "More of those hybrids are gathering below. They're moving erratically, like they're falling apart." "Stay on them," Dren ordered, keeping his bolter trained on the target. "This ends here." The Ethnarch staggered as one of the remaining cables snapped, the energy feeding into him sputtering. He extended a clawed hand toward Dren, arcs of unstable light sparking from his fingertips. A lance of energy erupted toward the Astartes, but Dren sidestepped it effortlessly, the blast scorching the floor behind him. "I have transcended death," the Ethnarch growled, his movements faltering but defiant. "You cannot kill what is already eternal." Dren ignored the words, closing the distance. The Ethnarch lashed out again, his movements slower now, the strain on his body apparent as sparks erupted from the remaining cables. Dren saw his opening. With a final burst of speed, he surged forward, slamming into the Ethnarch with the weight of his armor. The impact sent the augmented tyrant reeling, his mechanical frame sparking and cracking as he collided with a jagged piece of machinery. Dren raised his bolter, the barrel trained on the faint glow of the Ethnarch's exposed chest. The Ethnarch stumbled back, his movements faltering as the machinery around him sparked and groaned. The cables tethered to his frame pulsed weakly, their energy fading with each passing second. His glowing eyes flickered, and his voice, once filled with commanding authority, had grown strained. You think you destroy something greater than yourself, he said, his tone cracking under the weight of failing systems. But you fight for stagnation, not progress. Dren advanced slowly, his bolter steady. The platform shuddered beneath him as the chamber's tremors grew more violent. You chose tyranny, he said evenly. There's nothing left of your progress, but ruins. The Ethnarch raised a clawed hand, reaching toward Dren, though his movements were sluggish and weak. Sparks flew from his damaged frame as he tried to step forward, only to collapse against the crumbling machinery behind him. His form sagged under the weight of his failing systems, each breath coming slower. Dren, the whole structure is failing, Torin's voice came through the vox, sharp with urgency. You need to finish this now before it takes us all down with it. The Ethnarch let out a distorted, hollow sound, almost like a bitter laugh. You think this is victory? You only delay what must come. The Emperor's grip on humanity will shatter in time. Dren didn't respond. He stepped forward, his bolters still trained on the Ethnarch's core. The light within the cables dimmed further, their flickering pulses barely illuminating the chamber now. Ganon, Dren said calmly over the vox. Clear the remaining systems. Make sure nothing here survives. He steadied himself, his eyes fixed on the fading remnants of the Ethnarch's power. Without hesitation, he fired. The bolter round struck true, tearing through the flickering core at the center of the Ethnarch's chest. For a moment, the cables tethering him to the machinery twitched violently, sending one last burst of unstable energy rippling through the platform. The light in his eyes faltered, flickering faintly before fading entirely. His frame slumped forward, collapsing into the tangled remains of the failing systems around him. The chamber grew eerily still, save for the groaning of the overstrained machinery. Dren remained motionless, his bolters still raised, waiting for any sign of movement. None came. The Ethnarch's final defenses, his machines and corrupted creations, had failed. Target neutralized, Dren said into the vox, his tone flat but resolute. Systems are shutting down, Torin called out from the flanks. The hybrids, whatever was driving them, are collapsing. Ganon's voice followed, calm but alert. Confirmed. Secondary systems are degrading fast. This whole place is starting to come apart. Dren turned, stepping down from the unstable platform as tremors began to ripple through the floor beneath him. Sparks leapt from exposed conduits, and the walls of the chamber began to groan ominously, shedding loose fragments of metal and stone. The Ethnarch's death had triggered a chain reaction. Torin, Ganon, regroup now, Dren ordered, his voice steady despite the rising instability. We're done here. The two Astartes moved quickly, falling into formation as the tremors intensified. The glow of the collapsing systems illuminated the chamber in fractured bursts of red and green, casting their shadows across the ruins. As they moved toward the exit, Dren spared a final glance at the fallen Ethnarch, now little more than a broken husk among the ruins of his ambitions. There was no satisfaction in the victory, only the grim acknowledgement of another enemy defeated in the Emperor's name. The chamber quaked violently as the squad moved toward the exit, the dying machinery around them emitting bursts of light and heat. Sparks rained down, and the air filled with the sharp tang of burning metal. The floor beneath their boots cracked and shifted, each step more treacherous than the last. Stability is dropping fast, Torin said, his voice clipped but calm. His bolter was raised, scanning the shadows for any lingering threats. We need to get out before the entire structure collapses. Ganon glanced over his shoulder, the nozzle of his flamer still glowing faintly from the earlier battle. The tunnels won't hold much longer. Let's hope the surface isn't buried by the time we reach it. Dren took the lead, his stride purposeful as he guided them back through the narrowing passageway they had entered from. The once bright glow of the Ethnarch systems had dimmed to faint pulses, casting the walls in erratic shadows. Each flicker revealed more fractures spreading across the chamber's supports. As they moved deeper into the passage, the vox crackled faintly. A distorted voice broke through the static. This is command. Surface teams are reporting. Collapse in progress. Status of the objective. Objective eliminated, Dren replied, his tone sharp and efficient. Structure is destabilizing. Extraction underway. Understood, came the reply, though the signal was faint. Surface forces are withdrawing to safe distance. Support will be limited if collapse continues. Dren cut the vox and quickened his pace, leading the squad through a sharp turn in the tunnel. The tremors grew stronger, dust and small fragments of rock cascading from the ceiling. The air itself felt heavier, as if the entire structure were on the verge of caving in. "Keep moving," Dren ordered. "This place isn't waiting for us." The squad pushed forward, their pace quick but controlled as the ground beneath them heaved and cracked. The once smooth walls of the tunnel were now fractured and unstable, shedding shards of metal and stone with each tremor. The air was thick with heat and debris, forcing their helmets' filtration systems to work overtime. "We're almost there," Torrin said, his tone tight as he scanned the flickering path ahead. His injury had slowed him, but he kept pace, bolter ready in case anything stirred from the collapsing shadows. The breach point should be just beyond the next turn. "Good," Dren replied, glancing over his shoulder to ensure the squad stayed together. "Gannon, keep watch at the rear. We don't know if there's anything left trying to follow us out." Gannon nodded, the glow of his flamer cutting faintly through the dust. "If anything's still moving in here, it won't for long." Another tremor rippled through the tunnel, and this time it was stronger than before. The ceiling above groaned ominously, and a large section of metal plating tore free, crashing to the ground behind them in a deafening roar. The squad stopped for a moment, their visors flickering as the shockwave sent debris scattering around them. "Move, now!" Dren barked, motioning forward as the tunnel behind them began to cave in. The squad broke into a sprint, their armored boots pounding against the unstable floor. The walls groaned louder, sections of conduit sparking and collapsing as they passed. Dust filled the air, thick and choking, but their path was still visible, a faint, flickering light at the end of the tunnel guiding them forward. Finally, they emerged into the breach point, a jagged opening in the side of the vault where they had first entered. Beyond it, the ashen skies of the Caucus Wastes loomed, still thick with smoke and the faint flashes of distant battles. "We're clear," Torrin called, stepping out into the open air and scanning the horizon for any immediate threats. Dren turned back to the collapsing tunnel, his eyes narrowing as the last remnants of the Ethnarch's fortress groaned and buckled under its own weight. A low rumble echoed from deep within, followed by a final, thunderous collapse. Dust and debris surged outward, but the squad held their ground. "Command, this is Squad Dren," Dren said into the Vox, his tone steady. "Objective is confirmed neutralized, extraction complete." The squad stood in silence for a moment, the dust settling around them as the echoes of the collapse faded into the distant rumble of the wastes. The Ethnarch's fortress was gone, reduced to rubble buried deep beneath the earth. What had once been a bastion of defiance, bristling with ancient technology and impossible creations, was now just another ruin in humanity's long, violent history. "Looks like that's the end of it," Gannon said, lowering his flamer. His tone was calm, but there was an edge of exhaustion in his voice. No more constructs, no more machines, just the ashes. Torrin leaned against a fractured piece of rock, rolling his shoulder as if testing his injured side. "It should feel like a victory," he muttered, looking back at the still smoking remains of the vault. "But it doesn't, not really." Dren turned toward his squad, his gaze lingering on each of them in turn. Their armor bore the scars of the battle, scorch marks, dents, cracks, but they were alive. They had completed their mission. He spoke with the quiet certainty of a leader who had seen many such moments. Victory doesn't feel like anything, it's just another step forward. The Vox crackled faintly in Dren's helmet, cutting through the stillness. "This is command. All surface forces have withdrawn to a safe distance. Waste sector secured. Status of Squad Dren?" Dren keyed the Vox. "We're intact," he said simply. "The Ethnarch is destroyed. His systems are collapsing. Area is clear." There was a pause before the reply came through. "Acknowledged. The 18th Legion will regroup at forward position Alpha. Reinforcements en route to secure the remains. Return immediately for debrief." Dren closed the Vox channel and turned back to the horizon. The skies were dark, choked with ash, the sun a pale orb struggling to shine through the haze. He gestured toward the distant rendezvous point where faint lights marked the location of Imperial forces. "Let's move," Dren said. "We're not finished yet." The squad began their march across the wastes, their footsteps heavy but purposeful. Behind them, the remnants of the Ethnarch's empire faded into the smoke, nothing more than echoes of a defiance that had been extinguished. The trek across the Caucasus Wastes was as unforgiving as the battle they had just survived. The ground was a cracked expanse of blackened rock, scorched and fractured by centuries of war and decay. Occasional gusts of wind carried ash and grit through the air, scraping against their armor. Every step felt heavier now, the weight of exhaustion settling over the squad. Torrin broke the silence, his voice steady but reflective. "Do you think we've really stopped anything? The Ethnarch's fortress is gone, but what about everything he built? The weapons, the knowledge. What if it's buried deeper than we know?" Dren's response came without hesitation, his tone firm. "We don't fight to understand what the enemy leaves behind. That's for others to sort through. We fight to destroy the threat, nothing more." Gannon glanced back at the plume of dust still rising from the collapsed vault, faint against the gray horizon. "Sometimes I wonder what the Mechanicum will dig out of places like that. They'll tear through the rubble looking for scraps of tech, maybe even pieces of him. You think they'll try to repurpose it?" Dren didn't answer immediately. Instead, he scanned the horizon, his visor highlighting the distant beacon marking their rendezvous point. "It doesn't matter what they find. What matters is that it's no longer in the Ethnarch's hands." "That's a cold comfort," Torrin muttered, though there was no argument in his voice. They continued in silence for several minutes, the faint lights of the forward position growing brighter with each step. The sight of Imperial banners rising above the makeshift outpost brought a subtle shift to their movements. The familiar symbols of the Raptor Imperialis, a reminder of the Emperor's greater purpose. As they approached the camp, a squad of sentries stepped forward to greet them. Their armor bore the same markings of the 18th Legion, though it was cleaner, unmarred by the recent battle. One of the sentries saluted, his voice sharp and respectful. "Sergeant Dren, command is waiting for your report. Congratulations on the successful mission." Dren inclined his head briefly, his expression unreadable beneath his helmet. "There's nothing to celebrate," he said simply. "Debriefing will have to do." The sentry stepped aside, and the squad moved into the camp. A faint hum of activity filled the air as servitors and support personnel worked to organize supplies and reinforce defenses. The atmosphere was calm, but beneath it lingered the unspoken tension that accompanied every campaign. The knowledge that this victory was only one of countless battles yet to come. Dren led his squad toward the central command tent, his posture as steady as it had been in the Ethnarch's collapsing vault. Whatever came next, they would face it the same way they always had, with unyielding resolve. Thank you for joining this story of duty, sacrifice, and the grim darkness of the Warhammer 40k universe. If you enjoyed this tale of the Emperor's conquest, let us know by liking and subscribing. There is no end to the stories of humanity's endless war, and your support ensures that they continue. Until the next battle, for the Emperor. The Age of Strife, a time when Terra's once glorious civilization crumbled into dust. What had once been humanity's golden age of stellar conquest degenerated into a dark and savage epoch, cursed, where knowledge was lost and mutation spread like a blight. Earth fractured, each region a battleground of ferocious warlords, but none were as infamous or deadly as Nord Afrik, a land scarred by irradiated wastelands and ruled by brutal, mutant warlords. In these ashen wastelands, where sunlight was often obscured by ceaseless dust storms, a leader rose among the mutants. His name was wrapped in shadows, known only as the Fireborn. But this was no ordinary mutant. He was a psyker of terrible potency, a creature whose body had been twisted by the untamed energies of the warp, that chaotic, unpredictable realm beyond the physical. His flesh was scarred and torn from the mutations that plagued him, his skin cracked and darkened like burnt stone, and his eyes blazed with psychic fire. The flames were both his gift and curse, an inferno that could consume any who opposed him. With this power, he inspired and controlled the hordes of mutants who rallied under his banner. Yet, the Fireborn's ascension was no simple matter. His early years were spent wandering the ruins of the Old World, a solitary figure of pain and wrath, gathering followers from the mutant enclaves hidden deep in Nord Afrik's irradiated zones. These enclaves, small, secretive settlements, were the last havens for the outcast, those scarred by the blight of mutation. Generations of radiation and lingering warp exposure had twisted their bodies and minds. They had survived not through strength, but by evading the gaze of the techno-barbarian warlords who ruled with iron fists and iron weapons. But in the Fireborn, these exiles saw something far more than another forsaken soul. They saw a being touched by something divine, or something nightmarish, a leader who could bring them into a new age. Over years, the Fireborn amassed an army from the mutant enclaves, each touched in some way by mutation. Some bore thickened skin like natural armor, others possessed strength beyond mortal limits, and many were gifted with psychic powers, though none so formidable as his own. His influence ran like a dark current through Nord Afrik's mutant underworld, spreading promises of vengeance and freedom from the tyranny of the Techno-Barbarians. His followers, knowing well the dangers of rebellion, trusted that their loyalty would yield freedom. Under his command, they were no longer mere survivors. They were warriors. The Techno-Barbarians who ruled Nord Afrik had long sought to eradicate the mutant enclaves. They considered mutants not just an abomination, but a threat to their power, a symbol of humanity's fall from grace. These warlords wielded brutal weapons, ancient guns, explosive devices, and relics from the dark age of technology, and controlled disciplined armies of warriors. Their ironclad doctrines taught that only the untainted could rule, that strength and purity were virtues, and that mutants were a scourge to be purged from the face of Terra. Their hatred was not just political, it was personal. To them, mutants were reminders of the collapse, of the weakness that had led humanity to the brink. Yet, for all their hatred, the warlords of Nord Afrik found themselves unprepared for the Fireborn's uprising. The first whispers of his rebellion were dismissed as rumors, as tales from deserters and mercenaries who had encountered mutant warbands in the deserts and fled rather than fight. It was only when entire towns began to vanish under mysterious circumstances, burned to the ground with no survivors, no signs of life remaining, that they began to fear. Scouts sent into the wastelands returned with tales of entire mutant armies, bearing the Fireborn's emblem, a burning sun, representing both the searing flames of his psychic power and the rise of a new era for the outcast and the mutant. These mutant armies, hardened by years of survival in the irradiated wastes, moved quickly and without mercy. In their raids, they showed no compassion, sparing no one. Settlements loyal to the techno-barbarian warlords were burned, the inhabitants reduced to ashes by the Fireborn's psychic flames, and their relics taken as trophies. The warlords soon recognized the Fireborn as not just another warlord, but a force of nature, one that could no longer be ignored. The Fireborn's army grew with each victory, as more mutants came to him, some traveling across Terra's vast wastelands to join his ranks. The fires of his rebellion spread, turning the skies of Nord Afrik black with smoke. But as his power grew, so did the extremity of the warlord's measures. They began to enact even more brutal purges against mutant enclaves, slaughtering entire communities in the hopes of depriving the Fireborn of potential recruits. Yet for every enclave they destroyed, it seemed another rose up, inspired by tales of the Fireborn's victories. His legend grew, becoming a story whispered in terror and reverence alike, a story of retribution, of liberation through flame. The Fireborn, ever the strategist, understood that his power lay not just in raw numbers or mutant strength, but in the terror his rebellion inspired. He used fear as a weapon, spreading rumors of his invincibility, of his ability to consume entire armies in a blaze of psychic fire. His own powers only fueled these tales. It was said that in battle, he could channel the very essence of the warp, unleashing storms of flame that reduced even the most hardened techno-barbarian soldiers to ash in seconds. The more his legend grew, the more hesitant his enemies became. Yet, with each victory, the Fireborn's hatred deepened, for he knew that he and his people could never truly coexist with the techno-barbarians. To them, he and his followers were monsters, creatures to be eradicated. His rebellion was not merely about survival, It was a statement, a claim to existence itself, a refusal to be erased. The Fireborn's War was a war for recognition, a struggle to prove that the mutants of Nord Afrik were more than just a footnote in Terra's dark history. As the Fireborn's forces swelled and his legends spread across Terra, his ultimate goal grew ever nearer. The warlords of Nord Afrik, for all their brutality, now faced a threat that could not be defeated by conventional means. The Fireborn's uprising was more than an insurrection. It was a harbinger of a world in which the downtrodden, the mutated, and the castaways could stand on equal footing with their so-called pure-blooded oppressors. And in his mind, he knew that if he could hold out long enough, perhaps Terra itself would recognize the fire within him as something more than a mutation, as something righteous. Yet, even as he tasted victory, forces beyond his understanding and beyond his control stirred on the horizon. For in the shadows of Terra, hidden in his mountain strongholds, the Emperor of Mankind watched. The Fireborn's defiance had reached the ears of the one being who understood both the potential and the peril of the mutant, the Psyker, and the chaos that was now engulfing Nord Afrik. And though the Fireborn had yet to encounter the Emperor's forces, he would soon find himself facing a foe far beyond the techno-barbarians he despised. In the smoldering wastelands of Nord Afrik, the flames of rebellion burned bright. The Fireborn's name became legend, and his rebellion a beacon of hope and vengeance alike. But unbeknownst to him, his fiery uprising was but the beginning of a larger struggle, a war that would reshape Terra and decide the fate of humanity itself. The coalition of Nord Afrik's techno-barbarian warlords gathered at the plains of Ashadar, casting a grim and determined silhouette across the horizon. Their banners, dark and bloodstained, flapped under the scorching winds as a testament to their brutal resolve. From their ranks came the thunderous rumble of war machines and the snarls of battle beasts bred for slaughter. To the warlords, Ashadar represented the heart of a malignant uprising, a defiled fortress that had once been their stronghold, now held by mutants who sought to overthrow their rule. Within Ashadar's walls, the Fireborn watched from the ramparts, his eyes blazing with the psychic fire that had become his trademark. His lieutenants, each bearing the scars of their mutations and their loyalty, stood at his side, ready to unleash their fury upon the advancing armies. The once grand fortress, now twisted into a fortress of mutants, was fortified with salvaged defenses and layered in makeshift barricades. Psyker sentries lined the walls, their minds connected in a web of psychic energy that pulsed like a heartbeat through Ashadar's stone walls. The Fireborn's gaze fell upon the warlord banners approaching. Lord Draven, a fearsome figure clad in armor adorned with the skulls of defeated foes, rode at the head of the coalition, his darkly gleaming helm marking him as the commander of this united host. Draven was notorious for his cruelty, a ruler who viewed mutants as little more than vermin to be exterminated. His hatred for the Fireborn was personal, stemming from the mutant raids that had decimated his lands and burned his towns. Behind him marched warlord Kalen and matriarch Saraya, each a feared leader in their own right. They represented the strongest warlords of Nord Afrik, united by their shared abhorrence of the mutant uprising. The siege began with the coalition forces testing Ashadar's defenses. Draven's warriors advanced in tight formations, wielding crude ballistic weaponry and riotous flamethrowers, their ranks covered by towering battle beasts that snarled and gnashed. The mutants held their ground, fortified behind walls reinforced by Rogger's twisted craftsmanship. As Draven's forces drew closer, the Fireborn signaled to his psychers, and a storm of psychic energy erupted from the walls. Searing bolts of warp lightning tore through the ranks of the Techno-Barbarians, scattering the first wave of attackers like leaves before a tempest. The attackers faltered, and the mutants within Ashadar roared in triumph, their voices rising in defiance. Kavira the Voidseer stood beside the Fireborn, her eyes shining with fierce determination as she muttered incantations under her breath. She foresaw the shifting tides of the battle, guiding her comrades with whispered words that turned the Fireborn's psychic onslaught into a precise and deadly dance. Each blast struck with calculated fury, decimating Draven's soldiers as they struggled to regroup. Yet the coalition was relentless, and the warlords had come prepared for the horrors of mutation. Lord Kalen sent forth his beast handlers, who loosed monstrous, gene-bred beasts, Mutated creatures with scales as hard as iron, their jaws lined with rows of jagged teeth. These ferocious beasts surged forward, smashing through the outer barricades with brute force, clawing and gnashing at anything in their path. The mutants met them in a brutal melee, Malachar leading the charge with his iron-hide armor, his towering form striking down the beasts with bone-crushing blows. But the creatures kept coming, relentless and unyielding, threatening to overrun Ashadar's defenders. In the chaos of the battle, Roger unleashed his own creations, mutants he had enhanced with reinforced bone structures and muscle mass, soldiers whose bodies defied conventional anatomy. They clashed with the warbeast in a visceral display of raw strength, the air thick with the sounds of flesh-rending and roars of rage. But even Roger's creations began to falter, for the Coalition's forces outnumbered them, and each mutant lost was a blow to the Fireborn's dwindling army. As the siege wore on, Draven ordered his artillery to fire upon Ashadar's walls, bombarding the fortress with explosive projectiles. The mutant fortifications trembled under the onslaught, cracks forming in the ancient stone as the thunderous blasts shook the earth. Flames licked up from the walls as the mutants scrambled to extinguish the fires, yet the Fireborn stood unshaken, his psychic aura blazing around him in defiance. Realizing the Coalition forces would continue their assault until they breached Ashadar's defenses, the Fireborn devised a counterattack. He ordered Kavira to lead a detachment of mutants through hidden tunnels beneath the fortress, ancient passageways built long before the Age of Strife. With her visions guiding her, Kavira led her troops through these dark corridors, emerging behind the Coalition's artillery lines. In the dead of night, they fell upon the gunners with savage precision, silencing the guns in a storm of blood and fire. The Coalition forces, caught off guard by the ambush, scrambled to defend their artillery positions, but Kavira's raiding party struck with ruthless efficiency. Psyker mutants unleashed bursts of psychic force, hurling soldiers across the battlefield like ragdolls, while Kavira herself wielded a twisted staff that channeled her warp-gifted visions into blasts of energy that reduced enemies to charred remains. The Coalition's artillery lay in ruins by dawn, their gunners slain, and the Fireborn's forces returned to Ashadar victorious, though battered and bloodied from the night's skirmish. Yet for every victory, the Fireborn knew the cost of holding Ashadar was rising. His forces were dwindling, and the Techno-Barbarians would not relent. As dawn broke, Lord Draven ordered an all-out assault, summoning every available soldier to take the walls of Ashadar. The Coalition's warriors surged forward in a tide of flesh and metal, determined to breach the fortress or die trying. The Fireborn rallied his forces, his voice booming across the battlefield, reminding them of their purpose, of the freedom they fought to claim. The fighting grew desperate. Draven's warriors breached the outer defenses, and combat spilled into the streets of Ashadar itself. House by house, room by room, the mutants and techno-barbarians clashed in brutal hand-to-hand combat. The Fireborn led from the front, his psychic flames incinerating any who dared stand before him. He moved like a wrathful avatar, his mind a conduit of fire and fury. Beside him, Malachar fought with savage abandon, his iron hide absorbing blow after blow as he ripped through enemy lines. Amid the carnage, the mutants fought with a ferocity born of desperation, each one knowing that they fought not only for their lives, but for their very right to exist. The Techno-Barbarians believed them to be aberrations, a stain upon Terra that needed cleansing. Yet in that moment, the mutants fought with a sense of unity and purpose that transcended their mutations. They were soldiers now, bound not by blood or heritage, but by a shared struggle. But for all their tenacity, the mutants were losing ground. Lord Draven's elite warriors, armed with devastating weapons salvaged from the ruins of past wars, pushed deeper into the fortress, their strength and numbers overwhelming the mutant defenders. In the face of inevitable defeat, the Fireborn made a final, desperate decision. He called upon the full force of his psychic power, reaching deep into the warp and drawing forth flames that burned with unnatural intensity. His psychic scream echoed through the minds of all who fought within Ashadar, searing into the minds of mutants and techno-barbarians alike. A great firestorm erupted within the fortress, a towering inferno that consumed everything in its path, both ally and enemy, mutant and techno-barbarian. The very air crackled with psychic energy, and the flames took on an eerie, almost sentient quality, as if guided by the Fireborn's fury. As the inferno raged, Lord Draven himself confronted the Fireborn amidst the flames. They met in a clash of wills and weapons, Draven's powered gauntlets striking with brutal force against the Fireborn's blazing aura. The two titans fought in a maelstrom of fire and steel, their blows shaking the ground. But the Fireborn's rage was unmatched, and with a final blazing strike, he unleashed a torrent of psychic fire that engulfed Draven, reducing the warlord to a charred husk within seconds. Yet, even with Draven slain, the siege had taken its toll. Ashadar lay in ruins, its walls shattered and its defenders decimated. The Fireborn's forces had held, but at an unimaginable cost. The fortress, once a beacon of mutant defiance, was now little more than smoldering rubble. The mutants who survived gathered around the Fireborn, their faces filled with equal parts awe and dread, for they had seen the true depths of his power and the destruction it could bring. In the aftermath of the siege, the Fireborn's victory felt hollow. He had won, but Ashadar was lost, its people scattered. The coalition was broken, but the price had been steep. As the dust settled and the ashes cooled, the Fireborn looked to the horizon, realizing that his war against the Techno-Barbarians was far from over. The fires of rebellion still smoldered, but now he would need to gather new allies and seek out fresh strongholds if he hoped to continue his fight. For in the heart of Terra, in the shadows of the Himalayas, another figure watched with keen interest. The Emperor had seen the fire of the Fireborn's defiance and recognized its strength, but he also saw the danger it posed to the order he sought to impose on Terra. Soon the Fireborn would face a new adversary, one far greater than any he had known before. Ashadar lay in ruins, the battlefield strewn with the shattered remnants of a war that had consumed everything in its path. In the following days, the Fireborn and his surviving commanders, Kavira, Malakar, and Ragur, held council within the ashes of Ashadar. They knew their position was precarious. The coalition of techno-barbarian warlords had been shattered, but many of its members remained, nursing their wounds and thirsting for vengeance. Scouts reported that the surviving warlords were regrouping to the north, seeking allies to raise a force strong enough to crush the mutants once and for all. "We cannot face them alone," Kavira said, her voice steady but laced with fatigue. Her visions had served the Fireborn well, but even her foresight could only reveal so much against the vast numbers of their foes. "The warlords' hatred for us grows with every passing day. They'll be back, and next time, they'll bring more than just soldiers and beasts. I've seen shadows moving, whispers of something beyond the horizon." The Fireborn nodded, his expression solemn. He sensed it too, a growing presence, an aura of power that loomed over Terra, closing in on Nord Afrik and all other techno-barbarian territories. It was something he couldn't fully comprehend but felt deeply, a watchful force observing his every move. He had dismissed it as a product of the warp's influence, but now the weight of it was undeniable. "We cannot remain here," he said, his voice as steady as steel. "Ashadar has served its purpose. It was our beacon, a signal to the warlords that we would not be cowed. But it is no longer safe. We must find new ground, gather new allies, and if necessary, reach beyond Nord Afrik. There are others on Terra who live as we do, outcasts hunted by those who see them as nothing but animals. They too burn with the fire of survival. We will bring them to our cause." With this decision made, the Fireborn ordered his followers to begin the arduous task of abandoning Ashadar. They salvaged what they could from the fortress ruins, carrying weapons, armor, and supplies on makeshift carts. Malakar and Ragur led patrols, guarding the caravans as they began their trek across Nord Afrik's wastelands. Alongside them marched mutants of every shape and form, their mutations grotesque but their determination unshaken. Some were mutants with unnatural strength, others bore psychic gifts, and still others possessed traits that rendered them resistant to radiation, making them invaluable scouts in the irradiated lands. As they journeyed northward, the Fireborn sent emissaries to the scattered mutant enclaves hidden in the region. In their message, he called upon all who had been outcast or scorned, all who had endured the cruelty of the Techno-Barbarians, to unite under his banner. Rumors of his triumph at Ashadar had spread swiftly, tales of the fiery psyker who had single-handedly decimated the armies of Lord Draven and defied the strongest warlords of Nord Afrik. His call resonated with mutants and psychers alike, and they began to arrive. Small bands of exiles, lone wanderers, and entire families who had once hidden in the shadows. Each new arrival brought their own abilities and stories, tales of persecution, survival, and rebellion. One such group was led by Iskar the Stonebound, a mutant with skin that had turned to rock over years of exposure to warp energies. His body was heavy, his movements slow, but his strength was unmatched, and his people revered him as a symbol of endurance. Alongside him came a cadre of mutants with stone-like exoskeletons, resilient but weighed down by their mutations, each one a living fortress in battle. Others were outcasts from the Indonesic bloc, a region once dominated by the psychic rebellions. They had fled after the warlords of Indonesia unleashed brutal purges to exterminate psychers and mutants alike. These new allies, psychically gifted and well-versed in survival, added to the Fireborn's ranks, bringing powers that only strengthened his cause. Under his guidance, they trained, learning discipline and tactics, becoming more than mere outcasts. They became an army. The Fireborn's following grew, yet his every step felt haunted by the presence he had sensed at Ashadar. The visions Kavira had warned him about grew darker, shadows lengthening in her mind's eye, clouding her foresight. She began to speak of a figure in golden armor, a shadow with the power to alter the very fabric of existence. Her warnings were increasingly cryptic, but they left an indelible mark on the Fireborn's mind. Then, as they crossed the high plains of Nord Afrik, they encountered a figure who would change the course of their struggle, a mutant wanderer known as Old Zari. Zari was a relic of an earlier age, a figure who seemed as ancient as Terra itself. Her skin was like parchment, her eyes clouded with cataracts, yet she moved with the calm and certainty of one who had seen countless ages pass. She claimed to have once walked with those who had preserved fragments of the dark age of technology, wandering as a healer and a keeper of forgotten lore. The Fireborn approached her, drawn by an instinct he could not explain. He spoke to her in a hushed tone, his mind seeking answers to the questions that had plagued him. Zari, with her knowing gaze, seemed to understand his unspoken doubts. She offered him a prophecy in return, a story from the days before Old Night. "Listen well, Fireborn," she said, her voice a whisper against the howling winds. "Before the Age of Strife, humanity wielded power over flesh and mind, over the stars themselves. But we grew arrogant, we tampered with what should not be touched. The warp opened its maw, and we fell into darkness. Now, there are forces on Terra who seek to reclaim what was lost, to control not just men, but the very blood in their veins." Zari's words struck the Fireborn like a hammer blow. She spoke of the Emperor, though she did not use his name. She spoke of a being who had been waiting, watching Terra's downfall, waiting for the moment to step forth and seize control over humanity's fate. The Fireborn felt a chill as he listened, as if the shadows Kavira had foreseen were gathering around him. "What do I face, old woman?" he asked, his voice tinged with both reverence and dread. "You face a power unlike any warlord," Zari replied. "He will offer you peace, perhaps even understanding. But beware, for his peace is built on the bones of those who do not submit. His vision is vast, and it holds no place for those born of mutation. You, Fireborn, are an anomaly, a flame that defies his order." The Fireborn stood silent, pondering her words. He had faced countless warlords, armies, and beasts, yet this prophecy spoke of something far more insidious, a power that would not merely attack him, but seek to erase him, to undo his existence. His defiance, the very essence of his being, was anathema to this shadowed figure. "Then we must grow stronger," the Fireborn said finally, determination hardening his voice. "We must build more than an army. We must become a symbol, a fire that no shadow can extinguish." Old Zari nodded, her gaze distant. "Your fire burns bright, Fireborn, but remember this, the brightest flames cast the deepest shadows." With her warning lingering in his mind, the Fireborn resumed his journey, his resolve fiercer than ever. He would not merely fight for survival, he would fight to forge a world where mutants, outcasts, and psychers could live without fear. In his heart, he knew that the being Zari spoke of would come for him, that this emperor would see his existence as a threat. But the Fireborn had faced extinction before, and he would face it again. His people continued their march, their numbers growing, their spirits unbroken. He knew that war awaited them, not only against the Techno-Barbarians, but against a power that could snuff out his rebellion before it truly set Terra ablaze. And as he led his followers across the plains, a single thought burned in his mind like the flames he commanded. He would be more than a leader. He would be a legend. The exodus from Ashadar had forged the Fireborn's followers into a hardened band of survivors, but their numbers had dwindled. The road north through Nord Afrik was as brutal as the battles they had left behind, with irradiated storms sweeping across the wastelands and nomadic marauders preying on those too weak to defend themselves. Yet, despite the hardships, the Fireborn's determination only grew stronger. His every step was driven by the vision of a future free from the oppression of techno-barbarian warlords, a world where mutants could live without the perpetual threat of eradication. As the mutant army traveled deeper into Nord Afrik, word spread of the Fireborn's rebellion. Rumors of the destruction of Ashadar and his defiance against Lord Draven's coalition painted him as both a hero and a terror. Along their journey, the Fireborn sent out scouts and emissaries to hidden mutant enclaves across the region, urging them to unite and resist the warlords' oppression. Many of these groups had long survived on the fringes, concealed from human settlements and accustomed to their isolation. Some were skeptical, unwilling to believe that a psyker could lead them to anything other than doom. But others came, heeding the Fireborn's call, and joined the march, swelling his ranks with fresh determination. During this time, a new figure entered the Fireborn's camp, one who would become a crucial ally in his struggle. Known only as Seherin, she was a powerful psyker from the distant lands of Indonesia, a region ravaged by the psychic rebellions. Tall and shrouded in flowing dark robes, her eyes glowed with an eerie light, giving her the appearance of seeing beyond the present moment. When she arrived, she claimed to bring a vision of the future, a warning of forces gathering in the distant mountains to the east, preparing for a conquest that would sweep across Terra and extinguish the flames of rebellion. The Fireborn met her with cautious curiosity, for he had always been wary of other psykers. But Seherin's insight was profound, and her vision was compelling. "There is a shadow growing over Terra," she said, her voice low but unwavering. "A being of great power rises from the mountains. He gathers an army, warriors unlike any we have seen, armored giants forged to carry his will. He will seek to bring order, but his vision holds no place for those like us." The Fireborn listened, his expression unreadable. He had sensed something powerful in the far reaches of his mind, an unseen force that had brushed against his psychic senses like a cold wind. He remembered Old Zari's prophecy, the words she had spoken to him in the desolate plains, warning him of a golden figure who would threaten everything he fought to preserve. The Fireborn could feel this power's presence growing, an unseen force that tugged at the edges of his awareness. "Why do you come to me with this?" he asked, his voice tinged with suspicion. "Why not join this force if it is so powerful?" "Because his vision is poison," Seherin replied, her eyes fierce. "He will demand obedience, total submission. He offers peace, but only if we erase what makes us different, what makes us powerful. Those who refuse will be crushed beneath his golden boot." A heavy silence fell over the camp as the Fireborn weighed her words. He had no love for the Techno-Barbarians or their tyrannical rule, but the thought of a new ruler imposing an even stricter order, one that demanded the purity of blood and mind, was intolerable. He glanced at his followers, mutants of every shape and form, each bearing the scars of survival, each living proof of defiance. They had endured centuries of oppression, and he would not allow them to be extinguished by yet another self-proclaimed savior. "We will resist," he declared, his voice resonating through the camp. "This force in the mountains may be powerful, but we will not submit to any tyrant, no matter what promises he makes. We are mutants. We are the fire that refuses to be snuffed out." With Seherin's insight, the Fireborn began organizing his followers with renewed purpose. His forces had grown, but he knew that sheer numbers would not be enough. They needed more than a strong will to face this coming threat. They needed strategy, unity, and allies beyond Nord Afrik. The Fireborn instructed Seherin to gather the psykers among his ranks, forming them into an elite corps of warp wielders who would train together, strengthening their psychic power to shield the army and strike at their enemies' minds. With her guidance, They forged a bond through shared visions, creating a psychic network that enhanced their power. A dangerous tactic, for it meant that failure could affect them all, but it also made them a formidable force. Beyond Nord Afrik's borders, the Fireborn's messengers reached out to mutant enclaves and hidden psyker communes scattered across Terra. Most were wary, accustomed to survival in the shadows, but some answered his call. They brought their own stories of persecution and whispered tales of the Golden One rising from the east, a figure whose shadow seemed to touch every corner of Terra. Slowly, these scattered groups began to rally, joining the Fireborn's movement in small bands. Each group brought unique skills and knowledge, from the biomagi of the Pan-Pacific gene cults to the mystics of the blasted European arcologies. Together, they began to create something Terra had never seen before, a unified mutant army. Then, as the mutant force moved through the wastes of Nord Afrik, they encountered an ancient fortress built into the crags of a mountain range. Known as Caucus Redoubt, it had once been a stronghold of a forgotten techno-barbarian tribe, but had long since been abandoned. The fortress had decayed over the centuries, its walls eroded by storms, its battlements overgrown with alien flora. But beneath the layers of dust and ruin, its foundations were strong, and its location offered a defensible position, sheltered from the open plains and protected by natural cliffs. The Fireborn seized Caucus Redoubt, seeing it as the ideal headquarters for his growing army. His followers, though weary from their travels, set to work repairing the fortress, constructing barricades and fortifying its defenses. Psykers etched wards of protection into the walls, sealing the redoubt with spells that would guard against intrusions, both physical and psychic. As the weeks passed, Caucus Redoubt transformed from a forgotten ruin into a fortress of defiance, a symbol of the mutant resistance. At night, the Fireborn and his Psykers gathered in council, their minds joining in a great web of psychic power. Seirin and Kavira led them in visions of what was to come, showing glimpses of the coming conflict, each image more unsettling than the last. They saw armies clad in golden armor, wielding weapons that could tear through walls and lay waste to entire cities. They saw towering figures, the Thunder Warriors, beings of terrifying strength bred solely for battle. And at the center of it all, they saw the figure in golden armor, a man whose presence radiated an aura of absolute authority. The visions grew more vivid, more consuming. Some of the mutants who joined the Psykers' Council began to weaken, their minds strained by the intense visions. But the Fireborn pressed on, determined to understand the nature of this enemy. He saw that the coming conflict would not be like the skirmishes he had fought against the Techno-Barbarians. This was a force unlike any other, a force that sought to impose an order upon Terra, an order that had no place for mutants, psykers, or those tainted by the warp. One night, during one of these psychic councils, Seirin's vision brought her to the brink of consciousness. She began to tremble, her breath coming in shallow gasps as she uttered a prophecy that sent chills through the gathered psykers. "He is the light," she whispered, her voice barely audible. "But he casts a shadow deeper than any darkness. His order will demand purity, and his peace will be forged in blood. Those who are touched by the fire will be extinguished." Her words hung in the air, a warning as cold as the winds that howled through the redoubt. The Fireborn felt the weight of her prophecy settle over him, a heavy mantle of responsibility. He knew that this Golden One would bring an end to the mutant enclaves, the psyker communes, the biomagi cults, everything that had endured on Terra's margins, clinging to life despite the odds. Yet in the face of this prophecy, the Fireborn's resolve only grew stronger. He rose before his followers, his eyes ablaze with the psychic fire that had earned him his name. His voice carried across the redoubt, fierce and unyielding. "We have seen the shadow of this new tyrant," he declared. "He believes he can bring peace through submission, through the extermination of everything he deems impure. But we are more than his vision of humanity allows. We are fire, forged in the crucible of survival, and we will not be snuffed out." His followers roared in response, their voices echoing through the mountain passes. They were warriors, outcasts, and survivors, united by a cause that transcended their mutations. Under the Fireborn's command, Caucus Redoubt became more than a fortress. It became a symbol of defiance, a bastion against the rising tide of a new and unyielding order. As Terra itself seemed to darken under the Emperor's expanding influence, the Fireborn and his followers prepared for the storm to come. They trained harder, forging weapons from the scraps they scavenged, honing their psychic abilities to a razor's edge. For they knew that soon the armies of the Emperor would march upon them, bearing the banner of humanity's new dawn. But in Caucus Redoubt, the mutants of Nord Afrik gathered beneath a different banner, a banner that bore the mark of flame, a flame that would resist, defiant, until the very end. The fortress at Caucus Redoubt had become more than a shelter. It was a defiant citadel against a world that sought to erase the Fireborn and all who followed him. From its towering battlements, mutants, psychers, and exiles gathered to defend a way of life built on survival and resistance, their unity as unyielding as the stone walls they had raised. But the Fireborn's followers were keenly aware that their existence hung in the balance, threatened not only by the techno-barbarian warlords of Nord Afrik, but by the enigmatic power rising from the distant east, the shadow of the Emperor himself. It was only a matter of time before this golden figure took note of the defiant mutants entrenched at Caucus Redoubt. One day, as a red sun dipped below the horizon, casting a bloody glow over the fortress walls, a pair of figures appeared on the path leading to the fortress gates. They wore golden armor of a kind that the Fireborn's warriors had never seen, elegant yet functional, decorated with sigils of power that seemed to hum with barely contained energy. At their sides were weapons of an unknown design, relics from the forgotten past, refined and perfected to a deadly edge. The envoys were two of the Emperor's proto-custodians, handpicked for their strength, loyalty, and unmatched skill in combat. Their arrival sent a wave of tension rippling through the fortress, as many mutants had never before seen humans who could radiate such authority. The Fireborn himself was alerted immediately, and his inner circle quickly assembled in the main hall. Kavira, Malakar, and Saharan took their places at his side, each tense with anticipation. The Fireborn regarded his lieutenants, then signaled to the gatekeepers. "Let them enter," he said, his voice calm but unwavering. "If they have come to threaten us, let them know that we do not fear them." The gates creaked open, and the proto-custodians strode into the hall, their polished armor gleaming in the fading light. Their faces were impassive, their eyes cold and calculating, taking in the strange, mutated forms of the gathered followers without a flicker of surprise or disgust. They radiated an aura of confidence, as if they already knew how this meeting would end. But the Fireborn's followers held their ground, their eyes flashing with defiance. The leader of the envoys, a tall, imposing figure, took a step forward and addressed the Fireborn directly. "I am Vandros, a servant of the Emperor of Mankind. He sends us with a message, one that offers you and your people a chance for survival in the new order he will bring." The Fireborn's gaze was unyielding, his psychic fire casting a faint glow that danced in his eyes. "Speak then," he said, his voice steady. "Tell me of this order your Emperor dreams of." Vandros's voice was as firm as iron, his words carefully measured. "The Emperor seeks to end the divisions that have torn Terra apart for centuries. He will unify all who remain under his banner, building a world where warlords, rogue psychers, and mutations will no longer threaten humanity's survival. He has seen the dangers of unchecked power, and he seeks to restore order, purity, and strength." A murmur rippled through the gathered mutants, a mix of disbelief and anger. Vandros continued, his gaze never leaving the Fireborn. "The Emperor is merciful, and he offers you a choice. Submit to his rule, renounce the chaos of the warp that corrupts you, and accept a place within the new Imperium he will forge. Those who serve him loyally will be spared, but if you resist, then the fires of your rebellion will be extinguished." The Fireborn's lips curled into a grim smile. "And what place does your Emperor envision for those of us born with the touch of the warp? For the mutants, the psychers, the outcasts who were cast aside long before he began his conquest?" Vandros's expression did not change. "The Emperor's vision is one of purity. The mutations that have spread across Terra are a symptom of humanity's fall from grace. There is no place in his Imperium for aberrations or abominations of nature. But he is just. Those who surrender may yet find mercy." At this, Malakar took a step forward, his iron hide glinting under the torchlight, his voice a low growl. "Mercy? For us, mutants, you think we will surrender to a tyrant who believes we should not exist? The proto-custodian's gaze shifted to Malachar, his expression unflinching. Your kind are relics of a time best forgotten. A unified Terra has no room for the chaos you represent. The Fireborn felt his own anger ignite, a righteous fury born of centuries of suffering, oppression, and survival. He took a step forward, meeting Vandros's gaze head-on, his psychic power pulsing like an uncontainable flame. Your Emperor seeks to erase us, to cleanse us from the future he envisions. But we have survived despite the horrors of Terra, despite the curses of the warp. We are fire, Vandros, a fire that refuses to be extinguished. We are what humanity has become, and if he cannot accept that, then we will show him the cost of denying our existence. Vandros's eyes narrowed. You choose defiance, then? The Fireborn straightened, his voice reverberating through the hall with unbreakable resolve. We choose freedom. At this, Vandros nodded, as if the answer was one he had expected all along. He motioned to his fellow custodian, and they turned, heading for the gates without another word. As they left the hall, Vandros cast one final glance over his shoulder. You have chosen your fate, Fireborn. The Emperor's armies will come, and when they do, there will be no mercy. The gates closed behind them, sealing off the Fireborn's fortress from the cold night beyond. The mutants stood in silence, absorbing the gravity of what had just transpired. The Emperor had sent his envoys with an ultimatum: submit or be destroyed. There was no middle ground, no path that allowed them to exist in the Emperor's world without compromise. The Fireborn turned to his followers, his gaze fierce. The Emperor has declared us a threat because he fears us. He would see us erased, our lives crushed under his vision of purity. But we will not bow to his tyranny. We will stand and we will fight. We have faced death 1,000 times before, and we are still here. This Emperor believes he can break us, but he does not know the strength that is born of survival, the power of those who have walked through fire and emerged unbroken. His words reignited the defiant spirit that had driven them to Ashadar, that had carried them through the wastelands to Korak's Redoubt. The mutants roared their approval, their voices rising in a fierce battle cry. They would not be silenced, not by the Emperor or any force he commanded. Kavira stepped forward, her eyes glinting with a visionary fire. The Emperor underestimates us. He thinks us divided, isolated, but we have allies across Terra, mutants, psychers, those the Imperium would see erased. We must reach them, show them they are not alone. Saren nodded, her voice quiet but resolute. If we stand together, if we gather our strength, we can be more than survivors. We can be a beacon for all who live under the shadow of the Imperium. The Fireborn listened, his mind racing as the seeds of a plan began to form. The Emperor had power and resources, true, but the Fireborn had something the Imperium could not understand. Hope, a unity born not of dominance but of shared struggle. If he could gather the scattered enclaves, unite Terra's psychers, mutants, and outcasts under one banner, they might stand a chance against the Emperor's oncoming storm. We will send word to every enclave, every hidden community, every last soul who has been cast aside by this vision of purity, the Fireborn declared. Our message will be clear. The Emperor brings tyranny disguised as salvation. But here, with us, there is another path, a path where no one is silenced, where none are erased. He turned his gaze to the eastern horizon, where the Emperor's armies would soon march. The shadows of those golden warriors, the looming threat of thunder warriors and proto-custodians filled his mind, yet his resolve did not waver. He knew that what he faced was greater than any foe he had encountered before. But for the Fireborn, there was no other choice. They would stand in defiance of this Emperor, a united force of the marginalized and the scorned, a fire that would blaze across Terra, even if it consumed them in the end. Thus, under the cloak of night, the Fireborn's envoys were dispatched once more, riding to the far reaches of Terra to rally the outcasts and rebels, to forge a coalition that could stand against the Imperium's dream of absolute control. For he knew that, no matter the odds, their flame would burn fiercely until the last breath. The Emperor would come, but he would find a world unwilling to bow meekly to his vision. Korak's Redoubt became a gathering ground for mutants and psychers from across Terra, their numbers swelling as they prepared for the storm. And the Fireborn, now truly the beacon for all those deemed aberrations, prepared his people to resist the Emperor's army, a defiance that would echo across Terra, even if it was destined to end in fire. The wind swept across Korok's redoubt, carrying with it the sounds of preparation and urgency. News had arrived of a great force marching toward them, the Emperor's own Thunder Warriors, his proto-custodians, and legions of warriors bred and trained for one purpose alone, the unification of Terra under his iron rule. For the Fireborn's forces, this meant one thing: the final battle was upon them. Mutants, psychers, biomagi, and exiles from every corner of Terra had gathered, filling the fortress to capacity. Over the past weeks, the Fireborn's envoys had rallied allies from distant lands, bringing a new swell of hope to his followers. His forces now included the mutant enclaves of Old Europe, the Indonesic psychers, and even outcasts from Pan-Pacific gene cults. Together, they forged a defiant coalition, a unified army of those Terra had deemed aberrations. They were more than an alliance. They were kin, bound by survival against a world that had rejected them. Inside the fortress walls, preparations intensified. Malachar, the iron-skinned warrior, drilled his troops, instilling discipline among mutants who had once lived only by scavenging and survival. Kavira, the Voidseer, gathered the psychers into a council, preparing them to weave their powers into a great psychic shield that could defend against the brutal force of the Emperor's legions. Roger, the Flesh Shaper, worked with biomagi from Pan-Pacific, enhancing mutants' physical abilities, reinforcing their bones, and imbuing their bodies with defensive augments. Every corner of Korok's redoubt buzzed with purpose, an army determined to resist the Emperor's vision at any cost. In the hours before dawn, Seherin, the Indonesic psyker, approached the Fireborn. Her expression was troubled, her eyes distant with the weight of recent visions. "The Emperor's forces are closer than we thought," she warned. "They march in numbers that blot out the ground itself. This will not be a battle of equals, Fireborn. We face extinction." The Fireborn's face was impassive, his gaze unflinching as he looked out over the fortress walls. "Extinction is what they have threatened us with since the dawn of this cursed age of strife. If we must die, then let it be in defiance. Let our last stand become a warning to those who seek to impose their will on us." Seherin nodded, a steely resolve hardening in her gaze. "Then we will show them what it means to face the Forsaken." At the break of dawn, the Emperor's forces appeared on the horizon. Row upon row of soldiers marched with disciplined precision, their golden armor gleaming in the early light. The proto-custodians led the vanguard, towering warriors whose armor and weapons radiated an aura of authority and power. Behind them came the Thunder Warriors, giant, genetically enhanced soldiers, each a mountain of muscle and armor, bred for war, and wielding weapons that seemed to hum with untold lethality. And towering over even the Thunder Warriors, like avatars of Terra's wrath, were the Emperor's dreadnought war machines, bipedal constructs of destructive power, each step reverberating through the earth as they closed in on Korok's redoubt. The sight of the advancing army sent a chill through the gathered mutants. Many had never seen such discipline, such technology, such raw and calculated power. Yet the Fireborn's presence steadied them. He stood on the ramparts, his psychic aura blazing, casting an ethereal light over the walls of the fortress. "Look upon them," he called, his voice carrying across the redoubt. "They come to erase us, to silence the fire that has burned within us for generations. But we will not be erased. Today we show Terra that we are more than they ever believed." His words drew a roar from his followers, a cry of defiance that echoed across the plains, defiant even in the face of certain doom. The Emperor's forces halted a few hundred meters from the fortress, and silence fell over the battlefield. Then a lone figure emerged from their ranks, walking calmly toward the gates of Korok's redoubt. Dressed in resplendent golden armor, he radiated authority and power, his every movement resonating with a quiet menace. This was not the Emperor himself, but Valdor, the Emperor's favored custodian who had been given command over this assault. He stopped before the fortress, his voice booming as he addressed the Fireborn and his followers. "The Emperor offers you mercy," Valdor called, his voice both cold and resolute. "Surrender now, and those of you who renounce your twisted ways will be granted a place in the Imperium. Resist, and you will be crushed beneath the weight of the Emperor's will." The Fireborn's laughter rang out over the battlements, sharp and defiant. "Your Emperor has made his terms clear, and so have we. We will not yield, we will not bow to purity, nor bend to a tyrant's vision of order. We are the unwanted, the cast-asides, the fire that Terra could not extinguish. Valdor's expression remained as inscrutable as ever. He gave a single nod. Then so be it. With a raised hand, he signaled the assault to begin. The Emperor's forces surged forward, Thunder Warriors leading the charge, their weapons raised high as they thundered toward the walls of Korak's redoubt. The Fireborn's psychers chanted in unison, channeling their energies to create a psychic shield, a flickering, ethereal barrier crackling with power as it deflected the initial wave of attacks. The first Thunder Warriors reached the shield and struck with brutal force, their weapons crashing against the barrier. The psychers staggered, their energies strained as they fought to maintain the shield. Kavira, directing the psychic effort, poured her strength into reinforcing it, her face pale and glistening with sweat as she strained against the sheer power of the Emperor's forces. But the relentless assault began to splinter the barrier, each blow weakening the delicate psychic web holding it together. As the shield began to falter, the Fireborn gave the order to unleash the redoubt's artillery. Salvaged heavy weapons, built from ancient scrap and forgotten relics, unleashed a barrage upon the advancing forces. Explosions tore through the front lines, scattering Thunder Warriors and Proto-Custodians alike, but the disciplined soldiers swiftly reformed, pressing forward once more. On the ground, Malachar led his mutant warriors in defense of the gates, his iron hide shielding him from the storm of bullets and shrapnel. His roar echoed through the air, rallying his warriors as they clashed with the Emperor's soldiers in a desperate struggle. Each mutant fought with the ferocity of those defending not just a fortress, but their very existence. The Fireborn's laughter rang out over the battlements, sharp and defiant. Your Emperor has made his terms clear, and so have we. We will not yield, we will not bow to purity, nor bend to a tyrant's vision of order. We are the unwanted, the cast-asides, the fire that Terra could not extinguish. Valdor's expression remained as inscrutable as ever. He gave a single nod. Then so be it. With a raised hand, he signaled the assault to begin. The Emperor's forces surged forward, Thunder Warriors leading the charge, their weapons raised high as they thundered toward the walls of Korak's redoubt. The Fireborn's psychers chanted in unison, channeling their energies to create a psychic shield, a flickering, ethereal barrier crackling with power as it deflected the initial wave of attacks. The first Thunder Warriors reached the shield and struck with brutal force, their weapons crashing against the barrier. The psychers staggered, their energies strained as they fought to maintain the shield. Kavira, directing the psychic effort, poured her strength into reinforcing it, her face pale and glistening with sweat as she strained against the sheer power of the Emperor's forces. But the relentless assault began to splinter the barrier, each blow weakening the delicate psychic web holding it together. As the shield began to falter, the Fireborn gave the order to unleash the redoubt's artillery. Salvaged heavy weapons, built from ancient scrap and forgotten relics, unleashed a barrage upon the advancing forces. Explosions tore through the front lines, scattering Thunder Warriors and Proto-Custodians alike, but the disciplined soldiers swiftly reformed, pressing forward once more. On the ground, Malachar led his mutant warriors in defense of the gates, his iron hide shielding him from the storm of bullets and shrapnel. His roar echoed through the air, rallying his warriors as they clashed with the Emperor's soldiers in a desperate struggle. Each mutant fought with the ferocity of those defending not just a fortress, but their very existence. Meanwhile, the Emperor's war machines advanced, their last cannons and plasma projectiles targeting the redoubt's walls. Sections of stone buckled under the assault, crumbling into clouds of dust and debris. As breaches formed, the Thunder Warriors poured in, flooding the redoubt's interior and locking in close combat with the determined defenders. The Fireborn entered the fray, wielding psychic flames with deadly precision. He unleashed waves of warp energy upon advancing soldiers, his power searing through Thunder Warriors and Proto-Custodians alike. His forces, inspired by his presence, fought fiercely. Yet, the Emperor's forces pressed on unyielding. Their superior training and equipment gradually shifted the battle. Rogger's enhanced mutants displayed unmatched ferocity, but even they began to fall under the sustained assault, their abilities strained against the Emperor's legions. Kavira and her psychers, sensing the battle slipping from their control, prepared a final maneuver. Channeling the combined power of every psyker in the redoubt, they wove a massive storm of warp energy that would unleash itself upon the field. As they chanted, the sky darkened and clouds swirled, as though the warp itself was opening above. The psychic storm tore through the battlefield indiscriminately. Thunder warriors and mutants recoiled, momentarily stunned by the onslaught. But the Emperor's forces, though staggered, pushed forward, their advance seemingly unstoppable. In a final act of defiance, the Fireborn faced Valdor himself. The two clashed, will against will. The Fireborn unleashed his full power, his flames blazing as he fought to break Valdor's defense. Yet, Valdor's skill was unparalleled. He maneuvered with precision, his strikes calculated. With a final, overpowering move, he broke through the Fireborn's defense, sending him to his knees. Weakened, the Fireborn looked up at Valdor, defiance still in his gaze. "You may defeat me," he whispered fiercely, "but you cannot extinguish our flame. Others will rise, and your Emperor will face resistance in every shadow." Valdor's gaze was cold as he raised his weapon. "Resistance," he said calmly, "is futile."